This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Ah, this question is so ridiculous. Lizanne grabbed her hair with her hands frantically, feeling extremely resentful. The question is as follows. Please briefly describe the major magical events that occurred during the tenure of Katz, the director of the Department of Magic, and explain why he resigned. 15 points. Who is Katz? It is not stated from which year to which year his term of office was. Is there such a tricky question? And she didn't understand why the English test questions turned into magic events. Are they related? What's more terrifying is that this language is not English, but she can understand it. It must be an illusion. Lizanne blinked hard and looked again. The question was still the same. She didn't give up. She rubbed her eyes from left to right 3 times, and then rubbed them 3 times. She looked again, but the question didn't change. Could it be a printing error? She turned the test paper back to the second page with shaking hands. Now, looking at the strange language that she could read every word, her mouth opened slightly, and she was completely dumbfounded. The English reading passage about the rapid development of Weibo that she had been struggling with just now was quietly replaced by the magic nutrient. In which year did it start to be used, and who was the first user? God damn, it's so. Speechless. Just 3 minutes ago, Lizanne stared at the options on the English reading test with wide eyes. Every answer seemed familiar, but none of them recognized her. For art students, English multiple-choice questions can only be taken by chance. However, although the cultural requirements of the art exam are relatively low, they are definitely not as low as A, B, C, and D, especially for the Central Academy of Fine Arts, where she has successfully passed the art course. There is only one step left to the ultimate goal of the Central Academy of Fine Arts. Will she fall before the finish line? Lizanne felt a blackness in front of her eyes, and fell headfirst into the examination room. 3 seconds later, she raised her head from the chaos of consciousness. The examination room was still the examination room, but the subject had changed to the history of magic. Lizanne was simply crying without tears. She wanted to study hard, but she didn't want to change the place to continue the examination. The results would definitely make people think she was an idiot. She tried to calm down and thinking hard, just wanting to dig out her head to see if there was an answer inside. Let alone the answer, this candidate didn't even leave her a feather. At this point, she didn't know if the candidate was a ghost for her. She could only pray silently in her heart that the two of them had exchanged souls, so that her parents wouldn't be too sad. After all, her parents had worked hard to send her to the college entrance examination room, and they were still waiting for her outside the examination room. They would definitely not be able to bear her collapse in the examination room. It would be even better if they could share memories with each other. At least neither of them would panic in the examination room. With many years of examination experience, she absolutely believed that this examination was very important. Examinations are the magic weapon of teachers, and scores are the lifeblood of students. How can it not be serious if the life force is gone? I definitely don't know how to do the questions, so I should think about what to do. She rested her chin on her hand and recalled the solutions she had seen before. If such an embarrassing thing happened in anime, the male protagonist would definitely show a charming smile, charm the beautiful teacher, and let the teacher let him go. She raised her eyes, and secretly glanced at the serious face of the middle-aged man in a white linen magic robe on the podium in front of the examination room. She suspected that she would be killed by his eyes before she even stood up, and it would not work. If it were an American blockbuster, the heroic heroine would definitely pull out a gun from her waist and shoot at the scene, turning the exam room into a battlefield. At this time, the supporting characters with no sense of existence can take advantage of the chaos to copy answers in the corner. The question is, who will be the heroine if it is a science fiction film? There will be no exam room in science fiction films. What should I do? Lizanne's emotions fell into an extremely unstable state. Student, please answer the questions quietly. A loud baritone came from the front. Lizanne sat up straight and raised her head in surprise. The white-robed magician in front of the podium was staring at her with a stern look. She turned to look at the people next door. They were not affected by his words. This made her shudder. Could it be that she was the only one who could hear these words? No way. She suddenly felt creepy, and she forced a smile at the white-robed magician stiffly and ordered herself to calm down, put the paper on the first page, and read the questions carefully. The first page was a multiple-choice question, with a few questions sparsely answered on it, and almost every option was scribbled over. It was obvious that the candidate's level was not very high. She turned her head to look at the candidate next to her. The candidate next to her was writing on the paper non-stop, but she couldn't see a single word of what he wrote. In addition to the distance, another important reason is that the words written by the feather pen can only be seen from the front. This is the conclusion that Lizhan came to after reading the paper over and over again. In short, this is a good way to fundamentally eliminate cheating. But for her, it was simply a nightmare. There was no other way, just guess. Lizhan picked up the exquisite red feather pen, closed her eyes, and quickly wrote down the answers to the multiple-choice questions, faster than she did the English test paper. As for the fill-in-the-blank questions and short-answer questions, she always adhered to the principle of rather making mistakes than leaving blanks, but now the situation is special. If she wrote something that didn't fit here, she would be locked up as a lunatic, which would not be worth the loss. She thought about it, and had to grit her teeth and stop writing, leaving a blank. The time marked on the test paper was from 9 to 11. She looked up at the ancient clock in the center of the examination room. It was only 10 o'clock. She held her chin up and looked at the invigilators. There were 3 of them in total. In addition to the white-robed magician in the center, there were 2 more standing on the walls on both sides of the examination room. They looked slightly younger. The one on the left was wearing a red magic robe with white edges on the cuffs, and the one on the right was wearing a blue magic robe with white edges. She looked at them curiously, and they also noticed her fidgeting. When their eyes met, Lizhan felt her scalp tingling, and hurriedly pretended to be working hard on the test paper, and lowered her head. Since she couldn't do the questions anyway, she might as well take a nap. As for studying, there were no textbooks on site, so she could only wait until the exam was over. Lizhan didn't fall asleep in the end. She had just arrived, and she felt uneasy in her subconscious. After her body calmed down, this uneasiness was magnified and occupied her mind. No matter how you look at it, the seriousness of this exam is about the same as the college entrance examination. Will she be expelled from school or have other terrible consequences if she behaves so recklessly? The history of magic exam is over. Please seal your papers, all students. The white-robed magician spoke in a serious tone, and his resonant voice echoed continuously in the examination room of 1,000 square meters. Lizhan opened her sleepy eyes, and saw the students around her swiftly putting the papers into the sheepskin bags, and chanting some magic, and the bag mouth lit up with a white light, and automatically sealed. She followed suit, folded the test paper in half, and stuffed it in, but she didn't know how to chant, so she whispered, "Seal the bag yourself." Then she pretended that it was already sealed, and put it back on the table. "Please all students stand up." The white-robed magician spoke again. Lizhan rubbed his eyes, and stood up. He saw the magician on the left wall take a step forward at the same time, and silently recite a few spells. All the sheepskin bags rose into the air, and flew towards him. They fell on the table in front of him in order, one after another neatly. Suddenly, the seal of a sheepskin bag suddenly opened, and a snow-white scroll flew down from the air. Everyone opened their mouths slightly. Lizhan was also watching intently. At this time, his face. Swish. Her neck was red all of a sudden. That was definitely her paper. She knew it without even looking. She was about to rush forward regardless of everything, when the magician on the right wall suddenly stretched out his hand, and the paper that had not yet floated to the ground rose up with a whoosh and accurately entered the sheepskin bag. The magician pointed at a distance and said, "Seal." The bag was automatically sealed, and they returned to the team and flew to the gathering place. The magic was not as dazzling as imagined, but it was very useful. Lizhan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was a close call, and waited for the white-robed magician to announce their departure. As expected, man proposes, God disposes. The white-robed magician watched the 2 magicians finish collecting the test papers and stamping them with magic seals, and then spoke again, "Please all students sit down, and we will start distributing the test papers of magic law. The test time is from 11 to 1300 hours, including the time for collecting and distributing the papers." Huh? Lizhan's eyes almost popped out, and there is still an exam? Wouldn't that expose her ignorance and tragedy again? When you are in the examination room, everything you say is nonsense. She sighed, and sat back in her chair, opened the new paper, and the first thing she did was to sign her name. This was also one of the important things that all the teachers reminded her of before the college entrance examination. After signing, Lizhan was stunned. She didn't know the name of the candidate yet. Her mind was so confused about the paper just now that she even forgot to look at the name. Wouldn't it be a mistake to write Lizhan now? When she thought of this, she felt cold sweat on her back, so she hurriedly drew 3 horizontal lines on the 2 words Lizhan with a pen to indicate that it was invalid. After thinking about it, she felt that it was still not safe enough, So she used a pen to completely blacken the two words until all the lines were covered, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. But what is the name of this candidate? She couldn't ask the classmate next to her, "Hey, do you know my name?" If she did that, she would probably be asked to go out for tea by the magic teacher in charge before she was noticed by her classmates. She didn't even know what grade and class she was in, and she was quite depressed. Is there anyone more tragic than her? Lizanne covered her head habitually, but when she lowered her head, she unexpectedly saw the school card on the left chest of her uniform. Why did she forget this in the first place? Lizanne almost trembled with surprise. When she took off the school card and saw the words Lizanne on it, she was shocked again. She should not have crossed out her name earlier. Helplessly, she wrote her name again and filled in other information. Kara Magic School, Department of Protection, Grade 1, Class F. Chapter 2. Protection System? What about protection? Lizanne twitched her eyes. Forget it. She was going to die anyway. She should not think too much about it. She would finish the test first. She calmed down, closed her eyes, and finished the multiple-choice questions. She lay on the table and fell asleep. Without the psychological pressure, her brain was working slowly, but the emptiness in her stomach became more and more obvious. She was hungry. At first, she just felt that her stomach was empty and uncomfortable. Then her fingers began to tremble, and then her limbs trembled. Like a drug addict without drugs, tears and snot came out. She looked at her new body, which was quite thin, about 14 or 15 years old. No wonder she was not able to stand hunger. I wonder if there is a custom of handing in the paper early here. If she hands in the paper early and hands in a blank paper, will she be locked in a small dark room? She stared at the pointer in the middle of the examination room, and finally deeply understood what it meant to spend a day like a year. 2 hours later, when the white-robed magician announced the collection of papers, she was so grateful that she burst into tears. Oh my God, the exam is finally over. Seeing the two invigilators collecting the papers, the white-robed magician spoke again. You have 10 minutes to use the nutrient solution now. Please replenish your energy as soon as possible. The next exam is black magic, starting at 13:10 and ending at 15:10, including the time for collecting and distributing the papers. Still taking the exam? Lizanne almost wanted to cry. But what is a nutrient? Just as she was thinking, the magician invigilating the exam waved his magic wand, and the table suddenly opened like a drawer. Bottles of small glass bottles with nutrient labels popped up like mushrooms after a rain, and it can be seen that there is milky white liquid inside. Lizanne was horrified. Can such a weird thing be drunk? Seeing the classmate next to her open the lid without hesitation and gulp it down, she was so hungry that her head was dizzy. She wanted to die together, so she took the risk and opened a bottle and poured it into her mouth. The taste is sour and sweet, a bit like jelly with milk. Lizanne finished one bottle and was about to pour the second bottle into her mouth, but she didn't know how long the exam would take, so she put it down again. At this moment of hesitation, the invigilator waved the magic wand again, and all the bottles on the table disappeared in an instant, including the one she didn't drink. Lizanne stared at the smooth table and wanted to cry. She regretted it so much that she should not hesitate. Time waits for no one. She looked out the window with resentment, and suddenly saw an unknown animal descending from the brilliant sky, casting a huge shadow on the ground. It had a huge body, claws like giant swords, 2 horns on its head that pierced the sky, and a row of bone spurs on its back. When it spread its wings, the bone wings could cover half of the sky. Monster? Pterosaur or something? Lizanne shuddered in her heart, but the people in the examination room were calmer than each other, and no one looked out the window. Were they used to it, or did they not pay attention at all? For the first time, Lizanne was like a newborn baby, full of fear of the unknown world. However, she was already past the age of a baby, and could only turn her tears into cold sweat, all oozing out of her back. She buried her head deeply on the table, trying to turn a blind eye, but her eyes could not help but look out. In just 2 hours, that kind of monster appeared several times. Perhaps they are common animals here, just like the swallows in the previous world. She comforted herself in her heart, and touched her wet back. The uniform was sticking to her body, which was extremely uncomfortable. However, at least she breathed a sigh of relief. After the black magic, there was another magic defense course. It was 17:10 when I finished the exam. The nutrient was very useful, but it was high in water, and did not fill my stomach. By the end of the exam, I was almost starving. As soon as the papers were collected, all the students rushed out of the examination room like birds out of a cage. She followed them out, and the sound of people discussing the test questions came into her ears. The history of magic is the easiest this time. The last brief essay question is a free point. Yes, they actually asked the director of the Department of Magic to resign. I don't know which professor came up with it. It's so kind. I'm so touched. Finally, the written test is over. Let's go celebrate. Several people walked out enthusiastically. Liz Hahn stood in the middle of the road, stunned for a moment. Is this question easy? Okay. She is a complete tragedy. She walked outside dejectedly, and saw everything completely unfamiliar, and she was even more confused. Where should she go? I don't know. She sat down on the steps outside the examination room, staring at the various elegant and luxurious buildings in the distance, some in the style of ancient Roman cathedrals, some in the style of Abraham Palace, and some in the style of Byzantine palaces. If she wasn't so hungry, she would definitely draw every angle here. So beautiful. This class has poor grades, but their mental strength is good. No one collapsed even after taking the 8-hour exam. That's right. Poor students face more pressure than excellent students. After all, if they do poorly on the exam, they will be expelled. I heard that someone in Class A collapsed. They will probably be demoted to Class F in a few days. If it's serious, they will be expelled. The two magicians invigilating the exam walked past Liz Hahn while talking. Liz Hahn almost jumped up. So the 8-hour continuous exam is also one of the exam items? Did she pass the mental power test? She was demoted to Class F. So Class F is the worst, and since there is no place to be demoted in Class F, she could only be expelled? This is very bad. Thinking back to the paper she handed in, Liz Hahn thought silently. The most urgent thing at the moment is to find a place to fill her stomach, then go back to her so-called home or apartment, find out what subjects she will take tomorrow, at least to cram for the exam, otherwise, she will not even know how she was expelled, which is tragic. Beep. The communicator rang. After thinking for several times, Liz Hahn finally reacted and took out the communicator from his school bag after searching for a long time. The communicator was about the size of a palm, silver blue, with 2 cute ears, and the screen was bright, reflecting a beautiful girl with short hair and eyes as pure as the April sky. On the side of her image, there were 3 words, Ji Rongxi. Will you come over to eat with me, or take care of it yourself? I found a few magic operation books for you. You will have a practical test next week, so take it easy. Otherwise, I can't help you. From her tone, she had expected her tragedy. Liz Hahn was overjoyed. She was just worrying about who to find as a guide, and Ji Rongxi came to her automatically. It was a blessing in disguise. She hurriedly asked, Where are you? Ji Rongxi twitched his mouth. Don't you like to ask Butterfly? I'm going to the student union office building now. When I get there, I make a sound. Before Liz Hahn could speak, the screen went dark. She slapped the communicator in frustration. At the critical moment, how can you not be helpful? I don't even know where the student union office building is. How can I get there? Chapter 3. Fortunately, she caught a keyword, butterfly, which probably means that butterflies have some navigation function. She looked up and looked around. There were no butterflies nearby, nor butterfly-shaped buildings. Liz Hahn reluctantly carried her school bag and headed for the nearest road. The examination room, which was crowded with people just now, was now deserted, and there was no chance to ask anyone. After walking about 10 steps, she suddenly remembered that she had seen a butterfly origami in her school bag when she was picking up the communicator just now. Could it be that? She opened her school bag and took out a paper butterfly that was placed in a separate compartment. The wings of the paper butterfly were spread out, and it was about the size of an English textbook. It was not quite right to say that it was made of paper. It looked a bit like silver blue piano wire drawing, shining brightly in the sun, very beautiful. She looked left and right, except for 2 small words printed on the lower right corner, Li Zhan, there was nothing else. She rolled her eyes to the sky. Hey, butterfly, do you know how to find Ji Rongxi? The butterfly was quiet for a second, then spread its wings and flew away. After all the disappointments, there was only a line of crazy exclamation in my heart, a living miracle. The butterfly flapped its wings, shining with silver blue light, and it was almost impossible to tell that it was different from a normal butterfly when flying in the air, except that it was more beautiful than a biological butterfly. Liz Hahn saw it flying forward and hurried to catch up. It flew neither fast nor slow, and Liz Hahn could just keep up with it at a trot. The road was very wide, and there were straight-backed hibiscus trees on both sides of the school road. Large purple flowers hung on the treetops, and from a distance, they looked like purple clouds. Behind the trees on the roadside are various buildings. Each building is magnificent, and looks like it is made of money. Every 100 meters under the Fran tree, There is a bench that looks like the color of the French trunk. It is smooth and clean, as if people often sit on it. She felt tired and slowed down. Seeing her like this, Butterfly did not move and stopped on a branch of a Fran tree to wait for her. Be good. Lizanne took a breath and walked to the bench under the tree and sat down. The sunset was about to set, and golden clouds rolled over the luxurious buildings. From time to time, huge winged animals neatly crossed the sky, drawing a sonorous skyline. This world is quite beautiful, the sky is blue, the air is fresh, and it feels like there is not much pollution. It looks very pure and comfortable. Lizanne took a deep breath and had the urge to take out paper and pen to paint. Ding ding ding, suddenly, a huge brown beast ran towards her. From a distance, it looked like a horse, but it was much taller than a horse, with strong limbs and something red copper on its body. When walking, its limbs swung evenly. It didn't seem very fast, but it came to her side in the blink of an eye. Lizanne saw a car behind it. The car was about 2 meters long, a bit like a modified version of the magic car, with no windows, red copper railings, and classical decorations. When it drove slowly between the light and shadow, it looked like a scene from an old Western movie, quiet and beautiful. There were several students in uniform sitting in the car, looking a little disappointed, probably because they didn't do well in the exam. What is this? Lizanne watched the car run past her with wide eyes, sighed, and continued to follow the butterfly. The butterfly flew through a tree of brilliant hibiscus flowers, and its beautiful and light wings were almost transparent in the sunset. It turned a corner, then another, flew over a tree, then another, and after 9 or 18 turns, it seemed tired, and stopped on a long horizontal branch, slowly folding its wings. In front of it was a snow-white classical villa, and the 3-word Student Union flashed from top to bottom, shining with nickel light, which was not dazzling in the evening. The villa was brightly lit, but very quiet. Occasionally, a few people walked through the corridor, and only vague figures could be seen from a distance. Damn, she finally arrived. She walked for an hour. This school is so big that it is unreasonable. Lizanne exhaled heavily, and stretched out her hand to the butterfly. The butterfly fell into her palm like a piece of paper, and the light disappeared, returning to its original appearance. She carefully put the butterfly into her school bag. This was a very important thing, and must not be lost. Ah, little tail. Someone walked by the door, with a document in his arms. Seeing her groping in her school bag, he smiled and ran to the 3rd door, knocked, and shouted inside, "Queen, your little tail is here." Lizanne could see clearly that the door plate read Vice President's office. Wow, Ji Rongshi is the Vice President of the Student Union. Is she his supporter in this school? Ji Rongshi walked out, just like a strong woman needs. Shanhua's delicate features are handsome, gentle, and capable. She is tall and slender, and she has the aura of a queen. However, Queen Ji frowned, as if she wanted to crush her to ashes. It took you a whole hour to walk from the examination room to here, using your hands? It's hard to deal with. What should I do? The person who just spoke turned around and said with a smile, "The queen is very angry." But Zai Weijiang really came over. Shut up. Ji Rongshi turned to the man. Have you sorted out the magic internship report? Have you written the magic plan for the holiday? If not, go quickly. The man made an innocent expression and smiled at Lizanne. Yes, queen. Then he ran away. Poor Zai Weijiang didn't dare to say a word, for fear that he would accidentally reveal a personality different from his predecessor. Ji Rongshi glanced at her and scolded her again. You are not hungry enough after taking the exam for 8 hours. Lizanne broke out in a cold sweat, and was about to explain when her stomach started to growl. She had to swallow all her words back. Is there anything else to eat? I saved some for you. Come on. Ji Rongshi looked disappointed and turned to walk upstairs. Lizanne secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although Ji Rongshi looked fierce, he was still very nice to her. Thinking of this, she felt that there was hope in her life and followed her openly. There is a restaurant on the left side of the 2nd floor, with French windows on 2 sides, a kitchen counter on one side, a dozen round crystal tables in the middle, and cabinets on the other side. In short, the windows are bright and clean. Ji Rongshi opened the incubator with familiarity and took out the food one by one: 2 dried tiger meat slices, 2 salads, 2 wind bell vegetables, and 2 iced dragon fruits. She saw Lizanne standing there stupidly, sighed, thinking that she was hit hard by the exam, and said, even if you fail the written test, there is still the actual test. You still have a chance if you work hard. Don't be so depressed. Chapter 4. Li Zhan was almost fainting from hunger. Seeing food, her eyes lit up, and she took up her knife and fork and gobbled it up. Ji Rongshi saw that she had no intention of listening to him, so he opened his mouth, shook his head, took 2 cups of dark green seaweed juice, and put them on the table, and said earnestly, "Practice combat well after eating, otherwise I can't protect you." "Yeah, I know. Only after eating can you have the strength to speak." Li Zhan struggled for more than 10 minutes, finished all the food, wiped his mouth with satisfaction, picked up the seaweed juice and drank it. The taste of seaweed juice was a bit strange, and it was a little different from the seaweed she knew before, but it was not bad. She smacked her lips and gulped down half a cup. After eating, Ji Rongshi pressed the corner of his lips with a napkin and said, "The chairman has made changes to this practical test. He has not come to the school yet. He may not be notified until the last minute. You can't count on him. You should be mentally prepared first. I left the book in the office. Do you want to read it here or take it back to the apartment?" In the short time they spent together, Li Zhan judged that Ji Rongshi was a very strong girl, and she was the vice president of the student union. Whether it was magic or other abilities, she must be extraordinary. Although she was fierce to Li Zhan on the surface, her eyes were gentle, so they must have a good relationship. So she said decisively, "I watch here for a while. If I don't understand anything, I can ask you first. Also, do you have time tomorrow? I think my written test is over, and I want you to help me with practical training." Li Zhan said these words after careful consideration. Students with insufficient mental strength will be transferred to Class F. As a student in Class F, if she fails the subjects, she will definitely be expelled. She had just looked at Li Zhan's test schedule. Yesterday, she also took 4 consecutive 8-hour tests. Let's not consider the results of these 4 subjects. The multiple-choice questions in the 4 subjects she took today can only be calculated based on probability. The maximum score for the 4 subjects combined is 30 points, so she must get high scores in practical subjects. Today is Friday, and there are still 2 days left. She has to fight for it. Ji Rongshi looked up at her and saw that she had recovered her spirits and had already made a plan. His expression immediately eased a lot. "Okay, we start training at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you sleep in this time, I kick you off the bed." Li Zhan stuck out her tongue, stood up and said, "Yes, Queen." Ji Rongshi rolled his eyes at her, stood up suddenly, took the dishes to the kitchen counter, put them into the machine, and didn't even look at her. She hurriedly followed suit, and put them one by one. Ji Rongshi closed the door, pressed the cleaning button, and turned around and left. Li Zhan felt that the atmosphere was not right, and knew that she must have said something wrong. But she didn't know how Li Zhan called her before, and she just wanted to make a joke. Why didn't she get angry when others called her the Queen, but she offended the vice president of the student union as soon as she opened her mouth? I don't understand it at all. Back in the office, the vice president buried his head in the documents and completely ignored her existence. She guessed that she was a frequent visitor here before, so she didn't hesitate and walked towards the empty table behind her. She saw from a distance that there was a basic book on the table, which should be the magic skills prepared for her. At present, she was still in the state of preparing for the college entrance examination. If she didn't succeed, she would die. She had to fight hard. Unfortunately, this was not enough. The magic ability described in the magic book far exceeded her imagination. Although she had seen magicians in cartoons and movies, it was too far from real life. Real magic was far from being just a few spells. Therefore, when Li Zhan opened the magic book to prepare for the exam, she could only describe it as horrible. After reading one book, she only got a general impression of the protection department she read, which mainly protects against black magic, harms invaders, or drives away enemies. Generally speaking, the protection department is better at enchantments, seals, and removal. To her delight, she found that there is a time and space department in the magic world, which is affiliated with the gravity department. So, if she can learn the time and space department, will she still have a chance to go home? The thought was so strong that she couldn't help asking. Ji Rongshi turned around and looked at her like an idiot. Where is your common sense? You're still thinking about things that have nothing to do with the actual test. If you want to travel through time and space, you must first find the Tower of Time. The Tower of Time is just a legend, and no one knows whether it exists. The Department of Time and Space is just a decoration, and no school will offer this course. I was poured a bucket of cold water on my head. Li Zhan raised her head from the book dejectedly. Ji Rongshi looked at someone who looked like a defeated rooster, sighed, pinched his eyebrows, and motioned her to look at the clock on the wall. It's 10 o'clock, you go back first. You're not going back? The chairman hasn't arrived yet. I don't know where he went. I have to wait a little longer. Ji Rongji looked helpless. Li Zhan suddenly felt that it was not easy to be the vice president of the student union. He had to work overtime until after 10 o'clock in the evening right after the exam. Okay, then I go back first. Li Zhan was packing her school bag while thinking. She didn't know where she lived. Looking at Ji Rongji's expression, he would definitely not go with her. If she asked such an idiotic question again, Ji Rongji would definitely suspect her. Forget it, let's ask the butterfly. As expected, the butterfly knew where she lived. The tall and quiet dahlia street lamp emitted a light red light, shining on the crystal clear and almost transparent butterfly wings. Li Zhan trotted behind the butterfly, her pink and white uniform fluttering in the wind. The street lamp shone on the dimples on her cheeks, her eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes were bright and moving. However, Li Zhan just felt that she acted like an idiot. Fortunately, there were not many people on campus at this time, and no one would notice or care. The butterfly took a shortcut and flew straight. Li Zhan didn't know and followed it. There were fewer people on this road, and it was late at night. Under the streetlights, she could only see long shadows under the lights. At this time, a sound of high heels came from far away, and a faint fragrance drifted with the wind. Li Zhan had a keen nose, so she sniffed and looked around. No one. She listened carefully to the direction of the high heels, and confirmed that there was someone in the nearby garden. The street lights in the garden were a little dimmer than those on the road. In the dimness, she could only see a very graceful figure. Li Zhan hesitated for a moment, but still did not stop. She walked to the fork in the road. At this time, the person came out from the garden path. The street light shone on her, shining brightly, with a beautiful figure like a supermodel. Walking on the flower path was like walking on a catwalk with thousands of people's attention. The classic red and white uniform showed her incomparable charm. In comparison, her pink and white uniform with the same color number 54 beret was extremely childish. Chapter 5. She remembered that Ji Rongji's uniform was also red and white. So red and white is the uniform for the 3rd grade? Li Zhan looked at the girl curiously, and confirmed that she had just seen her in the family photo of the student union. Her name was Fei Hong Hong or Hong Fei Fei, but she couldn't remember clearly. She was the head of the literature and art department of the student union. Looking at her expression, figure and temperament, she was simply the best candidate for a model. Li Zhan's eyes lit up, and she stepped forward to stop her happily. Considering that she had little influence, she adopted the most conservative way to strike up a conversation. Hi, senior sister. Hello, I am Li Zhan from the 1st grade F class. Can you be my model? Kara Magic School has 6 grades, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Grades 1 and 2 are considered junior grades, with pink and white uniforms. Grades 3 and 4 are middle grades, with red and white uniforms, and grades 5 and 6 are senior grades, with black and white uniforms. Each grade is divided into A, B, C, D, E, and F, with A being the highest. Li Zhan has limited abilities, and is in grade 1, class F, which is simply the lowest of the low grades. Fei Honghong stopped, glanced at her, and sneered. Ask me to be a model? Are you kidding me? Don't you look at who you are? She seemed to have heard the biggest joke of the century, twisting her waist and walking slowly past her, leaving only an intoxicating fragrance. Oh, she rejected me. Li Zhan put away the paper and pen in disappointment. She had experienced such rejection many times in her previous life, but she still said it in a depressed way. She walked on the empty school road, and the row of street lights neatly reviewed her loss. She saw a bench on the side of the road and sat down in frustration, not wanting to walk. Behind her was a very grand and spectacular villa. In this campus, there were so many villas that could be used as classrooms at will, and each one was different. From afternoon to night, she didn't even see a similar one. The problem was that she was a road idiot and couldn't tell the direction. Now she couldn't even tell the buildings apart. There was a bright light in the villa, casting her shadow on the ground. She turned her head, leaned on the back of the bench, and looked inside. A boy in a senior black and white uniform was half leaning on the chair, with 2 buttons on his shirt unbuttoned, revealing his tight chest, and his long legs naturally resting on the table. He was biting half an apple in his mouth. His eyes were as deep as the vast sky at night, his nose was straight, and his lips were thin and red. His indifferent expression looked very handsome and moving under the light, making people want to be the apple in his mouth. He has an apple to eat. Li Zhan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The meal just now was a reasonable combination of meat and vegetables, and the portion was neither too much nor too little, but she had not yet entered the state, and the meal tasted like chewing wax. At this time, seeing the familiar fruit, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Eating apples will make you hungrier. She comforted herself while looking at him. This is simply a ready-made supermodel, 100 times better than the red or red just now. Liz Han was like a cat seeing a mouse, immediately throwing all her depression behind her. She rummaged in her school bag and finally found a flat piece of paper and a feather pen. She posed and started painting immediately. After the boy finished eating the apple, he raised his mouth with satisfaction, raised his hand lazily, and flicked the core out of the door, hitting the chirping bird on the tree. Puff! The bird cried out and fell to the ground. Liz Han looked up and saw this scene. She couldn't help but write 2 childish words next to the sketch that was 1/3 done, bad. When she looked up again, the boy casually flicked his slender fingers, held his chin with one hand, and closed his eyes. His figure drew a beautiful shadow on the ground, conveying a distant sense of mystery. She sighed, what a beautiful boy, but... She looked at her painting again, and felt that the posture in front of her was better, so she erased the original work and drew it again. She drew very quickly. Soon, with just a few strokes, a lively figure appeared on the paper. She thought while drawing, and asked him his name after she finished. Meeting a very handsome guy as soon as she entered the school was not a treatment that could be given at any time. She made up her mind and began to think about the details. At this time, the back door of the classroom opened, and a person walked in quietly. It was Fei Hong, whom she had just met on the road. Liz Han admired her very much for stepping on the 3-inch high heels, and not making any sound on the shiny marble floor. Are they going to date here? Liz Han suddenly felt that she had seen something she shouldn't have seen. Kara was so big, there were many places suitable for dating and outdoor sex. Dating in the classroom was too tasteless. She despised the boy in her heart, while packing up the drawing paper and preparing to leave. She didn't want to watch other people's dating process. But things suddenly changed. Fei Hong quietly took out an amber heart-shaped perfume bottle from her bag, secretly glanced at the boy, and saw that the boy was sleeping soundly, so she unscrewed the lid and sprayed it on the boy's face. Huh? No way. Liz Han tried to open his eyes wide. Even if Fei Hong wanted to spray perfume, she didn't need to do it in front of a boy, let alone spray perfume on a boy. Maybe she was using this method to wake up the boy, or was there some secret in view of her evil deeds just now? Liz Han thought wickedly. Should she shout loudly to wake up the boy and disrupt her plan? On second thought, she was new here, and if she offended someone by accident, she might not even know how she died. So she gave up the idea and continued to move forward. She didn't know that Fei Hong's perfume was a magic perfume. As long as the boys smelled it, they would have the illusion of love and fall in love with Fei Hong at first sight. Therefore, Liz Han didn't know that the 2 people in the classroom were not lovers. If she knew, she would definitely scream at the first time to retaliate against Fei Hong's contempt for her. You know, she never remembers grudges. Once she has a grudge, she will take revenge on the spot. In the classroom, the boy opened his eyes suddenly, pinched his nose in disgust, and shook his other hand to drive away the fragrance, saying, "It smells so bad." He has passed the voice change period. His voice is not high, nor loud. There is a faint magnetism in his voice, a bit like the feeling of a double bass, a rare good voice. The handsome boy did not give face, and Fei Hong was embarrassed. Her face turned red and white, and she had no time to take back the perfume bottle in her hand. In a hurry, she could only pretend to accidentally drop the perfume bottle on the ground. With a pop, the bottle exploded, and the fragrance overflowed. The strong fragrance drifted towards the boy in the direction of the wind. The boy pulled the corner of his mouth carelessly, looked at the direction, and jumped out of the back window like an arrow from a string, just in the direction of Liz Han. Liz Han heard the voice and turned his head suddenly. The 2 eyes met, sparks flew. The boy's eyes were cold, and his voice was low and a little angry. There is another one here? Chapter 6. Liz Han waved her hand and drew a line between herself and Fei Hong. I am not with her, I don't know her. As soon as she finished speaking, Fei Hong also jumped out. The moment she passed the window, her uniform lifted up, revealing her snow-white thighs. Liz Han turned her face away and said, I turned a blind eye. Kara's uniform was quite good, with excellent color and 3-dimensional sense, and the length was just right. If it was 1 point shorter, it would be too sexy, and if it was 1 point longer, it would be lost in the mainstream. The most distinctive feature of it is that the uniform skirt is made of a piece of cloth, with a gap of about 10 centimeters wide, and no stitching. As long as there is a slight movement, the skirt will float up, the gap will be lifted up, revealing the thighs, and the base of the thighs will be faintly visible. At this time, she didn't want to be accused of peeping. To her surprise, The boy was also very familiar with the tricks. When he heard the sound, he not only didn't turn back, but took 2 steps forward to make room. When Fei Honghong fell to the ground, he turned around. Fei Honghong's move failed, so she took out a new bottle of flower perfume. The boy turned his head away with disdain, looked at the wind direction, took 3 steps back, turned around beautifully, flashed past her, and made a lightning-fast move with his right hand, grabbed her wrist, and pulled hard. Fei Honghong couldn't control the force, and almost fell into his arms. "Throw yourself into my arms?" As soon as the boy started to tease her, Fei Honghong turned around lightly, leaned into his arms, and kissed him. The boy turned his face away in disgust, and shook the hand holding Fei Honghong's wrist hard, and Fei Honghong was thrown out. Ah! Fei Honghong fell to the ground, groaning in pain, with a charming look, a charming voice, and a charming look in her eyes. Her uniform skirt was turned up, revealing a pair of long legs that would make people bleed from the nose. Looking at her from close up was already fascinating, and looking at her from a distance was even more fascinating. Liz Han was stunned. It was the first time she saw a boy being so cruel to a girl, and the first time she saw a girl seducing a boy so boldly. Facing such a scene, she almost felt excited. The people in Kara Magic School are so special. The boy turned away disdainfully, and passed by like the wind, without any sound, and disappeared in an instant. The moonlight lost its brilliance, the stars disappeared, the insects stopped chirping, the cool breeze at night blew the leaves off one after another, and Fei Honghong stopped moaning. She was angry, she pounded the ground with gritted teeth, and he didn't even look at her. Liz Han watched all this happen in front of her, and even forgot to draw. It took her a long time to remember, and she turned and ran, laughing as she ran. If someone saw me drawing this scene, they would probably think I was watching an adult film. She had to draw. Liz Han ran out of the crime scene, fearing that she had forgotten this scene, and reached out to get the paper. When she looked up, her eyes went dark, and the light was blocked. The boy put one hand in his trouser pocket, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and he was looking at her with a cold smile. That look is even scarier than a demon. Liz Han intuitively felt that this person was dangerous and could not confront him, so she tried her best to explain, "I was just passing by, really passing by." When she looked up, she saw the shining badge on his shoulder, and she even wanted to die. She had just seen this badge on Ji Rongxi's uniform, the badge of the Student Union President Group. It turned out to be an internal event of the Student Union. Why was she joining in the fun? The boy looked at her indifferently, with a sneer of contempt on his lips. Liz Han was stared at by his dark and deep eyes. Without thinking, she turned around and ran away, but she ran a few steps away, and bumped into a wall of flesh, very resilient. She rubbed her red nose in grievance, and just raised her head, and bumped into his dark eyes again. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Is that it?" Oh, I just. She suddenly remembered that she had not finished her work, and took the opportunity to change the subject. "What's your name? Can you be my model again?" The boy frowned, and Liz Han took the initiative, pulled him and confidently introduced herself. "My name is Liz Han. Li for glazed glass, John for golden cup." She happily held the drawing paper in front of him. "The face is only half painted. It will be done soon." The boy didn't even look at her drawing paper, and walked away, ignoring her. She was a little disappointed, but she didn't give up, and followed him again. "What's your name? Can you sign an autograph for me?" The boy paused. Liz Han thought he was willing, and happily handed her the paper and pen, but the boy suddenly turned around, his hand slipped, and pushed back. Liz Han was caught off guard, and was pushed against the tempered glass of the French window. The cold touch penetrated through her clothes, and Liz Han was so scared that she retracted her neck. "Don't hit me." The boy raised his eyebrows and raised his voice. Liz Han opened her eyes weakly, and saw the boy's shining eyes. The lines of his cheeks looked like pearls under the light of the street lamp. The breeze blew up his hairline, making him look so beautiful that he was soul-stirring. Liz Han was stunned for a moment. The boy smiled coldly, and grabbed her chin with his slender fingers. She was stiff all over, but she couldn't escape, and could only look up at him. His unique smell, fierce heartbeat, broad shoulders, warm body temperature. Only 3 inches away from her. Liz Han reacted suddenly, blushing and cursing, "Pervert!" She tried desperately to push him away, but he was too strong, and she was suppressed by him, so it was difficult to move. She kicked him with her feet in frustration, but as soon as she raised her legs, he pressed her down again. The boy was almost on her, his warm breath lingering around her neck, and his voice was full of teasing and teasing. "What other basic abilities do you have? Try to use them again?" Lizanne was furious, and without thinking, she hit the boy with her head. Because he was a head taller than her head could only reach his chest. With a bang, she felt stars flashing in front of her eyes, her beret fell off, and her long hair fell down, covering her face. She looked like a madman. The boy's thin lips curled up in a mocking smile, just like a demon tempting an angel to fall. Lizanne was ashamed and angry, but she finally ran out of tricks, so she used her last trick to save her life and shouted, "Help!" It was late at night, and the breeze blew gently, carrying her voice far away. "Wu, which classmate, which teacher Jirongshi, please come and save me," Lizanne prayed in her heart while staring at the person in front of her. The boy obviously wanted to see who would dare to show up at this time. Fortunately, no one came, not even the school police, who usually appeared. "Woo-ah!" Lizanne finally screamed. "It's so noisy." The boy couldn't stand her high-decibel voice, so he reached out to cover her mouth, and his warm palm covered her lips. Chapter 7. Lizanne opened her mouth to bite, but her teeth could never reach his palm. Instead, her lips kept hitting his hand, as if she was kissing. Lizanne was so embarrassed that she wanted to run away immediately, but she couldn't move her whole body, and even the right to scream was deprived. Only her tearful eyes told of her innocence. The boy felt the wet touch on his hand, itchy and numb, like being licked by a puppy. He wanted to retract his hand immediately, but he thought it was fun, so he touched her head with his other hand. "Good puppy." Lizanne opened her eyes wide in astonishment. He called her a puppy? Puppy? Are you kidding me? She screamed in her heart, "I am a human." Unfortunately, the boy completely ignored her grief and anger, and was puzzled by the soft touch of her hair. "Hey, your hair is fake, right?" It was the first time he saw such long and beautiful hair, and evil thoughts came to his mind. He stretched out his hand, and pulled it hard. Lizanne felt a sharp pain in her scalp, and she was so sad that she wanted to cry, but had no tears. Oh heaven earth! Who did she offend? How could she run into such a devil? Did she draw too many handsome guys before, and now he is taking revenge on her? She can assure God that none of the school beauties and school idols she drew before are as good-looking as him. The more beautiful the appearance, the darker the heart. Thinking of this, Lizanne wanted to hit the bad guy in front of her. Poor powerless. The boy was not in the mood to play with her, sneered and shook her off. "Don't bother me in the future." The cold expression was completely different from the one that teased her just now. Lizanne had no time to study these things. Finally, she was able to breathe fresh air. She threw away her hat and ran away. At this moment, she just wanted to get away from this person quickly. She didn't even understand what happened. She didn't know the boy, nor did she know whether Hong Feifei was Hong Hong Hong. She couldn't understand why she was the one who suffered in the fight between the two people. Who can explain it to her? Lizanne ran to the main road of the school, and saw the animal that looked like a horse pulling a cart passing by her. There was no one in the car. She rushed to the car without saying a word, not noticing that the boy behind her hooked his finger thoughtfully at the butterfly on the treetop, and the butterfly stumbled and fell into his hand. Lizanne looked back from time to time in the car, afraid that the boy would catch up. Fortunately, he didn't. She patted her chest and took a breath, and the uniformed staff sitting in front of the car said, "Student, please check in." "Oh!" Lizanne opened her school bag, and in the small compartment was a pink butterfly-shaped magnetic card, 1 inch in size, with a diamond-shaped sapphire in the center, shining a deep light on the street lamp. This should be it. She didn't know how to type it, so she handed it to the staff, who took it and swiped it next to the pillar. There was only a slight ding sound, and the staff returned the card to her. She secretly remembered it in her heart and smiled at the staff. The car was stable and fast. After a while, the car stopped in front of a luxurious British-style villa. The staff saw that she looked absent-minded and reminded her, "We are here." "Ah, thank you." Lizanne was stunned and blurted out, "How do you know I live here?" "It's on the card. You didn't make any special requests, so we will naturally send you here. If you need to go somewhere else, you can also tell me now." The staff answered in a serious manner. "No need." Lizanne got off the car and saw the villa with elegant red tiles and light and slender curves, and vaguely saw people walking around. She stood there, looking up blankly. The lights in the villa stretched her shadow very long. It was impossible for her to live alone in such a big villa. She thought for a while and called out, "Butterfly, take me back." For a long time, no butterfly flew away. She looked up and around, and remembered with horror. She got into the car and ran back alone, forgetting about the butterfly. "Where is the butterfly?" Lizanne broke out in a cold sweat, squatted on the spot, emptied out everything in her school bag, and looked one by one, books, test forms, tissues, communicator. Everything was complete, but there was no butterfly. She stood up and felt her whole body, including her pockets, but still couldn't find it. Woo! How could this be? Liz Hahn recalled everything that had just happened. Did the butterfly not fly back with her, or did it fall on the bus? The bus had already run away, so where could she find it now? Liz Hahn pulled her hair in distress, walked back in the direction of the bus, and walked step by step to find her butterfly. It only took a few minutes to take the bus, but it took several times longer to walk. It was late at night, and many buildings had turned off their lights. She looked up at the sky, calling out, "Butterfly, butterfly, where are you?" She accidentally bumped into a tree with a bang, and the pain almost made her cry. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Liz Hahn suddenly felt scared. It was too quiet, and where was this place? She was lost. Her feet were sore, so she sat down on a bench by the road. The night wind was chilly, blowing on her back, and she felt a little cold. She looked at the vast sky blankly, feeling helpless and lonely. She hugged her knees with both hands. It was night, and she should go home, but where should she go? Moreover, the only butterfly that could tell her the news was gone. Would her mother miss her? I wanted to cry. Liz Hahn, what are you doing here? Ji Rongqi's cold voice suddenly sounded in her ears, and it seemed to be angry. Liz Hahn raised her head suddenly, and saw Ji Rongqi standing under the street light with his hands on his hips, staring at her fiercely. It might not be right to say that she was staring at him covetously, but that was how Liz Hahn felt. She lowered her head in fear, and peeked at Ji Rongqi's angry face through her long eyelashes. Somehow, she suddenly felt so touched. Someone finally came to find her. Woo! Liz Hahn finally couldn't hold back her tears, and rushed forward to grab her shoulders. Ji, I'm so scared. Ji Rongqi realized that something was wrong, and frowned tightly. Be good, don't cry, and tell me properly. I killed him. Hearing the word good, Liz Hahn cried even harder. A bad guy had also said this word. Woo! After a long while, she vented enough and realized that she was still in someone else's arms, and was still a girl. She couldn't help but blush. Ji Rongqi didn't answer, and said angrily, you can actually take an hour to get from the student union to the apartment. You are really getting better and better. From the tone, the ex did this kind of thing a lot. Liz Hahn wiped her eyes aggrievedly, raised her head, and forced a very guilty smile. Ji, my butterfly is gone. Ji Rongqi frowned and stared at her crazy hair with disgust. Don't worry about the butterfly. Where did you get so embarrassed? Chapter 8. Liz Hahn shrank her neck and said weakly, Just now when I was riding the bus, the bees suddenly ran for some reason, and the wind messed up my hair. Don't lie to me, the wind beast has always been docile, and there are staff to take care of it. How could it get out of control? And you can mess up your clothes while riding the bus. Ji Rongqi looked at her critically, and complained, Where is your hat? Did you use your clothes to clean the windows? It seems that your school bag has rolled in the mud. I really didn't lie to you. Liz Hahn bit her lip and said, I happened to be sitting on the side, and my clothes were blown into the seam of the car by the wind. I had to pull it out, and when I lowered my head, the wind blew my hat off. Ji Rongqi stared at Liz Hahn, whose head was almost lowered to the ground, half believing and half doubting, and was silent for a while, and said, If this is not true. Hum. She didn't continue, and those two hums alone were enough to express her threat. I promise not to. Liz Hahn waved her hands repeatedly, and her big watery eyes carried her full sincerity, as if saying, Believe me, just believe me once. If you don't believe me again, I cry. I believe you once. Ji Rongqi pinched her forehead, like a parent who was at a loss for a child. And what happened to your butterfly? Based on her familiarity with Liz Hahn, although this person was a bit stupid, he loved butterflies very much. There was no reason for him to lose the butterfly. I don't know, it was flying in the sky, and then I took a car, and it disappeared. Then I came back to look for it, but I couldn't find it. Li Zhan's tone was a little uneasy. For now, the butterfly is her most important compass, and the only magic prop she knows. It would be very troublesome without it. Ji Rongqi also understood the importance of this butterfly. The butterfly is actually a piece of magic paper, which is equivalent to Li Zhan's magic wand together with the drawing paper. Only when the two pieces of paper are put together can they have corresponding power. There will be a practical test next week. Liz Hahn will lose her left arm and right arm without the butterfly. No wonder she is so anxious. Thinking of this, Ji Rongqi's expression eased, and he stretched out his hand to her. Give me the drawing paper. There was only a piece of paper in her school bag, which she had just taken out to draw. Now Ji Rongxi asked for the paper, as soon as she opened her mouth. Did she know what had just happened? She thought about it, and felt that it was unlikely. It should be that Ji Rongxi was familiar with Liz Han, so she took out the paper, and handed it to her obediently. Ji Rongxi took the paper, and turned it over. Sure enough, the paper folded into a paper butterfly disappeared. She thought about it, and drew a hexagram on the paper with her index finger. After the magic circuit of the hexagram was formed, the paper was like turning on the power, and it burst into a hazy silver light, like a medieval classical mirror, and the portrait of the boy on it was particularly eye-catching. Ji Rongxi looked at the portrait thoughtfully, and pulled it apart with his fingers. The portrait of the boy disappeared, and another portrait appeared. It was a girl with wavy hair. Ji Rongxi took a look, and then looked at the third one, checking it one by one like a slideshow. Liz Han felt it was magical. This drawing paper was more useful than a touchscreen phone, and Ji Rongxi was more familiar with her drawing paper than she was. Ji Rongxi looked at a few pictures, but didn't find anything. She turned back to the boy's portrait she had just drawn. Liz Han thought she recognized that this portrait was different from the previous ones, and was just frightened when she heard Ji Rongxi ask, "What did you just draw?" As expected, she found out. Liz Han felt that her uniform was soaked with sweat in an instant. Ji Rongxi's eyes were like X-rays, which made her unable to hide. Ji Rongxi narrowed her eyes slightly, and pointed her finger at the boy's eyebrows. Seeing that she did not pursue the trend of painting style, Liz Han secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at the picture carefully. After Ji Rongxi finished chanting, the light suddenly rose, and the boy's figure appeared on the drawing paper. Liz Han was suddenly stunned. The boy was not wearing clothes. In the misty water vapor in the bathroom, you can see the boy standing under the shower, facing them sideways to take a shower, the beautiful butterfly bones, the slender and comfortable side bone curves, the touching side face. Ah! Liz Han covered her face shyly, thinking at the same time. Fortunately, he was not lying in the bathtub, otherwise, the boy seemed to feel the attention of the two people, slowly turned his face, with a hint of laziness, and a hint of coldness in his eyes. The drawing paper suddenly darkened and nothing could be seen. Looking at the drawing paper that had returned to normal, Ji Rongxi fell silent. There was no doubt that the boy had discovered their peeping, and forcibly cut off her magic circuit. In this way, the boy's magic ability was superior to hers. Liz Han didn't think too much, and her face was still flushed with disbelief. After a while, Ji Rongxi coughed twice and said, "The structure of the bathroom he is in is the same as ours, and he should be in the same apartment as us." In this case, he still quickly grasped his location. Liz Han felt sincere admiration. She lowered her head in shame, and suddenly remembered something, and said anxiously, "I remember that his uniform has the student union badge." Ji Rongxi's face changed. There is no such person in the student union. Li Jian was stunned. Ji Rongxi turned around and walked forward, saying, "Don't worry about this matter, leave it to me. His purpose is not simple. I want to investigate this matter. If he is a black magician, we must report it to the school. Dark magic, there was an exam today, but she forgot what it was." Unknowingly, she returned to the apartment. Ji Rongxi looked at the time. "Hurry up and take a shower. Turn off the lights in 5 minutes. Although it is allowed to use magic lighting, the consequences of doing so are very serious. The next day, your name will be posted on the school punishment wall, and you will be criticized on the radio. Even the members of the student union president group cannot break this rule. The apartment has 2 bedrooms and a living room, about 100 square meters, with a spacious space and a separate bathroom." Liz Han saw Ji Rongxi enter a room, guessed that he was in another room, walked in generously, threw down his school bag, saw the printed puppy pajamas on the bed, picked them up and ran to the bathroom. She takes a shower very quickly, as long as she doesn't wash her hair. Liz Han looks at the mirror, and smooths her neat bangs with her hands, revealing a smooth forehead. Her bright eyes are like black gemstones, flickering in the reflection of the mirror. Her nose is straight, her face is only the size of a palm, and her lips are soft. She is not a great beauty. In short, 2 words, Lolita. At this moment, her attention is all on her hair. The long black hair that she was most proud of can only be described in one word, messy. Should I wash or not? Liz Han was struggling in her heart. If she washed now, she would definitely not have time to take a shower, and there was no electricity to blow dry her hair. She would have to wait until 12 o'clock at the earliest before she could go to bed. If she didn't wash, she would not be able to sleep all night. After struggling for a long time, she finally gritted her teeth, wet her hair with water, and rubbed shampoo on it. At this moment, her eyes went dark, and the lights went out. Chapter 9. Lizan gnashed her teeth in anger, blaming that damn boy. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have lost the butterfly, and she would have taken a fragrant bath and lay in bed with a good dream. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, especially when the shampoo bubbles flowed into her eyes, stimulating her to hold back tears. She wiped her face carelessly, groped for the faucet in the dark, and was about to make do with it, when Ji Rongxi's voice came over. Wait! Lizan raised her head in surprise, and looked at Ji Rongxi through her wet hairline. With the corridor light coming in from the window, Ji Rongxi walked to the window, closed the French window, and lowered the curtains, and then lowered a thick blackout curtain outside. In the darkness, she carefully looked around and saw that there was no light anywhere, so she took out the magic wand on the table. It was a jade wand about 60 centimeters long, round at the top and pointed at the bottom. At the top of the circle was a round jade stone about 6 centimeters in diameter, and a sapphire was inlaid in the center of the jade stone. Ji Rongxi held the magic wand and whispered, "Power of all saints in the world, please listen to my words, give me light, and turn into eternal glory." Magic Defense 5, Light Ball. After chanting, the jade stone emitted a bright light. She took the magic wand to the bathroom, and placed it next to the mirror. "Hurry up and wash, dry your hair, and go to bed. It will be troublesome if the administrator comes later." Lizan raised his head. In the darkness, he could only see Ji Rongxi's sparkling eyes like sapphires. Although he had a stern face, his eyes gave her away. Ji Rongxi really cared about her predecessor, and was someone she could trust. Lizan was touched, and the little grievance she had just felt disappeared immediately. With the help of the light, she continued to wash her hair and take a bath. Because she was worried that the administrator would find out, she felt like a thief and tried desperately to wash faster and faster. Her thoughts were consistent with her speed. When she finished thinking, she had already finished her bath, including washing her hair, taking off her clothes, and getting dressed, which took less than 10 minutes. She returned the magic wand to Ji Rongxi, who was relieved and quickly turned off the light of the magic wand. The two said good night to each other, and returned to their rooms. Li Zhan's room was on the north side. She opened a crack in the French window, went out to the balcony, sat down on the rattan chair on the balcony, and let the summer evening breeze blow her long hair. The wind was quite strong. Lizan patted her hair, and complained in her heart. Schools in any world were equally annoying. The power was cut off so early that she couldn't do anything. She didn't have the magical ability to dry things, so she could only use the most primitive way, fanning. Just then, the sound of click, click, click. Footsteps came over, like heavy clogs knocking on the marble floor. The sound was dull, like digging out a live liver at midnight. This villa is the student union's apartment. Each student is more flamboyant than the other, and their magic abilities are also relatively strong. Naturally, they will not be too tolerant in the face of such an annoying administrator. The student apartments in Kara Magic School are divided by grade. As a first-year student in Class F, Lizan could not have lived in this student apartment full of student union presidents. It was all because of Ji Rongxi. As a member of the student union president, she has the power of amnesty. Her apartment is a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment, so she asked Lizan to move in. In name, she was to accompany her, but in fact, she was afraid that Li Zhan's ability was weak, and she would suffer in the first grade alone. Ka! Plop! It seemed like something fell to the ground. Li Zhan's eyelids jumped. The administrator fell? Haha, so gloating. She didn't know that such a thing was very serious. The next day, the school would definitely punish the students of the student union on the grounds of disrespecting teachers. The student union would not be willing to be punished, so they would definitely drag a bunch of students with them, and then the students would collectively make a fuss. At that time, you can see all kinds of magic skills flying in the sky. You have to look ahead and behind when walking on the school road. If you are not careful, you will become the dead soul under the stick of the magic battle. You can't blame Lizan for gloating over misfortune. In fact, there are too many criminal records. The hateful administrator obviously has magical abilities, but she doesn't like to use them. She falls when she falls and falls when she falls. Her movements are very fascinating. This makes the arrogant student union members want to tease her even more, to see where her bottom line is. At this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. It was a ding-ding-dong-dong sound. In the silent night, it kept echoing. The effect was hundreds of times better than that of clogs. Lizan was not a person who liked to watch horror movies. At this time, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. "It's terrible, I was discovered by the administrator." Ji Rongxi said that the consequences of being caught by the administrator for using magic lighting and not sleeping after 11:30 are much more serious than the consequences of students teasing the administrator. After all, the former only punishes one person, while the latter punishes all students together, which is a completely different feeling psychologically. Lizan touched his almost dry hair, slowly went back to the room, closed the French window quietly, and crawled into the quilt like a caterpillar. If he pretended that he was asleep and didn't hear the doorbell, could he escape? There was a sound of shoes tapping next door. Lizan listened carefully, and it seemed that Ji Rongshi had gotten up. She felt confident, so she got up, opened the door a crack, and looked outside. It turned out that it was not their doorbell that rang, but the doorbell next door. Lizan breathed a sigh of relief and was about to crawl back to sleep, when suddenly a familiar double bass-like voice came from outside the door. "It's just a light. What are you angry about?" Could it be that hateful boy? Lizan tiptoed out of the door. There was a window on the left side of the front hall. She lifted the curtains and opened the window a crack. Looking out, with the light from the corridor, she clearly saw a familiar face. It was the boy who had just taken a shower. He put one hand in his trouser pocket and rubbed two palm-sized balls of light with the other hand, one yellow and one red, spinning and flashing. He seemed to have noticed the spying next door, turned his head, and his eyes at night accurately captured Lizan's position and smiled at her. Lizan was shocked, snapped, and quickly went back to bed. The administrator immediately reacted and shouted, "Room G336 will be punished once." Lizan suddenly remembered that she had been tricked by the boy. Maybe the two of them will be criticized by the whole school tomorrow. No, it's him and Ji Rongshi. She heard Ji Rongshi badly. Ji Rongshi stood behind her, and after hearing what the administrator said, he just rolled his eyes at her helplessly, and continued to crawl back to his room to sleep. Lizan smiled apologetically, and lay back on the bed. In the darkness, the boy's faint smile kept spinning in front of her eyes, and that smile seemed to hide a bottomless hate. Chapter 10. Lizan waved her hand to drive away his shadow, and ordered herself to calm down. Although she had passed Ji Rongshi's level, it was only temporary. She had to learn the common knowledge of this world and Lizan's habits within one night, otherwise she would be beaten back to her original form at dawn. Even if she passed these two levels by chance, she would definitely fail the magic practical test next Monday. If she was forced to drop out of school, in her current condition, she would either starve to death or be sent to the hospital as a mental patient. She didn't want either of these two outcomes. She sighed deeply, and tried it on the drawing paper in the same way that Ji Rongshi had just drawn the hexagram, and the drawing paper lit up again. She wrapped herself in the quilt in surprise, and secretly looked at the drawing paper, not to learn the style of her predecessor, but to match the names with the characters. Most of the drawings on the drawing paper were portraits of people, and there was a name under each portrait. She spent 10 minutes memorizing the characters and names. Secondly, she understood the environment she was in. Just now, she took advantage of the light not being on, and quickly scanned the room to know where the items of her predecessor were placed. At this time, she moved all the things that could be used to the bed with the faint light of the drawing paper, and read them one by one. Time, E2442 AD. Kara Magic School is the first of the 4 major magic schools in the Empire, with a long history of 800 years. Before E2441, Lizan had been studying in an ordinary school, with some magic ability, but not outstanding. Ji Rongshi is a genius. In order to recruit Ji Rongshi, Kara Magic School agreed to her request, and agreed to let Lizan enter Kara. You know, as the first magic school in the Empire, there are hundreds of thousands of candidates vying for it every year. This is a huge change for Lizan. Lizan's original abilities, such as being able to fold a flying paper butterfly and track anyone she drew on paper, were too insignificant for Kara, so the school threw her into Class F and left her to fend for herself. Her predecessor particularly liked to draw comics. Although Lizan did not find a diary, she found several sketchbooks, which recorded her school life and magic learning process in the form of comics, as well as many spoof comics. What student council pairing, school prince's gay love, Mediterranean appearance. Please don't get me wrong, the Mediterranean in the comics has nothing to do with the actual Mediterranean, but is a general term for Kara's mentors. The comics were humorous and more interesting than any comics she had read before. Lizan was so engrossed in reading that she fell asleep on the bed when it was almost dawn. For some reason, her former self did not appear in her mind. Instead, the hateful boy kept turning around in her mind. Sometimes he grabbed her hair, sometimes he pulled her clothes, and finally he pressed on her. She turned over in a hurry and fell off the bed with a thump. Lizan got up with resentment, patted her clothes, and got back into bed. Unfortunately, as soon as her head touched the pillow, A beeping sound rang out. First reminder at 5:40. First reminder at 5:40. First reminder at 5:40. No, I'm so sleepy. Lizanne buried her face in the quilt and rubbed it hard, trying to pretend that she didn't hear the beeping sound. One of her hobbies in her life was to stay in bed in the morning. But she remembered what Ji Rongshi said the day before. Training will start at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you sleep in this time, I kick you out of bed. She shuddered and climbed up from the bed, using both her hands and feet. The queen was definitely a person who kept her word, and she couldn't stay here. As soon as she got out of bed, there was a knock on the door, and Ji Rongshi's words rang out outside the door. It's 5:53 now. You have 7 minutes. Yes, sir. Lizanne rushed to the bathroom, washed and changed clothes in no time, and rushed out of the room. Ji Rongshi was sitting in the hall with a serious face. When he saw Lizanne coming out, he didn't say hello first, but looked at the clock on the wall first. The second hand, minute hand, and hour hand all pointed to 6 o'clock. Oh yes, Lizanne made a victory sign in her heart. This was her experience of entering the classroom on time for class, and she would never be late for a second. However, Ji Rongshi rolled her eyes. Lizanne thought she was going to complain, but she smiled and her stern expression eased a little. Good morning. Lizanne opened her mouth and thought silently that the Queen Kara painted by her predecessor was indeed not wrong at all. Ji Rongshi arranged the training venue in the school's magic training room. The magic training room is not a villa, but a super high building that goes straight into the sky. It is the iconic building of Kara, which makes Lizanne a little timid. Why don't you go in? Ji Rongshi looked back at Lizanne, who was still looking up. Right away. Lizanne gave a disguised smile and followed her. Do you two have an appointment? The receptionist asked with a professional smile. Ji Rongshi walked to the front desk and handed her the magnetic card. She put it on the desk and swiped it, then handed the card back with a sweeter smile on her face. Student Ji Rongshi, please go to room 1677, your exclusive training room. There is a lounge and dining hall on the 20th floor. You can go there at any time if you need. Wow, the student union benefits are so good, and there is also an exclusive training room? Lizanne had to look at Ji Rongshi again. This is definitely her best supporter in the magic school. She must hold her thigh. I really don't understand why the queen likes her. She has no ability and doesn't study. A first-year girl who lined up in a long line nearby waiting for the training room looked unwilling. Why do they have to line up, but Lizanne doesn't? If you think you are great, then hold the thigh of the queen. Another girl said disdainfully. Because there will be a practical exam next week, almost all the students have crowded into the training room and lined up before dawn. When they saw Lizanne following Ji Rongshi, they felt privileged, envious, jealous, and all kinds of emotions came up. Lizanne secretly glanced at Ji Rongshi, but Ji Rongshi turned a blind eye and deaf ear and went straight to the 16th floor. Lizanne felt a little guilty. After entering the room, she bowed to Ji Rongshi without saying a word. Ji Rongshi raised his eyebrows, stood with his feet apart at shoulder level, put his hands behind his back, and acted like a coach. He said expressionlessly, "Be prepared. Even if you cry, I will not be soft-hearted and will not give you a chance to give up. So even if you are afraid of climbing today, you have to finish it for me." Okay. Ji Rongshi was a little surprised by her obedience. If it was before, she would definitely say coquettishly, "Ji, don't be so fierce." Maybe this time she really knew that she failed the test, or maybe she didn't want to hear others say, being with a queen who ranks in the top 10 in magic ability in the school, but you are a loser. Chapter 11. Anyway, as long as you are willing to study hard, then thank God. Ji Rongshi nodded with satisfaction, and his tone was not as tough as at the beginning. First test your current level, come here. Lizanne stood in front of the test instrument. The instrument was a bit too ordinary. It was just a square table with a transparent crystal tabletop, clean and nothing on it. Ji Rongshi ordered, draw a butterfly on it. Jean was stunned, and immediately reacted. Yesterday, she read the comics of her predecessor, and knew that her ability included drawing butterflies. For her, drawing butterflies was equivalent to drawing magic circles. At that moment, she calmed down immediately, and drew on the instrument at the fastest speed. Head, torso, tail, wings, forming an extremely simple magic circuit. Beep beep beep. The display shows 61 points. Ji Rongshi shook his head. The entrance test score was 67 points, which was a step down. Next item. After a series of tests, mental power was 82 points, defense was 78 points, magic wave was 69 points, reaction was 63 points, hand speed was 61 points, mobility was 60 points, chanting was 58 points, and attack power was 53 points. Seeing such results, Ji Rongji held her forehead. Sure enough, she was too indulgent to Liz Han, which was equivalent to harming her. Even with the golden finger, there was no way to guarantee that she would pass the magic combat within 2 days. Ji Rongji regretted her indulgence in her before, and did not relax at all. In addition to making her various abilities reach 75 points, she decided to strengthen the training of Li Zhan's defense ability. Originally, she was also a protection system. This way, she could at least last a few more minutes in the actual combat. If she was lucky, she could drag the opponent to collapse, which would also be considered a win. Therefore, in addition to the basic magic circuits in the body, she taught the most about seals and formations. Li Zhan's performance was really disappointing. The only thing that Ji Rongji was satisfied with was that this time Liz Han did not waste energy yelling like before, nor did he beg for mercy from her. He kept an obedient attitude throughout the whole process, listened silently, practiced silently, and got up and continued to work hard no matter how many times he failed. Except for the half an hour wasted on the test in the morning, from 6:30 to 9 o'clock in the evening, Liz Han did not hum a word until she announced the end of the training. Click. She fell to the ground with a sound, closed her eyes, and fell asleep immediately. Let's go back, John. Hey, Li Zhan, get up. The voice rose up. Li Zhan was still lying on the ground like a corpse, motionless. Seeing her sweaty and tired, Ji Rongji couldn't help but sigh. The next day was another day of high-intensity training. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Ji Rongji asked her to test again. Li Zhan felt good about herself, and found that she had improved by 5 to 10 points in each item. She understood that she had made a leap from nothing to something, from a magic idiot who knew nothing to a student who was probably at the level of a magic apprentice. Especially when drawing butterflies and arrays, she usually liked sketching the most, and her hand speed was very fast. At this time, she was familiar with butterflies and arrays, and her hand speed jumped from 61 points to 87 points. Another good thing was chanting. Most of the chanting spells were difficult to pronounce, but chanting almost determined the size of the magic power. If chanting was abandoned, the magic power could only bloom by 1/3. Liz Han was not familiar with the spells to chant before, so she scored so low. After becoming familiar with it, the combination and speed of the chants greatly improved the circuit connection of the material world's actions. After the test, Ji Rongji felt much better. According to her experience, with Li Zhan's current magic test value, it is not difficult to pass the actual combat, but it is almost impossible to excel. In fact, Liz Han is very happy with such a result, which means that she has reached the level of a first-year F-class student in just 2 days. Apart from the foundation of her previous life, she is actually a genius, right? The morning sun is as gentle as a mother's hand, caressing people gently and softly, which is very comfortable. Liz Han closed her eyes, took a deep breath of fresh air, felt the coolness of the morning, ran down the apartment quickly, and got on the Swift Beast bus to the examination room. This kind of cart-pulling beast is called Swift Beast. It is said to be very docile. Liz Han had a slight urge to touch it, but she still resisted. The morning breeze blew in her face, and the sky suddenly became clear. Liz Han was exhausted the day before, and took the opportunity to take a nap leaning against the railing as soon as she got on the bus. All 12 seats on the bus were filled with people, most of whom were 3rd and 4th graders in red and white uniforms. The senior student next to her was bored and started gossiping. Hey, have you heard? Yesterday, a very handsome boy named Wang Ziyu transferred to the 4th grade class A. The senior student spontaneously formed the Prince Club. You only know about it now. Another girl's eyes widened, and she reached out to take off a half-flowered pink and blue chest ornament on her uniform, held it high, and said proudly, I joined yesterday. Look, this is the emblem. Princess Xiangxiang designed it herself. All the girls in the car turned their heads and kept exclaiming, so beautiful, so amazing, I want to go in too. Princess Xiangxiang, it seems that she is the Fei Honghong from the Student Union's Arts Department. Liz Han thought of the chance encounter one day, and gave Fei Honghong a 0 in her heart. She can accept girls confessing to boys they like, this is very normal in Kara Magic School, but she can't accept girls drugging boys they like, spraying perfume is almost the same as drugging, and she can't accept girls losing themselves in front of boys they like. At present, what she hates most is that others disturb her when she is dozing off. I really don't understand why the girls in the school are so crazy about them. It's a leading magic school. It's true that every school has a few idiots, who come and go, either holding a school idol ranking or setting up a love club, and are keen on making club uniforms and emblems, and are proud of it. They really don't live in the same world. This sentence must not be said. Otherwise within half an hour, she will become a wanted person by all the girls in the school. Lizan yawned lazily, remembering the bad boy she saw when she met Hong Feifei, and habitually took out a pen and paper and began to think about drawing. It was a pity that only 2/3 of the portrait was drawn. Lizan pondered at his heart and decided to recall it carefully and complete the portrait. Even if you are not crazy about flowers, it is a pleasing thing to see so many handsome guys on the drawing paper. The sound of the quill pen falling on the paper was so slight that it was almost inaudible. She was so focused on painting that she didn't notice that the group of seniors were getting more and more excited and kept pushing in her direction. Her hand was hit, leaving a discordant line on the delicate portrait. She raised her head, and the senior turned around. Just as she was about to apologize, she was stunned when she saw her drawing paper, and suddenly shouted, "Where did you steal the prince's portrait from?" Chapter 12. What? Lizan fainted. Was this the transfer student Wang Ziyu that they had been talking about all morning? What made her even more dizzy was that all the girls on the bus rushed over like wolves and tigers. Let me see. Li Zhan's seat was on the side. The bus had no walls or windows on all four sides. With such pressure, Lizan couldn't bear it. She screamed and fell off the bus. The two girls sitting next to her couldn't hold on and fell down with a thump. Come on, the speed of the Swift Beast bus is 70 kilometers per hour. If you fall down, you will die, but you will die. Fortunately, the Swift Beast reacted quickly and stopped immediately. The staff in charge of watching over the Swift Beast used their magic to lift them up, but the magic suddenly failed. Li Zhan was the one at the bottom, almost crushed into a meat pie. As for the piece of drawing paper, she still held it tightly in her hand and refused to let go. What a joke! This is her magic. How could it fall into the hands of others? After the bus stopped, the rest of the intact people hurriedly jumped off the bus, like children who had done something wrong. They were playing around, but now that someone was almost killed, no one dared to say a word. The staff was so shocked that they were sweating profusely. Send them to the school hospital quickly. However, the heads of the three people did not hit the ground, and there were no scars on the surface. The injuries could not be seen for the time being, and it was unknown whether there were any internal injuries. Li Zhan grimaced in pain, and did not know which bone was broken. Just as he climbed onto the car, the bell on the neck of the Swift Beast suddenly made a dong-dong-dong sound similar to the ringing of a big bell. This was the reminder sound of the school's internal announcement. Everyone was stunned. What announcement came at this time? Lizan also opened her eyes wide. Was the school going to issue a notice criticizing Wang Ziyu and Ji Rongxi for not following the apartment rules last night? She felt her heart pounding. Today was not a good day. It was fine if she ran into a bunch of crazy people, but she was actually pushed to the ground. It was fine if she fell to the ground, but she was also criticized. It was really a double whammy. Poor Ji Rongxi, she had made the vice president of the student union lose face. What was even more terrifying was that this notice of criticism was not just once. In addition to the criticism broadcast once on the way, it was broadcast once in the classroom before class, and once again after school in the afternoon. She couldn't help but cover her ears. God, please let me go, I haven't done anything bad. Ji Rongxi will definitely chop her up. Only a deep middle-aged man's voice came from the radio. Please all students gather in the school auditorium before 7:30, the school has an important announcement. Please all students gather in the college auditorium before 7:30. The notice was repeated 3 times before it stopped. It turned out that it was not a notice of criticism. Lizan could hardly believe her ears. After the notice was over, she jumped up and cheered. When she jumped, she pulled something and squatted down again in pain. The staff was terrified. They helped Lizan up and put her in the car. They also let the 2 seniors who fell with her get in the car and said, "This car is temporarily going to the school hospital. You wait here. Another car will come to pick you up." Then, they drove the Swift Beast to the school hospital. Lizan looked at the seniors stamping their feet impatiently, and couldn't help but smile. Her ears were finally quiet, and there was no criticism. Was it a double happiness? The senior next to her looked guilty. Seeing her happy look, she thought she had fallen and said, "What are you laughing at?" Lizan quickly put away her smile. "I'm just happy." The senior looked at her in confusion and muttered, "The college rarely summons all students to the auditorium. Usually, everything is announced in the class. What happened today?" After hearing what she said, Lizan also felt something was wrong. It was said that except for the opening ceremony and graduation ceremony, people basically didn't have to go to the auditorium. Today was not a major day, so why go to the auditorium? The auditorium had many rules. Being late or something would be exaggerated infinitely, and in the end, you would be the one who was punished. The two seniors thought more and more that it was serious, and turned to the staff and said, "Let's go to the auditorium first. I don't think I was hurt anywhere." The staff thought about it, wrote down their names on the school cards, and said, "Then you get off here. There will be a bus passing by in 3 minutes, and you can take that bus to the auditorium. We must go to the school hospital for a checkup after the meeting." The two girls nodded and got off the car. Lisanne pondered for a moment, and decided to go to the school hospital first. Besides the fact that she was in pain all over, and didn't know where she was injured, she would definitely be late for the auditorium at this time. She didn't want to be scolded by the burly assistant professor at all. She still had a scary portrait of her mentor drawn by her predecessor on her drawing paper. She might as well go to the school hospital to get a certificate. The school hospital is located in the south of the school. It is a palace like a fairy tale. There is a vast pool next to the palace. The quiet water surface reflects the sky, the clouds passing by, and the main palace tower facing the gate of the school hospital. The swift beast bus sped past the waterside, with a hospital on one side and a mirror-like water surface on the other, combining hardness and softness. The staff helped Lisanne to the school hospital, registered, swiped the card, and saw the doctor. The door of the doctor's office was ajar, and opened with a push. The layout inside was no less than the most famous hospital in the imperial capital, with various instruments shining with metallic luster. When Lisanne saw the scene, he had the urge to retreat. The person sitting at the table was a female expert in her 40s, with short hair and bulging muscles, like an athlete. Lisanne hung her head, and handed the ID card on her chest to the expert. The expert looked at the name on it, searched for her information, and asked the staff directly, "Where is she feeling unwell?" The staff answered diligently, "She just fell off the swift beast cart at a speed of 70 kilometers per hour. When she fell, her buttocks were facing down, and her limbs landed on the ground at the same time. The extent of her injuries is unknown. She was then hit by a third-grade girl who weighed about 55 kilograms. Please check it out, doctor." Lisanne rolled his eyes to the sky and complained in his heart, "Is there anyone who talks like this? Even if you list the data, you don't have to express it like this." Why didn't she see that the staff member had the ability to tell a joke, but she had no reason to refute? The female expert took notes while listening. After taking notes, she printed out a piece of paper and handed it to Lisanne. "Go for an examination." Lisanne saw that there were about 10 examinations from head to bottom, from head to blood to bones to bone marrow, and shuddered. "Which one should I do?" The female expert said expressionlessly, "Do all of them. Bring the examination report to me after you are done." Chapter 13. Lisanne had a sad face, and regretted her decision. She should have gone to the auditorium, like the two third-year seniors. She didn't know what was going on in the auditorium, and she felt guilty for not going. Just then, a loud voice came from the noise. "Please ask the teachers of each class to count the number of people." Lisanne looked up, and saw that the school hospital had also installed a radio. Because the meeting was in the auditorium, there were no patients in the hospital. Some doctors and nurses sat down, some dozed off, and looked bored. When they heard the radio, they just yawned lazily. Lisanne also yawned. Based on the book Mediterranean, which was its predecessor, she could imagine the situation in the auditorium. There was always a row of legendary senior school leaders standing on the rostrum, including a Mediterranean, a short winter melon, and a football. Kara's leaders, who attended, were always 24, known as the 24 filial piety, and were often used as human background walls in the auditorium. On the spectator stand, students lined up from the inside to the outside according to their department, grade, and class. Lisanne was a student in the first grade class F, and she was in the first row at the back. That was to say, if she went to the auditorium, she had to walk through all the people with stronger magic abilities than her to the back in front of everyone. As the most capable sixth graders, they stood at the door, receiving everyone's admiration and worship. However, most fifth and sixth graders were doing internships outside and rarely came back, so their positions could be ignored. The sound on the radio was a bit noisy. Lisanne walked while listening, and when he walked to the hospital lobby, the large display screen in the center of the lobby was also broadcasting the situation in the auditorium live. Lisanne saw a bench next to the flower bed in front of the lobby, so he sat down to see what was going on with the emergency meeting of the 24 filial piety in the auditorium. The auditorium was suddenly filled with solemnity. The instructor began to count the number of people. Lisanne was a little confused when she saw her empty seat. She must be punished. She must remember to ask the doctor to give her a certificate later. After a while, a short and fat man, with a Mediterranean face from the 24 filial exemplars stepped forward. Lizan recognized him. He was mentioned in the comics drawn by his predecessor. He was the vice president of the school. He was known as fluent in speech. Every time he held a meeting or something, he would speak for several hours. Probably nothing. Lizan looked at the checklist in her hand and decided to go check it out first. She had made up her mind, but before she stood up, the vice principal had finished his opening remarks. It was just 4 words. Hello, students. Then he got to the point. Now I will report the most serious incident since the establishment of Kara Magic School. Last night, 43 students disappeared mysteriously. Huh? Not only Lizan couldn't believe it, but everyone in the auditorium and the entire school couldn't believe it. The auditorium was like a boiling pot, with people talking and noisy like a market at rush hour. Today is not April Fool's Day. Is this a joke? How can such a big person go missing? Questioning voices came from all directions, and the vice principal had to pick up the microphone again. Be patient. Here is the list of missing students. Akaro Bosova. G. Ronchi. What? Lizan screamed in surprise. She felt strange when she woke up in the morning. Usually G. Ronchi got up earlier than her, and after washing up, he would come and kick her door to force her to get up. But today he was nowhere to be seen. Before leaving today, Lizan even saw her cell phone on the table. She thought she forgot to bring it, so she put it in her school bag and planned to give it to her after the exam. Most of the missing students are members of the student union. Lizan felt incredible, and something was wrong. She didn't have time to think about it, so she picked up her school bag and ran. It happened that the female expert also came out to watch the live broadcast in the auditorium. When she saw her, she was about to run. Lizan, you haven't checked it yet. This scary sports female expert was domineering as soon as she spoke. Lizan shuddered in her heart, but she thought that G. Ronchi's disappearance was a serious matter, so she could not care less and begged, Doctor, my friend is missing. Please let me go find him. The female expert said with a stern face, No. At least wait for the results of the physical examination. Woo, why is she so unlucky? Lizan sighed in her heart, and walked back to the bench obediently under the gazes of the doctors and nurses. She did not sit down, but waited until everyone looked away, and then ran away. This was the first time she ran away in public, and she ran faster than a rabbit. However, there are always people who are better than you. When Lizan ran to the door, she felt her back stiffen, and her neck was grabbed by the female expert. The female expert carried her back like a chicken, and her eyes were sharper than X-rays. If you dare to disobey me again, I will ask your tutor to break all the bones in your body and then connect them back. Lizan felt a chill on her spine, and she dared not mess around anymore. She walked to the bench and sat down obediently. She took out her special drawing paper and feather pen from her school bag. Even if she didn't go out, she could find G. Ronchi. The butterfly disappeared and has not been found yet. The only thing she can rely on now is the drawing paper. On the drawing paper, besides the self-portrait, the first one is G. Ronchi's, numbered 001, which shows the moment when she raised the magic wand, which is very stylish. Next to it is the handwriting written by G. Ronchi himself, which is full of dragons and phoenixes, and looks heroic. However, she does not have G. Ronchi's ability to directly locate the exact position of the person on the drawing paper through the drawing paper. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Ah, why did my magic ability fail? Suddenly, a very frightened voice came from the upper right corner of the auditorium. Then someone shouted not far away, Why did my magic fail? The auditorium was in chaos. Everyone took out their magic wands, or other magic props, and tried on the spot. Undoubtedly, no one could use it effectively, and even the professor-level magician fell into panic. For everyone in Kara, magic ability is as natural as the ability to speak. The panic when it is lost all of a sudden is no less than waking up early in the morning, and suddenly finding that you can't speak. For them, this was even scarier than entering the end of the world. The doctors and nurses were all very surprised, but the school hospital was a logistics department after all, and they didn't know what happened. Lizan was also shocked when he heard this, and secretly delighted at the same time. If everyone lost their magic ability, could the exam be cancelled? However, G. Ronchi was missing. Who would go to find him? Chapter 14. Lizan put the drawing paper aside, and used a fine silver red feather pen to draw a simple big butterfly around the drawing paper. It was called a butterfly, but it was actually a special magic circle. The wings and torso formed small magic circuits, and at the same time, they were in the overall big magic circuit. The lines of each magic circuit were like bright silver. After drawing, he chanted the spell, Heart of the South, Pupil of the North, Fingertips of the west, wings of the east. Find 001 Ji Rongxi, locate. White light flashed, and the magic circle emitted a strong light, just like a shining mirror, and the figures inside flashed by one. Lizan stared at each figure that flashed by, counting the positions in her mind. 1, 17, 59, 108. Positioning successful. East 127, North 324, the location is the library. Lizan was overjoyed, stretched out her hand, and wiped the magic circle flashing in the void, and the butterfly disappeared immediately. She had no time to care about the surprised eyes of the people around her, and shouted, "Found it! Ji Rongxi is in the library." The school hospital was originally a very quiet place, and now it was even more silent. Suddenly someone shouted loudly, "Why didn't you lose your magic?" Instantly, everyone looked over, and Lizan pitifully became the focus of the entire school hospital again. The female expert glanced at her, picked up the microphone leading to the auditorium broadcast, and said word by word, "Lizan, a student from the first-year class F of the Protection Department, claimed that Ji Rongxi, a student from the fourth-year class A of the Release Department, is now in the library. This information is for reference only." As soon as this abrupt remark rushed into the auditorium, everyone inside shouted. Why didn't Lizan lose her magic? Could she have secretly learned black magic and cast a spell on all of us? She hasn't come to the auditorium yet. She must be hiding. In the terrible noise, Wang Ziyu stood silently in the shadow of the corner, watching everything quietly. His black hair half covered his deep eyes. Occasionally, the wind blew, lifting his hair, revealing his calm eyes, without a trace of ripples, and people couldn't see any emotions. After a while, he dialed the communicator on the 18th floor of the library. All personnel inside, move immediately. The conference was terminated due to an accident, and everyone ran to the library. Lizan also wanted to go to the library, but the female expert came over and took her into the surgical examination room. Your current job is to undergo a full-body examination. Lizan rolled her eyes in her heart, and could only obey. Needless to say, after a series of examinations, Lizan's brain had already crashed under the pile of shiny medical instruments, and finally under the female experts. Have a good rest. The strike was over, but this was just the beginning of the nightmare. It was probably after school in the afternoon. Lizan, who was so hungry that her chest was sticking to her back, finally got free. She rubbed her empty stomach and walked towards the gate of the school hospital. From a distance, she heard someone shouting outside the door, "Lizan, come out! How dare you lie to us?" Lizan was dumbfounded. "What's going on?" she shouted without knowing the situation. "Ji Rongxi is not in the library at all. It's too much. You actually lied to us to climb 18 flights of stairs." A girl saw her figure and rushed up to grab her hair. I said, "Why didn't you lose your magic? It turns out that you lied to us." As he said this, he pushed Lizan maliciously. Lizan's legs were shaking from hunger. She couldn't stop herself and stumbled, falling on the stone steps in front of the school hospital. Most of those who came to seek revenge on Lizan were girls. It was said that because everyone ran to the library, but didn't know which floor it was, they searched every floor and climbed 18 flights of stairs. Lizan stood up with a sad face, and a blonde girl who passed by her scissors cut her uniform skirt. The knee-length school uniform skirt suddenly became a sexy miniskirt. She tightly covered the torn hem of the skirt, and her hair. Snap. With a sound, a piece of it disappeared, and the inky hair was all over the floor. What the hell is going on? Lizan had the urge to flip the table. Just now, all her things were kept by the female expert. Now she had no idea what happened. She glared at the malicious girl angrily, and used magic positioning again. The magic did not fail, but she could not find any information about Ji Rongxi. Looking at the magic wave flashing through the mirror, Lizan felt more and more strange. The magic wave is an indicator of body energy. The larger the magic wave, the stronger the ability. The essence of her positioning is to pursue the opponent's magic wave. If everyone has lost their magic ability, why does the magic wave still exist? She absolutely believed in her magic ability. So, the so-called loss of magic ability is just a scam. But how does that explain the fact that many students can't use magic? Lizan shook her head. No matter what, this is enough to prove that Ji Rongxi's magic wave is still there. She could find him in the morning, but now she can't find him. There is only one reason. Ji Rongxi is at least a mile away from her. This is beyond the scope of the school. As a closed management magic school, why did Ji Rongxi suddenly leave school? This magic positioning is limited to 1 mile around, and is only suitable for finding people nearby. Beyond 1 mile, it is beyond the power. When the girls saw her really show magic, they couldn't help but be stunned. Lizan wiped off the traces of magic and said angrily, "Why don't you find the reason for losing your magic? What's the point of looking for me? Your magic waves are obviously all there. Why are you still making a fuss?" She was like a hedgehog with its hair standing on end. No matter who it was, she would scold him first. With one sentence, she scolded a group of brain-dead girls. They stood there awkwardly, looking embarrassed, and didn't know what to say. The female expert walked out of the school hospital gate and saw a group of people surrounding her. She put her hands on her waist and looked like she was fighting. "Who is free? Practice with me." When the girls saw her, they scattered like birds and beasts and disappeared in a few seconds. The female expert was the 8th pervert on Kara's pervert rankings. Almost everyone who passed through her hands had their bodies dismantled and reassembled. Who dared to provoke her? Li Zhan looked at the female expert in astonishment, but the female expert turned around and walked back, walking like a King Kong mecha. Lizan was relieved in frustration. As she walked, she was thinking about what happened. She didn't notice that someone in front of her threw a piece of watermelon rind. She slipped forward and lost her balance. Wow, Lizan wanted to cry. Why is her luck so bad today? Who is trying to make things difficult for her? Lizan felt so painful all over her body and was so hungry that she sat on the ground, picked up the half piece of watermelon rind, and said angrily, "TND, no morals, no conscience, and no quality. How can there be such a scum in our school?" TSK. Someone seemed to laugh beside her. Chapter 15. Lizan turned her head suddenly and saw Wang Ziyu, wearing the uniform of the Student Union Presidium, walking towards her. The top 2 buttons of his shirt were open, revealing a line of his chest. The boys' uniforms were not as varied as the girls'. They were classic shirts and trousers. The uniform trousers were the same for all 6 grades. The difference was the top. There were 4 red stripes on his shirt collar, indicating that he was in the 4th grade. She was used to the classic black and white uniforms for boys, and she didn't think much of it. But when he wore it, it was more than a level higher, comparable to the top male models on the catwalk. Lizan was stunned for a second, and her painful legs brought her back to consciousness. It was difficult for her to stand up by herself, so she reached out to him. "Hey, give me a hand." Wang Ziyu paused and looked down at Lizan, who was sitting on the ground in a mess. He stood against the light, and his dark hair fluttered in the summer evening breeze, revealing his handsome eyebrows. Wang Ziyu was not surprised at all when she suddenly stopped him, and his beautiful eyes were full of playfulness and teasing. Behind him, the crimson sunset was moving. However, Wang Ziyu is not a prince, and he has no intention of helping Cinderella. He put his hands in his trouser pockets, and his eyes were almost too calm. In school, no matter which boy saw such a miserable girl in distress, he would not be able to help but lend a hand, but Wang Ziyu was too calm, as if he had witnessed everything just now. If Lizan looked carefully, he could still see the smile he was trying to suppress under his calm expression. "I'm sorry, I don't know you." Lizan was stunned. "Does knowing you have anything to do with helping me? Besides, they just met on Friday night." Was he too forgetful? Wang Ziyu lowered his head slightly, and the words he said were even more annoying. "Did you fall down in front of me on purpose, and then play the hero to save the beauty?" Lizan felt a crow flying over her head. She felt powerless to complain about what he said. She was fed up with girls' pranks, and she ran into this kind of extreme. Her temper, which was not good to begin with, exploded, and she said without thinking, "Even so, will you die if you help me?" Wang Ziyu's expression was unclear. He carefully examined Li Zhan's crazy look and shrugged. "Who knows? What if you take the opportunity to blackmail me?" "What the hell? What can you blackmail me with?" Lizan cursed again. He really couldn't believe that a new transfer student dared to be so rampant. Where is justice? Students are always a group of creatures who like to join in the fun, and Kara is no exception. On the school road, 2 people stood and sat. The boy smiled coldly, and the girl was embarrassed and aggrieved. No matter who saw this situation, they would think wrongly. Students passing by stopped and watched the 2 people's subsequent development. Some people even took out props to take pictures and commented from time to time, "Look, my angle is the best." It turns out that he is the new school hunk. The effect of the photo is different. She seems to have confessed to the new school hunk. The title should be Little Lolita's Bitter Confession. I despise it. Don't you think the new school hunk pushed the Lolita down? This school hunk is quite tasteless. I really don't know what those girls like about him. The speaker was a sophomore boy. As soon as he finished speaking, he was beaten up by the girls next to him. "You dare to slander our prince, you die. You are all wrong." They were originally a couple. The new school hunk found out that the lowly was in our school, so he followed her. Who knew that after the school hunk came to school, he found out that the lowly was cheating? A girl said with emotion, making exaggerated gestures to the audience, "The school hunk is innocent." "No, it's not the lowly who cheated. It's the school hunk who fell in love with someone else," another girl retorted. "I was shot even when I was sitting." I really admire their imagination, if I was not the focus of the discussion. Lizanne wiped the cold sweat, swallowed hard, and forced herself to face it bravely. She couldn't let them look down on her. She supported herself on the ground with her hands, struggled to stand up, limped past them, and said in a cold tone, "Wang Ziyu, do you really think you are a national treasure? From today on, if I ask you for help again, I will not be called Lizanne." Wang Ziyu put his hands in his trouser pockets, turned around, and watched her walk through the crowd step by step, walking farther and farther in the sunset. The sky above her head turned into colorful colors, and finally disappeared at the end of the road, no longer visible. "Lizanne." He raised the corners of his lips slightly. Lizanne walked for about 10 minutes, and heard the unique bell of the Swift Beast bus behind her. Then she remembered why she walked such a long way with aching legs. She could take the bus. She got on the bus decisively, swiped her card, sat down, and rubbed her aching legs. There were 2 first-year students on the bus. When they saw her, they pointed and whispered. Within half an hour after the female expert announced her name, she became famous throughout the school. Almost everyone had a photo of her. At this time, it was hard not to recognize her. Lizanne stabbed her with a knife. The 2 girls probably felt that she was crazy and murderous at this time, so they stopped talking. Lizanne dragged her tired body back to the apartment and took a shower. The various scars on her body were revealed, blue and purple, everywhere. Lizanne sighed deeply, took the potion given by the female expert, and rubbed it on her legs like a lotion. In the stinky smell of the potion, she couldn't help but think of the dry female expert with muscles all over her body. If she hadn't taken the microphone and named Ji Rongxi, so many things wouldn't have happened, right? In fact, the female expert just made a statement without any emotional bias. Why did they cause so many troubles? The ability to imagine is too strong. Blame the female expert? No, she was thrown off the bus long before she met the female expert. So, the culprit was Wang Ziyu, that is, the drawing paper. She applied the medicine, washed her hands, and took out the crumpled drawing paper from her school bag. After several twists and turns, it was in a mess. Li Zhan stared at the portrait of Wang Ziyu on the drawing paper, and for a moment, she had the urge to tear it off. But she couldn't bear to part with her own drawing paper, so she just smoothed it with her hands, and soon it returned to its mirror-like appearance. Looking at the lines belonging to Wang Ziyu, Lizanne couldn't help but poke it a few times with a feather pen. "It's all your fault, bastard. I hate you. I hate you." Just then, the communicator in the school bag rang. At this time, when would someone come to see her? It wouldn't be the school to ask her about Ji Rongxi's whereabouts, she thought. She also felt incredible about Ji Rongxi's disappearance. She took out her mobile phone and opened it. It was a text message from an unfamiliar number. "Lizanne, this is Wang Ziyu. Are you free at 8 o'clock tonight? I wait for you at the entrance of the tourist area behind the school." Chapter 16. Why did Wang Ziyu come to her for no reason? And he used such an ambiguous tone. Lizanne was very puzzled, but then she thought, could it be that he wanted to apologize to her? Kala Mountain is an S-level tourist attraction. The Kara Magic School is built on the hillside of the attraction, and belongs to the tourist area. For the safety of students, the school built a 5-meter-high wall around the school to form a unique castle. However, in order not to be isolated from Kara Mountain, a gate was opened at the 4 angles of the wall, east, west, south, and north. During the day, all students of Kara can pass through unimpeded. The scenery near the back door is particularly beautiful, so students often go in the direction of the back door when they want to date or take a walk. Lizanne thought about it, and decided to go and take a look. However, as soon as she went out, she felt something was wrong and muttered to herself, "By the way, could it be that Wang Ziyu deliberately tricked me into feeding mosquitoes in the mountains?" She took a few steps, and the door of the apartment next door opened. Wang Ziyu walked out leisurely. Hearing her words, he frowned, but he said nothing, closed the door, put his hands in his trouser pockets nonchalantly, and followed her. Lizanne was so lost in thought that she didn't notice him. The sunset was so beautiful, but she had countless worries, arranged from urgent to important. How to solve the problem of food and clothing? What is Wang Ziyu's purpose? Why did all the girls in the school besiege her? Where did her butterfly go? What happened to Ji Rongxi's disappearance? How can she survive in this world? Lizanne pulled her hair depressedly. It was only 7 o'clock now, and there was still an hour before 8 o'clock. In this case, she would solve them one by one. The first one was the problem of food and clothing. The biggest problem in solving the problem of food and clothing is that she doesn't know where the campus restaurant is. Her first meal after arriving at Kara was in the office building of the student union, and she ate in the restaurant of the training building for the next 2 days. It would take too long to go to these two places now, and she might not be able to make it in time. She looked at the convenience store on the left side of the school road and decided to make do with it. She bought 2 pear pies there, and waited until she got on the bus of the Wind Beast before unpacking them and eating them for dinner. Since Wang Ziyu's goal was to wait until 8 o'clock, he would go to see the place where Ji Rongxi disappeared first. Lizanne thought while eating, as for being besieged by the girls in the school, if you can't afford to provoke them, you could always avoid them. Wang Ziyu's eyes passed over her lightly, and his eyes twitched. Is there such a person who doesn't care about his image? Except for her, any girl would not eat on the Swift Beast bus, and she would break half of it for the staff. Ji Rongxi's disappearance place was in the library. When Lizanne arrived at the door, she had just finished eating pear pie. She threw the packaging bag into the trash can, wiped her mouth with her sleeve, clapped her hands, and went straight to the 18th floor of the library. This morning, she clearly detected that Ji Rongxi was on the 18th floor. How could he suddenly disappear? The 18th floor is not a low place. There is no reason for it to grow wings and fly away. There are no books on the 18th floor of the library, except for the first and second floors, which are used as passing halls. The floors where books are actually placed are from the 3rd to the 17th floors. The door of the 18th floor is closed, and the 2 rows of windows are dark. There is no light, and you can't see inside at all. There is not even a sign outside. The yellow magic light shines coldly on the snow-white wall, which actually feels a bit eerie. In the past, I often heard rumors about various ghosts in the library, such as students like to climb to the top floor of the library and jump down. For example, there must be an elevator in the library that is not open, because it is the road for ghosts to go to the underworld. Lizanne shuddered coldly, and shook his head hurriedly, suggesting to himself that this is just a rumor and can't be believed. Can't be believed. With trembling hands, she took out a feather pen and drew a butterfly in the air. This time, she was not tracking him, but to see if Ji Rongxi's breath remained here. Sure enough, as soon as she finished drawing the butterfly, it flashed with silver blue light, proving that she was right. What exactly does the school want to do? Ji Rongxi was not missing this morning, so why did they insist on saying she was missing? Why did she really disappear after the school said she was missing when she was not missing? Does this mean that the matter is not only related to the student union, but also to the school? Could it be an official incident? Lizanne squatted down in front of the door, holding her chin and staring at the butterfly in a daze. Butterfly, butterfly, tell me why. Of course, the butterfly would not answer her question, but continued to flash. She wiped the butterfly away in frustration. No matter what, she had to get the paper back, so that even if Ji Rongxi flew to the horizon, she could find it back. She sorted out her thoughts. If it was an official incident, then for now, Ji Rongxi would not be in danger, and what she needed to do now was to get the butterfly back first, and then use the butterfly to track Ji Rongxi's position, so that she could find Ji Rongxi accurately. At this moment, a light sound of footsteps came from behind her. Lizanne turned around suddenly, but there was no one behind her. She listened carefully, and it seemed to come from the staircase. At the corner of the staircase, the magic lamp could not reach some light, and it was very dark. Lizanne's heart was beating fast. She held her breath and stared at the staircase. The footsteps seemed to be stepping on her heart. What if it was really a foreign object? Lizanne lost all her courage and ran away. At the stairs, Wang Ziyu calmly looked at her hurried back, narrowing his eyes slightly. This girl was smarter than he thought. Lizanne came down from the library, still feeling scared, and a little nervous about the date in the back mountain. Seeing that the time was 7:45, she sighed and decided to make the best of it. Whoever he was, let's see what his purpose was first. At night, the school street lights lit up one after another, white with a yellowish tint, illuminating the street leading to the back mountain clearly. It was not overgrown with weeds as she imagined, nor was it empty and deserted, but a very lively road. From time to time, couples walked by talking and laughing, and some played violins in the garden beside the road. Lizanne showed her usual spirit of entering the classroom on time every day. When she reached the entrance of the tourist area, it was exactly 8 o'clock. I don't know why, at this moment, there was no one in sight. It was completely different from the lively scene on the road just now. In the evening breeze of the summer day, the melodious sound of the violin could be clearly heard. Wang Ziyu did not keep the appointment. Does he like to be late, or does he have something urgent to do? Was she deceived or stood up? Two different thoughts flashed through her mind at the same time. Liz Han was a little depressed for a moment, thinking that he might be delayed by something, so she picked up the communicator and sent a communication request to Wang Ziyu. Unable to connect. Chapter 17. I applied 3 times, but still couldn't get through. Liz Han looked at the time. It was 8:05. Although she was a magic idiot in Class F of the 1st grade, she still had dignity. Even if she was waiting for the King of Heaven, her waiting time would definitely not exceed 5 minutes, so she turned around and walked back decisively. Wait! A charming and affectionate female voice came from behind, and the voice was surprisingly familiar. Liz Han turned around and saw Fei Honghong walking out of the shadows, where the street lights could not reach. She had a slender figure, and the shortened uniform skirt could barely cover the base of her thighs. The matching fabric was also cut in half, and the red bow tied on her panties could be seen without the wind, making her look more and more like a fashion model. This person. I really don't want to see him, especially at this time. Because of her, Liz Han has been tragic enough. She doesn't want to put another set of tableware on the coffee table. Fei Honghong habitually lifted her wine-red wavy hair, and her brown eyes narrowed like a cat. Hi, we meet again. Liz Han rolled his eyes to the sky. As expected, she still likes the heroic, wise, and capable classmate Ji Rongxi the most. This kind of artificial smile is the most annoying. She said unhappily, What are you doing here? Fei Honghong waved her hands innocently, her 10 French rhinestone nails sparkling under the streetlights. Prince was just lying to you, but you actually came, hee. Oh! Li Zhan turned and left. Fei Honghong was very disappointed to see that this trick did not arouse any reaction from her. The idea of recruiting her to join the club was dispelled, and she said in a thorny tone, I have to go on a date with the prince later, and we will be together all night. At this moment, everything was clear. A scam. Wang Ziyu is such a hateful person. Liz Han deducted 10 points from his impression. At present, his impression in her eyes is already minus 50 points. She turned her head and controlled her tone and said, Senior sister, is this your conspiracy? Her red face was embarrassed for a moment as if she was seen through, and then she smiled seductively. Junior sister, how can you say that? To be honest, I am the most wrong person. I just woke up, and he ordered me to deliver a message to you. Liz Han was a little annoyed. If you want to act like a spoiled child, go find him. Don't do that in front of me. Oh, sorry, I made you laugh. Fei Honghong stopped when she saw the good news. Actually, I was quite surprised to see you here. It's rare that you are so thoughtful, so I give you this bottle of perfume. Fei Honghong took out a transparent oval perfume bottle from her exquisite handbag and handed it to Liz Han, which was filled with clear amber liquid. Liz Han glanced at the perfume bottle and completely lost interest, saying lightly, Who Wang Ziyu is has nothing to do with me. If you like him, go confess to him. Why are you looking for me? You don't think he will like you if you stop me from contacting him, do you? I'm really sorry, I'm not interested in that kind of scum. Hong Feifei said coldly, Then don't bother him. Li Zhan's hands trembled slightly, with cold light in her eyes. She really wanted to slap this woman in the face. She was too shameless. She confirmed again that the text message was not sent by Wang Ziyu at all, but was sent by Fei Honghong. It was apparently an appointment with Wang Ziyu, but actually a date of intimidation. Honey, I'm not as idle as you. If you're afraid that he'd be robbed, why don't you just follow him every day? Liz Han waved her hands innocently and strode towards the school gate. She didn't want to say a word to that idiot. Her face turned red and white, and she was so angry that she took out a bottle of perfume from her bag and sprinkled it on Li Zhan's back. Liz Han happened to be standing downwind, and the perfume immediately drifted towards Liz Han with the wind. Liz Han suddenly smelled a fragrance, light and pleasant, and couldn't help but sniff it. Seeing this, Fei Honghong knew that she had succeeded, and couldn't help laughing out loud, as clear and beautiful as a silver bell. Liz Han looked back and saw her smug smile, remembering that she had sprayed Wang Ziyu with perfume before. Wang Ziyu immediately covered his nose. This perfume must not be a good thing, and hurriedly covered his mouth and nose. Fei Honghong laughed so hard that her body shook. It's too late. This perfume will work if you inhale a little bit. Li Zhan's face changed. What kind of perfume is this? Don't worry, this perfume will not have any effect on your body. It just makes you not like the prince. In other words, she can't like anyone. Fei Honghong's magic perfume is well known, and is hated by everyone in the school. Its principle is actually very simple, that is, to add one's own magic ability in the process of mixing, and give conditions, such as the perfume she used on Liz Han, The condition is, can't like the opposite sex. She can't be so precise in a certain period of time, such as not being able to like anyone within a month, and she can't set the condition directly to a specific person, for example, can't like Wang Ziyu. Therefore, her attack was indiscriminate to some extent, that is, she didn't like anyone. Many girls had been poisoned by her perfume, and couldn't like others. The boys in the school hated it very much and protested collectively. Later, she relaxed the conditions, and all those who joined her what love association were spared. Since all the students in the school lost their magic ability, Fei Honghong couldn't make magic perfume for the time being. These perfumes were her previous collections. If it wasn't for Wang Ziyu, she wouldn't use them. It is true that Liz Han did not like Wang Ziyu at all, but being forced and willing were completely different. You are mentally ill. Liz Han glared at her angrily, took out the feather pen, and prepared to settle the score. Even if the school had a clear ban on students using magic in private, she would not care so much. Even if she was a first-year student, it did not mean that she could be bullied at will. Even if she was a first-year student, she could use magic to make a seal and trap Fei Honghong in the back mountain for an hour, letting mosquitoes suck her blood. Before she could draw the formation, her wrist holding the pen was suddenly grabbed. The warm power was full of unquestionable firmness. Liz Han turned her head in dissatisfaction. The person who came into her sight made her think she was hallucinating for a moment. Wang Ziyu, isn't it too coincidental? It was even more accurate than her timing. Fei Honghong on the opposite side widened her eyes at the same time and stammered, Wang. Prince? The dim light of the street lamp fell on his face. His expression looked hazy, and his eyes were shining like stars. He let go of Li Zhan's hand, but Liz Han felt that the temperature dropped a lot. This person was not an iceberg, but better than frost. He only heard him say coldly, Hong Feifei from Class F, Grade 3, bullying lower grade students with magic power will deduct 2 points of moral points. Your moral points are already 0. Do you want to drop out? Chapter 18. As soon as these words came out, Li Zhan's face turned red, and Hong Feifei's face turned pale. Li Zhan's face turned red, because she had always thought that her senior's name was Fei Honghong, and Hong Feifei was touched by Wang Ziyu's most fearful thing in her heart. As the first of the 4 famous schools in the empire, Kara Magic School has very clear school rules. Morality and knowledge are equally important. Magic schools do not need students with high scores but low grades. Therefore, for such students who know the law but break it, as long as the deductions reach a negative number, they will be asked to drop out immediately, and there is no human touch. Students who are expelled from Kara Magic School will be ridiculed if they go to other magic schools in the future. Fei Honghong seemed to have lost all her strength. She was so anxious that her face turned pale, and she even used honorifics when speaking. Prince, I really don't want to bully her. I didn't know you asked her to meet here. We just happened to meet, and talked a few words. This sentence is 60% guesswork and 40% risk. Hong Feifei falsely transmitted information, and used Wang Ziyu's reputation to ask Li Zhan out for a meeting. She didn't tell anyone else about this. Logically, Wang Ziyu couldn't know. There is only one possibility for Wang Ziyu to appear at this time, that is, the two of them have made an appointment. So, he quickly shirked the responsibility. Hearing this, Liz Han couldn't help but look at Wang Ziyu. It turned out that he really made an appointment with her. No way. Wang Ziyu stretched out his hand and pinched his forehead. He was very troubled by Hong Feifei's nonsense. He had been watching the things just now in secret, and he probably knew what Hong Feifei was thinking. Everything should be stopped in moderation. He was too lazy to say more, and dragged Liz Han away. Liz Han stared at Wang Ziyu inexplicably. What kind of drama was this? Seeing that she was not leaving, Wang Ziyu stopped, put his hands in his pockets, and looked down at her condescendingly. Are you going to feed the mosquitoes here? As soon as the voice fell, Liz Han felt an itch on her leg. She was quick-witted and slapped it with a slap. When she raised her hand again, there was indeed a blood-sucking mosquito lying dead on her palm, covered in blood. Crow's mouth. Liz Han cursed inwardly, trying to keep a calm tone. You called me here, and then asked Hong Feifei to humiliate me? There is a limit to how bad you are. Wang Ziyu stared at her with disdain. First-year Class F students, have you passed the magic practical test? Not yet. Have you found your roommate? Cold words once again spilled from his thin lips. Do you know what you should do at this time? Harsh accusations came again. Even though it was a long time ago, Liz Han still remembered what he said to her that night at the back of the school. Kara Magic School must not allow trash to exist. I can't stand it anymore. It was obvious that he was trying to change the subject and cover up his sins. Liz Han was furious, and she raised her arm desperately. hitting his perfect face with a smack, and then pushed him away and rushed to the school gate. Wang Ziyu didn't expect her to attack, and he touched his face and was stunned for a moment. It was the first time I was beaten in my 18 years of life, and by a tiny girl. At this time, Liz Han sprinted 300 meters to the school gate, but unfortunately, the gate was closed. Liz Han saw the sign on the side of the door, which said the door would open at 6 a.m. and close at 8:30 p.m. No wonder no one was walking around the back door at this time. Liz Han took a few steps back helplessly, and looked up at the high walls on both sides of the door. She was a door-climbing expert. She had climbed the doors of all the schools she had attended, from kindergarten to high school, but those doors were at most 2.5 meters high, nothing compared to the 5-meter-high wall in front of her. What should she do? Liz Han looked back at the figure getting closer and closer, and was terrified. Hitting a boy in the face, and kicking him in the lower body, would have the same serious consequences. If she couldn't escape, she absolutely believed that Wang Ziyu would cut her into pieces. In a hurry, she ran along the school wall. Based on her previous experience, there must be a dog hole somewhere in the wall, which was made by bad students who did not follow the rules. If she looked carefully, she should be able to find it. There was a neat row of green bushes on the edge of the wall. Liz Han walked about 20 steps and saw a dog hole. There were no plants around the dog hole, so people must have often entered it. She closed her eyes, made up her mind, lowered her body, and crawled into the dog hole. The dog hole was pitch black and smelled like an animal. Liz Han endured it and crawled a few steps, but still could not see the end, and she couldn't help feeling strange. She raised her head and was suddenly startled. A pair of bright eyes suddenly appeared in front of her. Ah! Liz Han screamed and stepped back. No wonder there was a strange smell in the dog hole. It was not a hole in the school wall at all, but a nest of some unknown monster. She saw it clearly at that glance just now. The monster's eyes were round and round, like gems. The scream scared the monster, and the monster rushed towards her. This is over. Liz Han hugged her head in fear. She must be bitten off by the monster. Maybe the next day, the school newspaper will show that the first grade F class students encountered a certain monster at the back door of the school to escape the practical test, and their heads were eaten. The death was miserable and unbearable to look at. Suddenly, there was a force pulling her from behind. She didn't have time to react, and was pulled out of the dog hole. Liz Han took a deep breath and raised her head with a gloomy face. It was Wang Ziyu again. Wang Ziyu folded his arms and looked down at her with his emotionless eyes. Those eyes were as charming as the dark night sky. There was no flaw in his beautiful features. If it weren't for that bright red palm print. Liz Han blinked and finally caught her breath. You caught me out? Wang Ziyu said expressionlessly, if you still want to go in, I don't mind. Liz Han thought of those two eyes and trembled in her heart. No, thank you. Oh, this kind of girl also says thank you? Wang Ziyu raised his eyebrows slightly. Don't think that saying thank you can make the previous slapping incident negligible. Seeing this, Liz Han couldn't help staring at him and said confidently, Hey, what's your expression at this time? You lied to me, I slapped you, you saved me, I said thank you, it's even. Goodbye. What kind of logic is this? Wang Ziyu smiled coldly and pointed to his red cheeks. I lied to you. So you slapped me, I saved you, and you only said thank you? You should take back those two words, and I throw you in again. Huh? Such a fussy boy. Liz Han gritted her teeth and said, What do you want? You slapped me, I should slap you back. Since I saved you, you should at least stay with me. Wang Ziyu looked her up and down with an x-ray look. I don't like such a scumbag girl. But I'm short of a toilet cleaner recently. You can take over for the time being. Liz Han clenched her fists. Her pupils gradually widened. Her blood boiled. If she could, she would definitely punch him on the bridge of his nose, and she wouldn't apologize. Just when she saw the monster in the cave sticking its head out, she couldn't help but point at Wang Ziyu. Bite him. Chapter 19. As soon as the broadcast was broadcast, the whole school was in an uproar. The vice principal signaled the students to calm down and said solemnly, No matter which student it is, the school will not give up. The school has now found out that the hiding place of the False God Association is in the Kenyan forest thousands of miles away from here. It is not clear how many of them there are. Fortunately, the lives of the captured students are temporarily safe. The Kenyan forest is huge, and the school is short of staff. We need the help of all students. It has been found out that the reason you lost your magic ability is because of the spell of the false god. Students, it is time to show your abilities. You must find your magic as soon as possible and go to the Kenyan forest for rescue. If all students cannot be rescued within 5 days, the magic department will send a rescue team, which will affect Kara's status and reputation. Please cooperate. Kenida Forest. Lizon searched for the map of Kenyan Forest. Seeing the intricate terrain and routes, Lizon felt a little dizzy. No matter what, she had to find Butterfly first. Otherwise, even if she went to Kenyan Forest, she would not be able to find Ji Rongxi. She had walked the route back that night 3 times, but she had not seen it. She still had no idea where the butterfly had gone. Thinking of this, she could not help but think of the scene the night when Ji Rongxi found Wang Ziyu based on the portrait. The drawing paper and the butterfly were originally one. Could he find it using Ji Rongxi's method? Thinking of this, she immediately became excited, drew the shape of a paper butterfly on the drawing paper with a pen, chanted the spell, and looked for the butterfly. To her surprise, the drawing paper actually responded. The light showed up, reflecting a scene in the room. It was a super gorgeous big bed. You could roll on it several times without falling off. The sheets were a little messy, as if someone had just slept there. There was a large classical desk inlaid with colorful shells, and a butterfly was placed in the drawer. Lizon thought carefully about the longitude and latitude of her location, and couldn't help but be stunned. Room G337 of the apartment next door. Breathing in, I'm not angry, I'm very calm, calmer than anyone else. Lizon tightly grasped the quill pen, and the force was so strong that the quill pen was almost broken. She was still feeling guilty about hitting him in the face. Now she thought, it was a good hit. That night, Ji Rongxi found Wang Ziyu through the drawing paper. She thought Ji Rongxi was just looking for the boy who bullied her, but she never expected that the butterfly was also in his hand. It was just a big circle. Not only did she waste a day's effort, but she also couldn't find Ji Rongxi. If Ji Rongxi had a winter melon tofu, she would chop him up and stew him in soup. She ordered herself, and Lizon suddenly figured out something. That night, Ji Rongxi said that Wang Ziyu was not a member of the student union. The person who pretended to be a student union must have ulterior motives, and was likely to be a black magician. Later, Ji Rongxi disappeared. So, was Ji Rongxi kidnapped because he saw through Wang Ziyu's true identity? Wang Ziyu was the culprit, and Wang Ziyu has not left yet. Is he checking the latest news in the school? She decided that she must rescue Ji Rongxi no matter what. That bastard. She must chop him up with her own hands. She looked around the room, and didn't find anything sharp. The only thing that could defend against the enemy was a broom. She picked it up and tried it a few times, but it didn't work, so she threw it away. In this case, there was only one way, using her inferior magic ability. Lizon thought about the steps silently in her mind. First, knock on the door. After he opened the door, she would use the magic trap to trap him, and then force him to tell the truth, and then hand him over to the school for disposal. Of course, the process couldn't be so smooth. The first problem was, he might not open the door. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was impossible for her to accomplish such a difficult task as capturing a big boy, so she shook her head resolutely. No matter what, she would give it a try. Lizon took a deep breath, hid the drawing paper and quill pen in her pocket, walked to the next door calmly, and knocked gently with her hand. There was no response from the door. Lizon's nervous heart suddenly felt a little lost. Maybe he was not inside? After a pause, she knocked again. Listening carefully, there was still no sound from the door. Maybe it was just that the sound insulation was very good, and she couldn't hear it. There was no movement from Wang Ziyu's door, and the villa was also very quiet. It was so quiet that Lizon felt that her heartbeat was getting louder and louder, like a drum beating on her chest, thump, 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 full of tension and fear. Knock again, she said to herself. Dong dong. Before she finished knocking for the 3rd time, the door suddenly opened, and a hand stretched out at lightning speed, grabbed her, and pulled her inside. Lizon couldn't stop, and plop, fell into the room. The door closed quickly, so fast that people passing by the apartment thought they were dazzled. Fortunately, it didn't hurt much. Lizon climbed up from the floor covered with thick and fine carpet, and saw Wang Ziyu leaning against the door with his hands on his chest. His lazy eyes were a little blurred, adding to the elegance in the luxurious interior. He exudes aristocracy from head to toe. Even wearing a woolen v-neck top, he can still look 10 times more elegant and sexy than others. Lizon never knew that apartments with the same layout could have completely different decorations. The apartment in front of her is a 1-bedroom and 1 living room apartment. In other words, his 1 room is as big as her 2 rooms. No wonder he can fit such a big bed. All the items reveal exquisiteness. Lizon was dumbfounded for a while like a bumpkin, and then turned around to look at the boy in front of him. The boy looked a little impatient and was about to speak, But Lizhan suddenly remembered his purpose, stretched out his fingers, and quickly drew a magic trap, chanting a spell in his heart. "This time I want to see where you can run." As the spell was finished, a silver-blue hexagram appeared on the ground, trapping his feet in it. Wang Ziyu was surprised by her hostility, and smiled as if he saw a child's toy, and raised his foot to step out of the hexagram. "Repeat," Lizhan shouted in surprise. Another six-pointed star formation appeared on the ground, forming a loop outside the previous one. The two formations formed a loop in opposite directions. This time, unless the magic power was 3 times higher than hers, there was no way out. Wang Ziyu's expression remained unchanged, and he stepped out of the first formation. His graceful step seemed as if no matter how many formations there were, they could not trap him. "Repeat," Lizhan shouted with all his strength. Chapter 20. However, the magic trap array did not obey her command at all, but quickly dispersed to the surroundings. Lizhan's heart stagnated, and she wanted to take back her dominance over the trap array, but as soon as she thought about it, she felt that she had lost the power. Wang Ziyu successfully took control of the trap array, stood in the center of the trap array, and forced the 3 layers of the trap array to merge into one, turning into a larger, deeper and more powerful trap array, trapping her. An expert can tell whether it is effective or not as soon as he makes a move. Wang Ziyu crossed his arms and looked at her calmly. She felt a chill down her spine, and alarm bells rang in her heart. This person's ability is probably more than 10 times hers. At this moment, she only had one thought left: retreat. She jumped back 3 steps, but the trap stretched faster than her, and her feet were still in the formation when she landed. Faced with this childish play, Wang Ziyu sneered, with an expression of, "You can jump around as you like, I'm actually very tolerant," which made Lizhan grit her teeth. "You are not as good as others." Annoying, perhaps sensing the spark in Lizhan's eyes, Wang Ziyu glanced at her. "I haven't settled the score with you yet, but you are quite fast." Lizhan was stunned and asked in confusion, "Why should I settle accounts with you?" This time it was Wang Ziyu's turn to be surprised. "Aren't you here for the school newspaper?" "What school newspaper?" Lizhan was puzzled. What does it have to do with the school newspaper? Wang Ziyu smiled and covered it up calmly. "Nothing." While talking, Lizhan had already seen the latest school newspaper thrown casually on the sofa not far away. It happened to be the extracurricular life section. Her face suddenly red. Not to mention other people. Even she herself, when she saw the photo, thought they were kissing. Which bastard did it? Lizhan's feet couldn't move, but her head could still move. She looked back at her hair that had been snapped, and secretly made up her mind that the first thing she would do after she got out was to get a new hairstyle. If those scary girls from the Prince Club knew about it, she would definitely die. But this was not the most important thing for her at the moment. Lizhan tried her best to suppress her tone. "It has nothing to do with this matter." "So you don't plan to pursue it?" "That's great." Wang Ziyu's tone was not disappointing, but it had a certain meaning, chilly, and Lizhan shivered. "Then let's settle the account from last night. Don't forget your personal attack on me, and the good things that Lion did." Lizhan shrank back. She had sent a sheep into the tiger's mouth, and she escaped faster than a rabbit last night. How could she forget about it today? What should I do now? Perhaps because she looked too wronged and angry, Wang Ziyu glanced at her lightly. "Although it is hateful to take advantage of someone's misfortune, it will be difficult to deal with you if you slip away if I don't do it now." Lizhan's eyes widened in horror. "What are you going to do?" Wang Ziyu walked up to her leisurely, took out his hand from his pocket, and in his hand there was an ancient wood-colored magic book, heavy and weighty. Lizhan stared at him without blinking, chanting a spell in her heart, trying to see if her feet could move. No matter what Wang Ziyu wanted to do, she must not let herself be at a disadvantage, especially when the situation was unclear. Otherwise it would be much more difficult to turn the tables in the future if someone else had the upper hand. Her idea was indeed good, and she had been trying to break free from the shackles of the trap. The trap finally shook a little, but Wang Ziyu was right in front of her, so she had to think of a way. 2 seconds later, Lizhan stared at him and asked, "Are you a member of the false god Black Magic?" She was currently at a disadvantage, and should not have used such a tone, but in order to divert his attention, she had to resort to this last resort. "Oh! Why do you ask that?" Wang Ziyu asked leisurely, a little surprised at her idea. "Isn't it?" Lizhan's tone was aggressive, but it was actually to cover up the movement of her feet. The magic circuit shook more and more violently, and soon it succeeded. She was secretly happy in her heart, but pretended to be expressionless and said, "Before talking about this, you return the butterfly to me first." Wang Ziyu was unmoved, and his voice was cold. "You say it first. As for whether to return it or not, it depends on my mood. You? Lizan bit her lip and tried to make her tone calmer. Ji Rongxi found out that you were not from our school. She disappeared after she knew that you were pretending to be a member of the student union. Do you dare to say it has nothing to do with you? If you are really a transfer student, it is impossible for you to transfer in when we are halfway through the exam. The country has its own laws, and the school has its own rules. Transfer students should go through the procedures during the period of freshman enrollment. You suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Isn't it too suspicious? Lizan has never paid attention to Kara's transfer students. The reason why she said it so confidently is because the school she attended before were all like this. Also, you use your beauty. Wang Ziyu smiled. Does he still need to use the beauty trick? Lizan glared at him fiercely, and said with reason, to attract a group of girls to pursue you is actually to divert their attention. Am I right? Pa pa pa. Wang Ziyu clapped 3 times elegantly, his eyes full of interest, teasing, and contempt. Very well said. So what are you going to do now? Destroy me on behalf of Kara? The magic circuit was finally quietly cut off by her. Lizan pounced on him, and grabbed Wang Ziyu's neck. Wang Ziyu was slightly stunned, and was pressed down by the sudden weight. He took 2 steps back involuntarily, and stood firmly against the wall. After coming to his senses, the two of them were already close to each other. Lizan was shorter than Wang Ziyu, and she just barely raised her hand to pinch her. In fact, she had to stand on tiptoe, and it seemed that she wanted to force Wang Ziyu. After she realized this, her face turned slightly red, and she said in a timid way, "Stop, don't move." Wang Ziyu. Pucci laughed. He leaned against the wall with his whole body relaxed, his hair hanging down, revealing his slender white neck, like a proud and noble swan. I really want to bite him, but it's a pity that I'm not a vampire. Lizan thought regretfully. Wang Ziyu laughed harder and harder, and finally he covered his stomach and laughed until tears came out, but he said nothing. Lizan was confused by his laughter, and was so angry that her teeth itched. Hey, stop laughing. What's so funny about this? Chapter 21. I'm sorry, I can't help it. I haven't heard such a funny joke in many years. He laughed for a long time, and finally calmed down slowly. Okay, you can ask for anything, but the premise is that you must keep my identity secret. Li Zhan stared at him coldly, staring hard. She wanted to say, I don't have any requests. But after thinking about it, she felt that she still needed to fight for it, so she stretched out her hand. First, give the butterfly back to me. Second, tell me where did you hide Ji Rongxi? Take me to find her. Don't try to lie to me, that's your territory, you must know how to get there. Wang Ziyu was a little embarrassed. He actually wanted to say that with your limited ability, it would be extremely difficult to rescue Ji Rongxi. Lizan saw that he was hesitant, and thought he was unwilling, so she pinched his neck with more force. Unexpectedly, she was quite successful in threatening someone for the first time. It seems that I forgot something. Wang Ziyu suddenly said. He raised the magic book in his right hand, his lips moved slightly, as if he was chanting some spell. The magic book flipped open. He grabbed Li Zhan's right hand that was pinching his neck with his left hand, and put it on his lips. And bit it hard. Lizan. Hiss. Took a breath, and seeing that his ring finger was bitten and bleeding, he couldn't help but said angrily, What are you doing? Wang Ziyu didn't say anything, put her hand on the magic book, squeezed it hard, and a large drop of fresh blood fell on the magic book. The magic book suddenly emitted a silver light, swallowing the blood, and then closed up again, instantly returning to normal. Lizan stared at the magic book in amazement. This blood is the most important thing for a magician. It contains the magician's attributes and magic waves. If it is taken away, it is equivalent to exposing oneself naked to others. Many black magics use blood as props. No matter what it is used for, it is a devastating disaster for the magician himself. So, Lizan was completely dumbfounded. Did she hand her fate over to someone else? Wang Ziyu put the magic book into his pocket, not knowing how such a big book could fit in. He patted her delicate cheek with satisfaction, turned and walked into the room, and closed the door after entering. Li Zhan sat down on the thick carpet dejectedly, staring at the bleeding fingers, wanting to cry but unable to. After a while, Wang Ziyu came out, already wearing the 4th grade uniform, a white shirt, black pants, and a black jacket, with 4 red stripes on the white shirt, and a student union badge on his shoulder, looking like a good student. If Li Zhan hadn't discovered his true face in advance, she wouldn't have believed that he was that kind of person. He was discovered, and he still dared to wear it like this. How audacious, however, she had to admit that this uniform was tailor-made for him. No boy in the school could wear it better than him, but why was he not Kara's student? Sigh. Wang Ziyu looked down at her, twisted the butterfly between two fingers, and handed it to her. Lizan looked up and glared at him, and wiped the blood on her fingers on the carpet in his house in anger. Then she took the butterfly, unpacked it, and smoothed it. The butterfly immediately turned into a piece of art paper that was no different from drawing paper. Lizan took out the drawing paper and put it on it. The two merged and became one. The butterfly was lost and found, but she gave the blood to the boy. Lizan didn't know whether to cry or laugh. She sighed and put the butterfly back into the big pocket of her uniform. This butterfly is interesting. Wang Ziyu's thin lips slightly raised. Let's go. Lizan was stunned. Just like this? Wang Ziyu shrugged. What else do you want? Lizan thought about it, and it was true. The cards and books needed in school were useless after leaving school. Money? She didn't have any. The currency in this world is called Danby. She searched her room and school bag, but couldn't find a few hundred coins. She was so poor. Thinking of this, she felt relieved. Okay, let's go. Wang Ziyu didn't go to the door, but opened the French window in the hall and walked to the balcony. The sun and wind poured in. This apartment was built on the side of the mountain. From the balcony, you can see the beautiful scenery of half of Kara Mountain. This view is much better than hers. What she sees outside her room is the clock tower of Kara. Every time she sees that clock, she will have a feeling of, oh no, I'm going to be late again. Illusion. It's so unfair. Wang Ziyu put his hand to his lips and whistled, then he easily picked her up and jumped out of the balcony. It was so fast that Li Zhan's mind went blank. She opened her mouth in a daze, and even forgot to scream. She held on to her with both hands. A gust of wind swirled from the sky, and the nearby trees shook. In a blink of an eye, a huge silver-winged dragon of astonishing size descended from the sky, steadily caught Lianren in the air, and glided for several miles with its wings spread. This was not the first time that Lizan had seen this animal. She had seen it many times before the written test. At that time, she did not know what it was. After looking up information for a long time, she found out that this animal was called a pterosaur. This was the first time she had seen it up close, let alone sat on it. The wings of the pterosaur were made of steel, smooth and hard. Under the bright sun at noon, the dragon's scales on the surface flashed different levels of silver light, shining brightly, more dazzling than the most beautiful rainbow. A real silver Ferrari. So handsome, so dazzling, so cool. Lizan was afraid of falling down, so she hugged Wang Ziyu's waist tightly, and she was so happy in her heart. It was almost impossible to fly through the sky and enjoy the scenery like before. Airplanes can do it, but most airplanes fly at high altitudes. Sitting in an airplane, there is no feeling of flying at all, which is not much different from taking a bus. More importantly, she is airsick and has no chance to see it. It was a real feast for the eyes. But it was not good if the wind was too strong. She looked at the rippling green water in front of her, and before she could come to her senses, the hat on her head was blown away by the wind. Li Zhan's long hair was blown up and brushed against Wang Ziyu's face. The long hair had the natural fragrance of a girl, brushing against his face, and the fragrance naturally penetrated into his nose. Wang Ziyu took her long hair off her face with his hands. When he saw the end of the hair, he couldn't help but pause. He still remembered the beautiful long hair he saw that night. Now only half of it was left, as if it had been cut horizontally by a knife, and the cut was not very smooth, some were long and some were short, like dog teeth. It must have been cut off by someone at the entrance of the school hospital yesterday. Wang Ziyu remembered how she was bullied by all the girls at that time, and suddenly felt an indescribable annoyance in his heart. Can a girl who can't even protect her own hair still be considered a girl? Chapter 22. If Lizan knew that the person behind her had this idea, she would definitely vomit blood. She stretched out her hand to smooth her hair, and Wang Ziyu put down his hand. She tied a ponytail casually, and then she felt much more comfortable. As they walked forward, neither of them spoke. Lizan calmed down and gradually felt something was wrong. She glanced at Wang Ziyu secretly. Could she not sit in front of him? The scenery in front was much better than that in the back, but it felt too strange. In the past, she always thought that a girl sitting in front of a boy, and the boy behind her hugging her tightly was a very happy and beautiful scene. Later, a friend shamelessly broke her fantasy, saying that a girl sitting in front of a boy is the most obscene posture. A certain organ of a boy will press against a girl. Lizan now regrets very much. Why did she think of what that friend said at this time? Now the distance between the two of them is not that close, but it is still very strange. She was too scared just now, and she kept twisting her body and hugging his waist. Now it feels wrong to let go, and it feels wrong not to let go, so she was all kinds of depressed, and twisted her body unnaturally twice. Wang Ziyu's reaction was faster than hers, and he frowned. "Can you let me go?" Lizan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally there was a chance. He let her go immediately, sat up straight, and looked straight ahead. At this moment, an iron tower suddenly appeared in front of him, and the pterosaur turned sideways and flew past him, and Lizan hadn't grabbed it firmly. She fell down. Wang Ziyu quickly grabbed her, and her whole body began to shiver. The moment of weightlessness made Lizan feel the fear of falling into the abyss. She grabbed his arm like grabbing a life-saving straw, regardless of whether he was cold or hot, and used her hands and feet to wrap around his waist, which slightly calmed her panic. Wang Ziyu was stunned. Her cheek was pressed against his chest, and her breath was warm, exuding a natural fragrance. He stretched out his hand to hug her, but paused and gently patted her weak shoulder to comfort her. Lizan breathed a sigh of relief and closed his eyes to rest. As for the posture, he didn't care. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. On the back of the pterosaur, the shape of the Kenyan forest gradually appeared on the land in the distance. Lizan calmed down and asked, "Is your base also in this forest?" Wang Ziyu nodded. "If we rush in like this, will we be attacked?" "Yes." "Is there any other way that won't be attacked?" "No." Lizan stuck out her tongue. "This is not easy to deal with. This means that she must prevent the attack of the false god while finding the right way. Otherwise, such a large forest will definitely not save Jirongshi. The art paper is used to track Jirongshi's position, so she can only use the feather pen and drawing paper. The textbook on practical magic said that most magicians who use black magic are very powerful and cannot be defeated by any student of a few grades. She couldn't attack head-on, so she could only investigate secretly. This mission was really not easy. Lizan regretted her impulsiveness. However, she didn't forget the boy behind her, so she turned back and smiled at him flatteringly. "You will help me, right?" Wang Ziyu looked ahead thoughtfully, and after hearing this, he said casually, "Then what are you here for?" So, he definitely doesn't intend to help. Lizan threatened, "If you don't help me, I expose you?" Although she said so, she knew that this threat was weak. Now that he was here, did he still care whether he would expose her or not? If he broke his promise and threw her to a place and locked her up, it would be like having another card to threaten Kara. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but regret it. Why did she act impulsively at the beginning? "We're here." Wang Ziyu changed the subject. After the pterosaur approached the ground, he put his arm around her waist, jumped down from the air, and landed calmly at the edge of the Kenyan forest. Lizan looked up and saw the legendary 3,000-mile Kenyatta forest in front of her. The terrain was undulating, and the strong northwest wind blew in her face, stirring up the forest's green waves. Standing in front of the forest, she couldn't help but feel awe for nature. The area under her feet was a rather large rocky land, full of various large and small rocks. There were many small trees and shrubs growing between the rocks, but no big trees, probably planted not long ago. She had been looking ahead, not paying attention to her feet, and stepped on a protruding stone. She frowned in pain and quickly moved her foot away. "I should have brought some self-defense weapons earlier." Lizan recalled the information she had searched before coming here. There were all kinds of monsters in the Kenyan forest, and wars between monsters would often break out. Some people even said they had seen werewolves in it, not to mention poisonous flowers and poisonous plants. She looked up at Wang Ziyu, feeling a little uneasy. But Wang Ziyu looked nonchalant, as if the Kenyan forest was similar to Kara's campus. When she thought that Wang Ziyu was a pseudo-god and his base was here, Lizan couldn't help but feel at ease. With him as a guide, what was there to worry about? If you stick your head out, you get a knife. If you hide your head, you get a knife too. Lizan simply gave up thinking about it, and took out a card from his pocket, holding one side in one hand, and turned his hands in opposite directions to separate the two sheets of paper. Lizan put the magic paper in his hand, and chanted the spell to find Jirongshi. The magic paper immediately turned into a butterfly and flew towards the Kenyan forest. Lizan followed the butterfly and walked quickly forward. Wang Ziyu put his hands in his trouser pockets, and spoke ruthlessly. "A small butterfly may not be able to fly until dawn." Lizan turned back and glared at him. "This is my only method. How about you take me there?" Dare to say her butterfly, seeking death. She is not usually a person who protects her shortcomings, but a very protective person. Wang Ziyu shrugged, said nothing, and followed her leisurely. The trees in the Kenyan forest are towering, and the afternoon sun cannot penetrate the dense leaves, so the air in the forest is very humid and dark, which is completely different from the scene outside where the sun shines on the leaves. On the ground, Thick leaves were laid in 3 layers, making a creaking sound when stepped on. Swoosh! It seemed that something flew over her head quickly. Lizon quickly protected her head with her hands and dodged to the side. However, some hot things still spilled on her hands. She looked up and saw that it was a sticky yellow liquid that was flowing down her wrist. At the same time, she felt a strange tingling sensation on the skin that was stuck. It was so disgusting, there was no need to think about it. It must be the excrement of some creature, and maybe this excrement was harmful to the human body. Lizon picked the leaves of a nearby shrub with disgust, trying to wipe off the disgusting thing. Suddenly, a vine next to her stretched out a long vine and swung it towards her. Chapter 23. She was shocked and reflexively chanted the spell of the barrier. The barrier blocked her in front of her, and she retreated at the same time. She hadn't retreated a few steps when another vine came from behind. The ground was full of vines. The leaves of the vines were round and small, and most of them were hard thorns, which were 3 times more powerful than the thorns of thorns. Now, they woke up from the ground and would soon attack her. Lizon thought to herself, "It's bad. Just now, I didn't pay attention to the situation under my feet and stepped into the territory of the magic vine." Without time to deal with the excrement on her hands, Lizon formed seals with both hands and chanted the 3 spells of knot, entangle, and fix at the fastest and most powerful speed. She built a triple hexagram barrier with her body as the center, blocking all the attacks of the vines outside the barrier. It was not until then that she had time to look at Wang Ziyu. Wang Ziyu stood outside the vines, his hands in his pockets, looking at her with a look of anticipation, expressing contempt for her behavior of getting into trouble, and had no intention of helping her. Lizon's attack ability is extremely low, which she discovered when Ji Rongxi was training her. When Ji Rongxi was training her, he mainly focused on her defense ability, and basically had no hope for her attack ability. Therefore, at this time, the only thing she could do was to escape the encirclement of the vines, but she had no ability to cut the vines. Wang Ziyu was standing within the attack range of the magic vines, and he could kill the magic vines with just a flick of his finger. She originally wanted to ask him for help, but now she thought it was better to forget it, so she shut up and carefully observed the length and movement trajectory of the vines. The longest cane was about 3 meters long. One of them habitually turned left and right, and 3 turned right and left, about once a second. This meant that she had to successfully pass through the 4 canes in different directions within 1 second. So difficult. Lizon rubbed her forehead with a headache, knowing that she must not fall here. So, she took a deep breath, held her breath, and when the 4 canes crossed and moved in opposite directions, she jumped. The direction she ran away was the direction of the 3 canes. Of course, she could go in the direction of 1 cane, but going in that direction meant that 3 canes would swing behind her, and she couldn't see them. If she was a little slower, she would be hit by all 3 canes at the same time. By then, she would most likely roll on the ground in pain, and the 4th cane would hit her later, and she would have no chance of escaping. As for the direction of the 3 canes, she could see the movement trajectory of the 3 canes, and even if she was accidentally hit, there would only be 1 cane, and she could escape by rolling on the ground. Facts proved that she was right. Lizon barely avoided 3 vines, and when she saw the last one coming, she had no time to dodge, so she had to roll on the ground, rolling 1 meter away. Now, not only were her clothes in a mess, but there were also 2 dead leaves on her hair, which looked extremely ridiculous. She got up from the ground, and did not forget to wipe the dirt on her wrists with dead leaves first, then shook her hair, patted her clothes clean, and glared at Wang Ziyu. "Why didn't you tell me just now?" At that time, he was standing behind her, and she was sure that Wang Ziyu must know that the magic vine would attack people. It would be fine if he didn't help, but he didn't even remind her. It was so infuriating. Wang Ziyu took the lead and walked forward, saying with his back to her, "You didn't ask." Seeing Lizon's embarrassment, he wanted to laugh, but was afraid that she would get angry, so he suppressed it. When he turned his back to her, he finally couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips, and his shoulders twitched with laughter. "You bastard." Lizon was so angry that she said something she didn't want to say. Wang Ziyu turned around, and the smile on his face immediately disappeared without a trace, and he returned to his indifferent and calm appearance. Only his eyes revealed some secrets. "What is a bastard?" he asked. Lizon thought she was seeing things, blinked. Who knows? Maybe it's an animal crawling on 4 legs, maybe it's a fairy. Wang Ziyu guessed that what she said was not good, but he didn't understand, so he just let it go. He secretly remembered it in his heart, and planned to ask the so-called linguist at home what these 2 words meant after he got home. The 2 walked forward, and Lizon felt that her right hand was still numb, probably because the animal's excrement had poisonous gas, and the sticky feeling was always there, making her feel very sick. She looked up and said to Wang Ziyu, "Do you know where there is water nearby?" Wang Ziyu said frankly, "I don't know." Li Zhan sighed helplessly. "This person is too vindictive. When you encounter such a person, just accept your fate." This time, she no longer dared to touch the things around her casually. Her eyes were staring at the surroundings vigilantly, fearing that something that would attack people would appear. Mosquitoes flying after people, cockroaches crawling on people's bodies, big birds pecking at people's eyes. There were almost all man-eating creatures in the forest. Even ants as big as sesame seeds were staring at their flesh. Li Zhan had not exercised much, and when the sun set, she felt her legs and feet were as heavy as if they were filled with lead. She looked at Wang Ziyu, who was still calm and composed in front of her, and secretly wiped her sweat. Comparison is frustrating. Why does he look like he is taking a walk? The butterflies flying in the air were also flapping their wings regularly, without any signs of fatigue. "Wang Ziyu, I'm thirsty." She wiped her sweat again, and finally couldn't help but say it. She touched her pocket and regretted it in her heart. She had nothing with her except a feather pen, 2 pieces of paper, and a handkerchief, not to mention water. She didn't even have a communicator. Wang Ziyu couldn't be blamed. His territory was here, so he didn't need to prepare so many things. Besides, boys wouldn't be very meticulous in this regard. She was so stupid at that time that she didn't even think of these things. "Wait," Wang Ziyu said, but he didn't explain what he was waiting for. Li Zhan was about to ask, but suddenly he felt a hairy feeling on his back. He keenly sensed a strange breath and was shocked. He ran forward 2 steps and grabbed Wang Ziyu's arm. "There seems to be something in the woods over there." Wang Ziyu paused, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked around vigilantly. There were century-old trees in front of him. Because they were particularly large, there were relatively few trees, but the subordinates were densely packed with bushes, blocking his sight, and he could only see a distance of 10 meters. His intuition, sense of smell, and hearing were all strictly trained. If there was really something nearby, he would definitely feel it. He thought she was tired and deliberately attracted his attention, and said casually, "Why are you so startled?" "Really, I'm not lying to you. I really can feel it." Li Zhan let go of Wang Ziyu's hand, and was afraid of the increasingly strong breath. She clenched her fists tightly, thinking about which magic defense array would be the most effective, and defending first. "What do you feel?" Wang Ziyu felt that she didn't seem to be lying. As soon as she asked this question, she was shocked, and her hair stood up. She felt an unprecedented strong murderous aura. He turned around suddenly, and a tiger-like Baostar beast roared and pounced down from a boulder not far away. Its snow-white fangs were shining, like the jaws of a shark, ready to bite their heads to pieces in one fell swoop. Chapter 24. As soon as Wang Ziyu saw the beast, he knew what was going on. The Baostar beast was a carnivorous monster, cunning, silent, good at hiding its breath, and often succeeded in one fell swoop, but he underestimated the enemy. Just as he was about to attack, Li Zhan had already activated the triple magic defense barrier, surrounding the two. The Baostar beast jumped into the air, but was suddenly blocked. Its body froze, and it stretched out its huge claws, and slapped the magic barrier heavily. Before Li Zhan could take the next step, the circuit of the magic barrier was cut off. It can be said that the magic circuit is the core and key of all magic arrays. Once it is cut off, it is like the human body being paralyzed by the cut of meridians. The Baostar beast immediately rushed in. For it, the magic barrier only blocked it for 1 or 2 seconds, but it didn't know that this was a critical second, related to life and death. Because at this moment, Wang Ziyu jumped high, raised his sword and fell, and the silver light burst through the Baostar beast. The sword actually contained infinite magic pressure. She couldn't help but step back 2 steps, and saw the whole Baostar beast suddenly split into pieces, and the huge body fell to the ground with a tragic roar, and the blood that spurted out dyed the dead leaves within a radius of 3 meters red. So cool, Li Zhan was stunned. This killing power and elegance, perfect skills, simply cannot find a single flaw. She herself is not a worshipper of violence, but after seeing this scene, she suddenly understood why Wang Ziyu could be so conceited, could walk so arrogantly in Kara Magic School, and even disdain to hide his identity. It turns out that he has the capital to be domineering. Wang Ziyu put away the sword. "Aren't you thirsty? You can drink this." Drink blood? She heard it right. Her eyes were almost popping out in admiration just now. Even if they were savages, they couldn't drink blood and eat raw meat directly. Seeing her serious face, Wang Ziyu finally couldn't help laughing. It wasn't a big laugh, nor a mocking laugh, but a laugh from the heart. This laugh was like spring snow melting, which made people feel shocked. Lizan knew that she was fooled again, and rushed forward angrily, disgusting. Wang Ziyu looked at her with contempt. People who can't protect themselves have no right to scold others. Lizan glared at him angrily. That was true. But did he need to remind her all the time that she was a burden? At this moment, she was extremely thirsty and extremely hungry. Neither of them had any experience walking in the wild, and they didn't even bring a bottle of nutrition. They didn't eat much at noon, and they had used up all their food after walking for an afternoon. If there was a fire, she would like to grill something to eat. Game is not something you can come across at any time. She hesitated for a moment and asked, "Hey, do you have a lighter?" Boys she knew before usually brought lighters, so she could only hope in her heart that Wang Ziyu was also a normal boy. Unexpectedly, Wang Ziyu was not the normal boy she imagined. No. Li Zhan's face fell immediately. "Do you want to eat it raw?" Wang Ziyu looked at the blood and flesh on the ground, then looked at her. "A fire is enough. Why do you have to have a lighter?" "That means you can eat barbecue?" Li Zhan's eyes lit up, and she stretched out her hand to him. "Lend me your sword." She was shocked just now, and didn't see where his sword came from, nor did she see how it disappeared. Anyway, except for the moment when he chopped the beast, he was empty-handed at other times. So weird. Wang Ziyu glanced at her, and with a flick of his hand, a fish-shaped dagger appeared in his hand. There was a notch on the back of the dagger, and the blade was white and sharp. He turned the handle of the dagger over and handed it to her. "Cut more, and we will leave as soon as possible. The blood will attract more monsters." Lizan pursed her lips and took the knife. Looking at the Balstar beast that had just screamed so loudly, she held the dagger tightly with both hands, gritted her teeth, and stabbed it into the flesh fiercely. The uncoagulated blood spurted out, and almost splashed all over her face. She dodged to the side. She had never done meat cutting before, but there was no other way. She could do it herself, and have enough food and clothing. There was no reason to ask Wang Ziyu to do it. After finally cutting off 2 pieces of meat from the thigh bone, Lizan carefully removed the skin and lifted it up with the tip of the knife, trying not to let the blood stain his hands. Wang Ziyu looked at her with appreciation. His mood just now was meant to scare her. Even the girls in the magic school would be frightened and pale when seeing such a scene, and even think he was a demon. The person in front of him was also a little scared, with her lips trembling slightly, but her hands were calm and she didn't cry. More importantly, she was very sensitive, and could even detect such a cunning beast as the Balstar beast. If both sides could trust each other, it would not be difficult to defeat the Kenyan forest. So, he took back his previous contempt for her, but it was impossible to apologize for what happened before. He raised his foot and strode forward. The soil under his feet became wetter and wetter. Lizan checked the information and knew that there was a swamp in the Kenyan forest. It was probably getting closer and closer, and they had to avoid the swamp, otherwise they didn't know whether they would be able to see Ji Rongqi alive. When they reached a slightly open area, Wang Ziyu stopped and, without asking her to do anything, he piled the thick leaves on the ground together with his feet, and picked up some dry branches. His movements were very neat and graceful. Such a graceful figure used to pick up leaves did not diminish his dignity at all. He put the branches together and chanted a spell, whoosh, and the fire ignited, burning the leaves. Lizan opened her mouth slightly, and stared at him blankly. When she saw him chopping the Balstar beast before, she felt that he was a gravity system, but controlling fire was a release system. Generally, magicians rarely practice 2 systems at the same time. She couldn't figure it out, but it was not easy to ask him directly. She pointed at the meat and said, "Pick a few more big leaves." Wang Ziyu looked up, picked a few big slices, reached out and picked a few slices, and handed them to her. She put the meat on the leaves, cut it into thin slices, wrapped it with leaves, found a place with wet soil, and smeared the soil on the leaves. In the eyes of Wang Ziyu, who didn't know much about it, she was just smearing the soil on the meat. Was she destroying the meat or roasting it? He felt very puzzled, and rarely took the initiative to speak. "What are you doing?" Lizan curved the corners of his lips, and kept it a secret, later. After wrapping the meat, she asked Wang Ziyu to move the fire away, and start digging a hole with branches. The force-bearing area of the branches was relatively small, so she simply threw away the branches, and used her hands and feet to dig the hole in a short while. Put the wrapped meat into the hole, bury it, fill it with soil, and let Wang Ziyu continue to set the fire while she went to find water. The soil nearby was so moist, there must be water. As expected, after walking about 100 meters, she saw a clear stream flowing through the woods. She jumped on it with great joy and washed her hands. including her wrists that were still smelling of animal excrement. After that, she wet her handkerchief and wiped her face, washed and wrung it dry, tied the handkerchief on her wrist, walked a few steps upstream to the stream, and prepared to drink a sip of water. At this moment, she met a pair of terrible turbid eyes. Chapter 25. Crocodile? Ah! She screamed in fear and ran away. After running a few steps, Wang Ziyu came to her like the wind, and a trace of worry appeared on his face. What's wrong? Li Zhan exhaled and pointed to the river. There is a crocodile in the river. Wang Ziyu glanced at the river, and saw the pair of turbid eyes slowly disappearing in the water. He guessed that it was probably an aquatic animal, and would not come ashore, so he turned around and left. If you have the ability, kill it, or avoid it. But I'm thirsty, Li Zhan said aggrievedly, especially since she had to eat later. She had no appetite before drinking water. What a damn habit. Hold it. Wang Ziyu glanced at her again. She had just washed her face, and her skin was so smooth that you could almost squeeze out water. It was hard to tell where she was dehydrated. Are all women like this? Li Zhan glared at him in dissatisfaction. What was she waiting for? Would someone bring water later? That was impossible. After the fire was over, Li Zhan felt that the meat was almost ready to eat. She dug up the soil and took out the meat bun. A meaty aroma filled her nose. She couldn't help but smile. It was her first time to make beggar's meat, and it was successful. She knew this method before, but she had never tried it. It turned out that she was quite good at doing it. She was proud of herself and dug out another meat bun. You can eat it yourself. Wang Ziyu squatted down and watched her movements, but didn't do anything. After she removed the dirt, she peeled the leaves apart. The meat inside was not stained with dirt at all, and the aroma was fragrant. Li Zhan cut a branch, made the top pointy, picked up a piece of meat and blew it on his lips, waited for it to cool down, and then put it in his mouth. It smelled good, but it didn't taste good. First of all, the meat was not washed and smelled fishy, and secondly, it had no taste. Li Zhan reluctantly ate 3 pieces, and couldn't eat any more. Wang Ziyu then opened his own share, and imitated him to eat with a fork. As soon as he put it in his mouth, he frowned in disgust. Li Zhan sighed. You think it's unpalatable? Wang Ziyu swallowed a small piece of meat with difficulty, and said nothing. Li Zhan hummed. This is good. If you roast it over a fire, it will be half burnt and half raw, and it will smell like smoke, which is even worse. Wang Ziyu agreed with this. He asked, where did you learn this method? It's good. This is a family secret. Li Zhan proudly shook the piece of meat on the branch. Seeing Wang Ziyu's curious and awkward expression, he suddenly thought he was so cute and smiled. I've read a book before, which tells about a very ancient way of life. When they go into the mountains to hunt, they roast meat in this way to save time. Even if wild animals come, they can't steal it. She made up a bunch of nonsense, and even if Wang Ziyu doubted it, there was no way to verify it, so it didn't matter how she fooled him. Wang Ziyu believed it, and looked at her in surprise. You are quite knowledgeable. That's right. Li Zhan almost laughed 3 times, and almost said it out loud. Fortunately, her reason broke suddenly, and said with a twitching face, it's a side door, not worth mentioning. The short conversation ended here. Wang Ziyu didn't say anything else, and Li Zhan was embarrassed to say anything else. She hugged her knees, and sat down silently. However, because of this conversation, the two stopped talking and the atmosphere became cold again. It was probably her psychological feeling. The more she thought about the cold atmosphere, the more she felt the atmosphere was stiff. The more she thought about it, the less she knew what to say. In the end, it became a complete struggle between her and her own psychology. The blazing bonfire bit through the night, and the heat was blazing, like an eagle standing on a cliff, ready to flap its wings and fly. Li Zhan turned over the unburned branches with a branch, and seeing that Wang Ziyu showed no signs of moving, she quietly closed her eyes, and took the opportunity to take a nap. After walking for most of the day, her back and eyelids were sore, and she almost couldn't stand it. At this time, Wang Ziyu used a branch to put out the fire, and the darkness swallowed them up. In the forest, it was pitch dark, and when the wind blew, the leaves rustled, and Li Zhan suddenly felt a fear of the unknown darkness in her heart. This was her first time in the forest at night, and her only companion was a boy who could be called an enemy. Why did she follow him out in a daze, if he wanted to do something? Li Zhan became more and more scared, and she couldn't help but shuddered coldly, hugged her arms, and stared at Wang Ziyu warily. Wang Ziyu seemed to notice her gaze, and raised the corner of his lips in disdain. Since she was wary of him, why did she come with him? Women are really disgusting creatures. Men hate this kind of suspicion the most. Let's go! What? Still going? Lizhan understood before she said it. Along the way, she kept sensing something secretly watching. If they stopped, they might become their meal. Only by walking can they be afraid to approach. At this time, it was no longer as simple as just thinking about rescuing Ji Rongxi. Survival was a big challenge. Even whether they could find Ji Rongxi alive was a question. Lizhan knew without thinking that Ji Rongxi's condition would be worse than hers. Maybe he still had nothing to eat, maybe he was locked up in a place where wild animals were, maybe he was attacked by mosquitoes and was completely torn apart. After only 2 days of getting along, she knew that Ji Rongxi was particularly afraid of mosquitoes. If he was not careful, he would be bitten by mosquitoes and get several lumps, red and swollen, painful and itchy. If you don't want to leave, you can stay here, Wang Ziyu said unhappily. Lizhan didn't know why he was suddenly angry, but she felt that this person was moody and changed his face too quickly. In order not to run into the gun, she hurried up. This time, Wang Ziyu took big steps, so fast that Lizhan had to jog to catch up. After running for a while, she was out of breath, but she didn't dare to say a word when she saw his icy face. Hey, you die if you hurry up. Wang Ziyu was walking in front, and suddenly found that the person behind him was gone, so he turned around and scolded him with an impatient look. Lizhan pouted and ran hard to catch up, thinking bitterly in her heart, Bastard, you abused me today, I will definitely abuse you back tomorrow. The butterflies at night were not buried by the darkness. Their wings were shining with blue light, so they could be seen clearly. However, she could not see the road. She despised him in her heart, while thinking about how to repay him. She was not careful, and tripped over a dead branch on the ground. She stumbled and bumped into Wang Ziyu's back. Wang Ziyu's back line was very beautiful, and his body was very solid. He almost knocked her nose crooked. Lizhan twisted her nose back into place with a grin, and before he could speak, she took the initiative. Hey, how can you see the road like this? Even if you know where Ji Rongxi is, you can't see him. Chapter 26. So even if Wang Ziyu wanted to blame her, he couldn't. However, Wang Ziyu was not the kind of person she imagined. He just looked at her with disgust and said, How troublesome are you? The light shines on the road, fanning the wind of fire, and we can gather without being confused. Magic lamp. A tiny bit of light quietly rose from Wang Ziyu's palm, growing bigger and bigger. When it was as big as a fist, it stopped growing. The wind came out of the dark forest, and the fire flickered, but did not go out. Lizhan saw him playing with such a lighting lamp, that night, in front of the apartment manager. Lizhan couldn't help but stretch out her hand, and just as her fingertips were about to touch the cluster of fire, she suddenly retracted her hand, as if she had encountered an obstacle, and saw the blurred lights around her began to materialize, and finally formed a magic lamp with a lamp base, a lampshade and a handle. The magic lamp emitted a light yellow light, softly illuminating the space within a radius of 2 meters, illuminating his handsome face, and also illuminating his eyes as bright as stars, with brilliance flowing. His eyes are not as annoying as his words. Lizhan was a little dazed until Wang Ziyu held the magic lamp in front of her, and then she came back to her senses. Oh, thank you. Really good, very bright, very good, really. At the end of the story, she didn't know what she wanted to say. She picked up the magic lamp in her hands in a hurry, and almost dropped it without holding the handle. Wang Ziyu said nothing and walked forward. Lizhan took the lamp awkwardly and followed his footsteps. The more Lizhan saw about his ability, the more she felt strange. According to the school, the false god belongs to the black magic. So the magic he is using now belongs to the black magic? Why can he get everything by chanting? She felt that things like lights can be created by chanting, but this entity, the lampshade, cannot be created by ordinary chanting. Is black magic so powerful? Then everyone will learn black magic. Wang Ziyu had no idea that the girl behind him was thinking about him all the time. When she saw what she had been waiting for a long time, she stopped. Li Zhan took a few steps foolishly, and suddenly found that the person next to him was gone, so she hurriedly looked back. There was a hint of irony in Wang Ziyu's eyes. She was so distracted even when walking. Was she sure she was here to save people, and not to get lost? Lizhan lowered her head, and walked back to him obediently. She wanted to apologize, but her strong self-esteem did not allow her to show weakness to the enemy, so she did not say anything. Wang Ziyu did not expect her to say anything. He drew his sword neatly, and chopped at a tree in front of him. A branch the size of a wrist was cut off. He added another sword to cut off the end, and removed the small branches and leaves, and held it in front of Lizhan. This water is drinkable. Lizhan took the branch in surprise. After looking at it carefully, she was surprised. The bark of this tree is very thin and transparent. You can see water flowing inside. There is water flowing out from the cut, which is even more than the water from sugarcane. Without saying anything, she put her mouth close to it and took a sip. Puff. It's so bitter and hard to drink. Lizan frowned in disdain, but then she thought, it's good to quench your thirst, so why should she disdain it? So she took another sip. After the bitter taste, there was an unexpected sweetness. Lizan no longer hesitated and completely drained a branch of the tree. Not satisfied yet, she wanted to chew it off piece by piece, like a piece of sugar cane. After half a day of thirst, she finally got relief. She patted her stomach and burped. No wonder he kept saying, wait. It turned out that he was waiting for this kind of tree to appear. Wang Ziyu also drank a few sips. He did the same thing. For some reason, he looked so casual and free, while she didn't say anything. Lizan secretly sighed that God was unfair. Wang Ziyu threw the branch and continued to move forward. It seemed that he was really familiar with this place. Although Lizan hated him, she finally trusted him. She signaled the butterfly to avoid the swamp and followed him happily, and her fatigue was relieved a lot. In fact, even if she didn't say it, the butterfly would instinctively avoid harm and would not fly into the swamp. Wang Ziyu walked a little slower, probably because he was tired. She would never admit that he was taking care of her physical strength. Lizan didn't know how long he planned to walk. He could hope to find Ji Rongxi in one go, but at the same time he felt that this was impossible. They must have enough rest before finding Ji Rongxi, otherwise when they are exhausted, they will only get beaten if they meet the false god. In other words, the two of them must spend the night in the forest. This is a big challenge. After walking for a few more hours, the leaves under their feet were much drier, and they were obviously farther away from the swamp. Lizan felt that her feet were just moving forward mechanically, and she had no feeling at all. She held onto a tree trunk and panted, Wang Ziyu, I can't walk anymore. Wang Ziyu looked around and said coldly, the terrain is low-lying, there are many mosquitoes, and there is no shielding. Even if I die, it is not a good feng shui. Why is this person so vicious? Lizan was tempted to twist his face. If Wang Ziyu could barely maintain a gentle disguise during the day, he would take off his disguise mask at night, and become irritable, cold and ruthless. Lizan felt uneasy. She didn't know whether she should continue to follow Wang Ziyu at this time. She only knew that at this time, she would definitely die miserably if she was alone in this forest. I'm not angry, I'm very calm, very calm. Lizan took a few breaths, stood up and started walking again. Her legs didn't react and she stumbled. Wang Ziyu didn't reach out to pull her, and said impatiently, you are useless. Lizan felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. When they were in school, he would at most say, did you fall on purpose so that I could help you? Now he directly denied her ability, which was more hurtful and ruthless than what he said before. I really don't understand why those girls like him. Let's go, why are you still in a daze? Wang Ziyu glanced at the people around him, not understanding how bad the girl's physical fitness was. How could such a person get into Kara? Kara is a magic school, but even if the magic is good, if the physical fitness is not up to standard, it is still out of the question. Fuck. Li Zhan cursed inwardly. What school hunk, what prince, with such a bad temper, no patience at all go to hell. She was blind to call him over. The two walked more than 500 meters. Along the way, Wang Ziyu walked easily, without any signs of fatigue, but Li Zhan was tired like a dog, and he almost stuck out his tongue to breathe. Wow, what a scum who doesn't know how to take care of girls. Chapter 27. When he was exhausted, Wang Ziyu finally stopped. Lizan glanced around. This place was very suitable for defense. It was backed by a huge rock, and there was an open space in front of it. The front could be seen more clearly. She exhaled heavily, hung the magic lamp on the branch next to her, and wanted to sit on the ground. But her legs were shaking. She sighed, walked slowly for a few steps, and collected some dry wood. When Wang Ziyu lit a fire, she found a large piece of leaves and spread them on the ground. Then she sat down like an old lady, supporting herself on the ground and pounding her legs with her fists to loosen her muscles. After nightfall, the forest was extremely cold, the temperature dropped to about 10 degrees, and her short skirt uniform was not able to keep out the cold at all. After sitting down, the heat in her body gradually cooled down, and she was still shivering around the fire. She no longer cared about anything, hugged her knees with her hands, and huddled up. Wang Ziyu glanced at her with regret, took off his uniform jacket, and threw it on her, trash with only 5 physical strength. Thank you. Lizan moved her lips, and said in a weak voice that only she could hear. I don't know if he could hear me, but he turned his face away. In any case, he deserves praise for this. She put her legs together, bent them, and placed them on the leaves, and draped her clothes in front of her. The clothes were long enough to cover her thighs, prevent her from exposing herself, and keep out the cold. The smell on the uniform was very light, with a little bit of natural fragrance and a little bit of his body odor. Combined, it was gentle with a little bit of youthful spirit, and it smelled very good. She sniffed secretly, pretending to be indifferent, and sitting up straight to warm herself by the fire. From the perspective of appreciation, she had to admit that he was very worth watching. With aristocratic temperament, celebrity looks, and elegant posture, if he were in her previous world, he would definitely be a dazzling future star. Of course, the premise is that he doesn't speak, frown, or show a bored look. As an art student, the first thing is to have a pair of eyes that can discover beauty. As an art student, Lizan found that Wang Ziyu's appearance was indeed beautiful, especially his eyes, but he had a bad temper and didn't speak gracefully. He was simply a rotten rag inside. Wang Ziyu stretched out his legs and leaned lazily on the boulder. In the quiet air, his eyes were a little cold. I go to sleep first. Wake me up in 2 hours. Do you hear me? But Lizan was a little worried. Her current ability was limited to a triple magic defense array. If there was a Bowstar beast like the one this afternoon, she would not be able to defend at all. What if some wild beast appeared? The weak have no choice. Wang Ziyu stopped her with a word. If you don't tell me how to protect yourself in this place, you'll be dragged away by wolves when you fall asleep. Lizan looked aggrieved. There's nothing we can do now, right? It's really troublesome. Wang Ziyu looked at her with disdain and stretched out his hand to her. Give me the paper. Oh! Lizan took out the drawing paper and summoned the butterflies that were resting on the tree, put the 2 pieces of paper together, and handed them to him. He reached out to take it and smeared it on the paper, and the light flashed and passed away as fast as lightning. However, Lizan's eyes almost fell out. He should have wiped out 2 pieces of paper, but he wiped out in pieces. The card was unfolded into a gorgeous fan shape in his hand, like a playing card. Lizan pointed at the paper in astonishment, unable to say a word. How much can be unfolded depends on the ability of the holder. Wang Ziyu folded the card casually, and the paper immediately turned back into a single piece. Your ability is really terribly weak. It hurt her heart again. She clenched her fists and retorted loudly, I am a poor student, so what? Are poor students not human beings? Do poor students have no human rights? If I am not poor, why would I need you to come here? Why can't I just destroy the false god? The words were sonorous and powerful. Why should she be angry with him? Is it because she is a poor student, or because her blood is in his hands, so he can despise her as a matter of course? Lizan has never been a person who can bear anger, and she went berserk all of a sudden. Even if he locked her up, she would accept it, and maybe she could be locked up with Ji Rongxi. After all, she is a girl. She must be very sad to be treated like this by a boy in a deserted forest. Shouldn't we help each other at this time? In this world, there are no good students or bad students, only the strong prey on the weak. Wang Ziyu's eyes, like the dark sky, shone with a cold light, staring at Lizan, like a peerless sword drawn from its sheath, sharp and intimidating. You can't even defeat me. What can you use to save Ji Rongxi? You're not really stupid enough to think that I will take you to find Ji Rongxi? Girl, please use your toes to think about what a false god is like. You are so incompetent, and yet you feel proud? Every word was like a wake-up call. Lizan suddenly realized that she had unconsciously acquired the habit of dependence from her predecessor. She had been relying on him under the banner of saving Ji Rongxi. When she encountered a wild beast, she naturally sought protection from him. When she was thirsty, she also naturally asked him to find water to drink. These things should have been solved by herself. She had no right to rely on Wang Ziyu. Lizan was filled with shame, so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in, but she held it back, staring at him with red eyes, not saying a word. No wonder he looked so sullen. It turned out that she was wrong first. Wang Ziyu saw her expression, and pulled the corner of his lips without comment. Kara Magic Talisman, how much have you learned? He didn't plan to pursue it? Lizan's mind turned quickly. In addition to training her personal defense ability, Ji Rongxi also mentioned magic defense and magic binding. Could it be these 2 things? She carefully considered her words and said, I'm from the defense department. Magic defense is mostly from the release department, so I didn't learn it well. She was secretly surprised in her heart. He was obviously a pseudo-god, so how could he be so familiar with the courses of Kara's school? Kara Magic Talisman is a magical ability unique to Kara Magic School. It is divided into magic defense and magic binding. Magic defense is responsible for attack, and magic binding is responsible for defense. Each has 6,636 moves. It is a basic assessment ability that must be learned in the 6 years of school. The higher the level, the harder it is to use, the higher the power, the stronger the ability, and the greater the power that can be used. Is that so? Wang Ziyu was a little unconvinced, and wanted to say a few words to her, but finally held back. The reason why Kara Magic Talisman has become a popular course is that people from any department can learn and use it. Chapter 28. Li Zhan's face turned red and white. She met an expert. However, Wang Ziyu didn't really want to insult her. He pondered, "Have you learned the Blue Dragon Dance?" The Blue Dragon Dance is to manipulate the atmosphere, not the specialty of the release system. Li Zhan twisted her fingers, lowered her head and said nothing. She had learned the Blue Dragon Dance from Ji Rongxi, but the effect she produced was simply child's play in front of Ji Rongxi. This girl who didn't know her place was worse than expected. Wang Ziyu rubbed his forehead. "I teach you a move, Demon Defense 91, Coffin Pendant." Li Zhan suddenly raised her head and looked at him with wide eyes. "Doesn't Magic Defense have only 36 moves? Magic Defense and Magic Binding have a total of 99 moves. Classes D, E, and F must learn 36 moves before graduating from grade 6, and classes A, B, and C must learn 49 moves before graduation. All Kara's instructors and professors must know at least 64 moves." Wang Ziyu knew them all. "What about the remaining 35 moves? No one knows them?" Li Zhan asked curiously. She estimated that even Ji Rongxi might not know these things, so she took the opportunity to ask Wang Ziyu for advice. Wang Ziyu said calmly, "Those above the middle level of the security department must know 81 moves, 90 to 99 are forbidden techniques." Li Zhan felt her hands and feet trembling. So Wang Ziyu was going to teach her forbidden techniques? She felt excited about peeking into forbidden techniques, but also a little uneasy. Since it was a forbidden technique, it must be very scary. And if she used a forbidden technique, would she die miserably if the school found out? Wang Ziyu sat up slightly and began to explain the spell to her and demonstrate it. When he shouted the word Coffin Pendant, the magic circuits were cleverly connected together, and the 4 black curtains fell rapidly from the air, as heavy, tall, and gloomy as a coffin. Li Zhan took a step back in fear, and the tiger beast that wanted to sneak attack them from the darkness had no time to react before it was covered. The speed was so fast that it took less than 0.1 seconds. Then the image disappeared, and when the black screen disappeared, the earth tiger beast had already fallen to the ground in a bloody mess, with no breath left. The earth tiger beast is a 3rd-level magic beast, not high in level, but strong, with thick skin and flesh, and can be said to be invulnerable to swords and guns. And the Coffin Pendant is so terrible. The reason why the Coffin Pendant is listed as a forbidden magic technique is that it is too vicious and will kill people with one move. In addition, this technique cannot be used too much, otherwise it will backfire. You can use it to kill animals in the forest, but don't use it on humans. Wang Ziyu taught earnestly, otherwise, it's not that you can't control your strength and kill someone, but that you will be killed by the other party because your ability is too weak. Li Zhan was overwhelmed by what she heard. Remember it. She used it once, and was able to use it, but the black screen was only half a meter high, far worse than Wang Ziyu's. To have such an effect, it has exceeded her expectations, and Li Zhan is a little excited. Wang Ziyu was not too satisfied, but he didn't force her. "I teach you another trick. Magic Binding 47, Silver Light Binding. The silver light stick of silver light binding can be large or small, depending on your ability and the size of the enemy. You can use it together with a magic trap array." He asked Li Zhan to draw a magic trap array to trap the owl flying in the air, and then chant the spell to use silver light binding. A flash of silver light appeared, and the owl's 2 wings and 2 feet were stuck by the silver light stick as big as a shuttle, unable to move. Li Zhan was shocked for a moment, stretched out his hand and held Wang Ziyu tightly, and said excitedly, "Too powerful, let me worship you as my master." The indifference on Wang Ziyu's face cracked a little, and he slowly pulled out his hand. His cat-like eyes, with the corners of his eyes raised, showed a hint of determination. "Within 2 hours, no matter what happens, solve it yourself, and don't wake me up." Li Zhan wanted to say something else, but Wang Ziyu had already closed his eyes. Under the flickering bonfire, you can see his beautiful and delicate doll-like profile. His long eyelashes are not what men should have, his thin lips slightly raised, looking alienated and proud, and his ink-colored hair trembling slightly in the wind, just like the finest silk. She felt her gaze was too hot, and lowered her head quickly to practice the 2 new moves she had just learned twice. After only 2 times, she was not strong enough at this time, and was afraid that she would run out of energy and would be helpless when the enemy came. Although she was very tired, she did not dare to fall asleep. For a while, her mind was full of thoughts. Could the pseudo-gods be as powerful as him? She was sure that his ability was above Ji Rongxi's, so wouldn't Ji Rongxi be in danger? And how could she save Ji Rongxi? Liz Han made up her mind that if there was a chance tomorrow, she must pester him to learn 2 more moves. After all, 1 more move meant 1 more chance to escape. The bonfire gradually burned out. Liz Han added some dry wood to the fire, and habitually took out her paper and pen to draw by the bonfire. She drew Wang Ziyu's sleeping posture. This time she had time, so she drew his expression, posture, and the light and shadow of the bonfire in great detail. He was a pseudo-god, and he was very sharp-tongued, but not bad. He was a little gentle sometimes. He should be the first person of the opposite sex she met here. It was true that she was depressed when he scolded her, but it was her own problem, not to mention that he was willing to teach her magic. What would he do if he met a pseudo-god? By then, they might be enemies, and we can't sit together like we are now. Even if we don't have to confront each other head-on, we will have to go our separate ways when we find Ji Rongxi. I just don't know if he will be hunted down by the false god after he betrayed the false god. She looked at the sleeping boy worriedly, but the boy looked relaxed, as if he was having a good dream, and didn't understand her worries at all. This face is so handsome that people want to slap him. Liz Han sighed, stood up and patted his clothes. He was tired of sitting, and was ready to change his posture. Suddenly, a deformed figure appeared in the darkness. Liz Han was startled and immediately filled with murderous intent. She had just been silently experiencing the Songlong dance, and without thinking, she attacked the figure like a Songlong, mercilessly. She couldn't show mercy, otherwise she would be the one to die. At the same time, an ice arrow suddenly shot out from the woods, as smooth as a meteor, passing through the Songlong dance with unparalleled precision and shooting towards her face. Liz Han hurriedly defended and reinforced the barrier. The ice arrow failed to pass through the barrier, broke into 2 pieces and fell to the ground, turning into water and seeping into the surface. Looking into the depths of the woods, the silhouetted figure had disappeared. The other party was in the dark while she was in the light, and with the magic lamp and bonfire beside her, she was simply exposing herself to the enemy. She acted decisively, extinguished the bonfire, turned off the magic lamp, and covered Wang Ziyu with her coat before the world fell into darkness, covering his face. Fortunately, Wang Ziyu was sleeping on his side just now, and the bonfire did not shine directly on his face. Otherwise, if the other party knew of his betrayal, he would be killed. Although he was not a gentleman, he was a good man after all, and she did not want to harm him. Chapter 29. It was pitch dark in the darkness. The enemy thought she wanted to escape, and immediately launched a large-scale glacier attack. The frozen ice expanded like an arrow towards their location. They were going to freeze the entire space. Such a long-distance glacier freezing showed the enemy's strong strength. Before the glacier arrived, she could already feel the freezing that pierced her bone marrow, and her teeth were chattering. No one told her how to defend against this situation, and no one told her what to do. Wang Ziyu had said that he could not be disturbed within 2 hours, so she gave up the idea of waking Wang Ziyu up. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. She must learn to save herself. Li Zhan's mind turned quickly. Even if she had fire, she would not be able to melt such a large area of the glacier. Then the only thing she could do was to attack the opponent. As long as the opponent fell, the glacier would naturally disappear. The so-called offense is the best defense, which is what it means. Liz Han looked along the glacier, and the opponent showed a vague figure under the light of the glacier. Liz Han clenched his fists. Since you dare to underestimate the enemy, I will definitely make you pay for it. At that moment, she drew a circle with her foot, and the 6-pointed star magic circle stretched out around the sole of her foot, emitting a silver-blue light and expanding instantly. The other party laughed like a silver bell, full of contempt and disdain. Liz Han was not provoked by her. The magic circle was just a test to confuse her vision. While launching the magic trap, she silently chanted the spell, and launched the blue dragon dance with all her strength again. A dragon-shaped shock wave hit the vague figure at lightning speed. The shock wave was very powerful, and could paralyze people. Ah ha ha ha, the other party laughed up to the sky, shaking the leaves to fall, extremely rampant. As she laughed, ice also formed on Li Zhan's body, which instantly invaded her heart and took away her temperature. Liz Han could not hold on, and fell to the ground. The enemy was a water element release system. As long as he was touched, he could kill him at any time. Lizhan gritted his teeth, supported the ground with his 2 hands trembling, and immediately performed the positioning spell. Although he didn't know who the other party was, it was not difficult to search for magic ways at such a close distance. East 35, North 266. Lizhan remained calm, using moans to confuse the opponent's sight and hearing, letting the opponent relax his mind, while using a feather pin to draw a circle at the fixed position. The moment the circles connected, a magic circuit was formed, constantly rotating, turning into the only magic trap that she was good at, tightly binding the opponent's feet. Success. Lizhan climbed up, raised her hand, and sent out several silver light sticks, all of which shot into the trap. Her strength was insufficient, and the silver light stick was thinner than her little finger, but it looked sharper. After the silver light stick was immersed in the magic circle, the opponent let out a scream of awe, as if he was nailed. The glacier in front of her broke and turned into ice water. Huh? Lizhan took a deep breath and got up from the ground in a mess. Her clothes were soaked by the ice water, which dripped down. She shuddered and did not dare to approach, fearing that it was a trick of the opponent to lure the enemy. She just held her breath and slowly walked towards the direction where the enemy was just now. The silver-blue magic trap was still rotating, but it was a blur in the trap, and she could not see clearly whether there was anyone. Strange, why is there no sound? Lizhan jumped up suddenly and rushed to the front of the formation. There was no one in the formation. The silver stick was inserted in the formation, and the end was red and bloody, which was shocking. It turned out that the enemy had already fled when he screamed. She looked around and did not dare to stay. She closed the formation and hurriedly retreated to Wang Ziyu's side. It was cold at night, and the melting water of the glacier absorbed heat, which invisibly lowered the temperature by 2 degrees. Lizhan had no ability to make a fire. She shivered and rubbed her arms. She squatted down beside Wang Ziyu, took his coat again, and covered herself with it, but the cold air came out of his body, and the coat could not resist it at all. It was late at night, she was sleepy and tired, and she was almost exhausted after using her ability so many times at once. She looked up and looked around, holding her eyelids tightly, twisting her thighs with her hands constantly. If she closed her eyes, she would probably fall asleep. There were no enemies attacking, but from time to time, monsters would smell the human breath and roar and rush over, which invisibly helped Lizhan and forced her not to faint. She used one coffin pendant at a time, firstly to practice this ability, and secondly, this ability could defeat the enemy in the shortest time. After about 3 times, she felt exhausted, more tired than swimming 100 miles, and her whole body felt like being run over by a stone cart. She couldn't see the beast in the dark, but the smell of the beast's blood was too fishy, which made her want to vomit. At the same time, the bloody smell would attract more beasts. She felt a little regretful. If she had known earlier, she would have used a magic trap and then used silver light to bind it. This was simply asking for trouble. At the moment, she didn't care about so much, and pushed Wang Ziyu with her hand, saying, "Hey, wake up, it's dangerous here, we have to leave." Wang Ziyu opened his eyes suddenly, smelled the smell, and immediately understood something. He glanced at Lizhan, and threw his coat on her. They had just walked 10 steps, when Wang Ziyu suddenly stopped. On their way, several pairs of green eyes flashed. "There are wolves!" Although they were hidden in the darkness and could not see their full appearance, Lizhan judged that this was a wolf pack based on limited features, and it was not a small wolf pack, with 7 wolves. Lizhan could no longer explain her mood. At this time, she only had one thought. She must not fall here. Wang Ziyu's face was as dark as water. He stared at the eyes that were looking at them gloomily, and dared not move. Even for him, it was a big problem. Wolves are extremely smart and strategic animals. They are good at hunting. Their wisdom when hunting is no less than that of humans in fighting. Those wolves were observing them, while they were observing the terrain. Wang Ziyu relied on his familiarity with these animals, and believed that they would be in front of them in a few seconds. Wang Ziyu looked at Lizhan, and made a signal of a magic circle. Lizhan felt sweat on her forehead. She quickly analyzed her situation. The 7 wolves were not standing very close together. With her ability, even if she was in the best mental state, she couldn't use her strength to trap them all at once. What's more, she was exhausted at this time. She didn't dare to move. If she lost her temper, she would be eaten by the 7 wolves. She whispered, "I'm afraid I can't do it." At the critical moment, although this sentence was very annoying, it was better than giving Wang Ziyu false confidence. False information might put both of them in a desperate situation. Chapter 30. Wang Ziyu retreated and asked for the next best thing. Choose the most crowded place to start, and trap as many as possible. Lijian nodded, held his breath, and chanted the spell. Invisible things will be untouchable, no doubt. I hold the pen in my left hand, and the truth in my right hand. Now! The voice was neither too loud nor too soft, and the chanting was extended as much as possible, and the speed was increased. With both speed and length, the pronunciation was less than 2 seconds, without any affectation or any extra words, completely clean and neat. This was her best chant, which showed her greatest potential and instinct when facing the fear of death. When Wang Ziyu's chant was about to end, he moved his hands, and the magic fluctuated. The boulder he had just leaned on to sleep suddenly flew into the air, and smashed down on the trapped wolves. The wolves were about to launch an attack, but were trapped by the formation. Then the boulder fell from the air. They could not dodge, and let out a heart-wrenching wail. They were smashed to pieces by the stone. However, Lijian failed to trap 7 wolves. She only trapped 5. The 2 wolves standing on both sides rushed towards them at the moment of the incident. Wang Ziyu stretched out his left hand and shouted, "Ding Kong!" The wolf stood still in midair while running. Lijian was shocked by the wonderful magic. When a strong wind suddenly blew around him, he suddenly came to his senses, dodged the wolf's claws, and shouted, "Su!" Before he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his leg, and his voice suddenly turned into a scream of awe. Wang Ziyu knew that it was not good, so he drew his sword and accurately cut the wolf's throat to save her. After a battle, all the wolves died, and Lijian was also injured. Defeat 1,000 enemies, but injure 800 of your own. Wang Ziyu lit the magic lamp again, took a look at her legs, and suddenly reached out to pull down her long black stockings, scaring Lijian so much that she covered her skirt and screamed, "What are you doing?" The wound was on the calf of her left leg, with a deep scar caused by a wolf's claw. Blood gushed out like a fountain, almost soaking her shoes. She felt as if her left leg was being tortured by fire, scalding, biting, and other tortures at the same time. She trembled all over in pain, and could not hold on, so she sat down on the ground. "I've had enough of the cold and the pain. I really want to fall asleep like this. Maybe I won't feel the pain anymore," she thought vaguely. Maybe he was just pretending to sleep to watch her show, otherwise why didn't he react at all when she was fighting the enemy just now? And he woke up immediately after pushing him, looking at his eyes. It's like he never slept at all. In the end, it's because I'm too useless. How can I be so useless? If you can't protect yourself, who else will protect you? The more Lijian thought about it, the more she hated him. She simply turned the pain into strength, and opened her mouth to bite his shoulder. Wang Ziyu frowned in pain. Just as he was about to say something, his teeth had loosened. Lijian fell on him weakly and fainted. He looked at the person who fell on him. The magic lamp illuminated her tearful face, pale face, messy hair, wet uniform, and bloody calves. She was even more miserable than the remnants of the war. He could only give first aid first. In fact, his knowledge of first aid was limited, so he had to seek support from the magic book. The magic book automatically turned to the page of medical treatment. Wang Ziyu took a look and chanted the spell according to the magic book's requirements. A roll of white bandage immediately appeared in his hand. He quickly wrapped the bandage around Lijian's wound, circle after circle. Because the wound was very large, it was soaked with blood before it was finished. He wrapped it hard, and used up the whole roll of bandage. His calf seemed to be fatter. He was not in the mood to care about the appearance. He covered the wound with his hand, half closed his eyes, and chanted in a low voice, like a spell, which was fascinating. It was soft and thin, and seemed very vague, but it was as clear as if it could penetrate into people's consciousness. His palm was filled with a soft silver light, which gathered from all around to his palm, and slowly penetrated into the bandaged skin. When the light disappeared, Wang Ziyu retracted his hand, put the magic book back into his pocket, stretched out his hand to hold her horizontally, and walked forward. No matter what, he had to stay away from places with a strong smell of blood, otherwise it would attract some monsters, and no one could tell. As for the magic lamp, he just turned it off. For him, the magic lamp was dispensable. The night was endless, like a ferocious mouth, swallowing everything. She suddenly cried, grabbing whatever she could hold in her hands, "Mom! I'm in so much pain, don't leave me alone." Her mother was silent for a moment, squatted down, and gently wiped the tears from her face with a handkerchief. She said, "I will accompany you." But she was still crying, using all her strength, and she kept crying. Her mother hugged her body, and put her head on her chest. She could hear her mother's steady and firm heartbeat. Then her mother lowered her head, and whispered something in her ear, perhaps to coax her. She didn't hear clearly, so she held her mother's hand tightly, and called out over and over again, "Mom, Mom! Don't go! Don't go. She thought that maybe this would make her feel at ease. After a long time, she heard a distant voice coming from afar, not like her mother's voice, very light, very low, and more certain, I will always be with you. So she felt at ease, and the warmth on her body surged up. She closed her eyes again, but her consciousness became clearer. She touched her face and wanted to cry, but she held back. Instead, she smiled and murmured to herself, until a few days ago, I never thought I would live like this. Being bullied by all the girls in the school, riding a dragon, fighting monsters, being scratched by a wolf. It was like a dream, and when I woke up, I returned to my normal life, drawing, attending classes, and taking exams every day. Wang Ziyu turned his head and looked at her. Her beautiful face showed a trace of stubbornness and pain, which was a bit distressing. He said softly, you need to have enough ability to survive in this world. A person cannot live a simple life in school forever. This time, it can be regarded as an early experience. You will understand that such experience is more useful than studying in school for a year or two. Lizan said sadly, well, to survive? Especially since she has lived 2 lives, this thought is even more profound. If it were her in her previous life, she would definitely be panicked, and now her mentality has become so different that she doesn't even recognize herself. Maybe in this world, seeking survival is the same as seeking success in the college entrance examination in the past. She sighed, and gradually fell into a deep sleep. Wang Ziyu put her head on his shoulder, and a piece of cardboard fell out of her pocket. He reached out to pick it up, and saw the portrait of him on it, slightly raised the corners of his lips, and smiled. Chapter 31. A night passed in silence, and Lizhan slowly opened her eyes. What she saw before her was a vast expanse of green. The first ray of sunlight in the morning would cast a faint red glow on the green leaves. She lay diagonally on the smooth upper end of the boulder, and saw the huge tree trunk stretching endlessly in front of her eyes. The early birds chirped happily, lightly passing through the lush treetops, and flying high into the sky. The fog in the forest had not completely dissipated, and the cool air invaded her skin with a chill. She woke up. The fragments of last night's dream slipped through the edge of her mind, making her slightly absent-minded. She reached out and touched her calf, which was wrapped in a thick bandage. She poked it with her fingertips, but there was no pain that penetrated the bone marrow, but a dull pain. She frowned. What on earth was going on? Her head was a mess, and she had no memory at all. Wang Ziyu was not nearby either. Where did he go? He was still wearing his coat, and his uniform was very dry. She didn't know if it was dried by his body temperature, or what. Only the blood-stained shoes told her what really happened last night. Was it Wang Ziyu who put her here? There was a hidden magic circle around her body. As long as it was not touched, it would be invisible. Lizhan looked at the boulder under her. If her legs were fine, it would not be difficult to climb down. However, now she could only wait for him to come back. No matter what, she finally saved her life. About 10 minutes later, when Lizhan was starving, Wang Ziyu finally came back, and suddenly appeared in front of her at the speed of a flying bird. Lizhan was stunned for a moment, then moved to make room for him. Wang Ziyu held 4 or 5 fruits in his arms, and put them down on the stone, breakfast. The fruits looked very strange. One was shaped like a diamond with a hard shell, one looked like a Coke bottle, and another looked like a bowl. Lizhan had seen them in the spiritual herb identification, and they all seemed to be good for increasing human magic waves. She forgot whether they were level 3 or something else. The problem was that she didn't know how to eat them. Wang Ziyu casually broke one open and ate it without caring about her. Her leg was injured, but her hand was not. Lizhan stretched out her hand to break one open. Seeing the tender flesh inside, she opened her mouth and bit it. Then, spit it out. God, it's too disgusting. How did this fruit that tastes like potassium sulfate grow? It's fishy, sour, astringent, and disgusting. She thought that all magic fruits were delicious and increased magic waves, but it turned out to be an illusion. Lizhan desperately spit out the remaining taste in her mouth, while wiping her mouth with the back of her hand in embarrassment, wishing she could find water to rinse her mouth. Wang Ziyu looked at her like an idiot. This fruit is eaten with the kernel. After the fact, Lizhan glared at him and broke the flesh, revealing the plump white kernels. After the last lesson, she learned her lesson this time. She didn't bite it in big bites, but licked it with her tongue first. She felt that there was no strange taste, and then she bit it carefully. It tastes good, right? Lizhan quickly broke out the other kernels inside, and ate them clean with a few crunches, just like a hungry tiger pouncing on its food. After breakfast, Lizhan's hands were stained with purple-red juice. She looked at Wang Ziyu, and his white and slender hands were not even dirty. Comparing people is so annoying. She wiped it with her handkerchief and asked, "You saved me last night, thank you." Wang Ziyu said calmly, "I don't know much about magical treatment. I can only make do with it for now, and treat it after leaving the forest. It's much better now." Lizhan smiled at him gratefully. "Are we going to keep going?" "No, not us." Wang Ziyu's voice suddenly turned cold, like suddenly throwing ice cubes into warm water. "I'm leaving." "What? Where are you going?" Lizhan said anxiously. How could she survive if she was left alone in the woods at this time? She was about to cry. "Leave." Wang Ziyu lifted her chin with his fingertips expressionlessly. "Don't tell anyone that you have seen me." After saying that, he disappeared like a shadow. Lizhan was stunned for a long time, and suddenly came to his senses and shouted, "Hey, Wang Ziyu, you bastard." He actually left her like this. She stood up with difficulty, and something seemed to fall out of her pocket. She looked down and saw that it was a cardboard. Lizhan picked up the card, and was stunned when she saw the portrait on it. It was the portrait of Wang Ziyu that she drew last night, but there was a free and neat signature next to the portrait, Zhuyu Feral. The handwriting was elegant, and the space occupied was not too big or too small, which matched the portrait perfectly. This? Lizhan was surprised. Could it be his full name? The name Wang Ziyu didn't sound like the name of the people here, just like the two words Lizhan. Lizhan was just a name, and her last name was Bossman. If the card paper can get the personal signature of the portrait owner, it will be much easier to find that person in the future. Did Wang Ziyu not know this and wrote it casually, or did he know this and write it on purpose? Lizhan was a little confused about his thoughts, but this was not something she needed to think about at the moment. The biggest problem she faced now was, get down from the boulder and find help. Chanting the spell, the card paper turned into a butterfly, no, a bird, and flew up. The blue wings glided through the air, and soon flew a few meters away. Lizhan was shocked again. Signing a signature also upgraded the paper? The bird looked back and saw that she was still there. It stopped on a branch and waited for her, just like the butterfly before. Lizhan breathed a sigh of relief, and found the easiest way down. She climbed down little by little with both hands on the boulder. It was difficult to climb. When she got to the ground, she was sweating all over, and the pain in her legs became clear again. She staggered forward, and every step she took was a heart-piercing pain. A person may be the freest, but also the most dangerous. She had to observe the surrounding terrain, carefully avoid poisonous snakes and beasts, and follow the bird closely without losing her direction. At the same time, she had to maintain her physical strength and prevent her injuries from worsening. At the beginning, she hated Wang Ziyu especially, hated him for being so ruthless, and for abandoning her in this deserted place. She hated him so much that she got angry when she thought of his name. Maybe he wrote down his name so that she could find him in a critical moment, but she didn't want to. In fact, think about it, all this is her own fault. What's more, she can't count on anyone, just like the college entrance examination. No matter how others do in the exam, it has nothing to do with herself. Only if she does well in the exam, it belongs to her. Wang Ziyu has the right to help her, but he has no obligation to do so. What's more, as a pseudo-god, he has done his best to help her so much. If he is found out by the pseudo-god, he will be harmed. She has to survive through her own efforts. Chapter 32. Attitude often determines people's choices and decisions, and the choice, invisibly determines the future path of life. Lizhan didn't know at this time that this attitude determined her future life to some extent. She just smiled with the spirit of AQ, took a deep breath, cheered up, and set off. With the experience and lessons of walking in the forest the day before, Lizhan cleverly avoided dangerous plants and beasts, tried to walk to a safe place, and stopped to rest for a while every time she walked a distance to prevent the wound from worsening. The forest was very quiet, with trees, grass, insects, and wild animals forming a system of their own, a complete world. However, she was an outsider who had entered this world, and would always bring disaster upon herself. Lizhan was not afraid. For her, entering the forest was easier than entering a completely new world. Moreover, she had already entered a world that she did not understand at all, so what was there to fear from a small forest? Not only that, she consciously thought that if she could not even defeat a small forest, then how could she survive in this magical world? Coming to this world, she was very lucky to meet Ji Rongxi, who loved and protected her. Now, Ji Rongxi was also accompanying her in this forest, and she must find Ji Rongxi. The wind blew across her cheeks, gently blowing her hair over her neck. She stroked her hair with her hands, and even the breeze was accompanying her. Lizhan smiled with the corners of her lips curved. The land under her feet began to become dry, and the terrain became higher and higher. Lizhan had a hard time climbing the slope, but this was a good sign. The false god did not specify where it was in Kenya, but as an organization, it must have a base. In the forest, the highlands are always safer than the lowlands. There are no well-camouflaged swamps, no poisonous grasses that like shade, and no water monsters to guard against. Another important reason is that she rationally believes that the false god deliberately led the students to the Kenyan forest. No matter what its purpose is, if it wants to attract students, it must leave a mark in a conspicuous place. The third reason is Wang Ziyu's departure. She guessed that Wang Ziyu left her because he was afraid of running into acquaintances, and the biggest prerequisite for running into acquaintances is to get close to the false god. This is a wonderful idea. Lizhan stopped by the tree trunk, resting and daydreaming, when suddenly a demon beast jumped out of the forest and rushed towards her. The alertness trained in the past day made her hair stand up suddenly. Another short-nosed beast. The short-nosed beast is not big, somewhat similar to a wolf dog, with a flat nose, but a very sensitive sense of smell. It can smell the blood even if it is buried 3 feet underground. This kind of animal especially likes to drink blood and eat meat. She walked in the forest with blood all over her body, and she would meet one every half an hour. After chasing it away for a whole morning, she found that the short-nosed beast's eyes were its weak point. Therefore, she aimed at the short-nosed beast's route and quickly shot out a thin silver stick, piercing it straight into its eyes. The short-nosed beast thought she was a fat sheep, but it didn't expect that the weak lamb would resist. When it found the silver stick, it was too late. Before it could see what it was pierced through the eyeball and rushed out screaming. It was done. Lizhan watched it rampage in the forest, and let out a light breath. The blood of the short-nosed beast would definitely attract other beasts. She couldn't go in that direction anymore, so she waved at the bird made of cardboard, signaling it to change direction, but the bird didn't understand her thoughts. It only knew that Ji Rongxi's magic wave was in that direction, so it had to fly in that direction no matter what. Lizhan waved at it, but it didn't listen, and it didn't understand when she asked it to stop. Lizhan didn't have the strength to climb up the tree and catch it. Maybe nothing would happen. She thought about it, and felt that it was still dangerous. She was about to turn around and walk in the opposite direction, when suddenly, ah! The ear-piercing scream broke the silence, startling the birds in the trees to spread their wings and fly away. The sound happened to be from the direction where the short-nosed beast rushed out. Lizhan was stunned for a moment, and then she heard something fall to the ground with a muffled sound of puff. Someone? Or a woman? Lizhan thought about it, and jumped on one leg towards the direction where the sound came from. She had been walking alone for so long, and this was the first time she heard a human voice. She was surprised and happy. She was afraid that it was an enemy, but she was happy because she finally ran into someone of the same kind. Lizhan used the bushes to cover her body and looked out. About 50 steps away, she could vaguely see a figure behind the forest. Lizhan's heart was pounding. Was it an enemy or a friend? Of course, she couldn't expect to see Ji Rongxi at this time. To put it another way, as long as it wasn't a forest bandit or a false god, she would feel lucky. At the same time, the people over there also discovered Lizhan. While Lizhan was still thinking about who it was, they released a lightning bolt at her with lightning speed. The force was not great, but the direction was clear, coming towards her. Lizhan was unable to move, so she had to support herself with her hands on the tree trunk next to her, and jumped away on one foot. As soon as she stood still, the tree was struck by lightning and turned into charcoal. Lizhan looked back at the tree in horror, and suddenly realized that it was the third magic element in the Kara magic talisman, Fudian. Her eyes lit up, and she raised her voice. Is it Kara's classmate? But as soon as she spoke, she began to regret it. Wang Ziyu was a pseudogod, and also understood the Kara magic talisman. If this person deliberately used the Kara magic talisman to seduce her, wouldn't it be bad? Her heartbeat accelerated, like a drum, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Lizhan looked around, gritted her teeth, and ran back. At the same time, a gentle male voice came from the other side. Are you also from Kara? What grade and class? Lizhan retreated while pretending to be calm and answered. He sure by from the 4th grade. Which class are you from? She originally wanted to say that she was in the 1st grade, but then she thought that would not only expose her identity, but also expose the information that she was very weak. If he rushed over, she would be in trouble. That's why she lied and said she was in the 4th grade, and she made up a fake name. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes blurred, and the man came to her at a speed as fast as the wind. Lizhan had no time to hide, and thought to herself, Oh no! I'm Ikaro from Class A, Grade 4. The man stood still and introduced himself with a slight smile. Ikaro? That's the president of the student union. Faced with the fact that she was exposed, Lizhan silently wiped her sweat, ashamed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Ikaro was wearing a Kara boy's uniform. The badge on his shoulder fell off, and some places on his trouser legs were scratched and stained with some dirt, looking very embarrassed, but this did not damage his elegant and gentle temperament at all. The golden sunlight in the morning through the leaves sprinkled on his soft golden hair, which fluttered slightly in the wind, like shining waves. His eyes seemed to contain a kind of tenderness, giving Lizhan the illusion that he was looking at her very attentively. Chapter 33. Ikaro has a good relationship with Ji Rongshi. He often eats with Ji Rongshi, and is also familiar with his predecessor. This is the luckiest encounter. What kind of shit luck did she have? Lizhan was very happy in her heart, but she also despised herself. Just now, she even made up the name of He-Sure-Bai. It was simply embarrassing to go to Siberia. Ikaro seemed to see her embarrassment, and gently persuaded her, "You are very smart. You didn't expose your information to others casually." There was a convincing magic in his words. Lizhan blushed slightly, looked up and smiled at the boy, and then dared not speak again. Based on experience, gentle boys, like Ikaro, are more delicate and sensitive. If you accidentally say something that makes him suspicious, it will be more trouble than it is worth. However, her silence does not mean that Ikaro will let it go. Ikaro is a head taller than her, and there is a hint of surprise and inquiry in his slightly lowered eyes. "Little tail, are you here alone? You noticed it so quickly. Awesome." Lizhan praised him in her heart. Of course, she would not tell anyone about Wang Ziyu. She laughed dryly. "Oh haha. I came here with a few classmates, but I got lost just now. I was just about to find them when I ran into you. It's hard for you. It's great to see you here. The queen will definitely be touched." Ikaro saw that she was wearing socks on one side, and the other leg was wrapped in a bandage. He asked worriedly, "Are you injured?" "Oh, this? It's okay. Because it's a skirt, I'm afraid that the thorns will scratch my legs." "The thorns scratched my socks before," Lizhan answered weakly under his gaze. She finally developed an independent mentality. If she relied on him again, all her efforts would be wasted. Moreover, he must have his own things to do, and she didn't want to drag him down. It was not polite to stare at a lady's legs all the time. As a gentleman, Ikaro didn't look down, but just smiled and said, "That's a good idea." Then he changed the subject. "There are a few classmates over there. Let's go over together." "Yes." Lizhan nodded, and gently moved her left foot. As soon as she moved slightly, she was in so much pain that she broke out in a cold sweat, and couldn't help but gasp. She didn't know who Ikaro was just now, and she was thinking about escaping. She accidentally twisted her injured left foot, which was simply adding insult to injury. Ikaro turned his head suddenly like a cat with excellent hearing. Lizhan stood still reflexively, and didn't move. Ikaro thought he had heard it wrong. Just when he was about to turn back, he saw from the corner of his eye that her body was slightly tilted, and her posture was very strange. He looked down along her legs, and saw dark red blood on her shoes. Kara's uniforms include shoes. Regardless of whether they are boys or girls, the shoes are all the most common black flat-soled short boots made of wolf skin. They are light, wear-resistant, and not fancy. The coagulated blood is not eye-catching on the black boots, so Ikaro didn't notice it at first. He looked at Lizhan's other foot, and compared the shoes on both feet. Only then did he realize that the color of the left shoe was much redder than the right shoe. It was actually stained with blood. Ikaro was shocked. "Are you injured?" I still couldn't hide it." Lizhan smiled bitterly. "Fortunately, I'm fine now." She moved her legs back slightly, not wanting him to see the wound opening and bleeding. However, this subtle movement did not escape Ikaro's eyes. "You have to be careful when you are injured. I carry you away." "Huh?" Before Lizhan could react, she felt that her whole body was lifted into the air. She was startled and reached out to grab Ikaro's shoulders. Only then did she realize that she was being carried sideways by Ikaro. Icarus's scent was gentle and light, just like his person. It felt a bit like Ferrari's night perfume, but it was much better than that. After all, perfume is a fragrance, while his scent was natural. "Put me down, I can walk by myself." Lizhan struggled to get off the ground. She was not used to being close to others to the extent that she could smell the other person's scent. No matter if it was a familiar person or a stranger, even if her predecessor had a good relationship with him, she couldn't accept it. As for Wang Ziyu, it was an emergency at that time, so she naturally ignored it. It's too serious. If you're not careful, it will get worse. Hikaru picked her up and found that her wound was on the back of her leg. Blood had seeped out. Whether it was the bandage wrapped around her entire leg or the shoes with blood coagulated, they all turned into silent pain when they fell into his eyes. No, I really can walk by myself. Lizon struggled to stand on the ground, but was stopped by Hikaru. His voice was also gentle, but when he narrowed his eyes slightly, it carried a little bit of coercion. If the queen knew that I treated you badly, it would be terrible. Do you want me to be abused by the queen? The words were pitiful, with a pure and innocent look. In fact, Hikaru was the president, and Ji Rongshi was the vice president. It was not easy for Ji Rongshi to abuse him. However, he was usually friendly and often teased by others, and Ji Rongshi, because of his high prestige, was often used as a shield by him. Lizon said helplessly, "Then can you carry me on your back?" Since she could only accept it with a smile, she was not used to being hugged like this. Senior Icarus gladly accepted her suggestion and squatted down. Lizon obediently lay on his back. His back was broad and even a little thin, but gentle and strong. Lizon felt the warmth from his back, and her face became hot for no reason, and her eyes began to turn red. Although she was very strong, she was a girl after all. Icarus took care of her so considerately, without any airs of a student council president, which touched her. It was like a fledgling bird that had been flying alone for a long time, and finally met an older and gentle big bird. In an instant, it felt like returning home. The familiar wind brushed across his cheeks, and Lizon curved his eyes, and stared at the front. Hikaru walked step by step, very slowly, and he didn't feel the bumps when he lay on him. Lizon grabbed Hikaru's shoulders tightly, and suddenly remembered something. When the school broadcast the missing list, Hikaru was also on it. How could he be here? Did he escape? What about Ji Rongshi? Because she trusted him wholeheartedly, Lizon didn't hide it and asked directly, "Why are you here? Isn't Ji Rongshi with you? Where is she now? Is she in danger?" Hikaru didn't answer, but smiled slightly. "You and Ji Rongshi have a good relationship. No matter what happens, Ji Rongshi always remembers you first, and you also remember her." Chapter 34. Of course, Lizon said proudly. Hikaru shook his head, his smile slowly turned into worry, and said sadly, "I escaped. Ji Rongshi is fine for the time being, but he is still locked up in the Ghost Palace. There are also Bosova, Lilith and others. I can't save so many people by myself, so I can only escape and look for help. I just met Sad and Fanny, and I was about to find a few more people to go in." As he spoke, Hikaru walked to a clearing in the forest. There stood a boy and a girl wearing kara uniforms. Lizon took a look and guessed that these two people were probably Sad and Fanny mentioned by Hikaru. Fanny looks pretty good, with a pointed chin, a small nose, a small mouth, delicate features, and she walks with her feet turned inward, giving people a sense of shyness. The pink and white uniform makes her look particularly well behaved. However, Fanny was very angry because she was suddenly hit by a wounded crazy short-nosed beast and fell hard. Not only did she break her knee, but she also ruined her image and messed up her hair. She was so angry that she felt like she was choked by an egg, and all the anger was stuck in her throat, unable to swallow or spit out. Lizon felt that Fanny was familiar, and after a careful look, she couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Compared with the arrogant and domineering person the day before, Fanny was like a completely different person, with a pitiful look. However, Lizon didn't remember the pair of brown eyes wrongly. It's true that enemies don't meet again. Yesterday, Fanny cut her hair at the entrance of the school hospital, and she didn't have time to take revenge, and now they met again. If it weren't for the inconvenience of her legs and feet at this time, Lizon really wanted to rush to her and ask her, "Why did you cut my hair? Then shave her like a nun." Fanny probably noticed her gaze, and turned to face her. Seeing that it was her, and lying comfortably on Hikaru's back, her face suddenly became cold. The two looked at each other, like a battle of weapons. Lizon felt that the other party's hatred was unreasonable, so he glared back fiercely. What a good pretender. She sneered in her heart. It's not too late for a woman to take revenge 10 years later. She will remember the revenge of cutting her hair first. A sweet smile bloomed on her face. "Hello, senior sister, I am Lizon from the first grade class F." As if to show that he was harmless, Lizon emphasized the words first grade F class, and turned to Saad, "Hello, senior." Saad was a very strong boy, with a strong back and dark skin. He was a muscular man of the gravity department. He laughed. "President, is this your sister?" Very polite. He spoke very loudly, and his laughter shook the leaves in all directions. Ikaro smiled brightly and carefully put Lizan on the ground. You dare to say that? Be careful that the queen will cause trouble for you. She is the apple of the queen's eye. Sad suddenly realized and scratched his head. A trace of unnaturalness appeared on his honest face. Maybe he had been abused by Ji Rongshi before. He said embarrassedly, I was wondering why he looked so familiar. It turned out to be Little Tail. You are Little Tail. Your whole family is Little Tail. Lizan rolled his eyes in his heart and resisted the urge to complain. I really don't know what good things his predecessor did to be given such a bad nickname. It's really embarrassing. Seeing Lizan staring at him with dissatisfaction, revealing a little girl's coquettishness, Sad couldn't help laughing again. Fanny watched from the side, listening to them talking with great interest, while she was left out, and couldn't help stamping her feet in anger. What time is it now? You still have the mood to chat. Saad glanced at her bad face, and quickly turned back to the topic. We heard that a classmate was captured in the Kenyan forest. We just came here and don't know what happened yet, and Xiaowei, how did you get here by yourself? Ikaro signaled the two to calm down. Don't worry. Many classmates are locked up in the Ghost Palace about a mile away from here, and there are guards inside. We are few in number now, and we have to wait for more people, otherwise it will be very dangerous to go in. Ghost Palace? I'm so scared. Fanny exclaimed, and covered her mouth with her slender fingers in a pretentious manner, and the bright red crystal nail shone brightly on her lips. To be honest, Lizan hated this type of girl the most. She really wanted to yell, Can you stop interrupting the topic with some nonsense? Icarus always had a gentle smile on his face. Don't worry, junior sister, more classmates will come later, and we won't be scared when we are together. Fanny successfully attracted Icarus's attention to herself, and a hint of pride flashed in her eyes, but she didn't show it on her face at all. She still smiled shyly and approached Icarus coquettishly. Senior, you are so nice. I heard that the president of the student union was a very gentle person before, but I couldn't believe it. It turns out that you are even gentler than they said. Saad snorted heavily beside him, but Ikaro often heard similar compliments, so he was not surprised. He nodded with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, junior sister. Fanny hit a soft nail. Seeing that Saad and Lizan were looking at her like a monkey, she was so angry that her face swelled up. She stamped her feet, sobbed, covered her face, and ran to the tree in front. Ikaro turned around and asked, Junior sister Lizan, do you have a communicator? Lizan waved her hand innocently. No. Ikaro sighed. He had just asked Sad and Fanny. Both of them had lost their communicators. Now he could only rely on magic to find someone. He walked a few steps away, squatted down, concentrated, took out a chopstick-sized magic wand inlaid with emeralds, and squatted on the ground to draw circles. Lizan saw him draw circles again and again, sometimes slowly, and sometimes quickly, and each circle was as round as a compass. Suddenly I felt like squatting in the corner of the wall to watch ants moving for an afternoon when I was a child, quite childish. That came over, and saw such a complicated magic circle. He explained, as expected of the president of the student union, this magic circle has 5 stars. Ikaro smiled faintly. Magic circles are my weak point. This magic circle is just 3 stars. Sorry to make you laugh. Huh? 5 stars? 3 stars? Lizan only knew 2 things about magic circles. One is that the magic circle must be connected end to end to form a magic circuit, and the circular lines are the wires to ensure the transmission of magic power. The more circuits there are, the greater the magic power that can be accepted and condensed. Compared with magic circles of other shapes, circular magic circles are the most delicate, with the largest area, the shortest distance, the strongest ability, and the easiest to draw. Chapter 35. Another point is that the magic circle is the restraining force formed by the magician's traction, which transmits his magic waves into the magic circle, and uses the magic circle to absorb the surrounding magic elements at the fastest speed to help the magician achieve his goal. After listening to the 2 people's words, Lizan felt that he only saw the surface of the magic circle and didn't know the key point, so he decisively gave up the mood of watching ants moving, and used the magic knowledge he had learned to study his magic circle. In addition to the outer circle of the magic circle, and the small circles that pull the magic waves, there is also a huge pentagram in the circle. Lizan searched in his mind for a long time, and finally remembered what Ji Rongshi said. The pentagram symbolizes the magician standing between heaven and earth, with his hands raised and his feet standing on the ground. This is one of the most serious lineups, which can gather and condense the energy between heaven and earth in the shortest time and transform it into its own use. Senior, you are too modest. If this is only 3 stars, then I can't even be considered an entry. Sad said with admiration. It is not something that ordinary people can draw in the shortest time to draw many wires, transmit them to the edge of the forest, and gather their own strength to absorb the magic elements in the forest to serve themselves. Lizan was stunned when she heard this. Did she miss something? When she went to study again, Icarus had already drawn the array. At the moment of drawing, the white light of the magic array shot up into the sky. Lizan hurriedly took a step back. When she looked again, the magic array disappeared without leaving anything. Lizan was a little confused. It was the first time she saw a magic circle running away by itself. It seemed that she had not yet entered the door of magic, and many things had to be learned from scratch. Icaro stood up, looking a little tired. He leaned against the tree and closed his eyes slightly. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were still as gentle as water. I used the formation to ask for help from Kara's students within 100 miles of the forest. They should come here soon after sensing the breath. You don't have to worry. It turned out that the magic circle was scattered in the forest. It turns out that the magic circle can be used in this way. Lizan silently remembered it in his heart, but will Kara's students really come? Although the school issued a notice requesting students to go to the Kenyan forest to rescue the missing classmates, this is not a mandatory requirement after all. It is hard to say whether the students are willing to help. But what can I do if I don't wait? Her legs are inconvenient to move. Even if she goes to rescue people, she can't help much, and she will become a burden if she is not careful. Ah! How annoying. About 10 minutes later, Icaro felt that the magic circle had moved. There were actually several students from Kara following the magic circle. There were 3 boys and 1 girl, all of whom seemed to be third-year students. They were all tall and strong. Although the girl was not as tall as Ji Rongxi, she had a big frame and belonged to the slightly fat world. She looked very motivated. Compared to her and Icarus's embarrassment, their uniforms were still clean, and their faces showed curiosity and adventure. They probably just arrived not long ago, and had not suffered any attacks. In addition, everyone was carrying a large black backpack with the Kara school emblem printed on it. Did you come early? Why are you so embarrassed and injured? The girl looked at Lizan in confusion, then looked at Icarus. I think this forest is okay, not as dangerous as the school said. I brought a lot of things with me. Lizan was depressed by this sentence. Is luck really different for different people? She almost lost her life, and they said it was safe? How hateful. Comparing yourself to others will make you angry, right? What did you bring? Do you have any food? Saad ran over and asked. Although they didn't know each other before, the situation was special, and they didn't care so much. A lot. I brought 2 bags of pearl nuts, 10 bottles of nutrients, a bottle of potion that can enhance magic waves, and 2 chestnut pies. As the girl spoke, she untied the backpack of the boy next to her and took out food. Soon, the ground was filled with all kinds of food. If Lizan hadn't arrived first, he would have thought they were having a picnic. Lizan suddenly understood why this girl could grow as tall and strong as a man. It was purely because of eating. However, this is also a good habit. If you bring a lot of food, you won't be hungry wherever you go. Unlike her, she didn't bring anything. If she starved to death, she would only be laughed at. The few nuts he had eaten in the morning could not fill his stomach at all. Lizan looked at the girl eagerly. The girl smiled and said, Hey, girls first, Junior, this is for you. As she said that, she stuffed a chestnut pie and a bag of nuts into Lizan's arms, and said to Fanny, who was standing awkwardly not far away, that Junior, this is for you. Take the nutritional supplements yourself, 1 bottle per person, and keep the rest for later use. You boys can eat the dried meat. Fanny had been too embarrassed to come over before, but when she heard that the girl wanted to give her food, she took the food shamelessly, and ate it in small bites. After the group of people had eaten and drunk their fill, Icaro clapped his hands and said, There are 8 of us in total. In addition to Lizan's leg injury, which can't walk, there are still 7 combatants. Now let's divide the work. You're injured, aren't you? Fanny opened her eyes wide, as if she had just discovered this shocking news, and looked at Lizan with surprise. Seeing that her right leg was wrapped in gauze, she maliciously poked her wound with her sharp nails. Lizan was already feeling pain, and at this time she couldn't help but hiss. She gasped and broke out in cold sweat. Fanny retracted her finger and smiled dimples. I think this wound is probably fake. The junior is from the 1st grade class F. She has no ability, and is afraid of dragging us down. She pretended to be injured. As soon as she said this, the 3rd grade senior frowned. I brought human food. How did you raise a traitorous beast? The traitorous beast is a common type of summoned beast, and it is also the most hated beast by summoning magicians, because this beast has no moral integrity and no principles. It is a typical fence-sitter, and often turns against the magician when the magician is piking. Fanny's face turned pale, and her eyes turned red. She blinked and tears fell like beads. I didn't mean that. I just wanted to see her injury. Ikaro looked at the blood oozing from the wound where Lizhan was stabbed, and was very angry at Fanny's behavior. Just as he was about to say something, Lizhan glanced at Fanny and said coldly, "Senior sister, thank you for your concern. But I just came to find Ji Rongxi. Whether she was injured or not, I will not interfere with your every move to save anyone. Put away your tears. I have no obligation to stand here and let you poke my wounds and sprinkle salt on them." Chapter 36. Fanny obviously didn't expect Lizhan to say such sharp and disrespectful words. She was a student in Class A. She was the only one who was mean to others, and had never been fought back by others. She was choked by Lizhan's words and was speechless. Without time to think, she blurted out more excessive words. "Don't ask others to carry you later." "Enough." Ikaro said coldly, "Why are you fighting among yourselves before you save people? Whether Lizhan is injured or not, helping your companions is as important as rescuing trapped classmates. I don't want to hear anything about this anymore." Fanny saw the cold air coming out of Ikaro's body, and knew that he was angry. She didn't dare to say anything, shuddered, and quietly took 2 steps back. Ikaro was usually such a gentle person, and never said a harsh word to anyone. Some people said that Ikaro was a pink diamond beast that looked gentle and harmless on the outside, and always had a gentle smile on his face, but he was actually a diamond. Whether it was against the diamond or the president of the student union, Fanny didn't have the ability to do so. She glared at Lizhan angrily, but Lizhan turned away and pretended not to see it. "Can I interrupt?" A senior student in the 3rd grade suddenly spoke up. He had not spoken a word just now, but just stared at Lizhan thoughtfully. Lizhan found that his strange gaze had been for a long time, so she looked at him. He was wearing a white coat over his uniform, which made him look like a specialist in the school hospital. He said in a serious tone, "I am from the medical department of Class B in the 3rd grade. I was thinking about her injury just now. She should have been injured by Voldemort. The wound was about 3 inches long, and she had received first aid beforehand. But the first aid method is very strange. I can't guarantee that I can remove the protective array left by the predecessors and do a better job, so I haven't spoken." He took out 2 glass bottles from the pocket of his white coat. One bottle is a painkiller, and the other is a hemostatic agent. You can use them when you need them. Li Zhan didn't refuse, took it with his hand, thanked him, and asked, "Are there any side effects?" The boy answered, "If you don't feel pain, you will often ignore the existence of the wound and may do something that will make the injury worse." Lizhan nodded, and put the potion into her uniform pocket. She didn't want to drink it yet, but she would use it if necessary. The farce was stopped by the appearance of the expert. Ikaro adjusted his mood slightly, and soon put on a smile on his face. "It's not easy to break through the Ghost Palace. We need to give full play to everyone's strength. You should report your department and main magic ability one by one. The effect will be better if you give full play to your personal strengths." Fanny glared at Lizhan fiercely and said first, "I am in Class A of the 2nd grade, the summoning department, and I am good at summoning souls." Sad followed up, "I'm a sophomore, gravity department, good at guerrilla warfare, but I'm also good at lurking." The 3rd-year senior glanced at Fanny, "I'm a 3rd year, fire element release department, if you make me angry, I burn it." Except for the boys from the medical department, the other 2 are release department. One is wind element, one is thunder element, and the other one is Ikaro, a 4th-year mind department. Lizhan made an overall estimate that her defensive ability would not be very useful in an offensive battle, and the only thing she could do was to find where the trapped students were before a head-on conflict. If she was alone, she would have to find those students first. As long as she found Ji Rongxi would help her with the rest of the work. Ikaro pondered for a moment and said, "In the Ghost Palace, I was not locked up with Ji Rongxi and the others, so I didn't know their location very clearly. I only knew the guards of the 3 false gods. When I came out, they found me. I may have to be more careful when I go in later." He drew a rough map on the ground, marking the basic routes and guards on the map. Lizhan took a look, then quietly walked aside, and drew a butterfly magic circle in the air. The Ghost Palace was only 1 mile away from here, just within her central positioning range, and she didn't even need magic paper. Ji Rongxi's position was quickly determined. She looked up at the Ghost Palace map drawn by Icarus and asked, "How many floors does the Ghost Palace have?" Icarus was surprised and said, "The Ghost Palace has 7 floors, what's wrong?" Lizhan pointed to the corner below the sketch drawn by Icarus with a feather pen and said, "I have measured Gigi's position. It should be here, on the second floor. You are not making this up, are you? Fanny glanced at her. Why are you so ignorant? Akaro was annoyed by her constant provocation and ignored her. He said to Lizan, can you find out the location of other students? Lizan said, I want their names and portraits. Sada's eyes lit up, and he blurted out, I have Lilith's. As he said that, he took out his wallet from his pocket. In his wallet, there was a portrait of Lilith. Everyone seemed to understand what was going on, and couldn't help but say oh. Looked at him. Thad's face immediately turned red to his neck, and he kept scratching his head, saying, don't tell her, I'm afraid. Brother, this is a great opportunity for you to show off. The senior sister patted his shoulder. Wait a minute, you rush in to save the beauty. I don't believe that the beauty will not be tempted. Lizan couldn't help but burst out laughing, and the anger caused by Fanny immediately dissipated. She drew the portrait in the background on the paper, wrote her name, and looked for her location directly through the paper. I thought it would be difficult to find it this way, but I didn't expect it to work in one try. She happily picked up the drawing paper and kissed it on her lips. Baby, you're so nice. She turned around and saw that everyone else was looking at her meaningfully. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She wiped away the card paper, took out one of the papers with the map and location drawn on it, and handed it to Sad, saying, Hero, go save the beauty. Everyone couldn't help but laugh again. Only Lizan knew that she had performed extremely well this time. Last night, she could only wipe out 2 pieces of card paper, but now she could actually wipe out 3 pieces, and she could also accurately transfer the map to the middle piece of paper. Is this her progress or a coincidence? Using this method, she spent 10 minutes to find out the positions of several people. With the blueprint, it is twice the result with half the effort. Everyone can't help but look at her with new eyes, especially Akaro, who is the happiest. It turns out that the junior sister is so powerful. It's great. The queen will definitely be very happy. Fanny was unwilling to let Lizan attract everyone's attention, and said sharply, Of course, she is with Ji Rongshi. Can't she not learn a few tricks? As for me, I am definitely not better than her. Why does me of silver collection? Begging for a collection. Chapter 37. This time, everyone ignored her and discussed how to assign people. Akaro pondered for a while, asked 2 girls to form 2 groups, and then divided the boys into 2 groups according to their abilities, leaving only Lizan. Fanny couldn't help but smile smugly, with an expression of see, you are still abandoned. Akaro said loudly, I will be in a group with Lizan. After we go in, we will go in 3 ways, and try to cooperate with each other. If the situation is dangerous, we will retreat or signal each other. Fanny said dissatisfiedly, Why are you 2 together? Akaro's patience was almost exhausted by her, but he adhered to the principle of maintaining a good image as the president of the student union, and explained, Lizan's legs and feet are inconvenient to move, and she can't be a burden to you. She is with me, so she can sense the location of the prisoners in time, and I will convey the information to you as quickly as possible. Fanny had nothing to say, stamped her feet hard, and strode forward. The Ghost Palace is an ancient Roman-style building, standing abruptly in the Kenyan forest. The building is magnificent. Standing in front of it is like standing in front of an Empire State Building. The building vaguely shows the prosperity of the past, with gray granite walls and colorful shell glass on the windows, but it is obvious that the prosperity is gone now. Behind the half-collapsed iron gate, weeds are overgrown, and the stone steps are scattered and collapsed. There is no intact glass stone. The remaining remnants still have beautiful colored paintings, and vines are climbing on the walls, which looks gloomy. Icarus's eyes became serious. He was about to command everyone to move forward, when suddenly, a group of colorful birds flew out from the broken window. He was shocked and whispered, Hide. Lizan was standing behind Akaro. Hearing the sound, he reflexively shrank behind a big tree. The bird flew very fast. When it got close, Lizan saw the sharp things on its mouth, which were comparable to blades. If it pecked, it would definitely be bloody. Fanny, who was walking fast in front, had no time to dodge. Seeing that the bird was about to peck her eyes, she screamed and covered her face. Sad, who was standing beside her, chanted in a strong voice. In my name, I call you to become my magic spear. Demon Yusan Fudian. As he chanted, lightning flashed like a gun, piercing the bird's chest accurately. The bird fell to the ground before it could scream. Seeing this, the other birds flew away in fear. Fanny's face turned pale, her legs trembled with fear, and she fell to the ground. Before, she had seen Akaro use Magic Defense 3, and it can be seen that Akaro's control ability is better and the power is greater, while Sad's magic defense is not powerful, but it is skilled and has a quick reaction, and the effect is immediate. Just as Wang Ziyu said, magic defense is something that every student can use. Lizan saw it once, and it was more effective than any words. She remembered every move of Sod at the first time, and thought about the angle and strength over and over again in her mind. She must learn the first 6 types of magic defense before the practical test, plus the 2 types taught by Wang Ziyu. It should not be difficult to pass the practical test. Ikaro also showed a hint of approval to Sod, and ordered, "Sod, you take her away." After that, he took the lead and walked forward. Lizan staggered after him. He sighed, lowered his body, and wanted to carry her on his back. She shook her head and said, "I can walk by myself." She didn't want to be a burden in Fanny's eyes, nor did she want to be a burden to Ikaro. The Ghost Palace was dangerous. If Ikaro couldn't use his strength quickly, and in time because he carried her, the consequences might be serious. Ikaro didn't insist. There were 2 huge stone statues in front of the Ghost Palace. They were carved from top-grade basalt. When the group of people all walked to the door, the huge stone statues suddenly moved, turned their bodies and heads, made a creaking friction sound, and looked at them with their empty stone eyes. Lizan took a step back in fear, but she immediately thought that it might be controlled by someone inside. She had watched many TV dramas before, so she calmed down again. Besides, the other people, except Ikaro, were all scared and their faces turned pale. To be able to control the stone elephant to turn, there must be a magician who is good at operation, and a very powerful magician. The reason that frightened them the most was that even if the stone elephant could turn, it could only turn as a whole, but this one could turn even its head like a human. Too weird. The 2 stone elephants stepped down from the pedestal at the same time with heavy steps, approaching them fiercely, huge, clumsy, cold, hard, and emotionless like stone. Lizan suddenly felt a chill on her spine. This was definitely not an ordinary mechanical control. However, the more scared she was, the calmer she was, and she didn't show it at all. Fanny was so scared that her soul almost left her body. No one present was an earth element. Lizan thought to herself, "I don't know if the magic trap can work." She looked at Icarus. Icarus smiled easily and walked towards the 2 stone elephants. "We have something to do inside. Can you 2 make way? No one can pass through here." The statue on the right said. The voice was like a huge heavy object falling between solid objects, full of confrontation. "How strange." Ikaro smiled with emotion. "You don't even have vocal cords. How can you speak?" The expressionless statue seemed to be stunned for a moment, and said blankly, "What?" "Well, you too, I don't even understand why you can speak, and why you can move. You are all made of hard stone, without muscles, joints, or brains." The statue became more and more confused as he listened, and Lizan was even more puzzled. What was the point of Icarus telling the statue this? Icarus continued, "How can you have life when there is nothing alive in you? Obviously, you are just stone standing on the pedestal, unable to move, speak, or act." The stone elephants had never considered this question. Now, under Icarus's narration, they stiffly retreated to their respective pedestals and became motionless statues again. Lizan opened her mouth slightly in astonishment and kicked the statue on the left with her foot, but it didn't move at all. Are people of the psychic type so scary? Can even statues be persuaded? She looked at Ikaro blankly, and Ikaro smiled slightly, signaling the 3 groups to move forward separately. As soon as she entered the door, Lizan quietly released the magic paper. Perhaps because the distance was not far, the magic paper did not turn into a bird, but a small butterfly, flying gracefully in the long corridor of the palace. Lizan looked at Ikaro's slender back, and couldn't help but think of what Ji Rongqi said on the day of training her in actual combat. In battle, you need to guard against 2 types of people the most. The first type is the trait type, and the second type is the psychic type. Chapter 38. As a person of the defense system, it is easiest to deal with gravity or release systems in actual combat. As long as you can flexibly use magic skills, you can win. However, when you encounter a mind system, you must be very careful, because the mind system attacks the heart and mind of a person, which is why the defense system requires a high level of mental strength. Ji Rongqi said so at the time. She was right. Ikaro is a mind system, and he can defeat the opponent without bloodshed, just by attacking the loopholes in the opponent's thinking. Lizan stuck out her tongue. Fortunately, Ikaro was not an enemy. However, Ji Rongqi did not tell her how to guard against special magicians at that time. Now she could only pray to God that there were no magicians with special magicians in the Ghost Palace. The sunlight outside seemed to never reach the Ghost Palace. It was dark and gloomy inside, and there was an unpleasant musty smell. Moss grew everywhere in the corners of the wall. If you were not careful, you would slip and fall on the floor. The floor was originally polished, but because it was too old, the wood was rotten and bumpy. She walked side by side with Hikaru, who looked at her from time to time, fearing that her leg injury could not bear it. Lizhan looked around intently, first to pay attention to the movements of the butterfly, and second to guard against attacks. Suddenly, a tiny light flashed by, and Lizhan's body froze. Just as she was about to fight back, she found that the light was not attacking her, but her guide, the butterfly. The butterfly stood still in midair for a moment, and then fell to the ground. Lizhan was shocked and wanted to run over to pick it up, but Hikaru hurriedly pulled her back. If she ran out at this time, she would definitely be shot into a sieve. Lizhan broke free from his hand, but felt her scalp burning. She lowered her head, and a flame brushed past her hair and penetrated into the wall on the other side. Icarus quickly picked her up and hid in the darkness on the other side, where it was not easy to be discovered. The passage immediately returned to silence. Lizhan felt something was wrong. After entering the door, she and Icarus went first, followed by the other two groups. Now, after such a long time, no one came over. Did they take another way? Or were they lured away by the enemy? In the dark, the firelight was easily discovered. Lizhan calmed down and stared at the direction of the firelight, with both hands ready. As long as the enemy shot with firelight again, she would use silver light to bind. Time passed by second, but there was no more firelight. She suddenly realized that either the enemy was playing guerrilla warfare, or the enemy was also waiting for her. Whoever moved first would become the target. She looked up at Icarus, who was standing beside her. In the dark, she only felt that his emerald eyes were shining. Icarus lowered his head slightly and gestured to her. She nodded and chanted the spell silently to call back the butterfly. At the moment when the butterfly flew up again from the ground, a row of rockets formed a circle and shot towards the butterfly's direction at lightning speed. This shot exposed his position. Icarus seized this opportunity and slashed the air with his emerald magic wand, pupil technique. These two simple, clean and neat words made Lizhan stand still on the spot, not daring to look up at him. Pupil skills are a must for psychic magicians. If she looked into his eyes at this time, she would be confused. However, she immediately realized that she should take advantage of the enemy's trance to attack. Lizhan collected the butterfly in her hand, raised her hand, and dozens of silver light sticks flew out and shot towards the enemy's hiding place. Crack. Crack. A few times, the silver light sticks seemed to shoot into the wooden wall, but missed. Could it be that she didn't shoot accurately? She didn't expect that the mantis stalked the cicada and the oriole was behind. She had just made a move, and someone took advantage of her exposed position and fired dozens of water arrows at their backs. Water is a very annoying thing. After being tortured by water the night before, Lizhan has always been afraid of water. In addition, the form of water is easier to control than ice. No matter which direction she runs, she will be splashed by water. Water arrows are low-level magic, but this kind of water has no affinity for the skin and will directly tear up people's blood vessels. Lizhan has nowhere to escape and can only resist triple barrier. The triple magic circle rose from under her feet, layer by layer, wrapping up the two of them. The water arrow shot at the barrier and immediately turned into ice, quickly penetrating the first layer. Because of nervousness, she didn't have time to chant the spell just now, and the barrier was not powerful, and the ice arrow went through the second layer. Hikaru stood still and shouted, "Dizzy!" He used his pupil technique to stun the enemy he controlled, then chanted the spell, and used magic defense 12. Blue fire. The fire, whoosh, burned around the barrier, and the ice arrows melted into water when they met the fire. The scary thing was that the water did not drip directly onto the ground, but attached to the barrier and began to corrode it like sulfuric acid. What should I do? Lizhan was a little flustered. The current situation was very unfavorable. Not only was he being attacked from both sides, but hiding in the barrier was like hiding in a cabin attacked by a monster. Sooner or later, he would be attacked. Watch your step, Hikaru said solemnly. Lizhan was stunned, her feet seemed to be fixed by something, and she felt a piercing pain on the soles of her feet. She immediately understood what was going on and sighed that she was too careless. Water. She was trapped by the water. The water seeped in from the floor. Her barrier was built on the floor, and could not defend against such water at all. In an instant, the water gushed out like a spring, and every place that touched the water was in unbearable pain. Lizhan was furious. If she couldn't even defend against a small amount of water, what else could she do? She was about to fight to the death, but Hikaru reached out and hugged her waist, lifted her up, and held her in his arms. He was also soaked in water, but he looked calm. After her feet left the floor, a series of spells escaped from his mouth, chanting for a long time using Dragon Dance of Fish. The water immediately turned into water vapor, forming a dragon of fish in the space, and drilled under the floor. With a sound of bang, a big hole was pierced in the floor, and the dragon of fish spun and rushed into the hole like a tornado. Someone below groaned, and the water was withdrawn, leaving only a big hole in the floor and residual water stains. The water on the boots also ran away, and they were dry again. However, Ikaro was really amazing. Even when he was soaked in water, he was still so calm. Not only did he not panic, but he was also able to analyze the enemy's situation, find out where the enemy was, and win with one move. He used the simplest and most common fish dragon dance. This is the difference in strength. Are you okay? Seeing that she was holding his shoulders tightly with a dull expression, Ikaro couldn't help but worry, and he didn't dare to relax his hand holding her waist at all. Chapter 39. Oh haha, I'm fine. Lizan came back to her senses, laughed dryly twice, let go of him, turned her head, and looked down on herself. It was so embarrassing. I'm glad you're fine. Ikaro put her back on the ground carefully. Can you walk now? She used several magics in a row, and was a little exhausted. She wanted to check if her magic paper was intact, but there was no time and no space. Ikaro supported her, and walked all the way to the hall in front. Neither of them knocked on the door, but pushed it open and strode in like the owner of the hall. The hall was empty, with spider webs everywhere. In the center of the hall, a cold woman sat in front of a carved manmade desk. The desk was half broken, with moss growing at the foot. There was a rotten smell in the air, and the woman had blonde hair and blue eyes, and her eyes were cold enough to freeze the Eskimos. In such a forest and a gloomy hall, this situation was very strange no matter what. Neither of them had time to care about where the people behind them had gone. The only way now was to charge in, kill the enemy, and then their own people would come out. The woman stared at Lizhan and Ikaro closely, not panicking or afraid, but with a little doubt. Good afternoon, do you two have an appointment? This is just like a secretary at work. The woman's clothes are indeed like a secretary. With her golden hair meticulously tied on top of her head, her white top ironed neatly, the top button unbuttoned, and the second button lower, revealing a beautiful chest shape. Icarus smiled and said, I'm sorry, I don't have the habit of making appointments. Thank you for your leniency. His voice was 3 times gentler than usual, but his words were declarative, with a hint of oppression, rather than friendly questions, so Lizhan guessed that he was using pupil skills or words to confuse the woman and make her obey his wishes, so he observed quietly. The woman didn't seem to be affected by Icarus, and frowned. In that case, please go back. Only guests with reservations are accepted here. She pointed to a heavy old-fashioned appointment book on the table, with a black feather pen in the middle, and stopped talking. Ikaro moved his fingers, and the Sanhua immediately ignited the appointment book, which was quickly burned to ashes. But everything else was intact. Although it was a bit ostentatious, it was very effective. Lizhan looked at Ikaro and discovered that when a mind-based magician used Sanhua, he used his mind to control the occurrence and extinction of fire. As a defense system, how should she control fire to achieve the best effect? Ikaro still spoke gently. If you don't meet me, I will burn everything here. This is totally looking for trouble. No one without an appointment will be met here. The woman said word by word. She stood up. Unless you defeat me first. Who will meet whom? How to meet Lizhan? I don't know. The butterfly tracks the magic waves released by a person. When she detected this woman outside the ghost palace just now, she found that she was the person with the strongest magic fluctuations in the entire ghost palace, and the most difficult to deal with. At this time, Lizhan vaguely understood that Icarus wanted to hold the woman back so that the other 2 teams could go in to look for people. The woman lifted up the table, and threw it at Icarus. Icarus and Lizhan quickly dodged. The woman stepped forward step by step. Icarus pushed Lizhan. Lizhan was caught off guard, and felt a strong force coming. She lost her balance, and was thrown 5 meters away. Fortunately, the force was very gentle, and did not hurt her at all. This is a very spacious and tall hall. The roof is about 9 meters high, 3 times the height of an ordinary house. The radius of the hall is also 10 meters. Lizhan and Ikaro were originally standing in the center. After being thrown more than 5 meters, they arrived at a corner of the hall. She looked around and saw a door not far from her at the back of the hall. She turned back to look at Ikaro, then at the woman with her back to her, gritted her teeth, and ran towards the back door. Her legs hurt. With a bang, the woman kicked the table and hit Lizhan's back. Ikaro was shocked and was about to fly over to rescue him, But the woman blocked him with her hand. "Your opponent is me." Fortunately, Lizon instinctively sensed the danger and laid down on the ground. The table flew past her back and hit the opposite wall, breaking a hole in the thick stone wall, and the Nama table also fell apart, with wood chips flying everywhere. This must be a gravity-based super strong woman. Lizon gritted her teeth, got up from the ground, jumped out of the hole, and looked back. Ikaro and the woman had already started fighting. The woman looked cold and arrogant, but she fought like a gangster. Not only did she wield magic randomly, but every time she hit a place, the damage she caused was more terrible than a hurricane. Icarus was like an abused little animal, hiding in every corner. It was difficult to dodge, let alone use pupil skills. However, she couldn't help Icarus, and she couldn't help Icarus. Icarus's purpose was obvious, which was to delay the woman and let her save people. She had to save people first. After jumping out of the hole in the wall, Lizon found herself in another room. There was nothing extra in the room, and no one. Occasionally, 2 mice would run past the corner of the wall, chirping. Lizon listened attentively for a while, confirmed the beauty, and took out his own butterfly. Because the butterfly was pierced by the rocket, there was a hole in the middle, and there were burn marks all around. Lizon took the butterfly apart with heartache, smoothed it, and tried to chant the spell to see if it could be repaired. Fortunately, the burn hole in the paper gradually became smaller, and began to repair itself. Lizon was surprised and happy, fearing that the butterfly would encounter disaster again, so he put it in his pocket, took out the feather pen, drew the positioning array, and searched for Ji Rongshi's position again. East 5, North 13, the dot representing Ji Rongshi's magic wave lit up, flashing blue light. The location is very close. Lizon was overjoyed and was about to stand up, but unexpectedly found that the dot moved quickly. In the layout of the Ghost Palace, it should have gone out of the window or the door, and then turned to the other side. Where is she going? Lizon wiped off the positioning traces, and ran quickly in the direction of Ji Rongshi. The Ghost Palace became darker and darker, and various strange howling sounds came from time to time. Lizon was inconvenient to move, anxious, and laborious. Every step she took would increase the pain in her legs. She was sweating all over her body, and her consciousness began to blur, just like the feeling of a person with low blood sugar who squatted for a long time, and suddenly stood up, and her eyes were black. Chapter 40. Can't fall down, must hold on. She silently said in her heart, if she falls down here again, she might never get out. Going deeper and deeper, Lizon suddenly heard footsteps behind her. She turned around suddenly, and threw out with a move of fish-dragon dance. Sometimes, she felt that magic could not bring her any sense of security. Compared with magic, she was more accustomed to the previous world, holding a stick or some lethal weapon in her hand, which would make her feel more at ease. But now, she had no knife, no sword, no lethal weapon. The only thing she could do was to use magic. In panic, she released all the magic she knew together, or used 2 or 3 at the same time. There was indeed someone behind her. The other party couldn't see her, and she couldn't see the other party. However, the other party's strength was above hers, and he didn't act like she did. Even though she used various magics at the same time, the other party still accurately caught the gap, and a hail shot in from the gap, hitting her injured left leg. The other party obviously discovered the slackness of her left leg. Lizon groaned in pain, and fell to the ground. At the same time, another hailstone hit her shoulder. She supported herself on the ground with her hands, and was about to get up when the tip of a magic wand was already against her throat. It was a jade wand about 60 centimeters long, round at the top and pointed at the bottom. At the top of the circle was a round jade stone about 6 centimeters in diameter, with a sapphire in the center of the jade stone. Why did this magic wand look so familiar? It was like Ji Rongshi's eyes. Lizon raised her head suddenly. Ji? The other party was obviously also stunned. He found that the person who had been fighting for so long was Lizon. He was stunned for a moment. Seeing Lizon fall to the ground in a mess, he couldn't help but be anxious and hurriedly reached out to pull her. Lizon held her hand. Her hand was warm and strong. Lizon was trying to stand up with her strength. Suddenly, her hand was released. The next moment, Lizon was hugged by her. The strength of the hug was just between the light and heavy strength. Just like that, Lizon's tear glands began to relax. She burst into tears, and tears kept falling. Woo Gigi, I thought I would never see you again. Ji Rongshi didn't know what to do at first. He just hugged her tightly, and slowly, she began to pat her back carefully without saying a word. Lizon sobbed for a long time, and gradually stopped crying. If it was normal, both parties would definitely recognize each other. But because Lizon was new, she was not as familiar with Ji Rongxi as before, and Ji Rongxi didn't expect Liz Han to come looking for her, and the change in fighting style made her unaware. Ji Rongxi briefly checked her injuries, and found that they were not lightly injured, so he lowered his body and said, "I carry you out." Liz Han shook her head. "No, I can walk by myself." "Don't be so hypocritical." Ji Rongxi glanced at her. "I'm still the one taking care of you even though you're lame." After saying that, he carried her on his back decisively, and walked forward with big strides, making Liz Han want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. In the end, she became a burden. Liz Han lay on Ji Rongxi's back obediently, afraid that she would crush her. After a while, she thought of something and asked, Ji, are you hungry?" "A little bit, after all, I haven't eaten for a day." Ji Rongxi sighed, guessing that she was probably very hungry, and said, "There is nothing to eat here, let's go out first." "I have a bottle of nutrition, I'm not hungry yet." "You drink it first." Li Jian freed one hand, searched for a bottle of nutrition from his pocket, bit the lid with his teeth, and handed it to Ji Rongxi's lips. "How did you get this?" Ji Rongxi was surprised and drank the nutrition in one gulp, feeling a sense of pride that my daughter has grown up. In her heart. In the past, Liz Han was a fool who never stored things. She would not keep anything that she could not use for the time being, and would throw it away immediately. She would not carry anything that was urgently needed with her. Liz Han smiled and said, "It was given to me by Coco, a senior in the 3rd grade. I didn't drink it, so I saved it for you." There were still a few pearl nuts left, but she didn't have time to eat them at the moment, and she couldn't take them out. No wonder. Ji Rongxi smiled and said, "Coco must have brought a lot of junk food again. But fortunately, she was there." Liz Han asked curiously, "Do you know her?" On second thought, Ji Rongxi is also in the 3rd grade, so it's not strange for them to know each other. Ji Rongxi nodded and said as he walked, "She used to be in the same class with me. She was a nice person with strong abilities. She liked to hang out with boys, so she offended Princess Xiangxiang. They had a fight, and she was exiled to Class F. So, not all the people in Class F are scumbags. There should be quite a few people with strong abilities." Liz Han sighed silently. It was estimated that there were not many people with such poor magic skills as hers. Along the way, Ji Rongxi met gods and killed them, passed through various levels, and was like a person in an empty space. The people who were false gods almost fled. Liz Han followed her, marveling at her magic and learning from her. When they got out of the door, the sun had already set. The forest, which was already dim, seemed even darker. Ji Rongxi put her on a stone, took a breath and said, "You sit here and wait for me. I go in and see if anyone needs help." As he was talking, Akalo rushed out with 2 women. Everyone was in a mess, and even Akalo's clothes were torn in many places. It was simply horrible. Ikaro and Ji Rongxi met, and smiled knowingly. At that moment, Ikaro asked Ji Rongxi to look after all the girls, and he went into the ghost palace again to find the people. For some reason, the people of the false gods seemed to have evacuated at the same time, and the ghost palace was empty, with nothing left. Ikaro quickly found the others, and brought them all out. There were 8 people who went in, and 6 were rescued, a total of 14 people. Liz Han was worried about Wang Ziyu, and he didn't know whether he was in the ghost palace, whether he was injured, and whether he had a conflict with others just now. He could only hope that the people of the false god did not discover his betrayal. Senior Coco opened all her backpacks and laughed. "Let's have a picnic. I still have a lot of nutrition and dried meat here." Everyone laughed. Ji Rongxi picked up a bag of simply packaged dried meat, opened it, took a piece for himself, and handed the rest to Liz Han. Seeing this, Senior Coco joked, "Hey Ji Rongxi, you are so mean. You actually used my things to comfort your little tail sauce's stomach. Senior Ikaro, you must help me judge." Ikaro smiled, and took a piece of dried meat from Li Jian's hand. "By the way, comfort the poor senior's stomach." Liz Han looked at the 3 pieces of dried meat in the bag, handed it to Sod, made a face and said, "Then comfort all the stomachs by the way." Chapter 41. Ji Rongxi spread his hands, not feeling ashamed at all. "Look, we are helping you share the weight of your backpack, so that you don't hurt your shoulders when you carry it back." As he said that, he opened the other bag of dried meat, leaving only the last bag, and threw it back into the backpack. "Maybe someone will need it later, keep this bag first." Everyone agreed with this statement, especially Liz Han, who was very appreciative of this behavior after suffering from hunger and cold the day before. She chewed the dried meat and looked around the crowd for a few times, and suddenly found something wrong. "Where is Fanny? Where did she go?" She swore to God that she was not missing Fanny, but Fanny, such a conspicuous person, suddenly disappeared, making her feel that something was missing. Saad scratched his head and said, "When we entered the ghost palace just now, she kept screaming. I said a few words to her, and she couldn't stand it, and ran out of the ghost palace alone. Now, I don't know where she ran to." Ikaro's face suddenly darkened, not angry, but worried. He frowned and said, "She went back alone?" Saad shook his head. "I met her halfway. I heard that she and her companions were lost. She didn't have a mount, so unless she ran into them, she wouldn't have gone far." Ikaro nodded and said, "But the forest is dangerous, so we still have to find her back." He looked at Lizhan, who understood what he meant, took out a feather pen, and was about to use magic to locate her. Ji Rongshi suddenly stood up and stared at the top of his head. In the foggy evening sky, a white silver fish-like monster suddenly appeared at some point. It was not a fish, had no wings, and had a long tail, but could swim in the air, and its tail swayed from time to time. How did this monster appear? No one noticed it. Others noticed Ji Rongshi's abnormality and looked up. They saw the monster swimming in front of Ji Rongshi, opening its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and a yellow thing fell out of its mouth. The senior from the medical department put on gloves and picked up the thing. It was a leaf that was about to dry up. On the leaf was a fluorescent magic font. "If you want to find Fanny, bring the glass lamp in exchange." The font was a printed fancy italic font, not handwritten. "Here, unless you are a forest resident or a large organization, you cannot use printing." Ji Rongshi glanced at Yi Zi, then looked at the monster that delivered the letter. The monster disappeared with a whoosh, and left as strangely as it came. Ji Rongshi said coldly, "I go, you wait for me to come back." "Wait." Ikaro signaled Ji Rongshi to be patient. "Let's discuss it first. First of all, why does the other party want Lizhan? If Lizhan doesn't go, will they hurt Fanny?" "No matter what their purpose is, it doesn't matter," Ji Rongshi retorted. "There was only one thing that was important. If anyone dared to touch Lizhan, she would tear that person into pieces." Ikaro did not give up and said softly, "Queen, don't worry. If the other party dared to send a letter, there must be a certain degree of certainty. Sit down and think about it first, okay?" Ikaro usually speaks very gently, but if he becomes very gentle, it usually has the effect of a spiritual word, which can soothe people's hearts. Lizhan didn't know what was going on, but seeing Ji Rongshi was so nervous about her, she was still very happy. So she pulled Ji Rongshi's sleeve. "Ji, don't worry." Ji Rongshi compromised, "Okay. But I absolutely don't allow Lizhan to be exchanged. I'm very curious." Senior Coco raised her hand and said, "Why did the other party know that Xiaowai Bajiang was here? Or, did the other party know that Xiaowai Bajiang was injured, so they wanted to exchange her? If so, what do they want to do with an injured person, to prevent her from escaping?" Ji Rongshi looked at Lizhan after hearing this. "Who did you come with? Did they know you were injured?" Lizhan was shocked. The only people who knew she was injured and were not at the scene were Fanny and Wang Ziyu. Fanny was kidnapped. Could it be Wang Ziyu? However, Wang Ziyu left so resolutely at that time. How could he do such a thing as kidnapping Fanny to exchange for her? If he really wanted to find her, with his ability, why would he bother? Thinking about it, she knew it couldn't be Wang Ziyu. But how to answer this question? Lizhan struggled for a moment, and carefully chose his words. "I came here with a classmate, and he ran back halfway." Ji Rongshi saw her eyes flickering, and knew that she was not telling the truth, but he did not expose her in front of everyone, but just looked at her meaningfully. Or maybe the people of the false god want Lizhan? Ikaro pondered, but it's unlikely. If they wanted Lizhan, they wouldn't have waited until now. In the ghost palace, Lizhan was alone for a while, and they could send one person to kidnap Lizhan. "Hate it, you make me sound so weak." Lizhan pouted and glared at Ikaro, but she was a patient, and had no room to refute. After thinking about it, as Ji Rongshi said, no one could figure out who wanted to do this and why. So it was useless to think about it. Lizangson simply raised her hand and said, "Don't think about it, I tried to locate it." She didn't dare to locate Wang Ziyu, fearing that it might be him, and only located Fanny's position. The position was measured to be on the southwest side, half a mile away from them. Ji Rongshi and Icarus looked at each other, as if they had exchanged some information in their sight. Lizhan looked at Ji Rongshi, then at Icarus and said, "I want to go and take a look." "No problem." Ji Rongshi stood up and said, "Pack your things, and we will all go together." Hey, this is the style of a queen." Senior Coco laughed recklessly. "When people are united, the imperial capital will move." Ji Rongshi glanced at her sideways, squatted down, and wanted to carry Lizhan on his back. Icarus stopped her. "You are a girl, I will carry you." "What's wrong with girls?" Ji said angrily. In Kara, there is no distinction between boys and girls, only between abilities. Except for those who receive knight or gentleman training, the difference between boys and girls is emphasized. That's not what I mean. Ikaro said easily, my ability is not very suitable for charging into battle. So, I will carry Lizhan, and you will be the one to charge into battle. Ji glared at him, knowing that he was right, but unwilling to hand Lizhan over to him. He knew Ji temper very well, squatted down and said, Little tail sauce, come up quickly. Lizhan wiped a cold sweat, and wanted to complain in his heart. Why didn't he pay attention to what she thought? Woohoo, the injured person has no say. Chapter 42. A group of people followed the bird in the glass lamp, and walked in the direction of the location. It was dark. Ji took out the magic wand and prepared to use the light ball of the magic wand to illuminate, but saw Coco's senior sister took out 2 magic lamps from her backpack, lit them, and handed them to the 2 boys in front and behind. You take this. Then she turned to Ji and smiled. It's a waste for a queen to use a magic wand to illuminate, so you should use mine. The dark night made walking much easier because of these 2 magic lamps. Ji glanced at her, took back his magic wand, put it back on his arm, and led everyone to the destination. Lizhan looked at Ji then at Senior Coco, and had to look at Coco again. It was too difficult for someone like her, who was so poor at magic, to learn from Ji Senior Coco was her role model. No matter where she went, she must prepare things that she couldn't create with magic. The senior who was responsible for carrying the backpack smiled and said, I have helped Coco carry the backpack for so many years, and finally I feel a sense of accomplishment. It actually came in handy. Another senior student snorted, who complained that the backpack was too heavy just now. Senior Coco was dissatisfied, besides, spit out all the meat slices. Everyone couldn't help but smile. The serious atmosphere was interrupted by the 2 people, and suddenly became much more relaxed. Lizhan lay on Ikaro's back. Because of Ji and so many other people, she felt safer than ever before. After being tired for so long, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. In addition, Ikaro walked very steadily, and didn't feel any bumps at all. She was almost drowsy. Ah! Suddenly, a piercing scream came from not far away. Lizhan woke up from his dream, and seeing the vigilant eyes of the crowd, he couldn't help asking what happened. Ikaro made a prompt decision. Ji you take the 2 boys and go first. Other girls should not act alone, follow behind together, and the distance should not exceed 20 steps, so as to take care of each other. Ji nodded, pointed at the 2 boys, and ran to the source of the sound first. After running about 100 meters, near the bushes of the forest, there was a huge wrinkled monster approaching a girl wearing a Kara uniform step by step, and the monster's mouth kept flowing out of a pus-like liquid. The girl turned pale with fear, and she retreated in panic, screaming from time to time. The faces of the 3 people became serious, and one of the boys asked, Is she Fanny? Ji shook her head. They had never seen Fanny, and didn't know what she looked like, but in this situation, no matter who it was, they had to save her first. She took out the magic wand, raised her hand, and drew a line in the air. With her movement, a surging river immediately appeared between the monster and the girl, separating them. The 2 boys looked at each other. One went left to attack the monster, and the other went right to save the girl. Ji took advantage of this gap, and said to the girl, who was standing there sobbing at a loss, Come here quickly. At this moment, Lizhan's call suddenly came from the darkness. Ji come back quickly, there is danger over there. Ji was stunned. She knew Lizhan's sense of danger, but she replied, Right away, and looked at the girl. The girl stared at them closely, but did not run away, but stepped back step by step. In panic, she accidentally stepped on a stone on the ground and fell to the ground. The boy was anxious and shouted, We are Kara's students, we won't hurt you. The girl hurriedly climbed up, and suddenly saw another monster rushing out of the darkness behind her. It was about 2 meters tall, with a green face and fangs. Its whole body looked like it was splashed with sulfuric acid, and thick liquid dripped from its open mouth. Oh no, this is a corrosive beast. Ji said to the boy who ran forward, This is a level 7 monster. Be careful, don't touch its liquid, and don't confront it head-on. As he spoke, he waved his magic wand, and a water arrow flew through the air, splashing all over the corrosive beast. The boy was quite clever, and took advantage of the moment when the corrosive beast could not see him, grabbed the girl and ran away. After running 2 steps, he felt that his hands were very heavy. He looked back and saw that the girl had fainted. The boy frowned, stretched out his hand to pick up the girl, and just ran 2 steps, He felt like a mountain was pressing down from behind. When the other boy saw this, he was shocked and immediately sent a bolt of lightning. "Brun, be careful behind you." The corrosive beast had thick skin and flesh, so even if it was hit by the electric shock, it was only slightly dizzy for less than 2 seconds. Ji Rongxi also quickly sent out an electric shock, hitting the corrosive beast's eyes. The corrosive beast roared, raised its front hoof, and stepped on the two people, but the boy ran fast and dragged the girl out of the danger zone. 5 meters away. Finally save people. Ji Rongxi's face was as gloomy as water. Go quickly, it's not advisable to stay here for long. Ah! Another ear-piercing scream sounded, and the girl woke up at some point, trembling and stretched out her hand, pointing behind Ji Rongxi. Ji Rongxi turned her head suddenly, and her heart couldn't help but tremble. No wonder she screamed so shrilly. Behind her, many giant spiders appeared silently, in a solemn and orderly manner, forming a circle and surrounding them. She looked far away. In the darkness, the claws and teeth were bared, and there was no end in sight. The momentum was so huge that not only the two boys, but even Ji Rongxi, who had experienced many battles, couldn't help but feel a little confused. Thinking carefully, this was simply a trap. Most people would come to rescue a girl when they hear her scream, not to mention that she is wearing Kara's uniform. Giant spiders are level 5 monsters, but they usually don't attack people actively. They appear in groups at this time, which may have been set up by someone. From this, we know that the mastermind must be watching nearby, and this girl is likely to be in the same group as the mastermind. As for the reason, Ji Rongxi has only one idea: to lure the tiger away from the mountain, and then kidnap Liz Han. Too careless, Ji Rongxi grabbed the girl's neck and angrily said, "Who are you?" "I am Kara's student." The girl looked at Ji Rongxi with a blank look, innocent and sad. "Are you going to leave me here?" The two boys saw the girl's pitiful appearance, and immediately felt that Ji Rongxi was too cruel. They mediated, "This place is too weird. Let's escape first and talk about this later." "Humph." Ji Rongxi smiled coldly, and tightened his hand around her neck. "Sister, don't try to fool me. I've been fooled a lot. I count to 3. If these spiders don't retreat, you can just wait to be torn apart and swallowed by them." Chapter 43. The three of them were stunned for a moment. Soon, the person whose neck was pinched by Ji Rongxi turned into a monster. A monster that looked like the silver fish that delivered the letter to them. Unlike that monster, the girl had 2 legs and 2 hands, but her head was basically the same as the monster. Ji Rongxi was shocked. On the way here, she had been thinking about what kind of monster was delivering the letter, but she had no answer. Now she suddenly realized that it was not a monster, but a soul-eating spirit. The Soul Eater is just like its name. It can devour the magic waves of the magician, and is the darling of black magic. She never thought that the girl in front of her was actually a black magician. For her body to become like this, she must have sold her blood to the Soul Eater. The girl made a strange gidge sound, and stared at Ji Rongxi coldly. There was a trace of obvious disgust and hatred in her dead fish eyes. Like the roar of a monster, even if you see through it, what does it matter? Ji Rongxi, aren't you also defeated by me? Do you know me? Ji Rongxi narrowed his eyes. Could he be coming for her? Not to mention her family, even at school, she has offended many people. In this case, it is possible. Everyone knows that Liz Han is someone she protects. Now they want to snatch Liz Han, which is obviously to make things difficult for her. No! The monster girl let out a sharp laugh from her throat. The laugh was very strange, a bit like the whimpering of the wind when it was blowing hard. Compared to you, I hate Liz Han Bossman more. Ji Rongxi's hand tightened suddenly, but the girl's body suddenly became thinner and slipped out of her control like a swimming fish. I know what kind of person Liz Han is, and what kind of enemies he is better than she does. Ji Rongxi has regained his composure, and no matter how she provokes him, he will not lose his temper. Don't you think it's shameful to use a wounded person as a shield? What do you mean by shameful? The monster girl laughed wildly. Anyway, this is my life. Can I not drag a few more people to take the blame? And you, if I didn't use Liz Han Bossman as bait, would you come? Will Ikaro come? Will all of you come here to die? Sure enough. The darkness around them gradually deepened, and it seemed more and more like it was shrouded in darkness. Light and chaotic footsteps sounded not far away. Ji Rongxi didn't seem to notice, but just smiled slightly. But this smile was purely a face movement, and his face looked even colder. Then we have to try to see if you can let us die here. This sentence means that she is confident of defeating the monster girl in front of her. Although Ji Rongxi is the vice president of the student union, she is not like Ikaro, who will use courtesy before force. She is better at taking direct action. Therefore, as soon as she finished speaking, she swung a stick and hit the neck of the monster girl in front of her. Can this little trick hurt me? The monster girl was furious because she was looked down upon. She did not dodge, but instead rushed forward, opened her mouth, revealing a shiny black barrel, and the next moment, a light bullet the size of a duck egg shot out from the barrel and shot towards Ji Rongxi with great power. Ji Rongxi was only 1 meter away from her. With the speed of the light bullet, Ji Rongxi had no time to dodge. So, she watched with satisfaction as the light bullet hit Ji Rongxi's body, and the light bullet exploded, emitting a sky-high light. Ha ha ha. Ji Rongxi is just like that. The monster girl laughed up to the sky, and suddenly, she felt a chill on her neck, and someone grabbed her neck. Ji Rongxi's cold voice came from behind her. Thank you. I won't let you escape this time. You, how did you appear behind me? The monster girl said in disbelief. She couldn't see the hand on her neck, but she could feel the strength and skeleton of the hand. It was not as plump as that of an ordinary person, but as sharp as a cat. The long nails hit the artery, which was as cold as a blade. As long as she moved, the blood vessels would be cut. That person is just your illusion. Ji Rongxi raised the corner of his eyes slightly. You have been hit by Senior Ikaro's pupil technique. The monster girl looked ahead in disbelief, and saw Ikaro standing not far in front of her with Lizhan on his back, smiling at her. She asked tremblingly, You are surrounded by the corrosion beasts, aren't you? Well, Lizhan poked her head out from behind Ikaro and said, Your corrosion beasts seem to be vulnerable. Although the corrosion beasts are very dangerous, they are actually very stupid monsters. After being confused by Ikaro's words, they started to bite each other. Of course, all this cannot be achieved without the help of a mysterious person, otherwise, they would not have discovered the weakness of the corrosion beast so quickly. Lizhan already had a suspicion of that mysterious person. Ji Rongxi did not want to waste time, so he stretched out his right hand, and stretched out his right fingernail suddenly, without giving her any chance to speak, and inserted them accurately into her heart. The monster girl opened her eyes wide in horror, and she would not close her eyes even if she died. However, Ji Rongxi did not want to kill her. She could only watch Ji Rongxi take out a black crystal from her chest. You? The monster girl's face instantly lost all color. The black crystal stone, which is the fundamental pillar of her magic energy, can summon powerful corrosive beasts with it. Now, it has been taken away by Ji Rongxi. Without magic, the monster girl collapsed to the ground, and her body gradually returned to its normal human appearance. She was still unwilling to accept it, and shouted, Who betrayed me? Ji Rongxi threw her away with contempt. Without even a drop of blood on his hand, John said Butterfly to tell me just now. She bent down and patted the monster girl's cheek. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. The monster girl's face was ashen, but her eyes flashed with hatred, and she wanted to pounce on the glass cup and bite it. Ji Rongxi sneered, You better be smart. As she said that, she read the black crystal stone. Facing the light of the magic lamp, there was a faint luster flowing in the stone, with a strange beauty. She pondered. The spider was attracted by this thing. How to deal with it? Ikaro looked at the monster girl on the ground, and saw that it was Fanny, and sighed with regret. This is the crystal stone in the body of the mother spider king. If you don't want to be followed by the spider, throw it away quickly. Okay. It's useless anyway. Ji Rongxi was about to throw it away when suddenly, her right hand felt cold, and she felt all her hair stand up in an instant. What was faster than her rationality was her speed of attack. Her left hand instinctively shot out several ice blades, hitting the place where she felt dangerous. However, the ice blades fell into the darkness, and disappeared without a trace. Ji Rongxi stared at her right hand in a daze. The disappearance of the black crystal made her shudder. Who was secretly spying and stealing the crystal? Chapter 44. Looking around, the visibility in the dark forest was less than 10 meters, and it was impossible to see if there was anyone. All this happened so quickly, and Ikaro, who was standing closest to her, was watching Fanny again, and no one noticed that the crystal was missing. Seeing that no one noticed it at all, she made a throwing motion into the darkness, and puff, it condensed into a small piece of ice the size of a crystal, and threw it into the jungle. The ice will melt quickly, leaving no trace. After the crystal was stolen, the spiders that surrounded them began to disperse. Ji Rongxi stared at the surroundings with a sullen face, and only walked to Lizhan after he was sure it was safe, and asked in confusion, How do you know there is a crystal in her body? I received this. It suddenly fell from the sky on my hair when we were attacked by the corrosion beast just now. Lizhan took out a piece of paper, and handed it to her. On it were a few short words. The crystal in the opponent's body attracts spiders. There was no signature, nothing. Could it be that this person is the one who just snatched the crystal? Because it is inconvenient to take action, so he uses them to get the crystal? Who is this person? He not only knows the appearance of the spider group, but also knows the mastermind behind Fanny. He may even be the mastermind behind Fanny. So no matter who he is, she will find him out. Ji Rongxi was thinking about it. She didn't want Lizan to worry too much, so she returned the paper to her. Fortunately, it helped a lot. Lizan carefully put the note back into her pocket. In fact, she had been guessing in her heart that the mysterious man might be Wang Ziyu, because the handwriting on the note was very similar to Wang Ziyu's signature. If I can see him again, I must ask him. Lizan thought so in her heart. When the spiders dispersed, Ikaro asked Sad to carry Fanny on his back and prepare to leave the forest. Although they all wanted to throw Fanny in the woods, it was obvious that Fanny did not do this alone, and there must be someone behind the scenes. We have to catch her and ask her clearly. Okay, classmates. Ji Rongxi smiled and said loudly. Senior Ikaro's family has a property in VD City on the east side of Kenya Forest. It's too late today. I'm afraid it will take until the middle of the night to return to school. Senior Ikaro intends to invite all of us to his house. Does anyone have any objection? This move was like a timely help to the exhausted people, and everyone cheered without objection. Ji Rongxi smiled, borrowed a communicator from Coco, called the school, briefly explained what happened in the Kenyan forest, and told the school that all the staff were safe, and then led the team to Ikaro's home. At the same time, in the temporary command center of the monitoring center on the 7th floor of the Ghost Palace, Kezia, who was responsible for guiding the students, stood with Maggie, who was responsible for the safety of the Kenyan forest. Maggie was still wearing the secretary suit she wore when she fought with Ikaro, but she had the badge of the Carlo Magic Association on her shoulder, while Kezia was wearing the hard leather combat boots of a mercenary, with the badge of the Kirk mercenary group on her shoulder. Wang Ziyu sat on a chair nearby, staring at the screen thoughtfully. Maggie was smoking, puffing out smoke one puff after another, and the gesture of holding the cigarette was like holding a magic wand, and the look she gave the monitoring station was like staring at her prey. Seeing Ikaro and his group leave the Kenyan forest, he smiled and said, "These students are barely okay." Kezia said uninterestedly, "People say that Kara's girls are the cutest, but I don't think they are that good." Maggie glanced at him and said, 86% of the people survived the raid at night, and 79% of the prisoners did not reveal their companions. The results are still good. Kezia yawned and said, "How many girls are there?" "Unfortunately, 34% of these people were made dizzy and confused by your people, and 21% were beaten and sent to the hospital." Maggie shook her head and sighed. The overall combat effectiveness of Kara Magic School needs to be improved. That's true. It's really boring to watch a group of immature kids playing house. However, there are a few good girls here. It would be great if they could join our mercenary group. There are too many men in the mercenary group, and the lack of girls is too serious. For example, Ji Rongxi Land is good and has been performing steadily, but I like Lizan Bossman more. She has made great progress, and most importantly, she is very cute, right? Maggie glanced at him sideways, suddenly raised her high-heeled foot, and stepped hard on his instep. "What else do you see besides girls?" "Ah, it hurts." Kezia frowned and casually turned a surveillance screen to Maggie. Because it was in the dark forest, the picture was not very clear. You could vaguely see the silhouette of a slender boy with a person on his back. He was not tall or strong, and even had a bit of a weak scholar feeling. Yes. Icarus Avanisi, this is a good mind magician. Although she is not a girl, she is tender and tasty. Wang Ziyu turned his head silently, and glanced at Kezia. Kezia immediately fell silent, and his momentum weakened. He looked at Maggie with a look of help. Maggie turned her face away in displeasure, and pretended not to see it. Wang Ziyu raised his eyes slightly, and his cat-like eyes were full of sharpness. "Go and check Fanny's background." As soon as Lizan saw the magnificent 10-meter-tall gate of Ikaro's house, he knew that he was definitely a rich man. The classic Nordic architectural style, high, wide, and very clean in color, the whole space exudes a natural elegance and leisure, revealing simplicity everywhere. It does not look luxurious or extravagant, but has a sense of comfort. The housekeeper and maid of the villa all stood at the door to greet them. Even though everyone smelled like a poison gas leak, they still kept smiling collectively, and no one showed a trace of disrespect, and their good etiquette was outrageous. Ikaro signaled Sad to hand Fanny to an older maid, and told her a few words. Then he bowed to everyone in a gentlemanly manner. "Welcome to my humble home. Please forgive me for the poor hospitality." This is still called my humble home. Everyone present secretly wiped their cold sweats and laughed. Senior, you are too modest. Ikaro smiled slightly. He carried Lizhan all the way. His face was full of fatigue, and sweat soaked his forehead, but it still did not affect his temperament. No matter what time, he was always the gentle student union president in the eyes of girls. He was consistent in appearance and inside, always reassuring. This is Ikaro. Lizhan lay behind him, smelling the sweaty body odor on his body, and felt more and more that Ikaro was a good boy and would be a good man in the future. Chapter 45. Ji Rongshi reached out and punched him lightly on the shoulder. You said it as if it were true. Ikaro said nothing, just smiled gentlemanly. The first thing to do after entering Ikaro's house is to take a bath. Taking a bath requires changing clothes, and no one present except Coco is prepared. Fortunately, the maids at Ikaro's house are well trained and have shown amazing efficiency in this detail. To prepare clothes, you must first measure your height and measurements. The maids did not measure each person, but just let everyone walk through a circular arch. There was a maid standing on each side of the arch. The maid on the left cast a magic wave. When a person passed through the magic wave, she would obtain the height measurements based on the encirclement formed by the magic wave, while the maid on the right was responsible for observing the temperament and appearance of each person present and recording them in a quick sketch. Lizhan could not help but be surprised. On the surface, these two tasks were easy, but in fact they were 3 times more difficult than murder and arson, especially to use magic waves to sense a person's height measurements in just 3 seconds, which not only required powerful magic ability, but also keen touch and quick reaction ability. Not only Lizhan, but even Ji Rongshi raised his eyebrows in surprise, and cast an admiring gaze at Ikaro. A little maid has such powerful magic, let alone the master. After walking through the archway, everyone went to different bathrooms to take a bath under the guidance of the maids. Lizhan took a shower first to wash off all the sweat and dust, and then took a bath in the second stage. The water was warm, and the water flow was shallow and slow. The tense body quickly relaxed, and sleepiness came naturally. Lizhan felt so comfortable while bathing that she couldn't help yawning again and again. She wanted to sleep right down, but there was a maid guarding outside. If she didn't go out for a long time, she was afraid that the maid would knock on the door. Lizhan climbed out of the water reluctantly. The maids had quietly put the clothes outside the bathroom without knowing when. It was a light green silk bamboo print dress. The whole dress was tied loosely on the front with colorful gemstone buckles. It was simple and generous. The length above the knee was particularly pretty and unique. The silk fabric was really comfortable and elegant. Lizhan almost couldn't put it down. At the same time, she exclaimed to the maids, "Goddess." Ji Rongshi wore a sleeveless woolen waist skirt and a black suit jacket, with deerskin boots, revealing her fair, round and slender legs. The combination was casual but ingenious, and once she stood out, she made people feel inferior. The two came out of different bathrooms, and stood at the door to see each other, and they couldn't help but smile in admiration. From then on, Lizhan had a new understanding of the work of maids. Maids are not cute things in the second dimension, nor are they inferior servants, but a job position with high IQ, high efficiency and high talent. Ji Rongshi said that maids are one of the most prestigious professions in the magic world. After bathing, there was a group dinner. Everyone got rid of their unkempt appearance and put on new and gorgeous clothes, each one more glamorous than the other. Especially Ikaro, he had fair skin and a slender figure. His gestures made people feel like bathing in the spring breeze. Coupled with his gentle and calm smile, he could only be described as a handsome man. After dinner, the family doctor appeared in front of everyone with a smile on his face. The family doctor was a gentleman wearing glasses and a white coat. Occasionally, in the reflection of the mirror, his eyes were as sharp as a scalpel. Lizhan's wound was on her right leg. Before taking a bath, she untied the gauze wrapped around the wound. It was a shocking wound, and the coagulated blood stuck to it, making it look like a bloody mess. In order to prevent the wound from contacting water, she wiped out a piece of magic card paper and gently pasted it on the wound, and then she felt relieved to take a bath. Even so, the water that accidentally seeped into the wound still hurt her so much that she almost rolled on the ground. After the meal, most people relaxed and rested or went to play, but Ikaro still remembered her injury, which really touched her. The family doctor carefully examined the wound and showed an amazed look. Very exquisite magic treatment. As first aid, the treatment is too perfect. This is obviously not the level of your school's students. Even I can't do it. Your school's medical team is too good, right? After saying this, Ikaro and Ji Rongshi looked at Lizhan at the same time. You know, the Ikalo family belongs to the Knights of the Magic Guild, and they are ranked 6th in the group. The family doctor they have is several levels higher than others, and is a 2-star healing wizard. There are not many people who can get his praise. Before, Akalo and Jirongshi had asked her who she went to Kenya with. At this time, no one believed that she really went with an ordinary Kara student, so they couldn't help but look at her with doubt. Lizhan was more surprised than them, and blurted out in astonishment, but at that time, he told me that his healing ability was limited, and he could only do this. I thought. Family doctor, Akaro, Jirongshi asked impatiently at the same time, who is he? Lizhan was stared at by 3 people at the same time, and couldn't help but shrank. To be honest, she was very conflicted about whether to tell Wang Ziyu. If she did, it would definitely expose Wang Ziyu, and Wang Ziyu might be in danger. If she didn't say it, how could she justify herself? After thinking about it, she tried to use the calmest tone. Well, I happened to meet a passerby when I was injured. He saved me and left. I don't even know his name. Lizhan is not good at lying. When she lies, her eyes look unnatural, her face turns red, and she doesn't know where to put her hands and feet. The 3 of them can clearly see that she is lying, but Akaro did not ask further because of his chivalry. Jirongshi wanted to wait until there were no outsiders to ask again. The family doctor was not familiar with her, and was embarrassed to explore. All of a sudden, the 3 of them just stared in her face, and didn't say anything. Lizhan couldn't help but move back again. Why are you looking at me like this? The family doctor was the first to react, and said disappointedly, alas, what a pity. As he said that, he used all his healing magic to treat her. Akaro was watching from the side, and couldn't help but think of the scene when he saw Lizhan in the forest. She was so seriously injured at that time. How did she find him? With his psychic intuition, in addition to the scent of wild animals and flowers in the forest, there was also a strange and faint human scent lingering around Lizhan. Whose scent was it? He couldn't figure it out. As the saying goes, curiosity kills a cat. After Lizhan finished the treatment, he dragged the family doctor to the inner room to discuss. Jirongshi glanced at Lizhan, who was sitting on the chair with a pout and staring at the wound. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, so he grabbed her hand and put it on his shoulder, and held her to stand up. Chapter 46. Lizhan. Ah, she cried out. What are you doing? Jirongshi rolled his eyes. Go back to the room. Seeing her rough movements, Lizhan's wound seemed to hurt even more, and said pitifully, no need for you, You want the maid to carry you back? You are so heavy, I feel embarrassed even if they are willing. Jirongshi interrupted her and lectured her with a stern face like a parent scolding a child. You'd better heal your wound as soon as possible, otherwise I will throw you back to Kenya. Lizhan felt so wronged. After all, she was also a wounded soldier. After all, she rescued people from the Kenyan forest, but she was treated like this. Senior Akaro was the best. He carried her for so long in the Kenyan forest, not to mention complaining, he didn't even frown. And Jirongshi was the second bad guy after Wang Ziyu. It's no wonder that Lizhan was resentful. Who told Wang Ziyu to abandon her when she needed help the most and walk away? The title of the first bad guy was thus confirmed. Returning to the guest room prepared by the maid, Lizhan fell on the soft big bed, crawled into the quilt, and fell asleep, but somehow her mind became clearer. She remembered the note that inexplicably fell on her head in the Kenyan forest, and got up again, found the cardboard signed by Wang Ziyu, opened the note again, and compared them. When comparing them, Lizhan found that the Y on the 2 notes was surprisingly similar. Both of them drew an extremely beautiful arc, and at the end, they gently hooked it and stopped writing at the right time, making the font in a state of elegance like a painting. Was it really Wang Ziyu who tipped her off? Lizhan couldn't help but think again. How could he know that there was a crystal in Fanny's body? How did he know that she was in danger? Could he be watching from the side? Lizhan felt that there was some mystery hidden in it, and the answer was about to come out, but the more she thought about it, the more she couldn't grasp the key. Should she ask Jirongshi? She raised her eyes, and glanced at Jirongshi, who was sitting on the balcony enjoying the night breeze, and made a face unwillingly. Jirongshi just turned around and saw her expression that she didn't have time to retract, and looked at her with contempt, with a face. You are an idiot. Expression. Lizhan puffed up her face, snorted, and turned away, put away the 2 pieces of paper, and got back into bed. Jirongshi came over, sat on the soft bed, and pulled away the quilt covering her head with his hands and said, John, who did you go to Kenya Forest with? Finally asked. Lizhan knew that she would definitely ask, sooner or later, and she didn't plan to avoid this question. Anyway, she couldn't avoid it. Jirongshi was too sensitive, and it was too difficult to hide it. Moreover, Ji Rongxi knew more about her previous life than she did. If she lied, there might be bigger loopholes. She sighed and spread her hands. Wang Ziyu took me there. Ji Rongxi suddenly opened his eyes wide. Wang Ziyu? He is the boy we saw on the drawing paper that night when we were looking for butterflies. Lizhan was afraid that she would suspect Wang Ziyu, so he took out the card and the note and said, "Look, he just saved us in the forest. In fact, he is not that bad." Ji Rongxi took the card and his face lost color in an instant. Fallow? Zhuoyu? Lizhan carefully looked at the expression on her face, and was surprised to see her like this. What's wrong? No wonder. Ji Rongxi murmured, John, stay away from him in the future. Lizhan was puzzled. Why? Ji Rongxi shook his head and sighed. He is not someone we can afford to offend. Lizhan was surprised to hear this. In her eyes, Ji Rongxi was the queen of Kara Magic School, one of the best students, and the vice president of the student union. She was simply at the top of the pyramid. Even the school gave her some face, but she never thought that she would be afraid of others. Ji Rongxi showed a trace of worry in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed her emotions. Lizhan's heart was hung by the words. Don't be offended, and she got up and pulled her sleeve and asked, Why can't you be offended? Is the false god scary, or is he terrifying? Ji Rongxi avoided the main point and said, You will know later. Don't show the card with his name on it to others. She secretly regretted her carelessness in her heart. The 3 words Prince You are not a name at all, but 2 words, Prince You, she should have thought of it earlier. Zhuoyu Farrell is a smart man, because his name is well known in the magic world. The Magic Guild is afraid of him. If he is revealed, I am afraid everyone will retreat. However, few people can associate the 3 words Prince You with him. No matter what, it is not a simple matter for him to write his name to Lizhan. It seems that she must find a countermeasure. Ji Rongxi was thinking a lot, but her face showed no emotion. In order to avoid Lizhan asking again, she changed the subject and said, Why is your hair half broken? Alas. Lizhan turned over and lay back on the bed, buried her head in the pillow, and muttered, Fanny cut it off on Monday. What did you say? Ji Rongxi frowned and wanted to ask more clearly, but Lizhan felt that this matter was a shame, especially after being insulted by Wang Ziyu, so she was unwilling to speak no matter what, and pulled the quilt to cover her head again. I fell asleep. Ji Rongxi wanted to arrest her and interrogate her, but then he changed his mind and thought, if she didn't want to talk, she didn't want to talk, he could always find out. Moreover, Fanny has always been a little strange, and he must find out the truth. Fanny. Well, first find out her truth, and then shave her head. With this thought in mind, Ji Rongxi considerately helped Lizhan turn off the lights, jumped out of the balcony, and went back to the room arranged by the maid to sleep. The next day, the wealth of the Akaro family was more clearly displayed. As soon as they finished breakfast, the housekeeper summoned the majestic winged tiger team to send them back to school. Although the winged tiger is not as cool as the pterosaur, it is valuable in number. 10 or so winged tigers lined up in a row, looking majestic and proud, comparable to the army waiting for inspection. Considering the tragic experience of riding the pterosaur before, Lizhan said he would not want to sit alone, and insisted on riding with Ji Rongxi, and Ji Rongxi agreed without hesitation. This surprised Saad, Coco and others. The winged tiger is a high-level magic beast second only to the pterosaur. It is difficult for ordinary people to afford it. Therefore, they can only watch others show off in the air and envy them. It is rare that Akaro is so generous, and sent the winged tiger team to give them a chance to show off. Everyone is eager to try. Therefore, Lizhan's reaction is strange no matter how you look at it. Chapter 47. Lizhan ignored their questions, and climbed onto the back of the winged tiger in an awkward manner. Ji Rongxi wanted her to sit in the front, but she didn't want to. I sit in the back, firmly in the back. Ji Rongxi didn't care, and sat in the front. The winged tiger flew into the air, and glided majestically. Lizhan touched the hard and smooth skin of the winged tiger and asked, Ji, the pterosaur is better than the winged tiger, right? Ji Rongxi looked contemptuous, with an expression of you don't even know this, and said, Of course. But the winged tiger team is already very rare. The Akaro family ranks first in the knights, and my uncle is the leader, so they have such strength. Knights? I haven't heard of it. So Lizhan, you are too frustrated. She thought of the many pterosaurs she saw in the examination room when she first came to this world, and couldn't help asking again, Is our school stronger than the knights? It seems that there are many. Ji Rongxi was speechless about this common-sense question. She always felt that she was going backwards. She pinched her forehead and said, During the exam, the education department sent magicians to supervise. It's normal to use pterosaurs, right? Did you fail the test or were you scared in Kenya? Lizan continued to ask questions like a questioning baby. Will there be students who use pterosaurs as vehicles? Ji Rongji answered casually. Even if they have the ability, the school generally does not allow it. Lizan thought of Wang Ziyu and felt more and more wrong. If Wang Ziyu was a pseudo-god, and if the pseudo-god was so powerful, why didn't she encounter any particularly powerful characters when she entered the Ghost Palace? Nor did she encounter any particularly murderous aura, but instead felt that the other party's level was about the same as hers. What is wrong? Could it be that Wang Ziyu just deliberately lied to her? Even so, Wang Ziyu is only 17 or 18 years old. Logically, it is impossible for his magic ability to be so much higher than Kara's students. Kara is already the best magic school in the magic continent. What school did Wang Ziyu grow up in? Is his origin more explosive than she imagined? Otherwise, why would Ji Rongji be so afraid of him? Perhaps only in this way can everything be explained. In any case, Lizan is still very grateful to him in her heart. Maybe they will not be able to meet in the future. She sighed in her heart, exhaled this feeling, and let it go with the wind. The winged tiger glided at a very fast speed, and soon he could see the school's iconic buildings from afar, the magic building and the towering clock tower. Gradually, the image of the school became clear. Kara Mountain was like the roof of the continent, and the school was a dragon perched on the roof, as if it would take off at any time. It was the first time that Lizan looked down at the school from a high altitude like this. He felt so proud that he wanted to open his arms and embrace the campus. The scene when he first came here could not help but pass by again in front of his eyes. In just a few days, it seemed like a lifetime ago. At that time, I was still nervous about the exam, but now I am not. The exam is not over yet. Lizan jumped up suddenly and shouted, "During the days we were away, will the magic combat exam be finished?" Really slow. Ji Rongji patted her shoulder. "Don't worry." As he spoke, the winged tigers swooped down in an orderly manner and landed in a row on the wide campus square. The students on the ground who were looking at the list looked at this overwhelming formation and avoided it one after another, and at the same time looked up in worship, thinking that some leader had come, and he was really rich and powerful. Especially when Ji Rongji came down, the respect for the queen was further enhanced. However, this feeling suddenly turned into laughter when seeing Lizan. Lizan looked at the people who laughed at her inexplicably, and couldn't help but touch her face. Did she accidentally stick rice grains to the corners of her mouth? God knows, she didn't eat at all. Ha, she broke the school's century-old record. Someone pointed at her and rolled on the ground with laughter. What? Lizan suddenly raised his head and looked at the two most eye-catching screens in the square, and saw on them, transcript, the results are out. Look, this is Lizan who is the first in the school, and the one walking beside her is also the first in the school, the queen. The students who were looking at the list made way for the two to pass. Lizan looked at the scrolling subtitles on the list, and was stunned by the sudden results. Kara's results are divided into two lists, the red list and the blue list. The red list starts from the first in order, and the blue list starts from the last in order. In the final exam of Kara Magic School, the total score was 800. Ji Rongji and Lizan both got the first place, but one was counted in order, and the other was counted in order. Moreover, Lizan broke the record of the lowest score in the Kara Magic School exam with a total score of 192 points in 8 courses. Lizan carefully looked at her actual scores. 12 points in History of Magic, 7 points in Magic Law, 11 points in Dark Magic, 14 points in Defense, a total of 44 points. The results were announced on Monday. At that time, Lizan was thinking about Ji Rongji's disappearance and didn't think much about it. Now she saw that it had been on the list for 4 days, which means that everyone in the school knew about her results. In the past, not many people would pay attention to it. But as luck would have it, on Monday she broke the news. Ji Rongji is in the library. The wild words made her a well-known figure in the whole school. At this time, she was very famous. Ji Rongji looked at the report card and felt like fainting. She thought that no matter how bad Lizan was, she would not be so bad. She didn't expect that Lizan was so bad that she couldn't be saved. She pinched her eyebrows and asked, John, what did you do during the exam? Lizan couldn't tell her because she was afraid of making more mistakes if she wrote too much. What's more, she was already very satisfied with 44 points. If she calculated by probability, she could only get 30 points in the 4 subjects combined. She said with a stiff face, "It's a matter of luck, actually. It's also part of strength." The vague answer made Ji Rongji misunderstand that Lizan wanted to say that she had bad luck in the exam. Just as she was about to say something, the communicator rang. After she answered it, she said to her, "You go back first, I have something to do at the student union." Before leaving, she glanced at the gloating classmates. This glance contained warnings and other information. Many people were afraid of the Queen's terror, and they all took 2 steps back. After the Queen walked away, they all came over. "Ah, Kara is the #1 idiot, ha ha." Lizhan had a calm face. She was already very happy that she did better than she expected, and she didn't care what others thought of her. "You have no sense of shame at all. You should drop out of school early and stop embarrassing yourself here." Not getting the expected reaction, the students who were looking for trouble began to become sarcastic. Chapter 48. Others stood by with their arms folded, waiting for her angry response with a look of gloating. No response. Lizhan ignored her and passed by. After walking 100 steps, she was stopped by a group of girls again. Lizhan looked at the girls in front of her. The one leading the way seemed familiar. She seemed to be a supporter of Hong Feifei, the girl who caused her to fall off the Swift Beast bus. A duck is a duck after all. No matter how much you pretend, you can never change your nature. If I were you, I would not have the face to stay in Kara. Ji Rongshi is so ashamed to have a friend like you. The blonde girl in the lead sneered. That's right, you are still shamelessly wandering around, afraid that others will not recognize you. Her companion beside her was laughing wildly, as if Lizhan's frustration could make her proud. Seeing that the two were getting closer and closer, and there was a tendency to fight, Lizhan sighed helplessly. Seeing that the car of the Gale Beast was running over, he wanted to use the method of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west to divert their attention, and then rush into the car and go back to the apartment. She yelled, "Gee!" At this moment, a lion's roar resounded through the sky. Several girls were frightened and Lizhan took 2 steps back. A snow-white little lion ran to Lizhan swiftly, looked up at the girls, and roared again. This lion was very beautiful, with smooth lines and a majestic posture. It had the power of a king and a fantastic speed. It was just so far away, but it rushed to her in an instant. One look at those eyes made people feel that it was a noble purebred, but no matter how gentle and harmless a lion is, it is still a lion. Several girls were so scared that they retreated one after another, and with a whoosh, they scattered like birds and beasts. Lizhan turned around and looked at the little lion that was also staring at her with 2 wet, moist and bright eyes. She felt that it was very familiar. Thinking about it again, she remembered that it was the little lion that she accidentally bumped into that night. It seemed that it licked Wang Ziyu. Just as she was thinking, the little lion suddenly pounced on her. Lizhan couldn't bear the weight, staggered back a few steps, and fell to the ground. When she fell halfway, someone suddenly helped her. Lizhan thought to herself that it was a close call. If she hadn't been pounced on by a little lion, she would have been embarrassed. "Littletail, is this your pet?" She stood firm, turned around, and saw the boy's dimples in front of her. She couldn't help but smile. "Thank you, senior. There is no doubt that this is Ikaro." He changed back into the school uniform, and wore the badge of the Student Union Presidential Committee. The originally elegant uniform on him showed this characteristic to the fullest. In the square with many students, he was like the only human mixed in with the beasts. The little lion jumped to the ground, staring at Ikaro with 2 round eyes. Ikaro was not afraid. He reached out and gently rubbed the little lion's fur. The little lion immediately jumped up and raised his head. "Ah!" It roared at him, seemingly resisting him. He smiled, retracted his hand as if nothing had happened, and turned to Lizhan. "Littletail, what's the name of your little lion? It looks so fierce." Lizhan thought about it, stretched out her hand, and patted the little lion's head. The little lion did not reject her touch, and looked at her expectantly with a pair of bright eyes. Lizhan was in a good mood. "Be good, call it Irby. It's easier to raise it this way." Even though Ikaro was a well-mannered man, he couldn't help but twitch his eyes when he heard this name, in public, this name. The little lion was also looking at her pitifully, with an aggrieved expression. "Okay, change it. How about calling him Prince?" Lizhan lowered his head and asked the little lion, who roared excitedly and pounced on him again. Lizhan quickly stepped back. "I can't bear your weight. The king of beasts, how domineering." "That's better." Ikaro walked towards the student union while talking. "The actual combat results will be out soon, and the student union is very lively now. Do you want to go and see?" "What?" Lizhan shouted. "What practical results? Did you finish the test while I was not in school? Don't play tricks on me like this." "Don't worry," Ikaro said in a brotherly manner. "Your practical results this time will not be low, especially since you saved our most powerful queen." You should be given 90 points anyway. What? The rescue in the Kenyan forest was actually a practical test. It was a really tough test. Lizhan was surprised at first, but after thinking it through, he was not very surprised. It was impossible for people who could not be false gods to have the same strength as him. Along the way, she didn't help much. Most of the time, it was Wang Ziyu who helped her. However, even if she scored 90 points, she couldn't save her poor written test score. It's probably bad luck. Sigh. Lizhan was like a deflated ball, following Akaro dejectedly, thinking in her heart, if she was persuaded to quit, what should she do? Her parents in her previous life were ominous. She grew up with her grandfather and uncle on a small island thousands of kilometers away from the imperial capital. The tuition fees for this year in Kara were paid with Ji Rongxi's scholarship. If she is persuaded to quit, she has only one way to go, that is to find a job. I don't know if there is a rule against child labor here. She is only 14 years old. Maybe she can go sell comics? Ah! The lion roared again. Lizhan suddenly came to his senses and came to the meeting room of the student union. He saw the little lion pounced on the boy in the center of the meeting room at lightning speed. At this time, all the people who were sitting in the meeting room waiting for the meeting were stunned. What's more exciting is that the little lion pounced on the boy's body, grabbed his shoulders with 2 claws, and stretched out the pink tip of the tongue to lick his cheek. The group of people froze on the spot. Lizhan was even more stunned. This boy is Wang Ziyu. Wang Ziyu was also wearing a uniform, but the same uniform was full of straightforwardness and indifference on him. The little lion had probably just come out of the dog hole, and there was some dust and grass on its snow-white fur, which fell on Wang Ziyu at this time. He didn't care, and his excited expression was just like a male lion meeting a beautiful female. Lizhan couldn't bear to look, and covered his face and said, "Prince, stop it." The little lion let out a cry, looked at Wang Ziyu, then turned back to look at Lizhan, as if he had made a very difficult decision, and reluctantly jumped off Wang Ziyu's body, and ran back to Lizhan, looking at her with extremely innocent eyes. My old face. Lizhan wanted to crawl into the cracks in the ground right on the spot. After being made so much trouble by the little lion, everyone would think that she was deliberately instigating it, right? This time, she couldn't clear herself by jumping into the Yellow River, not to mention that there was no Yellow River to jump into. In a hurry, she whispered, "Let's go quickly." After saying that, she ran away, but as soon as she took a step, the little lion jumped on her, and licked Lizhan's face in the same way as he licked Wang Ziyu. Chapter 49. What? Is this considered an indirect kiss? Lizhan was stunned. The meeting room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was frozen there, dumbfounded, unable to say a word. After an unknown amount of time, Akaro finally found his voice and whispered, "Chairman, are you okay?" Wang Ziyu didn't even bother to pay attention to his open collar, and said nonchalantly, "It's okay, aren't we going to have a meeting later?" He turned his head to look at Lizhan. Among a group of people wearing red, white and black uniforms, Lizhan was wearing a light green silk bamboo print dress, like a unique flower, which made people unable to take their eyes away. Wang Ziyu glanced at her and opened his thin lips slightly. "Lizhan, wait in the lounge, don't think about leaving, we have a score to settle." When he said this, he was like an ordinary 17 or 18-year-old boy looking at the basketball in his hand. The members of the student union cast doubtful eyes at Lizhan, and Ji Rongxi almost broke his neck. "Lizhan is dead this time." "You liar, I don't want to talk to you," Lizhan said with a red face, summoned the little lion, and ran as far as she could. She definitely didn't want to see him again. Absolutely not. The charming figure was getting farther and farther away. Fortunately, she thought he was a false god and worried for nothing. Who would have thought that he was the chairman of Kara, the hateful bastard who changed the practical test at the last minute? Wang Ziyu looked deeply in her direction without showing any emotion. "Where were you just talking about?" "Continue." Everyone tacitly pretended not to see his exposed chest, the way he was licked by the little lion, and the unpredictable look when he looked at Lizhan. Lizhan ran back to the apartment and took a deep sleep. After waking up, he took a good bath, washed the little lion, and cleaned the lice on it, and began to think about his bleak future. Are you really going out to find a job? In her heart, she is still a student, and has never thought about dropping out. She can't carry anything, she is not familiar with the magic world, and she hasn't learned magic skills well. No one will hire her. Just then, the communicator rang. She opened it, and saw that it was a text message from Ji Rongxi. The final results will be announced at 5 p.m. in the round square. Li Zhan looked at the time, and it was already 4:30. She hurriedly changed her clothes and ran out. Just as she was locking the door of the apartment next door opened. Wang Ziyu stood in front of her with one hand in his trouser pocket. I seem to have told you to wait for me in the lounge. Why should I listen to you? Liz Han glared at him and said, You liar, you have deceived me for so long, it's really too much. I am a liar? Wang Ziyu smiled. Have I personally admitted that I am a false god? Have I told you that Ji Rongxi is in danger, and needs you to rescue him immediately? Li Zhan's face turned red and white. These were all her assumptions. She did not give up, and said, You also changed the practical test for no reason, deceiving all of us. A fight between true magicians will never start with a challenge. Wang Ziyu said word by word, As a qualified Kara student, you must be ready to fight at any time. Liz Han knew he was right, but she still felt very aggrieved, especially since she had been with him for so long. It was just too. Liz Han glared at him hatefully, pointed at him, and said to the little lion, Bite him. The little lion roared and pounced on Wang Ziyu skillfully. Suddenly, a flash of fire appeared, and the little lion screamed, and its hair was actually burned. Liz Han was shocked and tried to put out the fire, but found that the hem of her clothes was on fire. Ah! Liz Han hurriedly put out the fire, and when she looked up, Wang Ziyu had already walked to the corner. He looked back and smiled coldly. It won't be so easy next time. Liz Han rushed to the stairs, but Wang Ziyu had already walked away. She stamped her feet, and saw the little lion looking at her pitifully, with half of the hair on its tail and neck burnt. She couldn't help but redden her eyes. He is not a human, he is a bastard. A big cat and a small cat walked on the road pitifully, like kittens abandoned by their owners. Their burnt clothes and hair attracted the attention of passers-by. Liz Han covered her face, wishing she could cover it completely. She really didn't want to see anyone. A gentle and concerned voice came from the side, Little Tail, what's wrong with you? The gentle voice was like a flowing spring, soothing her irritable mood, and there was a wonderful power to make people feel at ease. Liz Han turned her head, and saw that it was Ikaro. She put down her hand, and sighed in frustration. Perhaps because Ikaro's breath was very peaceful, she let go of her emotions, and complained angrily, Wang Ziyu is just a bastard. No, he is a bastard. Prince? Ikaro was a little surprised, but his tone was more of respect. He is the most talented person I have ever seen. What is talent? What's the use of talent? Liz Han almost blurted out some ungentlemanly words. She changed her words, and said bitterly, His moral score is definitely negative. Ikaro smiled and said, So you need to be more considerate of me. The prince is still a teenager after all. TSK, I understand him. Who will understand? I lost my hat and my skirt was scratched before, and now, he actually set fire to my skirt and burned the prince's hair. Liz Han became more and more angry, pointing at the lion's hairless tail and said, Do you think he is a bastard? Ikaro suddenly reached out and stroked her hair. Just a light touch, she was shocked, and the sky and the earth were broken in an instant. It was very light, very poetic, and very spring-like in the east wind. Although it was light, it could resist the mighty breeze of thousands of miles. Liz Han looked up, and he was in the sunset, with his bangs swaying between his eyebrows, a tolerant and gentle smile on the corners of his lips, and his chestnut hair flying in the wind with a warm light. Liz Han was stunned for a moment, and blurted out a sentence without thinking, Senior, I like you. The air paused. When Liz Han realized what she said, she almost wanted to bite off her tongue. The wind blew gently, bringing the warm breath of summer. She pretended to be brave and looked at his gentle eyes, but she couldn't hide the bitterness and nervousness in her heart. Ikaro didn't say anything. His eyes were still gentle, his expression was full of tranquility, and those smiling eyes seemed to be staring at her intently. She couldn't help but blush and lower her head. How should she end the hot-headed words? After a while, Ikaro smiled and said, Thank you, Junior. Just like she treated Fanny and other admirers, she always had a gentle look and smiled. Liz Han felt relieved when she heard this, but at the same time, she didn't know why she felt a little lost. Even though they had been through hardships together in Kenya, she was just a simple admirer in his eyes, just like everyone else. Chapter 50. But it's better this way. If he really said something, she wouldn't know how to end it. Then neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere suddenly became cold. When they reached the fork in the road, Liz Han looked at the road ahead, then looked at Icarus. Icarus smiled and said, I'm going to the student union. Are you going to find Ji Rongxi? Liz Han shook her head, and turned to walk towards the circular square. After walking a long way, Liz Han turned around, and could no longer see Icarus. She pinched her face hard and said angrily, Why did I say that just now? Was it because the sunset was so beautiful or because his expression was so gentle? No matter what, he was much better than that bastard Wang Ziyu. Students walked by in groups from time to time, but Liz Han was walking alone. The sunset left her shadow on the ground, and the little lion raised his head and rubbed against her thigh. She lowered her head and patted the little lion's head, saying, "Thank you." The little lion roared "Ayo," and Liz Han suddenly came to her senses. She had unknowingly learned Ikaro's thank you. The magic students of the mine department were really scary. But what does his thank you mean? Does it mean that he doesn't like her, or is he touched by her love? She shouldn't have been entangled in this question, but after she said it, it actually trapped her heart. She wanted to understand Ikaro's thoughts. Is that all? Boom, 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 3 powerful sounds came from the sky, and then a loud voice sounded over the campus. Attention, students. I am Alistair, the director of the Magic Examination Office. The Magic Practical Examination for the school year of E2441 and E2442 has ended here. The results of the practical exam will be announced in 5 minutes, that is, at 1700 hours, on the scoreboard of the circular square. Students on the list can smoothly advance to the next school year. Students not on the list will receive a notice of persuasion before 1730. Please be informed. Oh my god! Li Zhan couldn't help but take a breath of cold air when she heard it. Will she receive a notice of persuasion? She rushed to the circular square impatiently, completely ignoring the swift beast bus beside her. Seeing her running, the little lion also ran after her. After running for more than 20 minutes, she was almost exhausted and collapsed on the ground, but she still rushed to the circular square in one breath. The circular square was filled with an unprecedented number of people, from 1st to 4th grade. Everyone looked at the 2 dark lists without a single word on them, and then turned their heads to look at the clock tower behind them. As the pointer pointed to 5 o'clock, their hearts were in their throats. In addition, there were many panic expressions. I haven't even taken the practical test yet. How come the results are out? A girl said in surprise. Yes, everyone has lost their magic these days, and has done nothing at all. The boy next to her said, also looking anxious, sweat dripping down. Countdown, 1987 6 5 4 3 2 1. 5 o'clock. As if a switch was turned on, the black background of the list lit up, and rows of big red words followed. First, it introduced the actual combat, under the pretext of, to improve students' combat effectiveness and adaptability, etc. After the blah blah, the results began to be announced, starting from the 4th grade. Everyone stared at the words that came out one by one, their hearts pounding. Li Zhan's heart tightened again and again. The road ahead was long. Where would her score in her future be? The first name that appeared on the list was Ikaro, followed by his scores in various subjects. In addition to the written test scores that had been on the list for a long time, there were also practical project scores, mental strength, attack power, defense power, etc., plus moral scores, and finally comprehensive scores. The scores for each subject were calculated clearly. Ikaro's scores in each subject were above 90 points. This was completely reasonable, and no one was surprised. The list was rolling, and the speed was very fast, just enough for everyone to see their own results clearly. Some people who saw their names cheered and left, and some continued to stay there to watch others' good show. 4th grade, 3rd grade. After Ji Rongqi's results came out without suspense, Li Zhan's heartbeat accelerated, her hands were sweating, and she stared at the list closely, not missing a single name. At the end of the 2nd grade, Li Zhan still hadn't seen Fanny's name, but she didn't pay much attention to it, but stared at the 1st grade more nervously. The first to appear was the gravity department, followed by the release department. Since the release department was divided into water, fire, thunder and lightning, there were a lot of students and the waiting time was very long. The order of the protection department was the last, which was the biggest torture for Li Zhan. I don't know which bastard came up with this idea. He didn't like to give the report card directly, but used such a torturous method, and found a resounding reason, to exercise psychological endurance and mental strength. From time to time, 1 or 2 exclamations were heard in the square, and suddenly 1 or 2 screams were heard, which made people's eardrums hurt. Under such irritable emotions, it was simply unbearable. After waiting for a long time, until the Department of Protection, Li Zhan felt that she was about to faint. Each class of the Department of Protection had 25 students, so it only took a blink of an eye to pass, but for some reason, Li Zhan felt that the name stayed on the list for several centuries. When she arrived at Class F, she saw the familiar names pop up one by one, and she felt her abdomen twitching. She could hardly bear the pressure, and wanted to squat on the ground. The little lion bit her skirt pitifully. She clenched her hands, then loosened them, and clenched them again. When she saw the list was updated to 60, she suddenly exhaled heavily and fell to the ground. 60 points is a watershed. She saw clearly from the previous few grades that only those with a comprehensive score of more than or equal to 60 points were published on the list. Those with a score below 60 did not appear. In other words, students with a score below 60 had only one way out, being persuaded to drop out. Her name did not appear on the list. The moment she knew the result, her heart was pierced. Perhaps this would be a turning point in her life. She was kicked out after only a few days. Tragic. Lizhan wiped the sweat off her forehead and thought, what if she was persuaded to drop out? In her previous life, her art score was so high, but it was still equal to 0. Isn't it just an exam score? Just drop out. Why make yourself so uncomfortable? Lizhan comforted herself while standing up. As the list, ding, stopped updating, Lizhan looked up, but was suddenly stunned. There were 2 people with 60 points. In addition to the one she just saw, there was another one behind, and her name was exactly her, Lizhan. Chapter 51. The total score of the 8 written tests is 192, which is known before. The scores of the 8 practical tests are Attack Power 88 points, Defense Power 95 points, Mental Power 93 points, Chanting 85 points, Hand Speed 90 points, Reaction Power 91 points, Mobility 88 points, Magic Wave 89 points, and the comprehensive score is 57 points, plus 3 points for morality, which is exactly 60, of course. This score is not tested by an instrument, but is based on the level of first-year students. Lizhan could no longer be described as excited, but felt it was incredible. In the actual combat in Kenya, she really did not perform well, and was seriously injured. How come her grades in every subject are so high now? Could it be that Ji Rongshi secretly helped her? She turned her head, and was about to go to the student union office building when the voice of Alistair, the director of the magic examination office, came from midair again. The voice was as rigid as ever, but it was like thunder hitting many people's hearts. Maybe many students will question the results of this exam. I'd like to make a statement here. The results of every subject are true, and there is no favoritism or fraud. The exam time, this time is 14:40 from Monday to Thursday this week. The exam project is Kenya Forest Rescue Activity. The exam subjects are Kara Magic School Grade 1 to 4 students. Invigilator, Carlo Magic Association. Exam venue layout, Kirk Intermediate Mercenary Group. Score record, Kirk Low-Level Mercenary Group. I should have understood it earlier. I'm so stupid. Lizhan rubbed her head and said that when she returned to school and met Wang Ziyu again, she should have thought of it. As the chairman, why did he go to Kenya Forest? Isn't this answer obvious? Almost everyone at the scene gasped, but they were not frightened by the truth, but by this series of names. The Karo Magic Association is the resident magic association of Kara Magic School, and is also one of the most famous magic associations in the empire. It is not only a consortium, but also a large number of talents. When the Invigilator was in charge, he would definitely appear near their rescue activities, but no one knew about it. The Kirk Mercenary Group is an independent mercenary group. The members of the Intermediate Mercenary Group are C-level and D-level. They appeared in the huge forest, and they didn't even find any traces. The difference in strength is too scary. The results on the list disappeared, and the rescue scene in the Kenyan forest began to play. Lizhan saw herself dragging her injured leg in the forest, and she couldn't help but shudder. It turned out that someone had been watching her in secret. However, Wang Ziyu's scene never appeared from beginning to end. How much manpower and material resources Kara spent on this exam, I'm afraid only the big consortium that supports Kara Magic School knows. However, some students like Lizhan who realized it later said, I thought something happened. It turned out to be an exam. Fortunately, my classmate was on the missing list, so I ran to save him. Suddenly, all kinds of regretful, sad, and happy voices arose. In this rescue, what they gained was not only combat experience and survival skills, but more importantly teamwork. This is something that students who have not been to the Kenyan forest can never learn. Lizhan was particularly impressed by this. If she had not wanted to save Ji Rongshi, she would not have gone to the Kenyan forest, would not have learned Kara's 5 magic defenses and magic bindings in just a few days, and would not have quickly learned to be independent and strong. Compared to the life experiences of the past few days, the injury seemed increasingly insignificant. However, Lizhan still didn't understand why so many people lost their magic, but she didn't. This was her confusion, and it was also the confusion of many people. Alistair seemed to understand this and spoke again. This exam will start in the Great Hall. The Great Hall is a magic circle, and everyone who enters the Great Hall will be trapped by the magic circle and unable to use their abilities. The content of the exam is to first regain your own abilities, and then go to the Kenyan forest. The mercenary group is responsible for separating the students who go early from the students who go late. In addition to letting all students train their survival skills in the forest, they also fight each other. Only when you don't know who the other party is, can you fight with all your strength. Lijian finally understood why the person who attacked her had the same ability as her, and it also explained why she fought with Ji Rongxi. Fortunately, they didn't hurt each other at the beginning. If there was any bloodshed, they would regret it, right? The planner is really cruel. For students who didn't go to Kenya or didn't go to Kenya, the school didn't give up. There were practical exams arranged yesterday and today, but the highest score can only be 60 points. For students who didn't participate in the Kenyan forest rescue activities and didn't participate in the practical exams arranged by the school, the scores of the 8 practical subjects were 0. This school year has come to an end. I wish you all a happy summer, and see you next school year. There were still many people in the square who had not seen their transcripts. At this time, they finally understood everything. In addition to regret, they were more desperate. For Kara Magic School, as long as you participate, you will get results, no matter good or bad, and those who don't participate will all drop out. Lijian wiped her sweat, and felt her legs go weak. She almost sat on the ground. She moved back a few steps, and sat down on a bench next to the square. Although there were many people in the square at this time, most of them were in a state of mental tension, and no one could really sit down. Lijian. A voice came from behind. Lijian turned her head, and saw Wang Ziyu's leisurely expression. She suddenly wanted to tear his face apart. Damn it, he actually lied to her for so long. She remembered what Ji Rongxi had said before, that the chairman had made changes to this exam, and she woke up and realized that everything she had encountered before, including the injury, was all caused by this person. Lijian was furious and clenched her fists tightly. Did you plan everything in the Kenyan forest? Wang Ziyu shrugged and said indifferently, I just made a suggestion. The planner was the school's academic advisory group. Lijian wanted to curse, but she was so angry at this person that she couldn't say anything. She gritted her teeth and said, You bastard. I found that you really don't know how to curse. Wang Ziyu smiled slightly. You come and go, you are just bad guys or bastards. I really suggest you learn more swear words. Lijian had no place to vent her breath, so she could only stare at him, stare hard, stare fiercely. Wang Ziyu didn't know why, suddenly felt in a good mood, reached out, and patted her round face. Don't forget, come to my house to clean the toilet when you have time. Chapter 52. Lijian's eyes were wide open, ready to shoot out bullets. Can you go even further? This was originally a rhetorical question, but Wang Ziyu nodded and took it as a question. Do you want me to go even further? He lowered his head slightly, staring at her fiery eyes, and found it surprisingly interesting, like looking at a mad puppy. He couldn't help but smile. Do you remember the results on the list? Tell me, if you lose 1 point in moral character, what will happen to you? No need to think, just 2 words, drop out. This is a threat. If I say that Ji Rongxi cheated for personal gain and gave you an extra moral score, what do you think will happen to Ji Rongxi? No need to think. A serious demerit, resignation from the position of vice president of the student union, reputation damage, very unfavorable for her 5th-year internship, and even affect her life. You? Lijian pointed at him, shaking with anger, unable to say a word. This person didn't use a single dirty word, but every word was so despairing. How can your character be so much worse than Senior Caruso? Comparison may be the nature of every girl, but it is something that every boy hates. Wang Ziyu narrowed his eyes slightly, stared at her for a while, and suddenly smiled. If it was someone else with this expression, it might be a little bit ironic, but his eyes were shining and his expression was leisurely. Ikaro was influenced by the knights, so he naturally has the tolerance and etiquette of a knight, and treats everyone with tenderness. No wonder you confessed to him. Such words can't tell whether they are happy or angry. Lijian suddenly jumped up, stuttering, You know? The whole school knows. How could I not know? Wang Ziyu shrugged lazily. Just accept your fate. Even if a gentle mind magician comes, you can't escape the fate of cleaning toilets. Say it again. Lijian was filled with grief and anger, staring at him fiercely. He smiled slightly and repeated his words again. His tone was even more provocative, his expression was even more playful, and he treated her like a little monkey. Ah! Lijian suddenly jumped up and bit his arm. Wang Ziyu's muscles were very strong. She used almost all her strength on her teeth and could hardly bite into the flesh. She felt that her teeth were too sore to bear, so she shook off his hand and looked up at him. Wang Ziyu looked at the bitten arm, which had 6 neat teeth marks and some saliva. Wipe it clean. Wang Ziyu frowned. Liz Han turned to the little lion. Lick it clean. The little lion roared and pounced on Wang Ziyu. Wang Ziyu knew that this lion was too lustful, so he quickly moved aside to avoid it. When he looked at Liz Han again, he had already run away. After Liz Han ran more than 10 meters, she shouted, "Prince, come back." Her voice was quite loud, and many people turned their heads when they heard it. The little lion also ran away. Wang Ziyu looked at her bouncing movements, which contrasted with the little lion, and couldn't help laughing. She looks quite similar to that stupid beast. After Liz Han left Wang Ziyu, she immediately called Ji Rongxi's communicator. Ji, I have good news for you. I passed the exam. Ji Rongxi knew that this would be the result. Yeah, she said, I heard that you confessed to Senior Icarus. Li Zhan's hand trembled, and the communicator almost fell to the ground. She decisively cut off the communication and put the communicator in her pocket. Isn't the news in this school spread too quickly? Did Icarus tell them? No, she felt that Icarus was not that kind of person. But why did so many people know? After returning to the apartment, Ji Rongxi arrived soon. Seeing her curled up on the sofa reading comics, the little lion dozing at her feet, he couldn't help rubbing his forehead. Not only Liz Han, but also this little lion became famous. Ji Rongxi kicked off her shoes, walked to the sofa, and sat down. She held the little lion's chin with her hand, and turned its head around. The little lion opened its eyes, and stared at her. She was not afraid either, and frowned and said, Where did this lion come from? There are very few white-haired lions. They are generally brown or black. The darker the color, the stronger the ability and survival ability. However, the white variety is an exception. This variety of lion is not only rare, but also a high-grade magical beast. However, she looked left and right, and did a magic test, but found that this lion was level 0, and the grade was 0. As expected, what kind of owner has what kind of pet? Ji Rongxi let go of the little lion in disappointment. The little lion turned away, and put its head back to Li Zhan's feet. I don't know either. I saw it once in the back mountain, and then it came to find me. If you like it, keep it. But it's useless. Ji Rongxi leaned back on the sofa, and took a pillow to support his back. Have you ever been plotted against by Princess Xiangxiang? Princess Xiangxiang is red? Liz Han thought about it carefully and nodded. Yes, on Monday night, I was tricked by Wang Ziyu to the back mountain of the school, and I met Hong Feifei. Wang Ziyu tricked you into the back mountain. Ji Rongxi's voice rose. Liz Han thought she was afraid of losing her virginity or something, but Ji Rongxi seemed to have heard a big joke. You were definitely tricked. Wang Ziyu is not so idle. It sounds like Ji Rongxi knows Wang Ziyu well? I think so too. Hong Feifei wanted to give me perfume, but I didn't want it. Later, she sprayed a lot of perfume on me. The perfume was very pure and fragrant. Liz Han was speaking the truth. Most of the perfume she had smelled before were essences, and this one had a natural plant fragrance. Ji Rongxi looked at her like a fool and fell on the sofa with laughter. John, you are an idiot. The name of the perfume is Will Not Fall in Love. Her perfume is always very effective, which means that you will not fall in love with others. You confessed to Senior Icarus today, which surprised me. Will not fall in love? Liz Han remembered that Hong Feifei said that she would not fall in love with others after smelling perfume. Maybe this is what she meant? Ji Rongxi stopped smiling and asked seriously, Do you like Senior Icarus? Liz Han thought about it seriously and nodded. Senior Icaruso is a very good person. He took good care of me in the Kenyan forest, and was very gentle to everyone. I like his personality very much. Admittedly, this kind of liking is with respect, which is still a little bit away from the relationship between men and women. Ji Rongxi thought about it with his chin in his hand. Could it be that Xiangxiang's magic has improved? Liz Han looked at her puzzledly, and she explained, If the perfume under this bottle is no love, then you will not like Wang Ziyu, nor will you like Senior Icaruso. Liz Han interrupted her and said loudly, I don't like Wang Ziyu. I know. Ji Rongxi patted her head soothingly. However, you are now in love with Senior Icaro, which only means that Xiangxiang's perfume is not Can't Fall in Love, or an upgraded version of Can't Fall in Love. Chapter 53. Li Zhan became more and more confused as he listened, and asked in confusion, Why? Ji Rongxi explained, Hong Feifei has always given her rivals the perfume Will Not Fall in Love, so that boys will only like her. If it is upgraded, it is very likely to have precise conditions, such as will not fall in love with Wang Ziyu, so that after smelling the perfume, they will not fall in love with Wang Ziyu, but it will not prevent them from falling in love with others. Of course, fragrant perfumes are prone to the side effect of love transfer. For example, if you like Wang Ziyu, after smelling the perfume, this thought is suppressed, and the love is transferred to Akaro. In the past, girls often smelled her perfume, and all fell in love with the magic pet. Lizhan was horrified. Such a perfume is terrible. What's so terrible, haven't you smelled it? Ji Rongxi asked back, picked up the apple washed by Lizhan on the table, and took a bite. Have you smelled it? If the queen and the princess fight, it must be exciting, right? Lizhan blinked his eyes, staring at Ji Rongxi like a curious kitten. Needless to say, the queen must have one. Lizhan was just curious about the process. The queen and the princess fought? Ji Rongxi couldn't help but smile. I haven't fought before, but as long as she doesn't go too far, I won't interfere. She held the apple in her mouth, stretched out her hand to open the drawer of the table, and took out a crescent-shaped perfume bottle with a lavender-clear liquid inside. She gave it to me. Lizhan took it and wanted to open it and smell it, but she was afraid that there was some magic inside. If it happened again, there would be no hope, so she put the perfume bottle back on the table. The two sat and chatted for a while. Lizhan was missing and didn't understand one thing. Why do you all know that I confessed to Senior Icarus? Ji Rongxi shook his head and smiled. When you were with Icarus, did someone call you? Lizhan thought about it and asked in confusion. It seemed so, but I didn't pay attention at the time. It was Coco who called you. She was right next to you at the time, and listened to your conversation in its entirety. Ji Rongxi gloated. Coco not only likes to eat snacks, but also likes gossiping. Lizhan sighed and fell on the sofa. Is this the legendary self-inflicted trouble? In fact, since Lizhan came here, she has not had a good conversation with Ji Rongxi. Now that the exams have just been finished and both of them have relaxed, they have the opportunity. For Ji Rongxi, the most concerned issue is whether Lizhan will stay in the summer vacation. John, what are your plans for the summer vacation? If it were in the past, Lizhan would definitely be overjoyed, finally liberated. But when she came here, facing her first summer vacation, she loved and hated it. The first thing she loved was the 1-month vacation. She had been confused in this short exam, but luckily no one had discovered her. This month was just enough for her to take a break, make a relatively complete plan for her future life and study, and consolidate the magic she had learned this week. As for the hatred, the first thing was the Danby issue. As soon as she came back from summer vacation, she had to pay the tuition for the 2nd grade. She checked the tuition, and it was 20,000 Danby. Except for school, other miscellaneous fees would cost at least 5,000 Danby a year. This was an astronomical figure for her who was penniless. The tuition fee for the previous year was Ji Rongxi's scholarship, so there was no reason to use her money this time. She had also seen her family background in the comics. Her grandfather ran a grocery store, and her uncle was a hunter. Because it was called Bowman Island, all the people on the island had the surname Bossman. She certainly couldn't count on them for the tuition fee, and she couldn't count on them either. Seeing her face changing and hesitant, Ji Rongxi asked again, why don't you come to my house to play? This is Lizhan's first holiday, the best time to study and make money. Naturally, she doesn't want to go to Ji Rongxi's house. In order not to dampen Ji Rongxi's enthusiasm, she smiled bitterly and shook her head. I also want to visit your house, but I want to find a part-time job during the summer vacation. Ji Rongxi looked at her like an idiot. Are you sure someone will be willing to hire you? Lizhan said aggrievedly. Can you please stop discouraging people like this? In fact, she knew in her heart that she was unfamiliar with this place, and it was really not easy to find a part-time job. She still remembered that last time at Akaro's house, she saw that even the maids were so professional, and she was afraid that she would not even pass the test of sweeping the toilet. Okay, I won't discourage you. If you have any questions, you can always come to me. Ji Rongxi patted her shoulder and stood up. I'm going to take a shower. My family will pick me up tomorrow morning. If you change your mind, tell me at any time. If you want to go somewhere else, such as home, I can also take you there. Lizhan nodded, and after watching Ji Rongxi leave, he took a bite of the apple, lay on the little lion's body and exhaled. No matter what, he would call home first. That home is not her home, but the home of her predecessor. She has been in this world for only 1 week. She discovered too many things in this week, and everything she experienced was very different from the Celestial Empire, but her feelings were still at home. These days, especially when she was hurt, she thought of her parents again and again, the parents who gave birth to her and raised her for 17 years, the parents who were reluctant to eat and wear for her, but spent a lot of money every year for her to study art without feeling sorry for it. The parents, who were not good at communicating with others, but kept nagging in her ears. But it was precisely because of this that she felt afraid. She was afraid that her parents would see her collapse in the examination room. She was afraid that even if they exchanged souls, the substitute would not take good care of her parents. She was afraid that everything she worried about had already happened. Do what you want others to do for you. She wanted her parents to be treated well, so she had to treat her predecessor's family well first. She didn't know her uncle and grandfather, but she inherited her predecessor's body, so she had to pass on this feeling as a reward for her borrowing her predecessor's body. If her uncle and grandfather knew that her predecessor had left, they would not be able to bear it. Lizan rubbed his head, picked up the communicator, and sent a call to his uncle. Even if he didn't go back to see them, he at least wanted to let them know about their recent situation. After the communicator rang 3 times, it was connected. An old, slightly hoarse voice came over, with uncontrollable excitement. Shaoli, Shaoli. He seemed to turn his head and shouted, Lori, Shaoli is calling. Lori was his uncle's name. Lizan held the communicator, and looked at the old man with sparse gray hair on the display screen. He smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed, and the wrinkles on his face suddenly opened up. He was old and frail, but his blood was still strong. She felt sour for no reason, and her eyes were red. Chapter 54. Well, I'm Shaoli, Grandpa, are you okay? She put the communicator a little further away, and tried to control her voice. Although, emotionally, her parents always come first, but at this moment, she completely understands that a person cannot live independently of society. They are more or less connected to society, family, and someone, and they will affect each other. This connection cannot be cut off or severed. She can't treat them all as her closest relatives, but she can try her best to care for them more. Okay, I just went into the mountains with your uncle yesterday and hunted a wild deer. Grandpa said, as if to show his health, and then said, it has just been pickled and is waiting for you to come back to eat. You are lying. Lizan pulled the corners of his lips and smiled, just like he used to make his parents happy. It must be uncle who hunted it. You are just watching the show from the side, or waiting for the rabbit to come. Grandpa couldn't help laughing when he heard it. If it weren't for me, your uncle wouldn't be able to find the wild deer. You little girl, you don't believe me? Humph, I won't give you food when I come back. Lizan moved her lips, and the words I won't go back almost came out of her mouth, but she thought about it and just smiled. If you don't give me food, I will steal it and eat it all. The two laughed and talked for a while, asking each other about their recent situation, but Lizan still couldn't say the 3 words I won't go back. Grandpa might have guessed it, but he didn't ask, just said, I give the communicator to your uncle, you can talk to him for a while. In Lizan's mind, her uncle was a hunter. He should be a very strong, dark, big, and bearded man, the kind that would scare children to death when they saw him. However, her imagination was very frustrating. Her uncle was tall, and had bronze skin. He was much younger than she had imagined. He did not have a beard, and seemed to be in his 20s. He was a very rugged and strong man, with a gentle look, but he did not smile. He took the communicator, asked a few questions, and then went straight to the point. Can your grades in school keep up with the average level of your classmates? This question is very similar to her father's. When she went home on weekends, her father would often ask, are you keeping up with your classmates in English? Do you want to hire a tutor? In the past, she was most afraid of her father asking about English, but now she is a little afraid of being asked about magic. Not to mention the average level, she ranked last in the exam. No problem for now. I will work hard. She said this after considering the wording. The uncle did not ask any more questions, and then said, summer vacation is coming. Aren't you going to come back? Lizan's heart skipped a beat. She felt a little guilty, but since he asked, it would be easier for her to say it. She said weakly, I think I won't go back for the time being. I learned more here during the holidays. By the way. She couldn't say that she was going to earn some tuition fees. It would hurt the pride of 2 men. I know. I tell your grandfather. Although the uncle was a little disappointed, he controlled his emotions. The two chatted for a while before cutting off the communication. Woo-woo, what should I do? Lizan threw away the communicator, rested her chin on the lion's back, rubbed its soft fur with her hands, and said to herself with a gloomy face, it is definitely impossible for me to go back to them. But why do I have such an indescribable sense of guilt? The lion seemed to understand her words, and licked her arm with its tongue. The lion's tongue was not as soft as a human's, and seemed to have a thick layer of moss. It felt numb when being licked. Lizan remembered that it always licked Wang Ziyu like this, and hurriedly pushed it away. This lion has no moral stance, despise it. The little lion turned to lick her palm, and she quickly retracted her hand. At this moment, it suddenly raised its head and cried "Ayo." It was not a coquettish sound, but full of aggression. Lizanne raised her head in confusion, and saw something that shouldn't have appeared in the hall. Two white things, similar to silver fish, were floating above the hall. She still remembered this thing, the soul-eating spirit that sent a letter to them in the Kenyan forest. It's here again now, could it be? Lizanne suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart. She stared at the two soul-eating spirits with wide eyes. The door was closed, and only the French window on the left side of the hall was open. Could it be that they flew in from the balcony? The soul-eating spirits flew in front of her and hit her chest. Lizanne was so scared that she grabbed a magazine and slapped them. They slipped away and went into her mouth again. What the hell? Lizanne wanted to reach out and grab them, but they were more slippery than loaches and slipped away from her fingers, leaving only a cold touch. Lizanne was furious and picked up the broom in the corner to hit them. They hurriedly fled towards the door. Lizanne opened the door and drove them out, but they didn't leave after they went out, and kept circling over her head. What does this mean? Lizanne followed them, and they flew forward again. Lizanne suddenly realized where they were trying to lead her to. She thought about it, threw the broom aside, and followed the two things. Seeing this, the little lion jumped out neatly and ran behind her. It was already night, and the sycamore trees under the street lights were stretched and streamlined. They were not as delicate as bonsai, but they were more free and easy and majestic than bonsai. Lizanne's long hair fluttered in the breeze, and the light of the street lamp left a beautiful arc behind her. Lizanne looked calm on the surface, but she was regretting it deeply in her heart. Unfortunately, she couldn't express this regret, and could only let her internal organs taste it again and again in her stomach. She shouldn't have followed the soul-devouring spirits out, knowing clearly that they had bad intentions. Now, it's hard to say whether she can go back alive. Lizanne and the little lion stood in front of a remote hillside. There were a dozen flying monsters in the sky, circling above her head. 3 monsters surrounded her, exuding terrible murderous aura. This is over. Lizanne looked at her home clothes and furry rabbit head slippers, and was extremely angry. Not only did she not bring cardboard, she didn't even have a feather pen. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. The monster with fierce eyes obviously didn't sympathize with poor Lizanne. The next moment, it pounced on Lizanne from 3 different steps. The monster's movements were amazing, so fast that she could hardly see clearly. Lizanne trembled in her heart and shouted, "Prince, run!" The prince was indeed the king of lions. He spread his limbs and ran away very fast. Lizanne couldn't match his speed. Lizanne ran for a while, and suddenly a figure appeared in front of her. She didn't break in time and almost hit it. Lizanne stopped her figure abruptly, but the monster behind her had already attacked. Lizanne didn't have time to dodge, so she stretched out her palm and shouted, "Fish Dragon Dance." Chapter 55. The spirit was like a dragon, spinning and shooting at the monster. Because it had given up chanting, the power was not great, and it could only temporarily delay the monster's attack. Lizanne got a chance to catch her breath, chanted the spell, and used the triple magic trap array to trap the 2 monsters that came immediately. The little lion saw that the enemy had no chance, and ran back again, Ao rubbing against her thigh. Lizanne was speechless about this kind of pet. When there was danger, it ran faster than anyone else. At this moment, all the soul-eating spirits suddenly circled and attacked her head with great momentum. Lizanne hugged her head, and a monster suddenly bit her hand, immediately biting off a piece of flesh, and blood was dripping. This thing is more terrifying than a monster. Lizanne was furious, and used the silver binding, shooting silver light sticks at the monsters. The monsters that were close to them twitched, and were nailed in the air by the silver light sticks, unable to move like dead fish. Lizanne took the time to look at her hand, but felt a chill on her neck, and the tip of a magic wand was just aimed at the artery in her neck. "Don't move." The cold words rang in her ears, and Lizanne shuddered and turned her head stiffly. The person who restrained her was the one who had just stopped her, Fanny from Class B, Grade 2. Fanny stood with her back to the street lamp, her whole face hidden in the shadows, and her expression could not be seen clearly. She only felt that it was gloomy and scary, and more soul-eating spirits kept circling above her head. Lizanne sweated through her clothes in an instant. "Did you raise these monsters?" "Don't say it so harshly." Fanny smiled coldly. "They are just soul-eating spirits. Don't forget, I am a summoner." Lizanne understood immediately. She looked at the monster covered in corrosive liquid and staring at them from behind. It was exactly the same as the monster she encountered in the Kenyan forest. Lizan clenched her fists and said angrily, "Did you summon these 3 monsters?" Fanny did not deny it. Lizan was so angry that she wanted to smash her face with a punch, and she didn't apologize. In Kenyan, Fanny used the Soul Eater to lead them into danger, and now she made a fatal mistake again. At that time, they all thought that Fanny was just being manipulated, so they let the tiger go back to the mountain, hoping to catch her behind the scenes, but they didn't expect that Fanny herself was the mastermind. Fanny also had a look of resentment on her face, gritting her teeth and saying, "Did Ji Rongxi deduct my moral score to a negative number?" It turned out that she came here for the test score. Fanny could not continue to stay in Kara Magic School because her moral score was deducted to a negative number. She thought it was Ji Rongxi who did it, so she came here to take revenge. Maybe she felt that Ji Rongxi was too powerful and could not fight against Ji Rongxi directly, so she transferred her hatred to her. Thinking of this, Lizan sneered, "How can a vice president of the student union have such ability? And if she is such a person, she can't be the vice president of the student union at all." Seeing her smile, Fanny was so angry that her face twisted. "I can't stay in Kara, and you can't either." Lizan remained calm on the surface, but secretly looked around, looking for a way out while steadying her. "What do you want?" Fanny's lips showed a hint of coldness. "If you have a problem, Ji Rongxi will definitely come out on his own." Lizan finally realized that he was the chess piece that Fanny used to lure Ji Rongxi out. In a word, the life of cannon fodder. But at this time, she didn't plan to let Ji Rongxi come out, and she had to take care of her own affairs. While talking, the little lion secretly stayed beside Fanny, aimed at her thigh, and suddenly opened its mouth and bit her. Fanny felt that her leg was pinched by a pair of pliers, and she couldn't help but screamed. Lizan seized the opportunity at this moment and dodged immediately. She was not a gentleman, nor was she familiar with the rules of this world, so she didn't care about sneak attacks at all. After dodging, she immediately cast a triple magic circle. Fanny jumped back and jumped onto the back of the beast. The monster roared and stepped towards Lizan. If Lizan was hit by a claw, he would be seriously injured if not dead. The little lion ran away again when he saw that the situation was not right. Lizan had nothing to say except to abandon it in his heart. The monster, under Fanny's command, showed its power again. Lizan retreated step by step, but the monster suddenly jumped up. Lizan looked at its ugly face enlarged in front of her, and she was so scared that she chopped it randomly. It opened its mouth and spit out fangs, trying to bite off her head. Lizan closed her eyes in fear. Suddenly, the monster stopped moving. Her hand was still in the air, but the monster was separated into 2 halves from the nose. As the monster gushed blood, Fanny fell from the back of the beast to the ground, and Ji Rongxi's calm face slowly became clear. The streetlights were not very bright, but they seemed to be biased, leaving the most beautiful and brilliant angle to Ji Rongxi. So in Lizan's view, at this moment, she was not a queen, but a prince. Lizan was stunned for a long time, and finally came back to her senses from the fear. At that time, she suddenly understood why her predecessor was so dependent on Ji Rongxi. All girls will never forget the moment when they were saved from the clutches of the devil by the prince. She will never forget the touching and shocking moment in her life. "Fanny, have you had enough of this?" Ji Rongxi's voice was cold, as if he was questioning a naughty child. "Ji Rongxi, you are the most ruthless bitch in the world." Fanny's eyes were red, and a pretty girl suddenly became ferocious and terrifying. She raised her magic wand and was about to speak, but suddenly, she felt a chill on her scalp. She raised her head in shock, but her vision was blocked by a brown cloud. She watched the brown cloud slowly fall, and when it finally reached the ground, she came to her senses. She screamed and ran away with tears covering her face. Lizan, who was standing next to her, was stunned. Ji Rongxi's sudden ice sword shaved Fanny's head. That technique and momentum were so cool. She opened her mouth slightly and forgot to close it. Ji Rongxi slapped her chin back and said lightly, "Let's go, I call someone to clean up." Ji Rongxi then noticed that there was a bloody twig lying at Ji Rongxi's feet. It should be a temporary break, but it could actually split a monster in half. She secretly glanced at the monster's wound, which was straight and even, just like the effect of being cut with a butcher knife. This was the first time she saw Ji Rongxi's gorgeous battle. So, in the Kenyan forest, she had known about her and showed mercy. Why? Lizan couldn't help asking. Ji Rongxi thought she was asking about the haircut of Fanny, so he stroked his short hair and said coolly, "If anyone dares to cut your hair, I will definitely make her bald." Chapter 56. Lizan paused while bandaging the wound, slowly lowered her head, and said nothing. The stronger Ji Rongxi became, the more useless she looked. She did not envy Ji Rongxi, but she felt deeply that she must be strong. Only when she was strong could she be truly strong. Ji Rongxi sighed, and was about to comfort her when Ikaro came over. Ikaro squatted down without saying a word, gently tied a knot on the bandage that Lizan had tied, and said softly, "It's our fault that you got hurt." Lizan was very surprised by his appearance. "Why are you here?" Ikaro stood up and said, "Just now I was tracking down Fanny's mastermind, and I didn't want her to run away. I didn't expect her to come to you for trouble. But don't worry, she has been caught by us." Lizan nodded and looked at Ji Rongxi, who patted her shoulder. "You go back first. I and the senior will wait for the cleaning staff to come." Lizan said nothing, called the little lion, and slowly walked back to the apartment. She only felt that her body still had the corrosive odor of the monster, so she took another bath, bandaged her wounds again, and took care of the little lion again, and soon fell asleep. However, Ji Rongxi and Ikaro did not sleep. After handing Fanny over to the school security department, they ran to the roof of the villa. It was a diamond-shaped roof. As soon as Ji Rongxi and the others arrived, they saw Wang Ziyu standing next to the decorated chimney with his back to them, his hands in his pockets, looking at the manor in the distance. The moonlight was cold and fell on him, as if it cast a layer of silver light on him, leaving a dark back. The two walked silently behind him, put their hands on their chests, and bowed. Icarus was a member of the Knights, and so was she. It was just that the Icarus family ranked first, and the Ran family ranked ninth. The two said nothing, because they all knew that Wang Ziyu knew they were coming. Especially Ji Rongxi, she didn't want to talk to him at all, which could be seen from her expression alone. Her face was filled with absolute unwillingness, as if she had to apologize for having her beloved things taken away by Wang Ziyu. Wang Ziyu slowly turned around, his back to Yuehua, his face hidden in the shadows, his cat-like eyes becoming more and more dazzling. He didn't even look at Ikaro, but only asked Ji Rongxi, "Did you just attack? Is this human language?" Ji Rongxi rolled his eyes in his heart, but on the surface, he was still very polite. "I'm sorry, I can't watch Lizan get hurt." Wang Ziyu smiled slightly. His voice was clear and cold, full of sarcasm. "Ji Rongxi, you really indulge her?" Ji Rongxi asked back. "She is my only roommate. If you don't indulge her, do you indulge?" Given her current identity, she swallowed the last "you" back into her stomach. If she offended Wang Ziyu, she would definitely not end well. Wang Ziyu was a competent iceberg in front of ordinary people, and just raised his eyebrows slightly. "I want her." Ji Rongxi was so angry that he trembled all over. "I won't give her to you." "Ah." Wang Ziyu put his hands in his trouser pockets, raised the corners of his lips, and showed a slightly mocking smile. "Ji Rongxi, can you decide her life for her? Living under your tyranny, she will only become more and more stupid." Ji Rongxi's face turned red and white. She suddenly pulled out the magic wand and pointed it at Wang Ziyu's face. "What about you? You took her to Kenya, but let her get hurt, and abandoned her when she was most seriously injured. With this, you still want her?" As soon as Ji Rongxi returned to school, she checked all the surveillance footage. Although Wang Ziyu was not in the surveillance footage, she still learned a lot about the two people's interactions in the forest through the Kirk mercenary group. Ikaro stood not far away, watching the two people confront each other. He came to support Ji Rongxi, but at this time, he had no room to interrupt. Whether it was Lizan or Wang Ziyu, he could not interfere in their lives. "So what?" Wang Ziyu said lightly. Wang Ziyu didn't want to explain the issue of abandoning the glass lamp, nor did he bother to explain it. Only under that condition can people maximize their subjective initiative and their potential. This was just his test. Ji Rongxi was furious, and the tip of the magic wand quickly condensed into an ice blade, which went straight to Wang Ziyu's eyes like a gust of wind. Wang Ziyu didn't care at all, and didn't even frown. However, the next moment, the ice blade automatically changed its trajectory and flew to both sides, without even touching the corner of his clothes. When has Ji Rongxi ever been defeated by others? Even if it was Wang Ziyu, she would risk her life, rushing forward, attacking with fists, and fighting hand to hand. Wang Ziyu's expression remained unchanged, and with a slight tap of his fingertips, he removed Ji Rongxi's fatal attack. Instantly, a magic wave condensed in his palm, so strong that Ji Rongxi's arm seemed to be suppressed by a huge rock, and he couldn't lift it up no matter what. The moon was covered by layers of dark clouds, and for a moment, the sky and the earth were dark and scary. Ikaro saw that something was wrong, stepped forward to hold Ji Rongxi, stepped back 10 steps, and saluted. "Thank you, Prince, for showing mercy. You are still so rigid." Wang Ziyu turned his head and looked at Ikaro with a sidelong look, as if he had just discovered his existence. You are indeed a talent cultivated by the Knights. You are like a stubborn butler before you are 18 years old. Ikaro's face suddenly became ugly, and Ji Rongqi's face was already ashen. Even so, I will not hand over the glass to you. Hee. Wang Ziyu raised his eyebrows and smiled. Facing Ji Rongqi, the loser, he had no interest in looking at him again. Instead, he said to Ikaro, even if the entire Knights come, they will never be able to snatch it from me. Because your character has determined everything. You are a descendant of a knight bound by rules and chivalry. I am just the opposite. He turned around, and his voice had a feeling of ice falling on a jade plate. I will always be a bastard who betrayed tradition. Ikaro didn't know whether he was shocked by his cold and arrogant expression, or because his words hit his heart hard. He stood there motionless, and didn't even know when Wang Ziyu left. Yes, he is a person who is bound. Even though Ji Rongqi attacked Wang Ziyu just now, he still felt that he could not commit a crime until Ji Rongqi was restrained. From another perspective, he is a person who lives in the sun. He may be able to deal with the so-called famous and upright people, but he is not a match for Zhuyu Farrell. Zhuyu Farrell, the abandoned son of the Farrell family, was once the prince. He has the glory of the top of the pyramid, and he has struggled in the darkness. He is strong enough, cruel enough, and proficient in black and white. However, no matter when, he is always on the dominant side, turning his hand to make clouds and rain. And he, or Ji Rongqi, or the entire Knights, can only be defeated in front of him. Chapter 57. Lizhan, who was in her dream, would never know that she, Ji Rongqi, Ikaro, and Wang Ziyu had fought fiercely on the roof in a bloodless way, leaving her covered with wounds. But even so, they could not change the established facts. Her holiday plan, which she had worked so hard to plan, had no chance to be implemented. Lizhan did not have to worry about the exam or anything else. She slept until she woke up naturally. When she got up the next day, it was already noon. Ji Rongqi was sitting on the sofa in the living room, leaning against his legs, flipping through a magazine leisurely. Ji Rongqi wore a restrained and elegant dress, without pretentious details or extra accessories. She had no sense of immaturity at school. She looked calm and bright. She didn't look gorgeous or frivolous, but she didn't look deep or old. She looked like an aristocratic girl, showing off to the right degree. The little lion nestled on the sofa next to her, her body rising and falling slightly with her breathing, looking demure and natural. Lizhan was used to her heroic appearance, and her eyes lit up at this moment. So you can be so elegant. This sentence is pure praise. Ji Rongqi raised his eyelids slightly, closed the magazine, put down his legs, and looked at Lizhan. She had a messy head of hair like a chicken coop and a sleepy look, which was just the other extreme. Ji Rongqi sighed, picked up the freshly squeezed juice, and took a sip. John, the person who picked me up will be here in an hour. Do you want to think about it again? As long as Lizhan is willing to nod, she will take her home. As for Wang Ziyu, she believed that Wang Ziyu would not come to her house for a toy. In her opinion, Wang Ziyu was just interested in playing with the lamb, and would not spend too much time on it. In fact, Ji Rongqi had selfish motives. Returning to the Ran family, which was crowned with the glory of knights, meant the end of her free life at school. When she returned home, her words and deeds were bound by rules. Lizhan was a lively person. She hoped that Lizhan could relieve her boredom. Lizhan rubbed her messy hair and lazily collapsed on the sofa. The sofa immediately sank a lot. The sleepy little lion on the sofa could not help but slide towards her. It woke up from its dream and instinctively stretched out its sharp claws to grab the surface of the sofa, while opening its eyes wide. After seeing that it was Lizhan, its defensiveness immediately turned into sleepiness. It yawned and laid down beside her legs to continue its sweet dream. Lizhan stroked its soft fur, feeling the comfortable touch on his hands, and whispered, "I have troubled you enough this year, let me be independent for once." Ji Rongqi looked at her in surprise. After confirming that she was serious, she had the illusion that my daughter has grown up, and I can't take care of her anymore. Her eyes were hazy, but full of determination. She thought that she would be a sophomore next semester, and she would leave school to do internship outside after graduating from the 4th grade. After all, she could not take care of her for long. Wang Ziyu was right. Even though Lizhan was her family's savior, she couldn't decide her future life for Lizhan. You have to walk your own path. Ji Rongqi thought about it for a long time, and finally nodded, okay. Oh yeah, finally took the first step of independence. Lizhan smiled at her, got up and ran to the bathroom to wash up. The little lion was awakened by her big movements again, and with a wow, he followed her happily. Ji Rongqi watched their figures disappear at the bathroom door, and suddenly realized that if he really wanted to be good to Lizan, the best way was not to spoil her or indulge her, but to let her go free and only appear when she needed his shoulder. Only in this way could she grow up comprehensively. Thinking of this, Ji Rongxi couldn't help but smile, and stood up to take off the elegant dress on her body. In the past, every time she went home or at home, she had to dress like a lady. She was open-minded and cheerful by nature, and didn't like such clothes at all, but for the so-called etiquette, she had to do it. Now, she wanted to be herself again, just like Liz Han. It turned out that she was not taking care of Liz Han, but relying on Liz Han to feel the free life. No matter how bad her grades were, as long as she was her true self, nothing else mattered. After Liz Han finished washing up, she put on her uniform as quickly as possible. When she walked into the living room, Ji Rongxi was still there, but she was not sitting, but lying on the sofa, with one leg on the back of the sofa, holding her comic book in her hand, reading it with relish, and laughing from time to time. The dress was thrown far away by her, and she was wearing a loose black t-shirt with a skull on it. Li Zhan's eyes almost popped out. The difference between before and after was too big, even the little lion let out a wow to express his disbelief. Rich people are different. Li Zhan took a look at the gorgeous dress thrown in the corner of the living room, and sighed in his heart. Such a dress, worth at least several thousand Dan coins, was just thrown away as garbage. Although her predecessor didn't mention Ji Rongxi's family much, she could easily tell from the apartment that Ji Rongxi's family was at least middle class. All the things belonging to the school in the student apartment were marked with Kara's logo and the year. Things without logos were generally bought or brought by students themselves. She was basically sure that most of the things bought by students were paid for by Ji Rongxi. Her predecessor was so poor that there were no clothes in the closet and few dollars in the card. The only asset that could be considered was the thick sketchbooks. In the apartment, except for large furniture, such as the bed, everything else was brought by Ji Rongxi herself. It was a set of her own, warm and comfortable, with excellent quality, exquisite and elegant, and all luxury brands. In other words, the predecessor had always been a kept one. "Let's go, take me home." Ji Rongxi raised her head, shook her short hair casually, jumped off the sofa, stepped on flip-flops, and walked out with a clatter. Liz Han hurriedly grabbed her. "Hey, image." Ji Rongxi didn't care. "This is my image. Everything will turn into its opposite when it reaches its extreme. This is probably what it means." When I walked to the front door of the apartment, 3 pterosaurs lined up neatly in the sky and flew towards me. They were the same size, the same height, and their movements were even more orderly than the planes in the military parade. From a distance, they looked like particularly large wild geese. Wild geese. They were fast and their movements were clean and neat. As soon as Liz Han blinked, the 3 pterosaurs had landed neatly in the apartment square. The pure black momentum attracted the attention of everyone on campus. Chapter 58. However, there were only 2 magic knights on the 3 pterosaurs. The 2 magic knights jumped off the pterosaurs in a standard posture, strode to Ji Rongxi, took off their hats, and put them on their chests, bowed and saluted. "Please go back to the castle, young lady." They bent their shoulders and backs, dignified and respectful, and a straight line was seen at a glance. Ji Rongxi nodded, and the 2 magic knights stood up. Seeing Ji Rongxi's civilian casual clothes, even though they were well informed, they couldn't help but be stunned. Ji Rongxi just pretended not to see it, turned around and stretched out his hands to hug Liz Han, and smiled. "See you next semester." Liz Han was still staring at the 2 magic knights in a daze. When she heard the words, she responded reflexively, "Take care." Ji Rongxi patted her shoulder, shook his head helplessly, and took the lead to walk towards the pterosaur that was parked steadily in the square. The 2 magic knights looked at each other, retracted their surprised eyes, and followed her. After she sat on the pterosaur's back, they sat on it one by one. Their well-trained skills and neat and consistent movements were amazing. After sitting down, the pterosaurs took off at the same time and glided into the sky with extremely smooth movements. Liz Han looked at the pterosaur with envy, as it turned into a tiny dot at the edge of the sky and then disappeared. It was great to be able to fly freely in the air. She clenched her fists and made up her mind, make money to buy a pterosaur. The queen is so cool. Any one of her family members is a 4-star magic knight. Don't you see where she comes from? The Ran family ranks 3rd in the knights. The 2 girls next to him said with great envy. 4-star magic knight? Knights? How powerful is Ji Rongxi's family? Liz Han thought, and suddenly her neck was tightened, and her collar was grabbed. Liz Han thought it was Fanny. So she turned her head, and waved her hand, and a magic circle came out. However, As soon as she stretched out her hand, her wrist was grabbed. Wang Ziyu's cold voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Hey, want to escape? Lizan hated being interrupted when she was thinking about a problem, even if the other party was Wang Ziyu, who was handsome and elegant. She was used to painting very devotedly. Whether thinking or painting, she rarely had two minds, so she was easily scared. After she came to her senses, she glared at him fiercely, and kicked the little lion. The little lion looked up pitifully puzzled. Lizan poked its head with his index finger viciously, and said, You are a guy who forgets friends for the sake of beauty. Why didn't you warn him when he came? The little lion looked at Lizan, and then at Wang Ziyu, with tears in his eyes, indicating that he was innocent. Seeing this, Wang Ziyu raised his thin lips slightly. Am I so scary? Lizan answered confidently, Yes. Wang Ziyu grabbed her collar again and walked forward. Lizan staggered a few steps dragged by him, and said angrily, What are you doing? Go home. The man answered as a matter of course. Lizan was upset again. What does it have to do with me if you go home? Wang Ziyu glanced at her sideways, with a surprised expression. Did you forget that you have to come to my house to clean the toilet? There is a limit to joking. Lizan was about to get angry, but he smiled again. Here comes the car. Wow, a magic car. The car body is smooth and beautiful, and it is pulled by a silver wind beast, with beautiful hair fluttering in the breeze. It is the same car, the same wind beast, and the same simple style, but for some reason, this one looks hundreds of times more advanced than the school bus. Lizan stared at the magic car intently, and was accidentally dragged into the car by Wang Ziyu. When the little lion saw her get on, he jumped to Lizan's feet. The space at the feet was quite wide, so it moved left and right, probably feeling uncomfortable. It turned its head, and saw the strong back line of the swift beast, and jumped onto its back with a swish. This scene was funny no matter how you looked at it, especially when the little lion scratched its fur habitually from time to time, but accidentally scratched the back of the swift beast. She couldn't help laughing, pointing at the two white guys and said, Hey look, do they look like a family? Wang Ziyu crossed his left leg with his right leg, and calmly pointed at the swift beast to buy. She pointed at the little lion again, Xiao Bai. Then she looked at her white skirt, You stupid white. You are stupid white. Your whole family is stupid white. Lizan retorted dissatisfiedly, but Wang Ziyu just smiled and said nothing. Her attack was like hitting cotton, with no place to exert force. Lizan snorted, and turned her face away in dissatisfaction. The wheel slowly drove through the streets covered with lotus flowers in the morning light and shadow, which was simply the most beautiful scenery. As soon as Lizan calmed down, she found that she loved this feeling. This is the real cool. In comparison, Ji Rongxi, who was riding the pterosaur, looked like a worker in a hurry to get on the road, and the one who was riding the swift beast car was the most romantic and relaxed, tall, rich and handsome. Li Zhan turned his head to look at the boy next to him. Between the light and shadow, his eyes were shining with stars. Regardless of whether he was tall, rich and handsome, it was true that he fit the mood. I really want to draw it. Li Zhan was a painting fanatic. He immediately took out his tools, folded his legs, and then put the paper on his legs and painted. This time, she blurred Wang Ziyu's face, but drew the entire background and the magic car with extremely clear lines, with only one purpose, to highlight the beautiful artistic conception. Wang Ziyu did not disturb her, but watched her concentrate on the painting. Every line of the feather pen made the picture more substantial. Suddenly, he reached out at a very fast speed, and at the moment she raised her pen, he suddenly pulled out her drawing paper. Lizan raised her head and swung her hand at the same time. The force of her palm complemented the coldness on her face. This time she was really angry. She hated others interrupting her thinking and hated others interrupting her drawing. Even if the other person was a teacher, she would still hit him. Wang Ziyu didn't expect her reaction to be so strong. His left hand was still holding her drawing paper, and his right hand was raised to gently block him. Li Zhan's hand hit his wrist, making a crisp sound of snap. The little lion was lying on the back of the swift beast and rolling around. When he heard the sound, his hair stood up all over his body. But when he saw Lizan and Wang Ziyu sitting facing each other, their movements seemed to be frozen. He blinked and fell on the back of the swift beast again, continuing to roll around. No, next time. Don't do it again. When Lizan spoke, Wang Ziyu also spoke, expressing the same meaning. Lizan felt that she was not wrong, and withdrew her hand with a snort. Wang Ziyu reached out, and threw the drawing paper into her arms, turning his face away. Lizan picked up the drawing paper, only to feel that the weight was different. That was not drawing paper, but a drawing board. Chapter 59. The drawing paper was still her drawing paper, but it was about the same size as the drawing board, about 3 centimeters thick, not heavy, but not light either. Holding it in her hand, it felt just the right weight. The frosted texture on the back was very comfortable, and it was hard enough so that she didn't have to put the paper on her thighs to draw. More importantly, she no longer had to worry about the tip of the feather pen piercing the thin drawing paper. Lizan was so surprised that she gently stroked the drawing board with her fingertips. Her previous anger towards him had already flown away, and she asked excitedly, "How did you do it?" Wang Ziyu extended his slender fingers mysteriously and pressed them against his lips. Then, he looked around intentionally or unintentionally to make sure that no one was around, and then he whispered, "I won't tell you." "Don't be like this." Li Zhan shook his shoulders vigorously and immediately bowed down. "I didn't mean it just now. Please forgive me. I was wrong." Wang Ziyu didn't say anything, but stared at her with his lips pursed. After she said "I was wrong" 10 times in total, he reached out and rubbed her head. "Silly good boy. This guy is really playing with her again." Lizhan was about to kill him when he suddenly became serious and said calmly, "This piece of paper is a magic card. Inject your magic wave into the card, and use the magic wave to depict the shape you want. It will naturally become what you want." Lizhan was stunned and reflexively injected magic waves into the paper. "What shape should I want?" Li Zhan's eyes lit up. "Donut. Donuts are very simple, just a simple ring. But for a square piece of paper, this shape is not easy." Lizhan opened her eyes wide, watching the paper bend again, and kept watching the magic wave. Seeing that it would soon become a ring, she was overjoyed and injected the magic wave again. The paper did not turn into the shape she wanted, but slowly turned back to the shape of a card. Woohoo! The magic wave is used up. Lizhan pinched the paper with a frustrated face, feeling very depressed. Why is his magic wave so powerful that it can turn into a drawing board in an instant? It's really annoying to compare yourself to others. Or ask him again. She secretly glanced at Wang Ziyu, who was leaning against the car with his eyes closed, as if what happened just now had never happened. The word she wanted to ask came to her lips, and she wanted to speak several times, but finally swallowed them back. She sighed, put away the tools, and looked at both sides of the street. Lizhan has been in this world for so long, but he has never visited the streets of the imperial capital. Sitting in the car, through the curtains that fluttered in the wind, the scenery of the imperial capital was unobstructed. The imperial capital has thousands of years of history. Whether it is streets, buildings, archways, or vehicles, they all inherit this history. Lizhan is like a student who has traveled to another country. She was quickly attracted by the scenery. From time to time, she pointed at a certain building in surprise, and clapped Wang Ziyu's hands excitedly. "Look, that building looks like a hat. Hey, there are donuts for sale there." That expression is even more disgusting than the performance of Lu Laolao when she entered the Grandview Garden. Wang Ziyu smiled, and couldn't help but think of the wonderful painting just now. "I really don't understand how such a noisy girl can draw such a peaceful painting." He suddenly wanted to open the magic book and take a closer look at the temperament expressed by the painting. Lizhan had never realized that the painting was not on her magic paper, but was stolen by Wang Ziyu and hidden in his magic book. He did not copy, but cut. He cut her painting. Because of this, although he thought Lizhan was very noisy, he was in a good mood and let her chirp like a bird. Lizhan talked to herself for a long time, but he didn't respond at all. It was like playing the lute to a cow, and she immediately lost interest. She sat back in her seat, and her eyes followed the progress of the wind beast, constantly appreciating the scenery on both sides of the street. The street was very clean, and the buildings did not seem very dense, but each one was unique. Every time she saw a particularly conspicuous building, she couldn't help but wonder, could it be Wang Ziyu's home? When the wind beast's magic car drove past these buildings, she couldn't help but think, if it really wasn't his home, then what would his home look like? Based on his temperament, he must not be a child from an ordinary family. In addition, he has such skills, and is acquainted with Ji Rongxi. Could he also be a member of the legendary knights? She asked Wang Ziyu, but Wang Ziyu just smiled. "You know when you get there." What a taciturn person. Lizhan turned her head decisively and ignored him. Gradually, there were fewer buildings on both sides of the street, and the green fields gradually opened up. Lizhan looked back at the imperial capital behind her. Could it be that his home was a castle in the forest? She looked at Wang Ziyu, but Wang Ziyu was asleep, with one hand on his chin, his eyes slightly closed, and the light color of the curtain left a faint luster on his face, like a restrained and smooth pearl. The wheels gurgled gently, forming a harmonious, single rhythm, rising and falling endlessly, as if there was no end. Lizhan sat in the car, listening to the sound of the wheels and looking at Wang Ziyu's beautiful face. Suddenly, she felt blessed and calmed down, slowly feeling the beautiful mood. In the gentle time, she almost fell asleep. At this moment, Lizhan suddenly found that her body was rising. She opened her eyes suddenly, and there was a mountain in front of her. The mountain was extremely steep, almost at an angle of 80 degrees to the ground, and the wind beast pulling the magic car actually stretched out a pair of huge white wings on its back, flew up, and drove the car to the top of the cliff together. The little lion was obviously not prepared for such a situation. He slipped back for a long time before he managed to grab the tail of the swift beast, dangling in the air. It cried out "ah," and jumped into Lizhan's arms. At this time, the master's arms are the safest, right? At this time, Lizhan had no time to take care of it. She also stretched out her hands in panic to grab anything she could grab, fearing that she would fall down accidentally. In fact, the swift beast is very agile. In the process of rising, let alone throwing people off, there is not even a little vibration. Lizhan was nervous for a while, but finally calmed down. She turned her head, and saw that Wang Ziyu beside her was still looking at her with contempt. Well, it's embarrassing again, Lizhan thought with great frustration. The swift beast flapped its bone wings and landed on the top of the cliff, and then folded its wings at the speed of gliding. As Lizhan opened her mouth in amazement, it flew through the absurdly large main gate of the castle on the top of the cliff, and stopped lightly in front of the main hall in the center of the castle. It had a graceful posture, agile movements, and a powerful momentum. It didn't feel any vibration when it landed. Chapter 60. That cool. Watching the swift beast retract its wings, Lizhan opened his eyes wide in shock. If the swift beast in school is a bus, the one in front of him is simply the legendary BMW with both speed and grace. They are both swift beasts, but there is such a big difference. Wang Ziyu opened his eyes, and yawned lazily. The swift beast in school is a level 1 spirit beast, and this one is level 8. The highest level of spirit beasts is level 10, and those above level 7 are very rare. Wang Ziyu just picked up a level 8 spirit beast to pull a bus, which is a waste of resources. Lizhan looked at the lion sleeping soundly at his feet and asked decisively, "What about this lion? Is it also a level 8 spirit beast?" Wang Ziyu twitched his lips. Level 0. Also a spirit beast, this one is more annoying. It is actually level 0. It is really the most annoying thing about level. Just when the Gale beast was about to land, for women in black and white maid outfits walked out of the main hall and stood on both sides of the door. They were classic maid uniforms with decorative lace ribbons on their heads. The black long skirt with a white hem was a gorgeous white apron with lace on the edges, a red collar flower tied at the neckline, folded sleeves, and gloves on both hands. After they stood still, 12 maids in short skirts came out one after another, following the position of the first 4 maids, holding their hands in front of their lapels, bowing slightly, looking dignified and respectful. A glance at them showed a straight line, with uniform and graceful movements. It was as if they were born to live for the majestic castle. After the maids came out, 2 more people walked out of the door. One was a middle-aged uncle who had dressed himself up meticulously, with a snow-white shirt, a black vest, a black bow tie, and a straight tuxedo. The other was a charming beauty in rose-red clothes, exuding a sexy temperament from head to toe. The seductive black stockings and charming contrasting wavy hair made people's blood boil at first sight. After the 2 walked out, one on the left and one on the right, they stood on both sides. When Wang Ziyu got off the ground, they bowed and said in unison, "Welcome the master back." The little lion looked up in confusion. Seeing such a shocking scene, he was slightly stunned. He jumped off the car. When he saw the beautiful maids who were all the same height, fat and thin, and had the same smile, his eyes lit up, and he let out a lion roar. Lizhan watched the little lion rub against the feet of the beauty, and kept drilling around. He wanted to poke his eyes out. This lion is definitely a male. Prince Yu's castle is made up of countless huge pillars, with a very smooth surface that feels like the purest jade, scattering light in every direction. No matter where you go in this castle, there are such pillars, standing in every place, at least 20 meters high. There are colorful shell glass on a circle of windows, and the entire ceiling and hall are shrouded in dazzling colors. The hanging carved roofs of the antechamber and porch are also painted with noble royal blue and gold, which are more profound and uneven, making it more solemn. The castle, and several extremely steep mountains nearby are far away. Those mountains are covered with snow all year round, and they set off the sky of the castle, like a monarch with a silver crown, standing proudly. What a demeanor! Xiao Tumao seemed to be possessed by a demon, and could not move his eyes away. "Shut your mouth, you silly student." Wang Ziyu patted her chin unceremoniously. She came back to her senses embarrassedly, but saw that everyone in front of the main hall of the castle was stunned, as if they were possessed by a demon. Wang Ziyu, who is so high and mighty, would actually do something like a big brother next door? The good etiquette immediately brought the maids back to their senses. They walked forward in a well-trained manner, ushered Wang Ziyu into the door, stepped onto the soft carpeted stairs, and disappeared. Li Zhan was left in the hall, not knowing where to go for a while, and even didn't know how to put her hands and feet. She was very nervous. The middle-aged uncle she had just seen walked towards her with a standard smile. "Please come this way." Li Zhan. "Oh!" With a sound, she followed him obediently. The little lion was still looking around at the beauty's feet. She hurriedly glared at the little lion, and the little lion reluctantly withdrew his gaze from the beautiful maid and followed her happily. When they arrived at the side hall, the middle-aged uncle politely asked her to sit down and said straight to the point, "I am Billy Assistant, the butler of the castle. I am glad to meet you." Liz Han nodded cautiously. "Hello, my name is Liz Han." "Hello, Ms. Liz Han." Butler Billy scanned her with x-rays, picked up the writing board, and began to ask questions, from family to school, from hobbies to magic, one by one, just like checking the family background, and all were recorded. After Liz Han stuttered to answer, he smiled again, followed by the two maids who came in and stood with their heads bowed, and said, "Please measure the size of Ms. Liz Han." A series of question marks appeared in Li Zhan's head, and Butler Billy explained kindly, "Maids are classified into many categories, and maids in charge of different aspects have different requirements for body shapes. If she really wants to be a maid, she won't be asked to clean the toilet, right?" Liz Han couldn't help but twitched her eyes. Could she say no? No matter where she went, the maids she saw were so outstanding. She felt that she couldn't reach that level at all. When she was at Akaro's house before, she heard that the maids who cleaned the toilet just waved a magic wand, and she didn't even have a magic wand. Like thousands of her peers in Xia country, Liz Han was an only child. She was lazy, and didn't know how to grow crops. For more than 10 years, the only thing she learned was to be a student, and fight for the college entrance examination. Although the small family could not be said to be spoiled, they did not let her do much work serving others. If she was asked to be a maid, the whole castle would probably be in chaos. At this moment, she completely forgot her original intention of running away and completing her summer plan independently. Even if she remembered, she could not escape from the top of the cliff. She sighed depressedly. This time, it was probably not her who chose the job, but the job that chose her. If she was not careful, she would be fired. Liz Han stood up resignedly and asked the maid to help her measure the size. Height, shoulder width, chest circumference, waist circumference, hip circumference, leg length, arm length, elbow width, waist circumference. One maid measured and another maid recorded. After the measurement, the record was placed in front of the butler Billy. Butler Billy nodded and said in a standard stereotype butler's voice, "I'm sorry, Ms. Liz Han, your figure does not meet our requirements for maids." Chapter 61. Liz Han almost fainted. What are the requirements for the maid's figure? The butler Billy was obviously prepared for this kind of question. He took out a few pieces of paper from the writing board and handed them to her. The height requirements for the living room maid, the distillery maid, the chores maid, the kitchen maid, etc. were recorded on them. The requirements for the figure of each item were different. Generally speaking, the requirements for the living room maid were the highest. Not only did the head, body, and legs have to be in golden proportion, but the same size of all maids must fluctuate within the required size by less than 2 centimeters, and the age must be between 17 and 22 years old. This is even higher than the requirements for selecting flight attendants in beauty pageants. No wonder she felt so neat and tidy when she entered the room just now. But she didn't understand why even the maids were required to have the same figure in beauty. The most terrifying thing is that all maids must be 4-star magicians or above. She read all the requirements carefully and felt that except for the figure that met the golden ratio, she was afraid that she could not meet any of them. Butler Billy obviously understood this a long time ago, so he took out a few more pieces of paper and placed them in front of Liz Han. With his many years of experience in judging people, he could tell that Li Zhan's figure did not meet the requirements. This was just a routine matter. As a butler, the most important thing is to understand the master's mind and help the master solve problems. Yo. Mr. Billy bullied the newcomer again? A sinister voice floated over. Liz Han turned his head and saw a fist expanding in front of him at an unparalleled speed. He was suddenly startled. It was too late to dodge or resist. He could only watch in horror as it hit him between the eyes. The area between the eyes is the most intimidating, more frightening than being hit between the eyebrows, because one's eyes can see everything happening very clearly. It was the first time that Lizhan was threatened like this, and sweat ran down his back instantly. However, the fist stopped only 1 centimeter away from the eyes. Lizhan stared at the fist without blinking, and secretly exhaled. The one who sneaked up on her was the beauty who was harassed by her little lion. The little lion stood pitifully at the feet of the beauty and looked at her innocently, as if to say, "I didn't mean to let her bully you." This bastard lion. The beauty retracted her fist, looked directly at Lizhan, who looked aggrieved, and then calmly said something that made her fall headlong. She said, "A scumbag who is not even a magic apprentice." Being exposed to the shameful fact among a group of 4-star magicians and above, Lizhan felt embarrassed and admired. "How did you know?" The housekeeper Billy, who stood silently in the background, kindly answered the doubts. Ms. Annalise is a famous historian, linguist, 5-star wizard, and magic professor in the magic continent. The punch I just threw at you successfully triggered your magic wave, and successfully measured your magic wave, mental strength, attack power, vigilance and defense. Lizhan knew the magician level. From magic apprentice to magician, and then to wizard, it was like looking up at the top of the 16-layer pyramid from the bottom. A 5-star wizard, how noble, and how far away it was. Lady Liz flirted with the butler Billy, who was helping her pull out the chair and explaining, sat down, and came to the conclusion directly, "You are the person with the weakest magic wave I have ever seen in this castle." Lizhan hung her head in grievance. Although she was unwilling, she pouted and said, "Thank you for your advice." "Pa!" Butler Billy's writing board hit Lizhan's head hard, startling the little lion, who was taking advantage of her feat, and jumped up suddenly, looking around with a blank look. It was not the butler who made the move, but the delicate jade fingers of the beautiful Lady Les. "Never say the first 2 words of advice in front of me," the beauty said coldly. "It hurts." Lizhan frowned in pain, and the butler hurriedly stopped him. "Ms. Anna Les, the function of the writing board is to write, not to hit people." As soon as the words fell, the low-key and simple writing board was crushed by the slender fingers with a click. Amid the crackling fragments, the beautiful Les slowly turned her head and said to the butler Billy in a cold voice, "Are you questioning my ability and dignity as a magician professor, Mr. Billy Assistant?" "No, I dare not." The butler's words silently dissipated under the fierce momentum of the intellectuals. "Hee, don't talk about the writing board. Even if it's this table, I can use it to hit your head. There is no weapon in this world that I can't use. There is indeed no weapon in this world that a magician professor cannot use. But you can't just hit people on the head, it hurts so much." Fortunately, the beautiful Annalise despised Lizhan's meager magic ability, so she calmly patted her butt and left. Butler Billy walked out of the shadows, and picked up the fragments of the writing board scattered on the table with great pain. "This writing board is so expensive, I have only used it for 13 years. After lamenting, the butler uncle adjusted his bow tie, coughed twice, and returned to his stereotyped appearance. "Ms. Lizhan, after some thought, I decided to let you become a member of the Good Morning Maid. The requirements for applying for the Morning Maid in the future will be based on you. In other words, she will be a maid in the future, and according to her standards." She looked down at her thin arms and legs, thought about it, and decided to forget it. "She is atypical. Can anyone be recruited based on her standards?" Maid, these 2 words used to be so far away from her, but now, she is actually going to step into this industry. What does a morning maid do? Does she kneel in front of the bed early in the morning to ask the master to get up? Lizhan suddenly felt a chill and said with a trembling voice, "What does a morning maid do? Is there pre-job training? If you can't meet the requirements, can you leave? If you accidentally break anything during the period, do you need to pay compensation?" Lizhan asked in a crackling voice, and at the same time thought that she probably couldn't meet the requirements, and the morning maid sounded very impure, so she should pack up and leave early. "No hurry." Butler Billy smiled slightly. "Pre-job training for 1 week, no salary. After becoming a morning maid, work 2 hours a day, from 5 to 9 in the morning, depending on the master's schedule, food and accommodation. Weekly salary is 500 Dan coins. Are you willing?" "What? 500 Dan coins? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, enough for her to eat donuts for a month at school." Lizhan's eyes lit up, and she wanted to wag her tail at the butler Billy. If she worked 2 hours a day, she could get 2,000 Dan coins a month. In this way, she could collect 20,000 Dan coins for tuition in just 10 months. It couldn't be better. Lizhan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Yes, yes, I am willing." Chapter 62. Tomorrow is Saturday, and Wang Ziyu will get up at 5 in the morning, so she must get to work before 5. The work schedule is arranged weekly. He gets up at 5 on Mondays and Saturdays, and the time on Sundays is uncertain. He gets up at 6 the rest of the time. Liz Han is a little puzzled. Why does Wang Ziyu get up so early? Poor her, she usually likes to sleep until after 10 o'clock, so she will have to learn to get up early in the future. The second picture is the storage room in the castle. It lists all the storage rooms she might need. Library, wine cellar, ice cellar, magic wand collection, etc. The third one is the public schedule of the maids. Many of the maids' work requires cooperation with each other to achieve the best results. This allows her to know when to do what, who to ask for help if there is a problem, and what to do in her spare time. Currently, she is the only member of the Good Morning Maid group. Therefore, her time is coordinated with Wang Ziyu, and others are coordinated with her time. The fourth one is the dress requirements for maids. 7 days a week, there are clear requirements for wearing long skirts or short skirts. You can't wear the wrong one. If you wear the wrong one, you will be deducted a week's salary. If you wear the wrong 3 times, you will never be hired again. The fourth sheet is her worksheet, on which the housekeeper lists a series of tasks she needs to do. Liz Han is most worried about this sheet. She doesn't know how to do any of the tasks listed on it. She can basically predict that this job will become a tragedy. After a sleepless night, Liz Han got up at 4:30 with dark circles under her eyes, washed and dressed. Today, she was required to wear a short skirt, which was 20 centimeters above the knee, with a white lace short apron on the front, a white lace ribbon on the head, black stockings on the legs, and gloves. The maid outfit is not only gorgeous, but also of good quality. It is a silk cotton that is neither expensive nor cheap. It contains silk, which makes it noble and light, and contains breathable cotton, which is not easy to wrinkle, making the lines smooth. Liz Han looked at herself in the mirror, and couldn't help but turn around, making her skirt fly. She couldn't recognize herself in this way. After such a delay, there were only 15 minutes left until 4:55, and it would take 20 minutes to walk there. Liz Han didn't care about anything and ran away with her skirt. When he ran to the studio requested by the housekeeper, it was exactly 4:55. The lights in the studio were on, and the housekeeper was writing something on the writing board. His hair was neatly slicked back, and not a single hair was out of place. Liz Han hurriedly said good morning to him. He said good morning in return, and scanned Li Zhan's movements and clothes, and then looked at her messy hair. You will receive etiquette training after work today. Liz Han was about to say oh, and then changed her tone, yes. The housekeeper Billy first took her to check whether the breakfast in the dining room was well prepared, and whether the nutrition was reasonable. In order to maintain the taste and temperature, it must be placed 3 minutes before the owner enters the dining room. After the inspection, there was a knock on the door, and the gardener stood in front of the door, holding a bunch of wrapped roses. The roses were red and dripping, and there were dew on them. They were just cut. The housekeeper put the writing board under his armpit, took the flowers, and said to Liz Han, "Come with me." Walked towards Wang Ziyu's bedroom. Liz Han stared at the bedroom door and expressed surprise. This door is very strange, with beautiful carving details. The lower left corner of the door is a corner of the cliff. There is a huge tree on the cliff, which extends to the upper part of the door. Among the delicate branches and leaves, there is a bird standing on one leg, with its eyes closed, as if it is perching. The bird is colorful, exquisite, and translucent, emitting a faint light. Such carvings are normal as murals. What puzzled Liz Han was that it was carved on the door. The housekeeper put his hand to his lips, coughed lightly, and said, "The early bird catches the worm." Liz Han was stunned for a moment, and felt a powerful magic wave coming like a ripple, and she couldn't help but take a step back. No wonder she always felt that something was wrong. It turned out that there was a magic barrier on the door. The bird on the door suddenly opened its eyes, and emitted a clear light. At that moment, it seemed that the whole space was brightened. The housekeeper then approached the door, and reached out to knock 3 times on the place without carvings. The speed was not fast or slow, and it seemed very cultured. This action happened exactly at 5 o'clock. How accurate was the timing? There was no response from inside. When Liz Han counted to 10 silently in his heart, the butler Billy knocked 3 more times. At this time, a low voice with a breathy tone came from the door. "Come in." The butler pushed open the door, said good morning to Wang Ziyu, put the bright roses in the empty glass vase on the coffee table, and then walked to the window and opened the curtains. It was not yet dawn. However, Liz Han did not pay attention to what the butler was doing, but stared at Wang Ziyu, who was sitting on the king-size bed with a sleepy face. Wang Ziyu rubbed his eyes, and a few strands of hair stood up, which was actually a bit naughty and childish. When the housekeeper Billy turned around, Lizhan immediately realized that she was working, and stood up straight without looking away. Wang Ziyu saw her action, and suddenly felt very happy. He smiled and stood up. The silk nightgown slipped off her body, revealing her chest. Lizhan wanted to cover her eyes reflexively, but she felt that she was overreacting, so she stood up straight. Wang Ziyu didn't look at her, but when he passed by her, he suddenly pulled her hairband. Lizhan couldn't help but turn half a circle with his action, and her hair spread out. Wang Ziyu ignored him, and went straight into the bathroom. The housekeeper was not idle either. He made the bed, and took out 3 sets of iron clothes, and placed them in front of the dressing room for him to choose. The clothes were folded more neatly and beautifully than the soldiers' quilts. Lizhan could see that these clothes were casual clothes suitable for exercise. Getting up so early was for exercise? Is Wang Ziyu such a person? Lizhan thought about it, and felt that it was impossible. After he was dressed up, the housekeeper led him to the dining room for breakfast. Even the dining room was ridiculously large, with a 3-meter-long breakfast table, and all kinds of food were arranged like beautiful works of art. With so much, could he finish it? Lizhan saw that everything was delicious, and she swallowed her saliva shamelessly. She was not hungry, but the food aroused her appetite. Too much. Lizhan silently added 1 item to her learning project: resist all temptations. Wang Ziyu took a bite or 2 of each, and as for the blue liquid placed next to him, which was placed in a sapphire cup, and was more beautiful than a work of art, he did not even look at it. The housekeeper coughed twice and reminded, "Master, please make sure to drink up the Torado lotion." Torado is a mammal in the deep sea. It only produces lotion during lactation. It is more rare than the blood of deep-sea mermaids, and is a tonic. Lizhan has seen this lotion in a top recipe book. This lotion resonates with magic waves, and can enhance the human body's magic waves without any side effects. It is more effective than any medicine, and is what pharmacists dream of. Chapter 63. But its price is outrageous. 1 cup is enough to buy a castle. How rich is he? Wang Ziyu's face is not good, no. The housekeeper is embarrassed. Torado lotion is very good for the body. Please make sure to drink it up. Billy, you are a blockhead. Wang Ziyu frowned in dissatisfaction, and the housekeeper Billy's face was embarrassed and black, and he lowered his head awkwardly. Yes, please, master. As a housekeeper, even when the master scolded him for being a blockhead, he could only answer yes. Lizhan suddenly felt that this job was more difficult than she had imagined. Under the insistence of housekeeper Billy, Wang Ziyu impatiently picked up the cup, pinched his nose, and drank the cup reluctantly. He threw the cup away, and pressed the corners of his lips elegantly with a napkin. I'm full. Yes, there are 3 main things that must be solved today. From 6. Wang Ziyu waved his hand. Cancel all, don't disturb me. Housekeeper Billy was like an abandoned young animal, standing in the shadow, with a frustrated face. Wang Ziyu stood up, and saw that Lizhan was still standing obediently. His big, bright eyes followed the movements of housekeeper Billy, and he suddenly chuckled and reached out to touch her head. Your expression is really like a puppy. Lizhan had no time to care whether this sentence was an allusion or something else. As soon as Wang Ziyu left, Mr. Billy regained his dignity as a butler, straightened his tie, and said, Lizhan, the above is the content of the training. Starting tomorrow, this job will be yours, and your job will end when the master finishes breakfast and leaves. You must pay attention to 3 points. First, the master is always right, even if he calls you a blockhead. Second, if you feel wronged, please refer to the first point. Third, every day, he must eat at least 1 bite of each breakfast, and drink all the Torado lotion. Lizhan lowered her head, and couldn't even say yes. Butler Billy didn't expect her to answer. He looked at the pointer signing on the writing board and said, take a 5-minute break. In 5 minutes, go to the etiquette room for etiquette training. Lizhan has grown up under the red flag for more than 10 years, and has never felt that there is anything wrong with her etiquette. At this time, she has to start from walking and learn seriously. Many of her movements and words and deeds are almost formed. It is not easy to force them to change at this time. However, after seeing the training content of the butler, she found that it is actually very easy to be a good morning maid, right? All she had to do was wake up her master on time and wait for him to finish his breakfast. It was 2,000 Dan coins a month. What an easy job. You couldn't find it even with a lantern. So she decided to study etiquette seriously, and tried to figure it out to make herself look more professional. Because among so many maids wearing the same uniform, she was the only one who was out of line, which was also a very embarrassing thing. Fortunately, Liz Hahn was very smart. She quickly grasped the trick and trained well. The only problem was her hair. Liz Hahn stood in front of the wall mirror, with a look of pity on her face. She touched her hair that was scattered because of the hairband stolen by Wang Ziyu, and sighed. If there was one thing that she was most proud of in this body, it was her hair. The reason why Fanny cut her hair was because her hair was too beautiful, which aroused Fanny's envy and jealousy. She used to have short hair, and she wanted to grow long hair, but her mother didn't let her, saying that it would take half a day to wash her hair every day when the college entrance examination was approaching. If she wanted to have long hair, she could only do so after the college entrance examination. After her long hair was cut off, she didn't have time, and she knew that if she cut her hair, it would definitely become shorter, so she couldn't bear it. However, the etiquette maid said that such a hairstyle would damage the master's face, and must be trimmed into a perfect shape. Within an hour, her curly brown hair was as soft as a puppy's hair, just like a truant elementary school student. The etiquette maid redecorated her hair with a ribbon and said with satisfaction, "Look, it's much better now." Liz Hahn looked at herself in the mirror carefully and harshly, and realized that within half a year, her beautiful hair would never come back. She covered her face and sobbed and ran out of the etiquette room. "Woohoo, I finally got beautiful long hair, and it's gone again." Bang. She accidentally bumped into a wet embrace, and the man was caught off guard and took 2 steps back before he could stand firm. The etiquette maid chased out, and when she saw this, her face turned pale and blue and black. How dare she bump into her master? Fortunately, the maid's good etiquette prevented her from exploding, and she watched the situation develop. Liz Hahn was also stunned for a moment, took 2 steps back, stood firm, and looked at the person in front of her. Wang Ziyu's clothes were soaked, and his forehead was covered with sweat, but he looked happy, like a boy who had just won a basketball game. But at this moment, she actually had the thought that he is the master. Was it the atmosphere here that affected her, or was she crazy? But he was really the most honorable and only master in the castle. If she was not a maid now, it would be good. She could tease him or play basketball with him. She hadn't touched that thing for a long time. Liz Hahn was troubled for a long time, and finally said softly, "The maid was ignorant and offended the master. Please forgive me." Wang Ziyu stood still, like a hound that smelled a strange smell. His eyes were fixed on Liz Hahn, and the expression in his eyes was something she couldn't understand, which made her panic. Was she going to be fired on her first day? It was neither anger nor dissatisfaction, but a mixture of surprise and disappointment, and some kind of expression that was difficult to guess. "You cut your hair off?" Wang Ziyu asked with difficulty, as if he couldn't confirm this matter after racking his brains. Liz Hahn jumped up like a kitten with its butt on fire. "Yes, is this bad? You can't cut your hair without my permission in the future," Wang Ziyu ordered. If he cut it off, whose hair would he pull from in the future? Other people's hair didn't feel like hers, nor was it as beautiful as hers. Liz Hahn was stunned, with her mouth slightly open. It took her a long time to react, and she hugged him with surprise and joy. "It turns out that there is someone who thinks the same as me. I am so touched." The etiquette maid and the hair maid both wiped their sweat. Wang Ziyu didn't push her away, nor did he accept her embrace. He just said, "Come with me." Is he going to get his hair cut back? It seemed that getting a haircut was ugly. Liz Hahn covered her head and followed Wang Ziyu with a strange mood. When she reached the stairs, she asked weakly, "Is my hair ugly?" Chapter 64. Wang Ziyu looked back at her, thought for a moment, and said, "It's ugly." Liz Hahn touched her hair and sighed in frustration. "Is it really ugly? Woo-woo." However, Wang Ziyu was not prepared to take care of her thoughts and ordered, "Help me get a set of clothes. This is not my working time." Li Zhan was full of tears. She thought he would comfort her, but he called her to work. This simply cut another scar on her already traumatized heart. Li Zhan pouted and walked to the dressing room. As for what kind of clothes to find, the maid's duty was to remember the clothes he would wear at each time, and then provide at least 3 sets for him to choose. Wang Ziyu turned his head to look at her, and stepped into the bathroom. After taking a bath, he was shirtless and handed her a towel. "Help me wipe my hair." His whole body was wet, and the unique lines of a teenager made him look less robust, but very attractive. His already crystal clear face looked even more delicate and flawless under the water. The water drops slid down his hair and rolled on his white and firm chest, which was indescribably sexy. Liz Hahn looked at him with contempt. He was so old, but he couldn't even wipe his hair by himself. Of course, it was because he couldn't do anything himself that she had the job of a maid. Facing the handsome man, Lizan lowered her head slightly and silently hinted to herself, "This is the master. I am helping the master to wipe his hair. He is definitely not a handsome guy. Absolutely not." On second thought, she felt that it was unjust to ignore a handsome guy. She should remember every detail of him at this time in her mind, and then draw it after returning. "My scalp is gone." Wang Ziyu glanced at her and frowned. Lizan came back to her senses, and saw that she had been wiping the same place. She changed the place, and continued wiping. Wang Ziyu was refreshed at this moment, and said casually, "It's just wiping your hair. Your expression is like I'm forcing you to become a prostitute. If I asked you to clean the toilet, wouldn't you hit your head and die?" Thinking of this, Lizan was upset. The housekeeper said that this word cannot be used. This word is not elegant enough. Wang Ziyu looked at her like an idiot. That's the etiquette of a maid. I'm not a maid. Lizan sighed, stepped back, and rubbed his scalp vigorously with her hands, insisting on rubbing off his scalp. "This bastard, can't you say a nice word?" Wang Ziyu looked helpless, and waved his hand to let her go. Lizan decisively threw down the towel, and flew out of the room, like a happy little sparrow. She first went to the Coke Hall to get a bag of donuts, and walked towards the library while eating. Last semester's written test results were really bad, and the previous foundation was not good. She must seize the time to learn the necessary theoretical knowledge for first-year students during this holiday, otherwise the second year will die even more miserably. As for the psychological preparation, it still needs to be adjusted slowly. As she thought, she took out a donut, and was about to bite it. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by, and not only did the donut in her hand disappear, but the paper bag also flew away. She noticed something and turned around suddenly. The beautiful wavy-haired Les Beauty was standing behind her in a charming manner, biting her donut in a very unpresentable way. "Ah, I've been discovered," Les Beauty said, as she stuffed the donut into her mouth at the fastest speed. Lizan felt that at that speed, it would be difficult for her to stuff it into her mouth. What was the chewing speed of this beauty that didn't choke? In a blink of an eye, the bag of donuts was empty. The beautiful lady looked at the last donut in the bag with a lingering look and wanted to reach out to take it, but seeing Lizan looking at her with a stunned look, she had to reluctantly return the last one to him. "There is only one left, you could eat it." Lizan immediately reached out to take it, but the beautiful lady hesitated and retracted her hand, reaching for the bag quickly. "How abominable!" Lizan roared in his heart. "I haven't eaten any yet," took out the pen and tapped the beautiful lady's wrist. The beautiful lady turned her wrist lightly, put the donut into her mouth. Click. She bit half of it, and held the remaining half in her hand. "There's only half left. How about I give it to you?" "Ah, I'm so angry." Lizan turned around and left. But the beautiful lady Les didn't intend to let her go, and followed her and said, "Hey, that." She forgot what Lizan's name was, paused, and said, "Miss Donut, don't leave. I still have something to ask you." "My name is not Miss Donut." Lizan turned back, and glared at her unhappily. The beautiful lady Les didn't seem to notice her dissatisfaction at all, and laughed and rubbed her head. "You cut your hair and dyed it? Although you have the same hair color as me, I have to say that you look like a puppy." Lizan slapped her hand away angrily. "Ms. Analyze, please be respectful." "I respect you very much." Ms. Les said she was innocent. "And then, I have to ask you a question." Lizan was in a bad mood, because her afternoon tea was taken away, and her words were also sarcastic. "Oh, the genius beauty magician professor also doesn't understand something?" "Yeah, actually," the prince asked. "A beauty at this level doesn't even need to act silly. So besides being generous, she is also quite honest. She doesn't feel embarrassed to ask questions when she doesn't understand." "What does the word Wangba mean?" "I searched ancient and modern books for a long time, but couldn't find it." "He said you might know?" "Humph, humph." As expected, Wang Ziyu is a man who remembers grudges. When he called him a Wangba in the Kenyan forest, he not only remembered it, but also asked others about it. Lizan smiled evilly in his heart and reached out to the beautiful Les. "I do know, and it's okay to tell you, but my donuts. It's just donuts, not to mention one bag, a whole car is no problem." The beautiful lady picked up the communicator and dialed someone's number. "I'm Les. Prepare 10 bags of donuts of different flavors for me." After that, she threw a coquettish look at Lizan. "Now you can have it, right? Since you can get the donuts easily, why do you want to take mine?" Lizan was not calm. "I was hungry just now." The beautiful lady had no intention of repenting, and smiled at her charmingly. 5 minutes later, the two walked to the library. Lizan glanced at the beauty in surprise. She was just about to come to the library. How did this beauty know? The library has 5 floors. From the outside, It doesn't look like a library at all, but a noble villa. The beauty walked up to the reading room on the 4th floor with familiarity, fell on the sofa in the middle without any image, picked a soft music to play, and sighed with satisfaction. Sure enough, the atmosphere here is the most to my liking. Chapter 65. Lizanne looked around. This reading room was different from the one she had seen before. It had luxurious decorations, exquisite furniture, and soft music. It was like the best place for aristocrats to spend their afternoons leisurely. No need to look. There are no books here. If you want to read, go to the 1st to 3rd floors. The beautiful Lady Les said lazily. As she was talking, a maid from the kitchen came in, with a silver tray in her hands. On the tray were 10 bags of donuts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, and 2 cups of afternoon tea. In the castle, apart from the master, only the butler Billy could talk to the beautiful Les, and Lizanne, a newly arrived maid, could actually chat with her enthusiastically. This surprised the former kitchen maid, but she was well trained and didn't show it at all. Because the castle has a rule that maids outside of work are equal to free people, as long as they don't do anything that damages the castle rules and the master's face. Lizanne decided to forgive Les for once, while drinking tea and eating donuts of various flavors, and asked, "Turtle has 2 different meanings. Which one do you want to know?" Les held up 2 fingers. "You need to know both." "That's no problem." Lizanne clapped her hands, took out the cardboard from the big pocket of her apron, found Les' portrait, and handed it to her. "Honey, please sign for me." Les Beauty. "Huh?" said, raised her eyelashes thoughtfully and glanced at her, her eyes full of inquiry. "Donut, what's your last name?" Such a special magic and magic wave. She had seen it before. "Bossman." Lizanne didn't understand why she was interested in him. "No, your last name can't be Bossman," the beauty said firmly, but she didn't intend to pursue it for the time being. She signed her name on the card with a big stroke of the pen. "Tell me about the turtle." "Ahem." Lizanne cleared his throat and stretched out a finger. "Turtle, that is forgetful. That is to forget etiquette, righteousness, integrity, shame, filial piety, brotherhood, loyalty, and trustworthiness. It is impolite, unrighteous, shameless, unfilial, unfraternal, unfaithful, and untrustworthy. To put it more simply, it is a scum." Les stared at her for 2 seconds, and suddenly slapped the table and laughed. "You dare to call the prince a turtle? It's really amazing. Even the people of the Magic Guild dare not say this." She laughed for a long time, then gradually stopped laughing. "What's the other meaning? I'm looking forward to a more powerful explanation than the previous one." Lizanne glanced at her and continued to bite the donut calmly. "Just 2 words. Turtle." Lois blinked in confusion, pointed her finger in the air, and an ancient book immediately appeared in the air, and the pages turned automatically. She searched and thought, animals? Or plants? Or magic names? I can't find any basis at all. "Donut, you didn't make this up, did you?" When she was thinking, her speech speed could not help but speed up. If Lizanne had not practiced high-speed chanting for a few days, I'm afraid she wouldn't even know what she said. It's very troublesome to explain. Student Lizanne picked up a pen and paper and quickly drew a picture of Ninja Turtles. Then he turned the drawing paper and put it in front of Les for her to take a look. This is the evolved version, and there is also an original version. After that, he drew a few more strokes to outline an ordinary turtle image and handed it to her. This is an animal that lived in ancient times and ancient areas. It is a kind of divine turtle. Because the 8th one is called the king turtle, it is also called Wangba. Lai's beauty was shocked by her own shallow knowledge. Not only had she never heard of Wangba, she had never heard of turtle, let alone divine turtle. She was flipping through ancient books and studying the structure of the turtle, and asked, "How many shells are there on its back? Can the head of this animal stick out?" Lizanne answered a few words casually, and while she was concentrating on reading the information, he picked up the card with his fingers and prepared to sneak to the 3rd floor to find her magic book. This thing is a scam. If a pretty girl like Lizzie finds a similar version of this animal by mistake, she will be in trouble. As Lizanne was thinking, her eyes suddenly darkened, and the cardboard in her hand disappeared. With a clear breath, the boy's low voice came from above her head. "Is this a turtle?" Lizanne was stiff. She turned back stiffly, and saw Wang Ziyu wearing a sea blue gravel texture vertically cut loose casual clothes. The color of the thunder passing through instantly brought a light and transparent refreshing summer feeling. That unique spirit that belongs to him, even with the tight facial lines, does not affect his temperament at all, which makes people feel more amazing. He held her card between 2 fingers and said calmly, "Does it look like me?" Lizan wiped the cold sweat with his hand and laughed. Oh he, thinking to himself, you are kidding, you are kidding. Unfortunately, Wang Ziyu did not mean to joke at all, and continued, nose, eyes, I don't think they are similar. Master. Lizan bowed politely, and took the opportunity when Wang Ziyu was distracted, quickly took back the card, turned her wrist, hit it, and continued to say sweetly, goodbye. After that, she ran away. No matter what, she had to avoid this hurdle first. Wang Ziyu did not chase after him. As his maid, it would be easy to pursue him. As soon as Lizan ran away, she regretted it. Not only did she lose the donut, but more importantly, with the presence of the beautiful Lizzie, he would definitely not blame her in front of the beautiful Lizzie, and she had finally used turtle. The explanation bribed Lizzie, and if Lizzie said a few good words for her, maybe there would be room for things to turn around, but now, everything is too late. What's more terrible is that Wang Ziyu is obviously a two-faced person. If he secretly does bad things to her, it will be terrible. A higher official can crush people to death, not to mention that he is the master and she is the servant. Li Zhan was uneasy, hugged the little lion inside, hid in the maid's residence, and never dared to come out again. However, to her surprise, Wang Ziyu didn't take this matter to heart at all. Even when she forgot to dispose of the roses from the previous day, while working the next day, he did not blame her too much. When she asked him to drink up the Tolato lotion, he did it. For several days, her business became more and more proficient, and his reaction was the same as before. Lizan breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, thinking that she was worrying too much. So the next day, she suddenly could not enter Wang Ziyu's bedroom. The reason was that no matter how she shouted, the early bird catches the worm, the bird on the door continued to sleep with its eyes closed. It didn't open its eyes, and she couldn't even touch the door, so how could she knock on the door? Chapter 66. I don't know who set up the magic barrier, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The only opening is the bird on the door. The bird is controlled by voice, and can only be opened by the correct voice and the correct password, so that she can touch the door. Her voice is undoubtedly correct, but why is the password suddenly wrong? Lizan paced in front of the door anxiously, trying to find a window to see if she can climb in through the window, but she didn't even see a window. Seeing the time passing by bit, it was already 6:20. She made a difficult decision and dialed the butler Billy's communicator. Faced with this situation, the butler was shocked. A minute later, the butler rushed over and was shocked. Why hasn't the door been opened yet? The master must go out at 7:30 a.m. today. It will be too late if he doesn't go in now. I know that, but the door won't open. Lizan stamped her feet in anxiety. The butler thought for a moment and turned to Lizan with a serious face. You are currently the morning maid, so only your voice is suitable. No matter how much I say, the door will not open. Think carefully. Did the master tell you yesterday about changing the password? If he wanted to change the password, he would definitely tell you in advance. Yesterday? Lizan recalled yesterday. She also came to wake him up at 6 in the morning, and he didn't say anything, as if she didn't exist, until he left the breakfast room and passed by her, and suddenly asked, Donut, do you know you are wrong? She wanted to say something at that time, but he had already walked away. Could the password be this? Lizan hurriedly said, Donut, do you know you are wrong? She stared at the bird intently, but the bird still did not move. She was stunned for a moment, and suddenly reacted, almost crying, Donut knows it's wrong, Donut knows it's wrong, Donut knows it's wrong. After saying 3 sentences, the bird finally opened its eyes. The butler breathed a sigh of relief, and his face was already angry. As a morning maid, you delayed the master's time for 34 minutes. Your behavior seriously violated the rules of the castle. You will be deducted 1 week's salary. Dong. Lizan banged her head against the door. She had only worked for 7 days, but she was deducted a week's salary. These 7 days were wasted. How hateful. Lizan rushed into the door angrily. Seeing that he was still curled up in the quilt like a child, he seemed very happy. She was even more angry, and took the thorny blue enchantress in her hand, and stabbed him in the face, wishing to stab him in the face. Just when the thorns were about to touch his face, he suddenly opened his eyes, and said in a breath, Is this flower for me? This is the first time I receive flowers. I am so grateful. Without waiting for Lizan to answer, he took the flowers, put them on the bedside table, and covered his head with the quilt. Wake me up at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock? She has to go out at 7:30. If she can't make it in time, the housekeeper may deduct her salary for a month. Lizan cursed the housekeeper in her heart, and hated the person in front of her even more, but she knew that if she didn't bow her head, Wang Ziyu would definitely fight her. Sure enough, You can't be greedy for the pleasure of talking. Turtle. The two words brought such a great disaster, and she could not blame anyone else except herself. From then on, she firmly believed that the beautiful Lady Lizzie was a black-bellied beauty. Not only did she harm her, but she also couldn't find a handle. Master, I was wrong, please forgive me. Master, I was wrong. Lizhan almost cried. So wronged. Wang Ziyu yawned lazily, sat up from the bed, and said impatiently, Don't make noise. You ruined a good morning. Seeing that he finally got up, Lizhan was relieved and hurriedly helped him prepare for washing and the dress he needed to go out. Fortunately, Wang Ziyu didn't plan to play too much, so she sped up a lot and finished breakfast at 7:29 and finished her work. As the end of the get-off-work day approached, Wang Ziyu stretched out his hand to rub her soft brown hair, feeling the comfortable touch, raised the corner of his lips, and said, Which one do you think sounds better, Donut or Turtle? How about you change your name to Turtle from now on? Lizhan's face turned pale. Goodbye, goodbye, let's go with Donut. At this point, the nickname Donut has been confirmed. Unfortunately, she is weak and alone, and she has no power to resist. After Wang Ziyu left, her work was over. Thinking that she still had a whole day to arrange freely, she couldn't help but raise the corners of her lips, called the little lion, and went to the library together. When the sunset was just right in the afternoon and the sky was breathtakingly beautiful, she would go out with an easel to paint. The castle overlooked the scenery in each direction, at different times of the day, and in rainy and sunny days. She could find a place at random, and create a satisfactory work. The setting sun cast a layer of golden light on her demure face. Not far in front of her, the little lion jumped to catch the butterflies lingering in the flowers. She was easily irritated at ordinary times, and could only calm down when painting. This time, she wanted to paint the scene of the little lion catching butterflies. Since her brush was not strong enough, it was difficult to draw a dynamic effect, so she retreated to painting a foxtail grass on the garden fence. It poked its head out of the fence and looked up at the pure sky. The green leaves seemed to be swaying, with a leisurely smile, not lazy, but with a unique tranquility. When the last stroke fell, Lizhan looked up at the sky with a smile, as if she was also infected by the joy and efforts of the dogtail grass. The color spread from the bottom of her heart, transitioning lightly. A new life has begun, and she must work hard towards her goal. Lizhan fell back on the grass, using the little lion's back as a pillow, and couldn't help but think of Wang Ziyu again. After spending some time together, she found that Wang Ziyu was not a dandy boy as she imagined, nor was he an arrogant nobleman, but a very simple boy. What he did was purely arbitrary. As for other things, that was not what he should think about, but the responsibility of a butler. Fortunately, there are people like him. Lizhan was thankful in her heart, otherwise it would not be so easy for her to become a high-paid maid. At the beginning of coming to a world, being able to live in a group and accept the etiquette and skills of this world in an orderly manner is simply the best treatment. Moreover, she can have her own time to review her lessons and do what she likes to do, such as painting. Prince, do you think I have fallen? I actually think being a maid is a very happy thing. The little lion did not answer her, and could not answer. But Lizhan suddenly found that a furry paw stretched out to her face, tickling her. She couldn't help laughing and asked, Prince, are you alone like me? So it doesn't matter where you go? Chapter 67. The little lion seemed to understand her words, and secretly opened his right eye a little, looking at Lizhan expectantly. Lizhan stretched out her hand to it, and it quickly closed it again, fearing that she would find it. Lizhan's hand gently fell on its furry head, feeling its soft fur and the warmth of its body, and sighed faintly. He was not alone. At least there was a little lion named Prince by his side. Lizhan smoothed the lion's fur and began to pack up the tools. At this moment, the maid's communicator suddenly received a call request. Lizhan picked it up and saw that it was the butler Billy. Huh? Or was it a group call? After the call was connected, the butler Billy's respectful and rigid voice came from the communicator. Master Supervisor, please calm down. The master likes freedom, and rarely stays in the mansion. As a servant, I cannot know the master's specific whereabouts. Please forgive me. Then, a low and majestic voice sounded, Go find him. Butler Billy said in embarrassment, The guards in the castle have gone out to look for him. Please wait a moment. Lizhan held the communicator in a daze. Logically, this was just a normal conversation between the butler and the visitor, and had nothing to do with the maid. Why did the butler Billy open a collective communication to let everyone know? Did he want them to find Wang Ziyu? Or did he want them to hide Wang Ziyu? She was more inclined to the latter. The Supervision Department was a department under the Magic Guild that ruled the magic world, responsible for supervision, that is, the police. The director of the Supervision Department was the head of the police. In her impression, the arrival of the police chief is definitely not a good thing. In particular, she remembered that Wang Ziyu's schedule today did not include meeting the supervisory department. So, the supervisory department was an uninvited guest. Wang Ziyu never received uninvited guests. She didn't know that there was an unwritten tacit understanding between the butler and the maid. The butler opened a collective communicator to let all the maids know the news in order to unify the caliber. In the castle, there will be some guests who are not so polite at any time, and they may ask the maids about the whereabouts of the master. After hearing the news, no matter who asks, the maids will answer like the butler. Collectively shut up the guests. As the castle's butler, Billy is a very competent butler. For guests who have not made an appointment in advance, he does not even need to notify Wang Ziyu. He just needs to fool the guests. Li Zhan did not know this and thought the matter was serious, so she put down her brush and went to find Wang Ziyu. After many days of observation, she knew that if Wang Ziyu did not go out, he would go to the garden on the west side of the castle after breakfast every day and come back at a certain time, sometimes earlier, sometimes later. Today, he came back at noon. He went to the garden over there in the afternoon. He should still be there now. In this case, let's go to the garden and take a look. Li Zhan patted the little lion's head, signaling it to stay where it was, and look at her painting tools. She walked towards the garden, ignoring the little lion's tearful complaints behind her. The evening was so beautiful. The flowers, plants and trees on the roadside were set off by the golden light, forming a unique and beautiful scenery. Li Zhan trotted through the garden and came to the end. At this sight, Li Zhan couldn't help but open her eyes wide in amazement. This was an endless sea of roses. How to describe it? She was at a loss for words. In such a beautiful, vast, and freely blooming sea of flowers, all adjectives seemed powerless, as if no matter how beautiful the language was, it could not express 1/10,000th of this beauty. Li Zhan stood in the middle of it, smelling the rich rose fragrance, and felt it was as unreal as an illusion. What did Wang Ziyu do here every day? Li Zhan stepped into the sea of flowers, carefully parting the branches with flowers blooming, and after taking a few steps, she found that she could not move forward because there was no road at all. Did she make a mistake? Li Zhan tried to take another step forward, and she felt something was wrong. She felt as if there was a force pulling her away. She looked around and finally found something wrong. There was not a single butterfly in the endless sea of roses. Not only did the butterflies and dragonflies automatically fly around the sea of flowers, but even the birds did not fly over the sea of flowers, and the ants under her feet also found another way to go. What was going on? Li Zhan did not believe in evil, and gently reached out to a fiery red rose. It was a multi-petal rose, with layers of intricately hemmed silk dresses opening from the receptacle, like the most gorgeous pleated silk. The flower trembled slightly, and Li Zhan's hand trembled involuntarily, and her hand actually passed through the petals. The instantaneous magical fluctuations that passed through the petals made her realize, with a shock, that this was not a real sea of roses, but a super barrier disguised as a sea of roses. She looked up to the end of the boundlessness, and it was hard to imagine how many levels of magicians could create such a magnificent and advanced barrier. Not only can the disguised flowers be mistaken for real ones, but even when she was standing in front of the barrier just now, she could not detect the magic waves at all. This is exactly the same as the barrier in Wang Ziyu's bedroom. It is completely a work of art. After her hand passed through the barrier, she felt no discomfort. Li Zhan thought about it, and slowly reached in. Although she thought about withdrawing, this thought was only fleeting, and was killed by her curiosity. At the same time, someone in the barrier discovered her actions, and immediately called everyone over. Everyone stared at her movements with wide eyes, especially the fat uncle who was wearing a Jiqing magic robe, and had a surprised look on his face like Maitreya Buddha. Huh? She got in. The beautiful Lady Les laughed out loud, with a proud look on her face. Donuts are not bad, she is indeed worthy of my fancy. The fat man stared at her, put his hand on his chin and pondered. Her ability is the same as mine? He set up the barrier, and it had never been discovered for many years. Now a little girl broke in without any obstacles. He was simply surprised and curious. It's too early to draw this conclusion. The beautiful Les patted the recording board in her hand. Let's wait for her to come. Almost everyone present agreed with Les' words. The fat man's ability was not acquired through normal learning. It would be impossible to achieve that ability without decades of training and suffering. Looking around the world, no one has his unique experience or his innate advantages. Therefore, There is no second person like him in the world. Abu, what do you feel? Wang Ziyu, who had been silent all the time, suddenly asked. Her magic wave is weak, but it can be integrated with my barrier. You see, after she came through, the barrier was restored without any damage. Isn't this a surprise? Chapter 68. While they were talking, Lizhan was also amazed. The barrier was like a door. After entering the door, all the flowers disappeared, and the scenery in front of her was unprecedented. At dusk, there was an endless desert in front of her. The wind was sobbing, like crying. In the distance were some strange-shaped rock towers, casting sharp black shadows on the desert, just like the surface of the moon. Above was the vast blue sky without a trace of color, connecting on the distant horizon, turning into a poetic desolation. Fantasy is meant to be shattered. Lizhan thought of many things that might appear behind the barrier, a crazy woman from a wealthy noble family, a vampire nailed to a cross, and even a black lacquered carved coffin, but she didn't expect it to be a desert. She was stunned for a while. Seeing the desert for the first time really shocked her, but it was still a bit difficult to step into this desert. She was about to withdraw, when suddenly a heroic voice came down from the air like thunder. Since you are here, come and sit down. Anila's voice. Lizhan looked around, but could not see anyone. So, it could only be those strange-shaped rock towers. When he got closer, he could see clearly that under the rock tower, there was not only the beautiful Les, but also Wang Ziyu, a fat uncle, a cold-looking man, with a mustache sitting cross-legged on the ground in a black robe, a little boy of 12 or 13, with long bangs covering one eye and hair tied up behind him, a small springtail digging in the soil, and an uncle with a broken magic hat, a big smile, and a face full of stubble. Except for Wang Ziyu, he had never seen anyone else. They were all very strange, so strange that Wang Ziyu seemed like the only human who had mixed into the herd. Moreover, their auras were all terrifying, and they all exuded a feeling, keep away from strangers. What were these people doing hiding in the desert? While Lizhan was still at a loss, Lizzie suddenly stood up, casually raised his hand, and the wind blade swooshed towards her face, showing no mercy. Fortunately, she had been practicing magic defense recently, and before she could react, her hand moved first, stretched forward, and drew a defense array shining with blue magic waves with the palm as the center. The first move was the most proud magic array. To her, this defense array was perfect, but in the eyes of everyone, it was like paper. Once the wind blade arrived, the circuit of the magic array was completely destroyed. Seeing the wind blade coming in front of her, Lizhan hurriedly squatted down with her head in her arms. The wind blade passed over her head and cut off her made ribbon. Lizhan picked up the ribbon and was so shocked that a cold sweat broke out on her back. Les waved with a smile. Since you are here, then practice with the prince. Lizhan suddenly had the urge to turn around and run away. What was that look like when she was looking at the catfish on the chopping board? Why did she suddenly feel like Little Red Riding Hood standing in front of a wolf's den? Wang Ziyu seemed to see through her thoughts and reached out to grab her by the back of the neck. I just need a sandbag. Considering that she had done so many heinous things to him before, Lizhan felt that if he wanted to take revenge, she would definitely die a very ugly death, and hurriedly said, I'm not here to be a sandbag. The director of the supervision department just came to see you. Supervision department? That man Fitch Brooks? Wang Ziyu's lips twitched. No. That man is always up to no good, and he never makes an appointment. It's already a great honor to let the housekeeper entertain him. Wang Ziyu is hiding from the director of the supervision department. Li Zhan confirmed her thoughts, and didn't dare to stay for long. She saluted and said, Sorry to bother you, I go first. Don't think about leaving. Wang Ziyu held her back, unless you don't want to live anymore. Li Zhan had a sad face. If she had known, she wouldn't have barged in. She closed her eyes nervously, her whole face wrinkled, but, please be gentle. The beautiful Lady Liz smiled and said, Oh, Prince. I knew you couldn't do it. Let Sher Zilong do it. After the words fell, the cold-looking man in black robes sitting cross-legged on the ground suddenly opened his eyes, revealing two cold lights. Then he stood up from the ground and walked out of the shadow of the rock tower. In the sunlight, his 2-meter height was fully revealed, and his expression was so deep that it seemed as if he was carrying the heavy responsibility of history on his shoulders. Before he even approached, a strong sense of oppression came over him like a tidal wave. Li Zhan's heart was trembling. Oh my God, the beautiful Lady Liz wanted to murder him. This man is hundreds of times more terrifying than Wang Ziyu. So, she fled without waiting for him to make a move. Sher Zilong looked at her back expressionlessly, without even chanting a spell, and raised his hand to fire a thunder and fire cannon, hitting her back directly. She only felt the burning flames behind her, and she gasped in fear, fell forward, rolled on the ground in a mess, jumped 5 meters away, and barely dodged. As the beautiful Lady Les said, Shi Zilong was even less compassionate than Wang Ziyu, and he used wind blades and sand blades at will. Li Zhan couldn't take the first move, and the second move came again. It was like a fresh shrimp thrown into a pot, jumping up and down. While recording her abilities, the beautiful Lady Lizzie smiled and said, "Not bad. There are small improvements in all abilities, which shows that she is still working hard." Wang Ziyu leaned his back against the rock tower and glanced at her. "Aren't you afraid that Shi Zilong will beat her into cannon fodder? You know, Shi Zilong is the one with the strongest magic attack power among this group of people. Those who have been taught a lesson by him are now in the underground." The beautiful Lady Lizzie smiled charmingly. "You are not afraid. So what should I be afraid of? The stronger the ability, the more you can control your own strength, just right." She said it bluntly, pointing directly to Wang Ziyu's heart. "If you go up, a little abuse is fine, but how about a big abuse? I see you can't bear it." Wang Ziyu rolled his eyes at her, and turned his face away awkwardly. "A little abuse is pleasant, but a big abuse is sad." The beautiful Les covered her face with a recording board and laughed. "Oh he." At this time, Li Zhan had been forced into the desert, and had no power to fight back. Seeing that Shi Zilong's attack was coming again, she gritted her teeth, lowered her body, and performed a fish dragon dance. Attack is the best defense. But Shi Zilong only used 1/10 of his strength, which already frightened her. Moreover, Shi Zilong stood in the same place from beginning to end, without moving a step. In other words, Shi Zilong could kill her with a flick of his hand. This huge gap in strength shocked her deeply. In the desert, there was no place to shield herself, and no blind spots. If she wanted to gain some time, she had to attack. Her strength was almost exhausted. If she continued like this, she would only be beaten. Chapter 69. The attack could at least keep her going for a few more seconds. Her strategy was correct. While Shi Zilong was trying to block her attack, Li Zhan sent out countless silver light sticks and shot them towards him. Finally, she could attack head-on. Li Zhan smiled slightly, but before the smile reached the corners of her lips, she saw Shi Zilong open his hands, and suddenly, a huge magic wave rushed towards her. Li Zhan felt that her body was flying into the sky without her control, and then fell heavily to the ground. All the silver light sticks were blown back by the magic wave, and stuck only half an inch away from her head. This is the absolute gap in strength. Li Zhan jumped up, but before she could stand up, the sand under her feet was all over her head and face. How could she resist this rain of sand? While thinking, she suddenly heard Lizzie shouting loudly, "Stupid, your paper!" Yes, how could she forget her true ability? At this time, she only hoped that the paper could turn into a wall to block her. How can paper turn into a wall? Wang Ziyu said that the magic wave can be injected to depict the desired shape with the magic wave. As soon as the mind moved, shwa. With a sound, the paper wall suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking the sand for her. Ah! It really appears. Li Zhan was surprised and happy, but the paper wall was thin after all, and Shi Zilong's sand passed through the paper wall and shot towards her again, but because the paper wall blocked it for a while, most of it deviated from the direction. Li Zhan dodged while thinking about countermeasures. She just thought of the wall in her mind, and the wall appeared. If she thought of a paper airplane, would it appear? She drew the appearance of a paper airplane in her mind, and the cardboard did not lose her expectation and immediately turned into a paper airplane. Li Zhan waved her hand, and the paper airplane shot towards Shi Zilong like an arrow from a string. The beautiful Lady Li's eyes lit up, and she used magic waves to suck a paper airplane into her hand. Her slender fingers flexibly disassembled the paper airplane. After finding that it was just an ordinary piece of paper, she raised her eyebrows slightly and folded the paper again along the original line. Such a small thing can also be used to attack people. Donuts are really fun. Wang Ziyu took the paper airplane and suddenly asked, "Look, does it look like a pterosaur spreading its wings?" The wings of a pterosaur are not so small. The wings of a winged tiger or your level 8 hurricane beast are similar, but it is really not easy to come up with this thing. The pointed head and smooth wings can minimize resistance when it is shot in the air. If she can infuse magic waves into it, the power may be greater than that of an ordinary wind blade or ice blade. Lizzie looked at Li Zhan with his chin in his hand with great interest. This kid is really good. He can draw inferences from one example. Cardboard is different from other props, such as silver sticks, which will be counterattacked by Shi Zilong, but cardboard belongs to her, and even if it is hit back, it will not hurt her. She just needs to remove the opponent's force as quickly as possible, and can use it again. The fastest way to remove the force is to change the form. For example, it was in the form of a paper wall before, and she quickly turned it into a paper airplane or a paper arrow. And the paper arrows can also be transformed back into the form of a wall. In addition to paper airplanes and paper arrows, she also thought of paper tapes, which can be transformed into a long belt to bind the opponent. Compared with the silver light binding, the paper tape is softer and more suitable for entanglement, while the silver light binding is suitable for insertion. However, Shi Zilong's magic ability is much higher than hers. It takes 0.1 seconds for her paper to transform. Shi Zilong sees this 0.1 second gap and shot 3 dome light arrows in succession, all hitting her. Lizhan groaned, fell on the golden sand like a kite with a broken string, and fainted. The entire battle lasted less than 2 minutes. Shi Zilong returned to his original position expressionlessly, and sat down again to rest his eyes. Lady Les laughed dryly. Mr. Shi Zilong has worked hard. Now let's vote on whether we are willing to be Donut's coach. The group of people who were just lazily watching the battle suddenly became serious when they heard this, and the relaxed atmosphere subsided, and the surroundings were silent. Lady Les awkwardly pointed her finger at her lips, and said, "Don't be so cold, show your attitude." "Hey, I agree." Abu raised his hand first, showing an honest smile, his eyes full of pure honesty. "I am very curious about her ability, and I have always hoped to meet people like her in this field." "I agree." The second person to speak was Shi Zilong. There was no need to explain the reasons. As long as Abu agreed with something, he would support it. The beautiful Les looked at the boy Habib Berlinger, who was still catching insects, and said, "Haha, what about you?" Habib threw the insect into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and scratched his hair in dissatisfaction and said, "I object. You abuse her, which will increase my workload. The lice in your hair are out." Luai slapped his forehead with a clipboard in dissatisfaction. Lazy guy. Habib covered his red forehead with grievance and glared at Lizhan, and continued to dig worms, thinking to himself that he would stuff all these worms into her mouth later. "I object." The bearded uncle, who was sleeping with his eyes covered by a broken hat, stood up, took off his hat, and saluted Luai. "As a gentleman, I really don't want to oppose Miss Luai's proposal, and Miss Donut is gifted and a rare talent. However, I am worried about her magic wave. May I ask Miss Donut, what is your last name?" Lady Les had long guessed that someone would question it. Lizhan's magic wave was too strange. Several people present had encountered similar magic waves and were still afraid of it, but her magic wave was a little different from those people, so she was not sure. The beauty replied calmly, "Lizhan Bossman." The bearded uncle narrowed his eyes slightly, nodded, put his tattered hat back on his head, and began to lean against the rock tower to take a nap. It seemed that he did not believe that this was Lizhan's last name at all. "Isn't this just right? Teach this kid to be an expert, and let her help us get revenge." A man wearing a white mask in the corner answered calmly, and actually agreed. Luai's beauty sighed. "If she can pass the resolution, your approach is not allowed." The white-masked man snorted coldly, and didn't say anything, but he didn't refute the words he agreed to before, so Luai's beauty took him as his agreement. The next few people expressed their opinions, and the result was that the agreement and opposition were tied. Luai's beauty was a little entangled. "Donut is such a cute loli. Why don't these bastards want to train her? Men's minds are so hard to guess." Chapter 70. Wang Ziyu glanced at everyone and raised his eyes and said, "Les, what about you?" "Yes, I actually forgot about myself." Les slapped her head with a clipboard. "I absolutely agree." So the resolution was passed by 5-4. While she was talking, Habib yawned, walked into the desert, and dragged Lizhan back. Shi Zilong was indeed a ruthless man. After beating for a long time, he didn't leave any wounds on Lizhan. So Habib could save the step of suturing the wound. After checking the injury, he found that it was only a minor skin injury, which could be cured with magic waves. "Okay, let's go. See you tomorrow at the same time," Luai said with a smile. The people present didn't say anything and walked away silently in all directions. They were alone, or at most 2 people. They were used to thinking about things in their hearts, and would not express them on their lips or tongues, let alone on their faces. Therefore, even under the desert sun, they were still so indifferent and alienated. Luai threw a coquettish eye at Wang Ziyu and left in a charming manner. Tomorrow there will be new people to abuse. What a happy thing that is. Wang Ziyu watched Lizhan, who had gone from coma to deep sleep, and could not help but feel a little stunned. Perhaps he should investigate the name Bossman. Indeed, he did not employ people he suspected, and he did not doubt people he employed. He did not investigate the background of even the entire team. No matter who they were, where they came from, what their past was, or why they were willing to stay, he did not ask. For him, he only needed to know one thing: it was useful to him. At the same time, the butler accompanied Fitch Brooks for a walk in the garden. Although he said he was accompanying him, in fact, the butler Billy was 5 steps behind Fitch. Everyone knew that Fitch was waiting for Wang Ziyu. Fitch walked for a while, and it was getting dark, but Wang Ziyu hadn't come back yet. When he turned around and was about to leave, he suddenly found an easel in the corner of the garden, and a white lion sleeping with foxtail grass. He walked over and stopped. He was used to seeing many oil paintings and watercolors, but he had never seen such a painting. It was neither an oil painting nor a watercolor, nor a sapling. He looked at it slowly, and he could see the delicate brushwork. The overall look was full of delicate texture, soft luster, and the light color actually depicted the charm of foxtail grass vividly. As if sensing someone approaching, the white lion suddenly woke up, and stared at the person in front of him with all the hair on his body standing up. Fitch took advantage of the butler Billy's inattention, and quietly released a magic light. At the moment when the lion was dizzy, he used a sleight of hand to quickly roll up the drawing paper, and hide it in his robe. Before rolling it up, 2 words of the signature came into view: Liz Han. What a strange name. When he flashed this thought, butler Billy had already noticed his little action and asked calmly, "Mr. Brooks, whether it is a plant or a tree in the garden, or the Warcraft easel, they are all the owner's favorite things. Please return them, sir." Even though Fitch Brooks appreciated the butler's neither humble nor arrogant attitude, his face had already fallen, and he was shivering. "I have never touched anything in the castle." Without waiting for the butler to answer, he turned and walked out, his voice cold and majestic. "Please be sure to convey to His Highness Wu Farrell that the supervisory department will not let any criminal go." The butler sent him out with a respectful gesture, but his fingers pinched 5 deep marks on the writing board. If the butler could not take action against the guests, he would definitely. About half an hour after Fitch Brooks left, Liz Han woke up slowly. The sun had set, and the rocks were changed into dark gray-brown evening dresses, which seemed empty and lonely in the vast sky and earth. Liz Han turned her eyes around blankly, looking around for no one. The fine sand of the desert seemed to have been walked by no one, without a single footprint. It was as if she had just walked in and the battle with Sherzilong was a dream. She woke up from the dream, and all the strange people she saw in the dream disappeared. Only Wang Ziyu was left, leaning against the corner of the rock tower beside her with his eyes squinted, and seemed to have fallen asleep. Liz Han poked Wang Ziyu's hand with her fingertips, and Wang Ziyu moved. After a while, he opened his eyes, and saw that it was getting late. He couldn't help but yawn. "Since you're awake, let's go back." Could it be that he had been guarding me just now? Liz Han thought about it, and felt that it was impossible, so he asked, "Where are those strange people? Where did they go?" "They went back to plan how to torture you, Donut." Wang Ziyu was in a good mood, and he grabbed her and put his hand on her shoulder, supporting himself lazily with her body. "Are you interested in joining in?" "It's too heavy." Liz Han pushed him dissatisfiedly and said, "Let go of your hand." "No. Asshole. You can't even bear my weight. How can you bear Lizzie's abuse?" Wang Ziyu looked down at her with a disdainful look. "Miss Lizzie won't abuse me," Liz Han said loudly, but his voice gradually weakened. Today's situation showed that he was obviously the leader among this group of people. If he wanted to do something, he just said a word. So, he gradually lost confidence. "I say, Donut, you have the lowest magic ability in the whole castle. Don't you feel ashamed? I've given you a chance to learn, but you still despise me. Forget it. You should know that the standard for a maid is a 4-star magician. If you can't reach the standard, you can't become a formal maid." "Humph, I will definitely become a 4-star magician," Li Zhan said angrily. "I will beat you again." "Then come on." Wang Ziyu smiled. "Let Les be your coach." "Am I afraid of you?" Li Zhan spoke out, glancing at him with a determined expression. Wang Ziyu just smiled but said nothing. Liz Han felt that there was something treacherous in his smile. Suddenly, she thought of something and asked anxiously, "Should I pay? I don't have that much money to hire her as a coach. I'm not that poor." Wang Ziyu rubbed her soft hair and said, "A maid can apply to the housekeeper for public funding for all further studies or learning during her employment." Li Zhan's eyes lit up. "What is the maximum amount of public funding? Can tuition fees also be public funding?" Wang Ziyu avoided answering. "This is the responsibility of the housekeeper. You can ask him." He dragged Liz Han to stand up, still holding her shoulders, and the two walked to the edge of the barrier. They saw a square frame about 2 meters long on the barrier. Wang Ziyu stretched out his hand and pushed it, like pushing a door, and the square frame moved, and it turned out to be a door. Lizhan was stunned for a moment. The barrier can also have a door? Abu is so powerful. She made up her mind decisively that she would hug Uncle Abu's thick legs tightly in the future. Chapter 71. After leaving the barrier, it was completely dark. Lizhan suddenly remembered that her tools were still in the garden. If the painting was wet by dew, it would be ruined. Thinking of this, she couldn't wait to run to the painting place. Wang Ziyu squatted behind her, suddenly thought of something, picked a few silver irises from the garden, and called the gardener with the communicator, "Take the flowers to Miss Annalise and her companions." The gardener bowed, took the flowers, and ran to the path. What kind of flowers should I give to Donut? He looked around the garden with great interest, and saw a white rose but that was about to bloom. He couldn't help but smile. Give her this. At this time, Lizhan was circling around the easel. The easel was still there, and the tools were all there, but the painting clip to the easel was gone. Looking at the firmness of the clip, she would never believe that the painting was blown away by the wind. But who would take it away? After a lot of effort, she found the trembling little lion in the corner, and Lizhan kicked it angrily. You are so scared because you tore up my painting, right? The little lion opened his eyes wide, and wanted to roar to tell Lizhan what he saw today. But he couldn't hear his own voice even though he opened his mouth. Where was his voice? Did he accidentally bite off his tongue? The little lion stretched out his white paws in confusion and fear, and looked into his mouth. No, the tongue was still there. The little lion wanted to ask Lizhan for help, but he couldn't make a sound. He waved his two front paws randomly to attract Lizhan's attention. Lizhan picked it up unhappily. Did you swallow my painting? Woo-woo. That's not the case. The little lion wanted to explain, but couldn't shout, and tears of grievance suddenly flowed. Lizhan sighed and threw it back to the ground. Okay, I forgive you for now. If you touch my painting in the future, if your left paw moves, I chop off your right paw, and if your right paw moves, I chop off your left paw. Wang Ziyu, who had picked the flowers, curled his lips slightly, and walked in front of Lizhan. Lizhan asked anxiously, Have you seen a painting? A cold look flashed in Wang Ziyu's eyes. This place seemed to have the residual smell of some unpleasant magic wave. He said casually, Painting? There are many in the studio. Lizhan said aggrievedly, I'm not talking about that. I painted it this afternoon. It was fine just now, but it disappeared suddenly. Maybe it was blown away by the wind. When the butler comes over later, you can ask him and you will know. Someone must have seen it. Wang Ziyu said absent-mindedly, walked slowly to her, and inserted the bud of the white rose into her temples. Lizhan looked up, and saw that he was full of deep thoughts. She couldn't help but take 2 steps back. What do you want to do? Wang Ziyu looked a little disappointed, and said to himself, Is it still not suitable? But one day, I will become a lady who is suitable to wear white roses. Lizhan felt a chill. Wang Ziyu suddenly held her face with his hands. Donut, welcome to join my team. Lizhan was startled and pushed him away. Don't call me Donut. Wang Ziyu tilted his head, and thought for a while, then turned around to look at the little lion. The little lion was looking at him with eyes asking for help. He touched Lizhan's head, signaling her to be quiet, then squatted down and stared into the little lion's eyes, as if he wanted to see another person in them. Seeing that he still had no intention of saving him, the little lion climbed onto his knees with his front paws, put his 2 hind paws on the ground, stood up and grabbed him, and a line of mockery appeared at the corner of his lips. Fitch Brooks, you are such a boring person. As soon as he finished speaking, he touched the little lion's neck with his fingertips, and the little lion trembled all over, and then let out a lion roar that shook the earth. Ayo. Lizhan looked at the little lion in confusion. The little lion hated her for kicking it just now, turned its head with a snort, and ran to Wang Ziyu's side to rub against him to express gratitude. Wang Ziyu patted its head, and pondered in silence. All this fell into the eyes of the people sitting on the rooftop of the library. The library and the garden are less than 50 meters away. In a corner of the rooftop that is not illuminated by the magic lamp, the people of the desert team are sitting or standing on the rooftop in different postures, but each of them has a silver calamus flower in their hands. I didn't expect it to be calamus. Louise put one leg on the railing, leaned his back against the wall, put the flower to his nose and sniffed it gently, and laughed. It's really worthy of the prince's style. The white mask couldn't tell his face. He was wearing a mask, so it was really hard to recognize him. He said to the bearded uncle, I didn't expect you to accept it so quickly. The bearded uncle raised an eyebrow, and put his face close to the petals. Although I don't like calamus, I can still accept it. The flower language of calamus is trust. And the flower is silver. Silver is Wang Ziyu's guardian color, and also his representative color. Once you accept this flower, it means you are loyal to him. Harpy brushed the bangs covering his eyes. Seeing their expressions, some were smiling and some were helpless, he just scratched his head, smelled the flower, and felt it was fragrant. He licked it with his tongue, and then took a bite. Wang Ziyu was right. Annalise was really abusing people. It was the same training. Ji Rongxi followed the procedure strictly, while Les did not play by the rules at all. Sometimes, the beautiful Les would dig a pit in the desert, throw her into the pit, and then let Shi Zilong fill it with sand. If she couldn't get out, she would be crushed to death even if she didn't suffocate. Sometimes, she would be sealed by Abu as soon as she entered the barrier, no matter how hard she tried to escape. Sometimes, she was used as a training ground by the harpy. The harpy's magic wave could turn into a thread 1,000 times thinner than a hair. It was as fast as lightning when threading a needle. If she was not careful, a cell in her body would be pierced by him. Of course, in addition to sneak attacks, there were also formal training and fighting. However, this kind of training is different from Ji Rongxi's. Ji Rongxi's training is for exams, but Lizzie doesn't care about anything. Training is training. He makes a comprehensive plan for mental power, attack power, magic waves, etc., and makes them promote each other during the training process so that no one falls behind. However, Lizhan rarely sees Wang Ziyu. Because they are in the same group of coaches, Lizzie staggers their training time. In the morning, Wang Ziyu starts training after breakfast, and during this time she is desperately studying theoretical knowledge in the reading room. In the afternoon, it is her training time. During this time, Wang Ziyu usually has to receive guests. Although she doesn't know who the guests are, she heard that they are all very important. Chapter 72. At night, Lizhan was alone in her room painting, and she hardly saw anyone else. At this time, Lizhan collapsed on the desert, her limbs spread out, wishing she could just fall asleep. But the more tired her limbs were, the clearer her mind was, and she couldn't help but curse Shi Zilong 1,000,000 times in her heart. Shi Zilong, that bastard, had facial paralysis, which was a congenital deficiency, at least forgivable, but he was too ruthless, and he always hit her in a direction that caught her off guard, which was intentional. The hateful thing was that he didn't hit her too hard, just enough to give her enough strength to get up again, and so on, falling down, getting up, falling down, getting up, and falling down again. In one afternoon, after being abused by him thousands of times, she still had to treat him like her first love, otherwise, once he got ruthless, she would not even have a scum left. The woman Les sat by and watched leisurely, calculating her various body indicators, while biting the donuts she brought with relish. Hate. Finally falling down and unable to get up, Mr. Shi Zilong waved the sand on his hand and walked back to Abu's side. Perhaps he felt that she was too weak, so he didn't even give her a look. The beautiful Les nodded with satisfaction, stuffed the donut into her mouth, walked to Lizhan, and began to check her body and record the post-war data. Lizhan let her fiddle with him like a dead fish, and he was in so much pain that he couldn't even lift his arms. It is a very important knowledge to avoid serious injuries in the enemy's atrocities. You almost didn't hurt your bones today, and you did a good job, so you passed. Les happily put away the recording board and immediately changed the subject. Donut, let's go to the hot springs. This is the privilege I just got from the prince, under the pretext that hot springs can enhance your body's flexibility. Lizhan didn't care what her reason was. Her eyes lit up, and she jumped up from the ground. At this time, nothing was more attractive than hot springs, which could not only eliminate muscle soreness, promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis, but also remove the dust in the desert. Recently, I returned to my residence like a clayman every day, and was almost killed by the maid's eyes. Especially the maid in the laundry room, who wanted to throw her clothes away. The moment she was surrounded by the gentle and soothing spring water, Lizhan found that hot springs were quite good. Although it was a hot day, she had just finished intense exercise, and was not suitable for cold water. This spring water, which was slightly higher than the room temperature, was more useful than a massager, relaxing her pores and gently kissing her skin. Les got into the state faster than her, got into the water, leaned on the smooth stone, drank iced golden berry wine, and sighed, "It would be great if I could drink a glass of E2235 Nemec crystal wine at this time." Enjoyment is really a lasting pleasure. Lizhan held the blue crystal cup and slowly drank the milky white pig milk, which showed that she was very depressed. Louise could enjoy all kinds of fine wine and food, but she had to drink milk to strengthen the so-called magic wave in her body. She raised her eyes and glanced at Louise, muttering softly, "Louise, aren't you enjoying yourself every day? Under the name of linguist and magician mentor, you eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks everywhere. In the castle, you are second to none and above 10,000 people. Luais narrowed his eyes and looked at the sun falling below the horizon. With a click, he crushed the high-footed crystal cup in his hand, and his voice was like a resentful soul. Above 10,000 people. Do you know what is above 10,000 people? Those who are truly above 10,000 people don't have to do anything, just say a word, and let the people below them sacrifice their lives. Alas, people like me are destined to be ordered by others to do this, and that for the rest of my life. I really wish that one day I could also order others to kill all those who don't like me. Unfortunately, dreams are just dreams. Faced with Lizzie, who lamented the inequality of human rights in grief and anger, Lizhan said that he couldn't understand. You are not a maid in the castle. If you don't want to do it, why do you stay here? You are good-looking, smart, and have a lot of scary titles. You can be a master in the magic research world and a warrior in the magic association. You can buy a castle and hire a bunch of male and female servants to work for you. The beautiful Liz smiled bitterly and said nothing. The cup in her hand was crushed. She picked up the bottle and poured the wine into her mouth in big gulps. After drinking the whole bottle, she wiped her red lips and laughed. Yes, why should I stay here and be willing to be the coach of you two little ghosts? Why? She seemed to be questioning herself. Her eyes were misty and confused, and for a moment, Lizhan couldn't see her expression clearly. I have no choice. Who told me that I am a person who survives in the cracks, not accepted by the Magic Guild, but not a person of black magic, and I am a thorn wherever I go. Lizhan scratched his head in confusion. Actually, I don't quite understand. I just think that you don't look like a magician. Whether it is Wang Ziyu, Ikaro Ji Rongshi, or anyone else, I have never seen such a straightforward and not elegant person, laughing and scolding, wanton and high-spirited, and 4 words can be summarized as perverse personality. You mean to say I have no manners or upbringing at all? Lanka nonchalantly lifted her brown wavy hair. Everyone you know is aristocrat, but I'm not one. Lizhan lowered her head innocently and continued to sip the milk in the cup. The nobles are all pretending to be 13, but you are very straightforward, you are very attractive, and... She raised her head and said loudly, what does it matter whether you are aristocrat or not? The beautiful Les was silent for a moment, then laughed and splashed water. You are right. What does it matter if you are a noble or not? Is it a noble or a member of the Magic Guild? Why should I be so hard on myself? Lizhan dived into the water sullenly and muttered, you bastard, you are so outstanding but you still complain about everything. How can I, who have nothing, feel? Les glanced at her thoughtfully. What do you want? I want to have big breasts, thin waist and long legs like you. I want beautiful clothes, I want powerful magic. Seeing Lizzie staring at her in astonishment, Lizhan blushed and said confidently, although I can't do it, can't I even think about it? I'm so touched. It turns out that I have always been your idol. The beautiful Lizzie rushed over excitedly. Lizhan was short and fell to the bottom of the hot spring pool with a plop. The cup fell on the spring water, spreading white and quickly blending with the clear spring water. The beautiful Lizzie reached out and picked her up like a chicken, raised her head and laughed as if to announce to the world, since you admire me so much, I will make you a loli that everyone loves. Chapter 73. Wow. I don't want to be a loli, I want to be a beauty, but it's too late to resist. In the words of Les, beauty is 30% natural and 70% nurtured. Lizhan has good innate conditions, and is only 14 years old. There is still a lot of room for development. If she is nurtured for a long time, maybe one day, she can climb to the top of the pyramid of beauty. This nurturing starts with food. From then on, Lizhan can no longer eat the same things as other maids. Every morning, she must finish all the food that Les prepared for her, including some juices of certain animals, the peels of certain fruits, and the roots and stems of certain plants. In her opinion, it is similar to the Chinese medicine in the Celestial Empire, with all kinds of strange tastes, all kinds of weird appearances, and all kinds of dark appearances. She just wants to vomit after eating it. In the afternoon, she could not drink afternoon tea with the maids in the Coke Hall. Instead, she sat alone at a small table and watched others enjoy it with relish while she continued to chew tree bark and grass roots. Worse still, she could not even eat donuts because Les said that there was something called swandolin in the donut ingredients, and eating it would make her fat. Lizhan used a fork to pick up a piece of black stuff and stuffed it into her mouth with great resentment, and at the same time comforted herself in her heart. For big breasts, thin waist and long legs. For big breasts, thin waist and long legs. Everything is worth it. The maid in the kitchen happened to be cleaning up the dishes and passed by. Seeing a pile of food that she couldn't tell what it was, she exclaimed, "Whose work is this? What a waste of food!" Lizhan looked up in confusion. "Isn't this made by the kitchen?" It was obviously Lay's, who ordered the kitchen to make it. Could it be that she was cheated? She stood up suddenly. The maid thought she was going to accuse the kitchen of dereliction of duty, so she shook her head and said, "No, it's really an insult to the word kitchen to say that. Give me the food and I go and find out what happened." Before she finished speaking, Lizhan had already rushed out like a gust of wind. At this time, Les was usually in the desert of the barrier. As soon as Lizhan rushed into the barrier, she was swept up by a hurricane. Before she could react, she fell 1,000 meters away and fell on the endless sand. The pain made her whole body feel like it was falling apart. It must be Sherzilon again, relying on his ability to control the wind and swinging his hands at will. Damn it, when I become stronger, I will definitely cut him into pieces. Lizhan climbed up with a droopy face, patted her sore buttocks with her hands, and was so angry that her teeth itched. However, this time she wronged Sherzilon. "Oh my, it's Miss Donut. I thought it was some thief who broke in." Luai's body floated on the top of the nearby rock tower. Not only did he not want to help, but he laughed at her embarrassed look. She was here to add insult to injury. Lizhan was depressed, and when he saw the enemy coming, his eyes were blazing. "Luais, I hate you. You tricked me into eating those bitter, astringent, and strange foods, and said it could make my breasts bigger?" Lizzie blinked in surprise, then laughed. "Touch yourself and see if your breasts have grown a little bit." Lizhan's face flushed, not because of anger, but because of embarrassment. "If you have the guts, touch yourself and see." She was about to get mad, but Wang Ziyu suddenly appeared beside Lizzie. The boy heard what she said just now. Lizhan covered her face, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Seeing this, Lizzie smiled and said, "That thing can indeed enlarge breasts, but Happy's technique is not very good. Next time, I will put the recipe in the kitchen and let the maid in the kitchen make it." Made by the harpy? Lizhan thought of the unkempt kid, who was either digging springtails or catching slugs, and felt sick. Could it be that what she had eaten before were some disgusting creatures that he had dug out from nowhere? Lizhan squatted on the ground, covering her mouth with her hands, and retched. She didn't have much image in front of Wang Ziyu, and now it was ruined to the extreme. Breast enlargement? Wang Ziyu looked down at her miserable appearance, and suddenly said, "You'd better not do it." Lizhan pressed the cracks in the ground and looked up at him. Just when she thought he would say something explosive, she saw him glance at Lizzie vaguely. Big breasts, no brains. Crack! The writing board that she had used for only 3 hours fell apart under Lizzie's slender fingers. The beautiful Lizzie yelled, "How dare you doubt my wisdom? I'm done with it." Lizhan was stunned, but Wang Ziyu was not satisfied and continued to add fuel to the fire. "The writing board is so expensive, and the housekeeper is stingy. He will kill people when he feels distressed." As soon as he finished speaking, the beautiful Lizzie had already attacked him with 9981 moves, forcing him to jump up and down. Needless to say, there was only one consequence for Wang Ziyu being taught a lesson by the beautiful Lizzie. Lizhan was unfortunately used as cannon fodder. It is no exaggeration to say that this day was simply a disaster for Lizhan. She was caught between Wang Ziyu, a genius boy, and a beautiful mentor, and Lizzie. She was not even a scum. When she was tortured to the point of having only one breath left, Lizhan finally escaped the disaster. Lizhan crawled out of the barrier with dust all over her body. Even the endless sea of roses could not heal her sad heart. She lay with her head up in the flowers, feeling ashamed to face people. Why was she always the one who was abused? Is it because her magic power was the weakest? This is a world of the survival of the fittest. Here, there is no distinction between men and women, only between the strong and the weak. Work hard, you must work hard, to wash away today's shame, to avenge, to trample Prince Yu, Les, and everyone else under your feet. Lizhan thought with excitement, as if she could climb to the top of the pyramid tomorrow. It was not until she smelled a refreshing fragrance that she slowly calmed down. She felt more comfortable, and leaned over to a real blue enchantress and sniffed. From a distance, it was a picture of a beautiful woman smelling flowers, but if you look closely, the world was peaceful, and Lizhan wanted to fall asleep right away, with the world as her bed. How vast and poetic, especially since she could see the snow on the distant mountains, of course, provided that she was not afraid of being frozen into an ice stick in the middle of the night. Beauty and quietness always make people happy, so it often becomes a thorn in the eyes of things with bad intentions. Humph, country folk are country folk. Even if they have the opportunity to step into the castle of the nobles, they still look like bugs in the ditch. How ugly. A cold and hostile strange voice came from behind. Lizanne turned back in surprise. The branches swayed, and a maid about 17 or 18 years old stood up from the sea of flowers. For a moment, Lizanne believed that he couldn't help holding his breath, because this maid was too beautiful. The long golden hair was like wisps, winding down to the slender waist, the ice crystal eyes, the delicate lips like cherry blossom petals, against the endless roses. It was so beautiful that it was outrageous. Lizanne gave the other party a very high evaluation. Unfortunately, the other party scanned his eyes with X-rays, and only uttered a single syllable of contempt. TSK. Chapter 74. Lizanne lost her mood to admire the beauty, and turned to leave. More than 95% of the people in the castle are maids. This circle is not big or small. They probably have everything they want. At this moment, the other party's provocative attitude is so obvious, she should not rush into the gun. She wanted to make peace, but the other party was not someone who would give up easily. When she saw her turn around and leave, her red mouth uttered a vicious question. Hey, are you the bitch who seduced Brother Fitch? What? Lack of breasts and buttocks. Brother's taste can't be that bad, right? This is probably an upgraded version of provocation. The maid beauty crossed her chest, and waited for Lizanne's angry response. The breeze blew, and the sea of flowers sent fragrance. Lizanne couldn't remember who Brother Fiki was, and what relationship he had with her. This non-celestial name really has no sense of existence. Even Scherzilong or Haha's name sounds much better than his. She looked at the beauty with pity. This person is beautiful, but his brain is broken. What a pity. There will be no good results if you argue with a brainless person. If you are not careful, you will be regarded as a lunatic. So, she decisively pretended not to hear, and went back to take a shower and go to bed. She walked about 10 steps, and the beautiful maid behind her suddenly shouted, Lizanne Bossman. Lizanne was stunned. Generally speaking, maids are assigned by work numbers, and few people pay attention to the names of other maids, especially since she was new and was given the nickname Donut. Almost no one remembered her name, except for the few people she usually interacted with. At this moment, a strange maid with a broken brain called out her name, which surprised her to some extent. She paused, decided to ignore it, and continued to walk forward. The maid beauty behind her was furious, stamping her feet and gritting her teeth. How could Brother Supervisor C fall in love with an ugly person like you? The words reached Lizanne's ears, and Lizanne frowned, thinking that she was hallucinating. Brother Supervisor C? How did Brother Fiki become Brother Supervisor C? Where have you heard this name before? She patted her head. She had been abused so badly by Les recently that she couldn't remember anything except magic. So, she should go back to sleep. Lizanne didn't expect that this was just an opening. The subsequent development of the matter almost made her want to bang her head against the wall. After work the next morning, Lizanne happily ran to the library to borrow 2 big books. Encyclopedia of the Magic Continent and Magic Collection. Both books are heavier than bricks. Lizanne carried them out of the reading room, and was out of breath after a while. The little lion thought she was relaxed, and from time to time he raised his front hooves to climb her clothes, almost tripping her and falling forward. Let go, or you won't be allowed to eat the crunchy fruit. Lizanne stared at it, and threatened. Ouch! The little lion shouted in dissatisfaction, and simply lay on the ground and rolled on the ground to play tricks. Lizanne bent down, picked her up, and threw her into the flowers next to her. There were beautiful blue irises nearby, but unfortunately there were no benches on both sides of the path like in the school, nor were there pavilions, like in the Celestial Empire, so she could only carry 2 brick books, and continue to move forward. The wind blew the flowers and trees, but it was too quiet. How about some songs? Sing a simple song, A Little Bird Fell into the Water, or a foreign singer's hysterical howl. The little lion rolled out from the flowers, shook the petals on its body, and was about to act cute again, but suddenly stood up. All the hair on its body stood up, staring forward. Lizanne felt something, and raised her head at the same time. A tall figure came into her sight. Before she got close, she faintly felt the oppression brought by the powerful magic wave. This person. I have never seen him before. This was Lizanne's first reaction. In the castle, besides the only owner Wang Ziyu, only the butler Billy appeared most frequently. Apart from these two, she met a group of people in the desert team, all kinds of wretched and sloppy, and all kinds of strange and capable people. However, a man who is tall, expressionless, noble, cold and arrogant, and has a strong aura, who can embody these 4 terms at the same time, definitely does not belong to the castle. Lizanne is not a busybody. The garden path can only accommodate 1 person to walk through. If someone stands in front, She has only one choice, to take another path. She looked left and right, but there was no fork in the road. She had no choice but to change. Woo-woo. I can't stand being bullied like this. My hands are tired of counting. In desperation, Lizan kicked the little lion and signaled it to go forward and explore the road. The little lion looked at her pitifully, then looked at the iceberg standing in front of him, and took 3 steps back spinelessly, trembling all over, as if he was very scared. Lizan was so angry that he wanted to smash the book on its head. This guy was too unreliable. There was no choice but to go back along the original path. Lizan was too spineless. Before she turned around and took a few steps, a low, majestic, cold, emotionless voice suddenly came from behind her. "Miss Maid, please stop." Although the word please was used, the tone of the words was full of commands, and she was a person who was used to giving orders. Lizan was very sensitive to voices, and immediately recognized that it was the person who ordered the housekeeper to find Wang Ziyu in the communicator a few days ago, as if he was the master of the supervision department. She was deeply shocked, and she knew that if she didn't stop, her head would probably be gone in the next second. However, if she continued to stay where she was, she felt that she would be frozen by the coldness all over her body sooner or later. "Hello, I'm Fitch Brooks. Do you know Lizan Bossman?" The man's next sentence made Lizan stagger and almost fall to the ground. Could this man be someone she knew in her previous life? Was she going to be exposed? She felt her hands and feet getting cold, and her hands could not hold the 2 books as heavy as stones. When the books fell, they hit the little lion's back. The little lion howled and jumped away in a hurry. Lizan lowered her head to pick them up, but suddenly found herself covered by a shadow. There was no sound of footsteps when he came over, but he had an extreme sense of presence. She looked up and saw the tall and strong man coming in front of her. She felt like she was restrained by a vacuum, and she felt it was difficult to breathe. The man was about to bend down and pick up the 2 big stones on the ground. Lizan was stunned for a second and said hurriedly, "Thank you." "Reach out to take it." Fitch Brooks did not hand the book to her, but took it himself. The huge book in his hand seemed to have turned into cotton and had no weight at all, but his face was still cold and serious. Lizan knew that she would not have a good end, so she could only consider various escape plans. After thinking carefully, she felt that the man must not know that she was Lizan Bossman, otherwise he would not ask her about this person. Chapter 75. Lizan knew that she would not have a good end, so she could only consider various escape plans. After thinking carefully, she felt that the man must not know that she was Lizan Bossman, otherwise he would not ask her about this person. Thinking this way, she felt more at ease and replied, I seem to have heard of the name, but I can't remember who it is. Usually maids are called by their work numbers, and rarely by their names." Fitch Brooks did not speak immediately. Lizan secretly raised her eyes and glanced at him. His facial lines were too cold and hard, and his expression was too majestic. He was completely expressionless, without any fluctuations. She could not see anything, and sighed helplessly in her heart. "The police chief is the most expressionless. Take me to her." He finally spoke, still without any emotion in his voice. Lizan's hand shook violently, thought for a while, and said, "Do you have something to do with her?" "Nothing." Fitch Brooks did not reveal anything. Lizan's eyelids twitched twice. She may still be busy at this time." "It doesn't matter," the man said. "It does matter." Lizan felt like countless horses were roaring in her heart. What kind of man came to her for no apparent reason and refused to tell her why? She really wanted to snatch the 2 books back and smash them on him, didn't she? But she was too weak. Facing such a strong human, she just greeted him in her heart and dared not say anything. She resigned herself to following him back the same way to the main castle to find Lizan. She suspected that the man from the supervision department had deliberately confiscated her books to force her to submit. Lizan walked forward with a nervous heart. In the path that could only accommodate one person, she walked in front, and the supervisor walked behind. She felt as if her back was shot by a cold arrow. In less than a few steps, her maid outfit was soaked. Her hand kept touching the communicator in her pocket, but she didn't have the courage to press it, because this man might notice her little move. She was timid. She didn't dare to gamble. "Mr. Fitch Brooks, are you kidnapping my maid?" A voice full of indifference and ridicule suddenly came from the side. That was Wang Ziyu's voice. "The savior is here." Lizan raised her head suddenly, and almost waved a handkerchief at him. Wang Ziyu was dressed handsomely, with a neat silver double-breasted metal button stand-up collar top. The carvings on the metal buttons were extremely delicate, paired with a golden belt and black patent leather boots. The gathered cuffs and boot openings made him look broad-shouldered, thin-waisted and long-legged, just like a prince from the second dimension. The moment he raised his eyebrows and spoke, his aura was fully released. Lizon instantly felt that the portraits he had drawn before were all rubbish. This one was a real handsome guy, a real prince, wasn't he? Fitch turned his head and looked at him. The cold and hard lines on his face could never tell what expression he had. Wang Ziyu smiled and walked in front of Lizon. He rubbed her puppy-like soft brown hair affectionately with his hands, but his eyes were on the book in Fitch's hand, and he said sarcastically, "Mr. Brooks wants to apply for the position of our housemaid? Unfortunately, the castle doesn't hire male servants." Li Zhan's jaw almost dropped. Wang Ziyu was so bold that he dared to speak to the police chief like this. You know, government officials are the most hateful. They can accuse you of a crime and torture you to death. Fitch Brooks said expressionlessly, "I'm helping the maid get something." Wang Ziyu pinched Li Zhan's face affectionately with his fingertips, turned to Fitch and said, "I heard that Mr. Brooks is a gentleman. Today, I saw that he is indeed worthy of his reputation." Lizhan was stunned for a second, and Wang Ziyu continued, "Mr. Brooks seems to like these two books very much, so I give them to you. Although our family is poor, we still have two books." After he finished speaking, he suddenly smiled, lowered his head, and kissed Lizhan on the cheek. Lizhan was stunned for a while, and it took her a long time to react, and her face flushed. Wang Ziyu watched with interest as her neck first turned red, then to her chin, cheeks, and forehead, rising step by step, and the redness was surprisingly layered. In public, Lizhan covered her face, and ran away in grief and anger. Fitch Brooks narrowed his eyes slightly. His eyes were unfathomable. Wang Ziyu watched her back as she left, and as she got farther away, his expression gradually became playful. "What is the purpose of Mr. Brooks investigating my little maid?" Fitch was not surprised that Wang Ziyu knew about this. Perhaps the only one who didn't know was Lizhan. As early as he saw the painting, he sent people to investigate Lizhan thoroughly, and even knew how many short-nosed beasts she met on the way to Kenya. Today, he did not meet Lizhan by chance, but he knew that she would take the garden road back to her residence at this time, so he waited in the garden. Of course, his ultimate goal was not Lizhan, but the owner behind Lizhan, Wang Ziyu. Through the incident in Kenya Forest, he believed that Lizhan was a special existence for Wang Ziyu, and it would be easier to start with her. Sure enough, his inference was correct. The first two times, he spent a whole day in the castle, and did not see anyone. Now, as soon as he found the glass, Wang Ziyu appeared. Now that there was no third party present, the two of them were too lazy to even practice Tai Chi, and went straight to the point. In this respect, Fitch Brooks could be considered a reserved person. Even if he had a lot of things on his mind, he still had a blank expression. "Your Highness Zhuyu Farrell, the Supervision Department suspects that you have used black magic without authorization. Please cooperate with the Supervision Department's investigation." Wang Ziyu smiled at the corners of his lips and bowed slightly. "If you are here for this matter, I'm afraid you have come to the wrong place. Please go back. Your Highness Zhuyu Farrell, as a member of the royal family, it is not appropriate for you to have too much dealings with the black magician." Fitch Brooks' expression was as sharp as a knife, and his whole body exuded a cold light. Prince Yu did not answer, with a faint smile on his face. The word royal family was his Achilles' heel, which was clearly understood by everyone who knew his name was Zhuyu Farrell. Is the person in front of him here to provoke a war, or to mediate the conflict? No matter what, those who offend his Achilles' heel will not have a good end. He raised his lips as if he didn't care, looking at the snow on the top of the distant mountain that never melted all year round, would draw all the people within 3 days, otherwise, there is no need to say the rest. This sentence is not a threat, nor does it have any murderous intent, just like a normal conversation about the weather. This sentence is not even said to Fitch Brooks. But Fitch Brooks suddenly felt like he was in the snow on the top of the mountain that never melted all year round, and the blood in his body almost froze. Zhuyu Farrell. He is a sword, and it is terrifying before it is unsheathed. Chapter 76. At the same time, Lizhan desperately fled back to her residence, only to feel that someone's eyes in the darkness kept making her back cold. A murderous aura. A fierce murderous aura, like a sword drawn from its sheath. And the magic wave. This magic wave has been following not far behind her, not far away. Sometimes it will shake violently, like ripples on the water, and sometimes it will stop. Lizhan believes in her sixth sense. She really wants to take out the magic card to see where they are and who they are, but her instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm prevents her from doing so. Instead, she ran back to her own room in one go. Once the door was closed, Everything was isolated from the outside. Lizan washed her face with water and breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Ziyu's warm breath seemed to still be on her face. When he leaned down to kiss her just now, she could still feel his feather-soft lips and his light breath. Stop, can't think about it anymore. Lizan subconsciously touched her cheek and splashed water on her face again. At this time, she should pay more attention to safety. Yes, she felt that it would be very dangerous recently. Instinct told her that it was best to go out less, talk less, and not stay outside for no reason during this period. Instinct also told her that this castle was not as ordinary and harmless as she imagined. Working here was life-threatening, which was why the magic ability of maids was required to be so high. As she thought, the next day, the butler Billy issued a maid announcement. Stay in the room as much as possible during non-working hours, especially at night, and do not go out at will, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Lizan did not want to cause trouble, so she ran back to her residence as soon as she got off work and went to the desert at most. However, the desert was not as lively as usual. Liz just threw her a training schedule and asked her to practice alone in the desert training ground, under the pretext that she should think carefully about everything she had learned in the past and integrate it. She didn't care much, it was none of her business anyway, so she just avoided it. So, in the strange atmosphere of the castle, she was the only one who could enjoy herself. When she was tired of practicing, she returned to her room, took a shower, and sat alone on the balcony to paint. The lighting in the castle is all magic stone lamps. The magic stone lamps have a slightly reddish light, but unlike neon lights, on the contrary, their light is very pure, as if they were born that way. The stone is a small crystal like a pebble, clean, pure and beautiful. There is a special mechanism in the magic lamp. After the stone is put in, it will ignite the magic lamp and emit a bright light. The light is red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. In the castle, there are special maids who classify the stone. Which ones are placed in the hall, which ones are used for room lighting, and which ones are street lamps. They are all clearly divided, especially the grade. The purity of the light emitted by the stone of different grades is different. The higher the grade, the purer the light. The one she is using now is a 4th grade spiritual stone, and the light is already very pure, much better than the effect of fluorescent lamps. Originally, the maid's room could only use 2nd grade spiritual stones. Considering that she painted at night, the beautiful Lady Lizzie got her a pile of 4th grade spiritual stones from somewhere, which made her very happy. A pigeon egg-sized spiritual stone can be used for a month, and that pile can be used for several years. Today she drew a comic called The Best Handsome Butler. The heroine of the comic is Lizzie, and the hero is the butler Billy. It is purely a YY work. In the comics, Les is a noble lady, but she is straightforward and generous. She falls in love with Mr. Billy, who is not a noble, so she is not accepted by the upper class. In order to be with her lover, she came to the castle alone and used her ability to get a coach position, so that she can be with Billy, the butler, without any obstacles. Lizan drew the subtle interaction between the two people neatly, and was also affected by such humor. Her mood unconsciously soared, and a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her lips. Her painting style is different from her previous one. After these days of adjustment and integration, her current painting style combines the advantages of both of them. It is beautiful with some spoof humor, forming its own style. She was painting happily when she suddenly felt a strong murderous aura that penetrated into her heart like a cold knife, making her whole body tremble. Lizan paused, and the pen left a deep mark on the paper. The murderous aura tonight is more serious than ever before. Why is there always murderous aura in such a large and quiet castle? Just thinking about it, the book was covered by a shadow. She looked up in shock, and someone covered her mouth. A light breath entered her nose. It was not murderous aura, but the breath of Wang Ziyu, whom she was familiar with. Of course, this was the result of Lizzie's many days of training. At present, her senses were so sharp that she could distinguish the slightest difference. Lizan was stunned, surprised by the first guest in her residence. What was frustrating was that she still couldn't feel Wang Ziyu's arrival until his shadow appeared in front of her. In front of Wang Ziyu, she was still a scumbag. Woo-woo. Lizan couldn't speak, she cried, and tried to pry Wang Ziyu's hand with her hands. Wang Ziyu's hands were slender and white, and although he didn't use much force, he couldn't let her pry them open. Donut, don't shout, I let you go. Wang Ziyu put his lips to her ear and whispered, and his warm breath fell on her earlobe. Lizan's earlobes turned red unnaturally, but she couldn't speak, just nodded with a red face. Wang Ziyu seemed to be relieved and let her go. What are you doing? Before she could finish the word, Wang Ziyu hurriedly covered her mouth again, with a helpless look on his face. I knew you couldn't trust me. As he said this, he pressed his hand on the wall of the balcony. As he moved, an invisible magic barrier opened in the room. Lizhan recognized this barrier. It was one of the most proud barriers created by Abu. It was like a special glass. You can see outside without any difficulty from inside, but you can neither see inside nor hear people talking inside, nor even feel this glass. She reached out to touch the light surface of the barrier, but she couldn't reach out. She felt strange. She could pass through Abu's barrier without any obstacles, but she couldn't shake Wang Ziyu's barrier at all. Ji Rongxi once said that magic is actually the same. The reason why everyone uses it differently is because the magic waves are different. It's like poetry. In the same class, the same teacher teaches, but the feeling of the same poem is different because of different thinking. So its origin? She and Abu have the same origin? Chapter 77. Li Zhan couldn't help but ask suspiciously, you also set up the barrier in your room, right? Prince Yu didn't answer, treating her as air. His eyes looked straight out the window, and a cold light shone through his eyes, which were as deep as the night sky, and faintly flashed with the light of a sword out of its sheath. He was a very handsome man. Although he was only wearing an ordinary white shirt and black pants, and his short hair was a little messy, it did not damage his appearance at all, but instead made him look a little unruly. It was a pity that this unruly feeling was diluted by the coldness of his whole body, and his thin lips slightly raised made him look like a vampire in the dark night. Is there anyone trying to kill him? Lizhan felt the coldness coming from him, and thought inappropriately that it was a courageous act to come to his house and kill him. She couldn't help but think of the group of people in the desert. If they came out, the lowest ability among them was a 3-star wizard, and I'm afraid there would be another chaos tonight. But even so, Wang Ziyu had no reason to suddenly break in. What if she was just changing clothes? Lizhan wanted to yell at him, but seeing his expression, she was too spineless to say it, and just said aggrievedly, hey, you came here for no reason, and told me not to talk, and said that I couldn't trust you, so why did you come? Wang Ziyu glanced at her, pushed open the French window, and walked into the room. Li Zhan's room was a comfortable beige and nude color, with a light blue print on the whole set of bedding. Because she was lazy, the quilt was not folded, and a corner was hanging on the edge of the bed. Lizhan followed behind Wang Ziyu, her cheeks a little hot. She kept thinking in her heart, there is no underwear on the bed, right? There are no unwashed socks on the floor, right? In her eyes, the room is a very private place that can reflect a person's personality. Lizhan felt deeply uneasy when a boy who could be called a master suddenly saw her room. However, Wang Ziyu did not feel anything wrong at all. He walked to her bed calmly, lifted her quilt, and sat on the bed. It was really hard to blame him. Although there were 2 toffee chairs in the room, one was occupied by the little lion, and the other was filled with a thick stack of sketchbooks, leaving no place to sit. Hey, what are you doing here? Lizhan complained while packing up her painting supplies. It was time to get off work, but there was no distinction between master and servant. She didn't want to get angry, but she couldn't help it. I'm hungry. Wang Ziyu looked innocent, and casually hugged her favorite dog bone pillow in her arms, like a young animal waiting to be fed. People are the most useless when they are hungry. Lizhan had no place to vent her anger, so she walked to the living room with a ding-ding-ding step, took a bag of green milk-flavored donuts, and turned around to glare at him. Perhaps he was told he had no future, so he leaned his chin on the dog bone pillow in grievance, as if he was looking at the carpet, but his vision was out of focus, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Lizhan sighed, walked in front of him, pinched the bag of donuts, and threatened the little lion. Get up, I give you something to eat. Wang Ziyu looked up at her, and suddenly made a move as fast as lightning. She hurriedly put the donut behind her, but Wang Ziyu was faster than her, snatched the donut in his hand, opened the lid, took one and put it in his mouth. Click! It broke into pieces with a sound. Don't eat on my bed. Lizhan was worried that the crumbs of the donut would splash onto the bed, and ants would come to attack her in the middle of the night. She grabbed his arm with her hand, and tried to pull him out. But his butt seemed to have nails, nailed to the bed, and she couldn't pull him out. Too much. Lizhan let out a heavy breath, shook off his arm, moved the chair she sat on to paint outside the balcony in, and placed it next to the bed. You sit on this. Girls are so troublesome. Wang Ziyu finally moved to a chair, but he ate very elegantly, without any donut crumbs flying out. Lizhan sat down on the bed and asked, Hey, what's wrong with you? Why did you come here for no reason? And don't you usually eat in the dining room? Why did you come to steal my donuts? In order to have big breasts, thin waist, long legs plus powerful magic waves, she couldn't eat donuts, but she couldn't help it, So she secretly asked the kitchen maid to add green milk that enhances magic waves according to her recipe and remove excess fat, so that she had this bag of things. She was going to have it as a midnight snack tonight, but he ate it. This is intolerable. Wang Ziyu frowned in dissatisfaction. Shut up. Li Zhan's face froze, and he snatched back the donut with a humph, threw it to the little lion who just raised his head, and turned to the balcony. Hateful. She actually complained about her talking too much. If he hadn't suddenly barged in, would she have been so talkative? Dislike her and still want to eat her food? Throw it to the little lion, and you can't give it to him. Wang Ziyu stretched out his tongue to lick the crumbs on his lips, and suddenly reached out to grab her wrist. Pour me a glass of water. If you want to drink, pour it yourself. Li Zhan finally went crazy, turned around and glared at him, angrily. Who do you think you are? Do you think this is your room? Come on, isn't it enough to have a group of people serving you? Why do you bother me? Wang Ziyu didn't expect her to be so angry. He was stunned for a moment, and his hand loosened. There was actually some grievance in his eyes. I don't know where the water is. Li Zhan originally planned to have a big quarrel with him, and then pointed at the door and told him to get out, but she didn't expect to encounter such a reaction. When she was full of anger and met such an expression, all the anger was swallowed back into her stomach, and she poured him water angrily with her own cup. Wang Ziyu drank up the water in the cup, and laid down on her bed contentedly, pulling the quilt over himself. I take a rest for a while, no matter who asks. Just say you haven't seen me. How can there be such a person in the world? Li Zhan was so angry that her nose was crooked. How can you just lie on someone else's bed? She is not a person with mysophobia, but she has always believed that the bed is the most unique and personal thing, the place where a person feels safest, and is used most closely, and no one is allowed to invade. There might be her saliva on it. How could he use it? Wang Ziyu challenged her nerves again and again. It was too much. Li Zhan sat down beside him, reached out to grab his quilt, and threatened, Get up, or I will tell everyone that you are here with me. Wang Ziyu's grip on the quilt was not strong enough, and she pulled it away in an instant. Li Zhan was about to pull him up, but at the moment, when her body leaned forward, she saw the indescribable fatigue in his eyes, spreading layer by layer, occupying his entire soul. Chapter 78. Yes, it was as thick as the night that could not be melted, and even contained a deep boredom. That was the expression he showed after burying his head in the quilt. Before he could retract it, Li Zhan saw it clearly. Somehow, Li Zhan suddenly felt an inexplicable heartache. Wang Ziyu, he also has his own difficulties. For someone like him who is extremely picky about life, unless there are special circumstances, he should not be willing to come to her room to eat donuts for dinner and sleep in her bed. Like he asked her for food and drink, he was just used to being served. Thinking of the days they spent together, Li Zhan suddenly realized that in all this time, she had never met his parents, nor his friends, and had never even heard of him. He was the only owner of the castle. He had always been alone. Butler Billy said that he had lived independently in the castle since he was 8 years old, and was actually the loneliest person. Li Zhan sat down on the edge of the bed and stared at him in a daze. Wang Ziyu, who was this person, guessed her thoughts immediately. His expression had returned to indifference. He pulled the corners of his lips, and said with a tone of sarcasm unconsciously, I will fire you before you tell anyone. Li Zhan felt that his pitiful thoughts disappeared immediately. He threw a pillow on his head, and covered him tightly with a quilt. He said angrily, You dare to threaten me while sleeping in my bed. Do you want to live? After a while, a muffled voice came from the quilt. Donut, you are so ugly when you are angry. Li Zhan looked at the bulging velvet quilt, and had the urge to pull him out and hit him with a pillow. Usually when she went to wake him up, he got up by himself most of the time, but there were also unexpected times. Once, she saw him hugging the quilt tightly and staring blankly, and another time, he kicked off half of the quilt, revealing half of his slender flying legs. He was just like a child who never grew up, making people want to beat him up. Now this is a good opportunity that fell from the sky. Should she do something? Just sleep. The more soundly the better. It would be best if she could draw a turtle on his face, and then sell it when she runs out of money. Li Zhan was about to implement her plan, when suddenly, there was a knock on the door, 3 soft knocks, and it was obvious that it was a skilled maid. Weird. She had lived in the maid's residence for so long, and no one usually knocked on her door, let alone at night. When Wang Ziyu came, her door rang. Could this be the case? She looked at Wang Ziyu suspiciously, and Wang Ziyu also heard the sound, revealing his cat-like eyes from the quilt, staring at her. The color was a little deeper than usual, which made Li Zhan have the illusion that he would pounce on her at any time. Humph, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. You owe me this, Lizhan said with her eyes, got up and walked out of the room, and came to the living room. Just then, the door rang again. She opened the door, and saw the etiquette maid standing outside, with a straight back and expressionless face. If we talk about the maids in the castle, the one she disliked the most was the etiquette maid. There was no smile on her face, and she was particularly harsh when she taught people a lesson. She still remembered that when she had just cut her hair, she accidentally bumped into Wang Ziyu, and was scolded by this maid for 3 days. Now, the etiquette maid's face was straight, and even more severe, with a strong murderous aura, and a faint smell of blood. Lizhan was shocked and lowered his eyelids, pretending that he didn't know what was going on, and nodded slightly, "Good evening." "Good evening." The etiquette maid's eyes intentionally, or unintentionally glanced inside the door. The layout of the house is not the kind that can be seen from head to toe. Standing in front of the door, you can only see Lizhan's large desk, which is filled with various ancient books, piled high, and you can't even see the sofa, let alone the room. The etiquette maid then asked, "Did you see the master just now?" When she said this, the magic wave was released, and there was a faint sense of invisible oppression. If Lizhan was still the scum, who couldn't even reach the level of a magic apprentice before, she would have been stuck to the wall long ago. Even so, it still forced her blood to surge, and she wanted to step back a few steps and stay away from the woman. The fact that Lizhan's magic ability was extremely low was known to the whole castle. When she was about to pretend to be unbearable and retreat, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Such a violent detection magic wave would definitely detect that Wang Ziyu was in her room. If they are discovered, it will be troublesome. Lizhan frowned, and just when she was about to use her magic wave to stop it, the magic circle and barrier set by Prince Yu suddenly disappeared. The etiquette maid's detection magic wave was unimpeded in the room, sweeping the room, but found nothing. Lizhan felt this, and her heart, which was hanging high, finally slowly fell to the ground. She inadvertently took 2 steps back and asked with a puzzled look, "What's wrong with you? You really didn't see the master?" The etiquette maid emphasized again. "Master?" Lizhan opened her eyes in confusion. "The master can't possibly come here, right? I was painting in my room from afternoon to evening, I didn't go out, and I didn't see anyone." "Perhaps, you can ask the butler, Mr. Assistant," the etiquette maid said with a standard smile. "Thank you. If you see him, please let me know." Lizhan watched her back disappear at the stairs, and slid down to the ground with exhaustion. Her detection magic wave just now was really terrible, and almost forced her to vomit the dinner she had eaten. She sat for a few minutes, and when she felt that the etiquette maid would not come back, she rubbed her legs, stood up, closed the door with a snap, and raised her hand to wipe the cold sweat. She pulled her clothes again, and found that her back was also wet. She returned to the room. Wang Ziyu was lying motionless in the quilt, with her eyes slightly closed, and the shadows of her long eyelashes fell on her face. Her perfect profile under the magic lamp was as beautiful as a sculpture, but the other side of her face was hidden in the shadows, and no expression could be seen. Lizhan's footsteps were not light, but he did not react at all, and even his shallow breathing did not change at all. Lizhan knew that he was not asleep, and wanted to ask what was going on, but thought that he might not want to talk, so he was like that, so he did not ask, turned the stool around, leaned against the window, and moved the magic lamp there, sat down, used his body to block the light shining on the bed, and continued to draw comics. Her speed of drawing comics has also made a qualitative leap as her hand speed has grown. She can basically draw 1 book a week. Now there are 3 books in total, one of which is Campus Life, one is The Experience in Kenya, and one is The Best Handsome Butler. She planned to send the Campus Life book and the one about life on Portman Island drawn by her predecessor back to her grandfather. Even though she didn't go back, it was good to send 2 comics back, at least to give them some comfort and to understand her living conditions, although many of the plots tended to be beautify. This was the only thing she could do for them. Chapter 79. The styles of the 2 comics are slightly different, but since they were published half a year apart, they would not arouse much suspicion. The pen fell on the drawing paper, making a rustling sound. Lizhan was very happy drawing, and the corners of her lips could not help but curl up. She didn't know how long she had been drawing, but she felt sleepy, so she put down the paper and pen and wanted to climb back to bed to sleep. When she got on the bed, she suddenly remembered that there was another person on the bed. What should she do? Sleep with him? No, sleep on the floor by yourself? It's too unfair. Lizhan struggled for a while, sighed, and finally decided to sleep on the sofa. She looked at the little lion, who was flipping through her sketchbook with his paws and waved. The little lion looked at the beauty in the sketchbook, then looked at the face of his master, reluctantly closed the sketchbook, and ran to her feet. She dimmed the light of the magic lamp, and put it farther away. Every morning, when she went to Wang Ziyu's bedroom, she found the magic lamp on. She guessed that it was Wang Ziyu's habit, so she left one for him. Lizan lit another lamp, and took it to the living room. She took out a spare quilt from the cupboard, closed the door, walked out of the living room, slept on the sofa, held the little lion in her arms, and turned off her magic lamp. The castle was located on a mountain more than 1,000 meters high. The top of the mountain was covered with white snow. The temperature was much lower than the ground, especially at night, when the temperature often dropped to more than 10 degrees. The spare quilt was not thick. Lizan slept for a while, and felt the cold. She hugged the little lion tightly, and used its body temperature to warm herself, but the sofa was too small. One person and one lion squeezed together, and there was no space to turn over. What was even more tragic was that the bastard little lion actually licked her face with his tongue. So cold. She felt chilly all over, and the quilt couldn't stop the chill. Lizan curled up, and subconsciously leaned towards little lion's warm body. A little closer, a little closer. With a thump, little lion fell to the ground. Lizan felt a chill on her body, and couldn't find anything warm by reaching out her hands, so she kept moving forward, a little bit more. With a thump, she also fell off the sofa. Fortunately, the little lion woke up and quickly fled the crime scene, otherwise, he might have been crushed into a meat pie by her. After Lizan woke up, she touched her forehead that was hurt by the fall, and climbed onto the sofa again in a daze, and continued to sleep. The little lion laid down beside her again, keeping each other warm. Even so, the night was getting colder and colder. Lizan couldn't help shivering. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Ziyu woke up and walked out of the room. Seeing her and the little lion squeezed on the sofa, he showed a trace of deep thought in his eyes, and squatted down beside her. Lizan held the little lion in her arms. Her soft brown hair was very smooth, and her fine bangs left a shadow on her closed eyes. Her face was full of sweet sleepiness. Her small lips opened and closed, exhaling warm breath. Even if she was just sleeping on the sofa, she could still sleep so sweetly. Wang Ziyu, who often suffered from insomnia, couldn't help but feel a little envious and jealous, and even wanted to destroy her and tear apart this beauty. How could she sleep so defenselessly? How could she sleep so peacefully? His hand touched the skin of her neck with a strong magic wave. The warm and delicate touch made his mind tremble, and his soul returned to its place instantly. He calmed down, and his fingertips gently slid to her cheek, and the lines of her face gradually softened. She was like this, she could calm him down. Wang Ziyu curled his lips in self-mockery, and stood up. He stretched one hand to her knees, and the other hand to her back. He gently lifted her up with the quilt. She seemed to feel the warmth coming from him, and subconsciously leaned towards him, a little bit, and then a little bit, and finally got completely into his arms, feeling warm, and then stopped moving, nestling in his arms and fell asleep. The little lion felt something was wrong, and opened his eyes alertly. Seeing that it was Wang Ziyu, he relaxed, yawned sleepily, and laid down to continue sleeping. Wang Ziyu walked into the room with a person in his arms, put her on the bed, and covered her with a quilt. The poor sleeping person didn't realize that he had changed places. Wang Ziyu raised his foot and was about to leave, but he seemed to think of something and sat down by the bed again. It was probably 1 or 2 o'clock in the night, and the surroundings were quiet. The blackout curtains were forgotten to be closed, and the shadows left on the ground when the moonlight was setting in the west could be seen. How long has it been since I experienced such a peaceful and quiet night? Wang Ziyu lowered his head slightly, and saw the person sleeping soundly under the quilt. He couldn't help but feel timid and raised his finger. Snap. He flicked her forehead heavily. Li Zhan woke up from her dream, and jumped up from the bed. Her eyes didn't adapt to the darkness for a while. Seeing 2 bright eyes staring at her, she screamed in fear. Ah! The little lion in the living room suddenly raised his head. Wang Ziyu quickly covered his mouth, but the little lion still heard it, and rushed in at lightning speed. Wang Ziyu stretched out his other hand to stop it, whispering, "It's me." He released his hand that was holding her. Lizan gnashed his teeth and said, "You are an inhuman bastard, a demon who builds his happiness on the pain of others. You actually woke me up in the middle of the night." Wang Ziyu smiled, his eyes were somewhat playful, and suddenly reached out to mess up all her hair. Lizan was so angry that he decided to kill her to silence her. "Prince, kill him." The mighty and handsome lion raised his head, and saw Wang Ziyu's calm eyes with a hint of frost. He couldn't help but shrink back, and all his heroic spirit disappeared. It looked at its beloved owner, whose face was red and obviously angry. It looked at the naughty guest, and almost shed bitter tears. If it offended the guest, it would be burned into a red braised lion head. If it ignored the owner, it might become cannon fodder in the cartoon. It was immediately caught in a dilemma. What to do? The little lion thought of a wonderful way. It raised its paw and pretended to yawn sleepily, and then buried its head, and fell asleep between the two of them. Even the pet abandoned her. Lizan was so angry that she was about to explode. Seeing his hateful eyes, she couldn't help but pounce on him and hit him on the head with a bone pillow, saying, "Dare to disturb my sleep? Kill without mercy." Well, Lizan is usually quite normal, but she has a little low blood pressure. It is terrible for people with low blood pressure to be disturbed when they are sleeping. Wang Ziyu didn't expect her to react so strongly. He raised his hand and said, "Okay, I apologize." Too late. Lizan hit him again. Wang Ziyu felt that he had to resist, so he picked up the pillow and blocked it left and right. The two of them started a pillow fight. Playing with pillows, Lizan is an expert. But she forgot that Wang Ziyu has never been a person who follows the rules of the game. Chapter 80. Wang Ziyu blocked the pillow she threw at him with his hands, stretched out his slender arms, grasped her hands and feet, and pulled her body in the opposite direction to bend it into a perfect arc. Lizan could only hear the bones in her body begging for mercy. They were about to break. Lizan thought tearfully, "This bastard. It's not too late for a woman to take revenge. Just wait and see. The result of the game is obvious." Lizan looked at Wang Ziyu with a frustrated, depressed, pitiful, and complex look. Why is she always the one who suffers the tragedy? Why? I really hate him. I really want to slap him in the face. Lizan cursed him hundreds of times in her heart and crawled back into the quilt, intending to turn a blind eye to him. At this time, her nose was itchy. She rubbed her nose, and suddenly sneezed loudly, as if liquid was pouring out of her nose. Lizan hurriedly got up and looked for tissues. No way, runny nose? She hadn't put on her shoes yet, and she sneezed again, achoo. She just felt cold all over, wiped her nose, jumped on the bed in a hurry, crawled into the quilt, wrapped herself up like a dumpling, and said pitifully, "It's all your fault." Wang Ziyu actually felt a little guilty, and asked in surprise, "So girls are such fragile creatures?" Li Zhan stared at him and said, "What do you mean? You made me catch a cold, and you are still here making fun of me." Wang Ziyu rubbed his forehead and sat down beside her, not saying anything, and his expression did not change. It was not that his face was expressionless, nor did he feel like he was keeping people at a distance, as if he was looking into the distance. How serious was the situation in the castle at this time? Lizan slept for a while, and seeing no movement around, she thought he had left, so she turned over, but Wang Ziyu was still beside her, and she accidentally bumped into his thigh. "You?" Lizan didn't know what to say to him, and after a while, she found a more oppressive threat. "If you don't leave, I call someone." Wang Ziyu rubbed her forehead and leaned against the bed and said, "You won't, after all, you are the one I brought back." "Are you so sure?" Lizan bit the quilt unwillingly in secret. Bastard, he actually guessed her thoughts. Wang Ziyu lowered his head and smiled. "I'm sure I can stop you before you say anything." Lizan felt that it was pointless to talk to him, and it would only make her angry, so she simply said nothing. She usually went to bed at 10:30 p.m. and got up at 5 a.m., and she had never tried to get up in the middle of the night. At this moment, he pulled her muscles and bones, and she had a runny nose, so she didn't feel sleepy at all. She simply got up from the bed, sat next to him, hugged the quilt, and asked in a low voice, "Are you hiding from someone?" Wang Ziyu shook his index finger mysteriously. "No, this is my home. They should be hiding." Li Zhan asked in confusion, "Then why do you sleep here?" Wang Ziyu spread his hands helplessly. "Because my bedroom is full of blood." Although he is not a germaphobe, he is very concerned about his bedroom. Even if it is covered with his own blood, he would never want to get someone else's hair on it. What's more, the bedroom now has other uses, and he doesn't plan to deal with it for the time being. In fact, he can sleep in the guest room, but he never wants to set foot in the guest room. Because there is no people and no light in that kind of place, which makes people feel scared. He was wandering outside, and happened to see her painting on the balcony. He felt very warm, and climbed in on impulse. Lizan curled her lips, indicating that she didn't believe him. He suddenly looked serious, stared at her and said, "Donut, if there is any danger around me, will you be afraid?" This sentence is absolutely true. Admittedly, from the test to the decision, to including her in the category of his own, he did not discuss it with her, but he had to remind her of the danger. He fell in love with her, not because of love, but because of her magical potential. He would not keep her in a greenhouse. Only in the wind and rain could she grow fast and become stronger. Everyone in the desert team had experienced many battles, and countless life and death situations. He hoped that Lizhan could be as strong as them. Lizhan could not help but think of his experience in the Kenyan forest, where he was injured and abandoned by someone. His body could not help but stiffen for a moment, scared. You are so honest. Wang Ziyu smiled faintly, but the smile was not in his eyes. Even if you are afraid, it's too late. So the only thing you can do is to face it bravely. Lizhan sighed and leaned his back against the headboard weakly. Why me? Wang Ziyu said with a pleasant face. I don't like people without any potential. You can feel honored. Lizhan rolled his eyes. Thank you for looking up to me and thinking that I can meet your requirements, but in fact, it's all your illusion. Your world is too far away from me, a scumbag who ranked last in the exam. At the end of the words, he was quite calm, almost without any emotion. Wang Ziyu was not surprised by her rejection, and blinked. Be careful. I have a guest tonight, I have to go. After saying that, he walked out of the window neatly, and disappeared in the dark night. Lizhan looked at the curtains fluttering in the wind, and pounded the bed in anger. This person is really getting more and more excessive. He comes and goes as he pleases. If she continues to indulge him in the future, she will be the biggest fool in the world. Achoo. Lizhan sneezed again, her face flushed. Prince, help me get the tissue box. Lizhan ordered, leaning on the bed and staring at the ceiling in a daze. She should have known earlier that Wang Ziyu could not be so harmless, but is it too late to run away now? This thought was like an invisible hand tightly pinching her neck, her face flushed, let alone snot, even breathing, could not come out. The little lion was halfway with the tissue box in his mouth, when suddenly the hair on his body stood up, opened his mouth wide, and the tissue box. Puff. She fell to the carpet with a slight sound. A strange hand grabbed Lizhan's neck. It was long, fat, and as soft as a dog bone pillow. Lizhan felt as if her neck was being caressed by cotton, as soft as the finest flannel, but the caressing was fatal, strangling her to death. A round rag doll jumped in front of her, with pink and red eyes like crescent moons, beautiful long eyelashes, and a red bow ribbon on the top of its head. Its body was round and furry, and it was very cute, if its hand had not strangled her neck. Lizhan was surprised and terrified. The rag doll had no magic waves on its body, so why could it break in and strangle her neck like a living person, and she could feel the hand getting stronger and stronger. Could this be some strange thing left by Wang Ziyu?